Immemorial Dragon Elephant Art Chapter 833 to Chapter 910. Countless cultivators were still searching for meteorites in the depths of the misty forest. From time to time, one could see powerful creatures fighting with ferocious beasts that had entered the misty forest. Lin Feng had already planned to return. Although he had not been able to obtain the inheritance of the sacred battle ape and the four old Buddhas. However, Lin Feng had already obtained the immemorial star-picking hand, which was a peerless technique. That was enough. Moreover, Lin Feng had already broken through to the 7th level of the Yin-Yang realm. He planned to go to Heaven Saint City to bid farewell to Murong Shui before heading to Gentleman City. After Lin Feng and Lu Piamiao parted ways, they returned to Heaven Saint City. Heaven Saint City was still bustling with noise and excitement. It was even livelier than before. Not long after Lin Feng returned to Heaven Saint City, the patriarch of the Song family, Song Riching, and the great elder of the Song family, Song Changjiang, came to visit Lin Feng. This was because Song Ziliu had successfully become Zhang Junhua's disciple. This matter caused quite a stir in the divine prefecture of the East region, especially in Heaven Saint City. The Song family had actually managed to gain the support of Zhang Junhua, the president of the Central Spirit Array Guild of the divine prefecture of the East region. Would they be able to soar in the future? Countless people were envious and jealous. Song Riching and Song Changjiang naturally knew that all of this had been bestowed upon the Song family by Lin Feng. Although they did not know who Lin Feng was, it was obvious that he was an important figure that the Song family had to curry favor with. At night, Lin Feng met with Murong Shui. Murong Shui asked, "Did you gain anything in the misty forest?" Lin Feng nodded. "It's an incredible opportunity," said Lin Feng. Murong Shui was very happy when she heard this, as if she was even more excited than when she had obtained an opportunity. Lin Feng continued, "Let's go on a cruise by the West Lake tonight." There were many flower boats by the West Lake, and the night view here was very beautiful. Murong Shui nodded with a slightly red face. The next day, Lin Feng planned to leave. He had already told Murong Shui. Although Murong Shui was reluctant to part with Lin Feng, she would not force him to stay. She was a smart woman. And she did not have that kind of relationship with Lin Feng. At most, it was just a hazy ambiguity. She hadn't even broken it. Murong Shui sent Lin Feng to the teleportation square. There was a teleportation array here that led directly to Gentleman City. Boom, just as Lin Feng was about to step onto the teleportation array, a terrifying aura surged from afar. Du Guxian strode over. His cold gaze swept towards Lin Feng, his killing intent surging like the sea. "I've been looking for you for a long time, and now I've finally found you. Brat, no one can save you today." There were a lot of Du Guxian's spies in the Heaven Sacred City, so it was not strange for Lin Feng to be discovered when he returned to the Heaven Sacred City. When Du Guxian found out that Lin Feng had appeared, he immediately went to look for Lin Feng. He wished he could tear Lin Feng into pieces. "It's Du Guxian." Many people were shocked. Du Guxian was famous. Now that he had appeared at the teleportation square, his killing intent was overwhelming. Naturally, he would attract attention. Soon, someone recognized Lin Feng's identity. "Isn't that the young cultivator who had a life-and-death duel with Du Guxian a while ago?" At that time, when the meteorite fell from the sky, Du Guxian entered the misty forest, so he didn't kill him. "I thought that brat had already escaped from the Heaven Sacred City, but he still hasn't left." Du Guxian gave him a chance to escape, but he didn't cherish it. Yeah, now that Du Guxian has blocked his way, it seems like Du Guxian won't stop until he kills him. "I'm afraid he's going to die in the Heaven Sacred City today." Many people were discussing. Obviously, they did not think that Lin Feng would be able to escape from Du Guxian's hands. Du Guxian's battle prowess was heaven-defying. In the last battle, he had awakened his special physique. The battle prowess he displayed was so strong that it was unbelievable. After more than 10 days, Du Guxian had once again crushed Lin Feng. Naturally, there was no problem. "Lin Feng, hurry up and run. Don't fight to the death with this person," Murong Shui said with a pale face. She was worried that Lin Feng would be killed by Du Guxian and was extremely anxious. "It's fine." Lin Feng smiled. He had already broken through and his cultivation had increased tenfold. he was confident that he could fight against Du Guxian. Lin Feng raised his head and looked at Du Guxian indifferently. You and I will fight in the life and death arena. Very good, at least you didn't become a coward. Du Guxian's lips curled into a cold smile. The two of them signed the life and death agreement. Apart from them, no one else was allowed to interfere in this battle. Lin Feng wasn't afraid that Su Shu would get involved in the battle. If Su Shu dared get involved, Lin Feng would be furious. If Su Shu dared to interfere, he would go against the life and death agreement of the Tianwu continent. At that time, Su Shu would definitely be killed by the martial spirit palace. Whoosh, the two of them flew towards the plaza. Open the void arena. The city lord of Heaven's sacred city was alarmed and personally gave the order. The void arena was formed by interweaving great arrays. It was said that it could withstand the fluctuations of a battle between gods. Last time, the ordinary arena had been destroyed by the battle between Lin Feng and Du Guxian. Now, the void arena was opened. This was the highest level of arena. The void arena can withstand the attacks of gods and will not be destroyed. Now that the void arena is opened, once the array patterns are activated, no one will be able to enter the void arena, and no one will be able to interfere in this battle. The two sides fighting in the void arena are also unable to leave the void arena. Unless one of them is killed, the void arena will open again and the living will walk out. A cultivator who understood the void arena said. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. This was a true life and death duel. If one side was no match for the other, they wouldn't be able to escape even if they wanted to. Boom, the void arena was activated and floated in the air. The array patterns interweaved and condensed into this ancient arena. The last time it was opened was more than 30,000 years ago, when the sky demons invaded the sky martial continent. The sky demons were ferocious, and a sky demon opened the void arena for the cultivators of the sky martial continent to challenge him. The sky demon was a god-level expert, so the cultivators who challenged the sky demon were all killed. It was unknown how many creatures had died in the void arena. Du Guxian was the first to land on the void arena. Next, Lin Feng also landed on the void arena. A cold and gloomy aura enveloped his body. Next, Lin Feng heard a sharp and ear-piercing scream. This void arena was very strange, as it was imprinted with the screams of those who died in the past. Those with weak willpower would immediately go berserk. Even cultivators with strong willpower would quickly lose their willpower as the battle continued. At this time, they might even be corroded by the demonic aura of the void arena and go berserk. In the end, their soul would be enslaved by the void arena. This was the terrifying void arena. Many people from large factions came to watch the battle, including some ancient factions. Even among the ancient factions, Du Guxian was also very famous. After all, he had a special constitution. Fight to the death with Du Guxian? Isn't that just courting death? Some ancient factions experts sneered, looking at Lin Feng as if they were looking at a dead man. No one was optimistic about Lin Feng's chances in this battle. Brat, I will chop off your head and use your blood to make wine. Du Guxian arrogantly stepped forward, his black hair fluttering in the wind like a demon god. Boom. Sky rend. Sword intent, Lin Feng sneered and merged his sword and saber. Shu saber light and sword chi. He instantly slashed out. Now that his cultivation had broken through, his attack was naturally more powerful. Bang, Lin Feng and Du Guxian collided with each other, and a violent sound spread in the air. Everyone saw that this time, Du Guxian was actually being pushed back by Lin Feng's attack. What's going on? Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw the scene. The battle from more than 10 days ago was still vivid in many people's minds. In that battle, Du Guxian had the upper hand. However, in the first exchange today, Du Guxian had suffered a small loss. This shouldn't be happening. Could that young cultivator have been concealing his cultivation base all this while? Some cultivators said so. Perhaps this was the only explanation that could explain why Lin Feng was suppressing Du Guxian in terms of strength after exchanging blows with him. Many top geniuses gathered in the square, such as the Divine Path sect, Fairy Mengxian, Genie Chen, Gu Yuner, Ouyang Shiyu, and others. There were also some top geniuses who had yet to show themselves. They looked at the battle in the arena with slight surprise. In many people's opinion, this battle should be the same as the previous one, where Lin Feng would be crushed by Du Guxian. But why? Why was the tables turned now? Many experts of the older generation also looked at Lin Feng in the arena in surprise, revealing thoughtful expressions. How is this possible? Du Guxian's expression was gloomy. He was actually pushed back in the first exchange, which was hard for him to accept. This was because Du Guxian had never taken Lin Feng seriously from the beginning to the end. Now, he was pushed back by Lin Feng. In Du Guxian's opinion, it was a great humiliation. Boom, Du Guxian activated the Dao Cutter bloodline in his body. He wanted to recover the power of his special constitution. He's going to recover his special constitution so soon. It seems that Du Guxian is really under pressure. Many people exclaimed. Du Guxian's special constitution was abnormally powerful. Once it was used, his battle strength would soar crazily. Now, Du Guxian clearly wanted to directly suppress Lin Feng with his special constitution. However, this also served to highlight Lin Feng's strength from another perspective. That young cultivator is extremely strong, but he doesn't have a special body. Du Guxian is destined to kill him. If he had a special body, Du Guxian wouldn't have been able to defeat him. What a pity, such a monstrous genius is going to die today. Some cultivators looked at Lin Feng and shook their heads, sighing. No one was optimistic that Lin Feng would be able to defeat Du Guxian, who possessed a special constitution. Because the special physique was really too powerful. Cutting Dao, Du Guxian stepped forward and activated his ability. One of the abilities of the Dao severing physique was the Dao severing. To sever all Daos. He instantly rushed in front of Lin Feng. Sky Tyrant Lightning Art. Lin Feng condensed a huge lightning ball and blasted it towards Du Guxian. Puff, but in the next moment, the energy ball was torn apart. Cutting Dao was indeed too powerful. It didn't matter if you had thousands of divine abilities or tens of thousands of spells. I'll cut them all. After Du Guxian destroyed Lin Feng's Cutting Dao, he arrived in front of Lin Feng and directly slammed his palm on Lin Feng's body, sending Lin Feng flying. Cough cough, Lin Feng coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood. He was injured. The strength of Du Guxian's special constitution was simply unimaginable. Even Lin Feng was shocked. Divine abilities couldn't hurt him. I told you a long time ago that my Cutting Dao body can destroy all divine abilities. No matter what divine ability you use, it won't be able to withstand a single blow from my Cutting Dao body. Du Guxian glanced sideways at Lin Feng. As if he had everything under control, he used the Cutting Dao again. Lin Feng condensed a peerless technique, the Great Sky-Covering Hand, but it was still broken by Du Guxian. He was sent flying for the second time, and his face became even paler. What an invincible Cutting Dao body. Many people were shocked. Cutting Dao, Cutting Dao. The special constitution was too powerful. I've only heard that people with special constitutions are almost invincible in the same realm. They can kill people who are a whole realm higher than them. I didn't believe it at first, but after seeing Du Guxian fight today, I believe those rumors. That's right. The special constitution is truly too terrifying. That young cultivator's strength should be on par with Du Guxian's. However, when Du Guxian unleashed his Dao-severing constitution, the young cultivator was crushed. I wonder how many moves he can take. Many people discussed in low voices. Many people felt that the result of this battle was already decided. Dao, death, Dao, destruction. Lin Feng was still condensing divine abilities to fight against Du Guxian. He was looking for a weakness in Du Guxian's body. No matter how powerful a constitution was, it had to have a weakness. There was nothing in the world that could be invincible. Even special constitutions were the same. Bam, Lin Feng and Du Guxian clashed again. There was almost no surprise. Cutting Dao, cutting all Daos in the world. No divine ability could compete with Du Guxian. No matter how powerful a divine ability was, it couldn't resist Du Guxian's Cutting Dao body. Pooh, a deep wound appeared on Lin Feng's chest. Blood was gushing out of the wound. Half of his body was dyed red. Lin Feng is probably going to be defeated. Genie Chen frowned. Ouyang Xiu and Fairy Mengxian sighed. They were old friends with Lin Feng and didn't want to see Lin Feng die. However, this wasn't something they could decide. Lin Feng, Morengshue's face was pale as she watched the battle in the arena. Those with special constitutions are invincible. That kid will be killed by Du Guxian within 10 moves. An expert of the older generation said. Cutting Dao. Du Guxian stepped forward again and used the cutting Dao again, attacking Lin Feng. Imprisonment. Lin Feng used his martial soul and condensed a space around him, trying to imprison Du Guxian. Du Guxian's speed decreased sharply. But then, an even more terrifying aura erupted from Du Guxian's body. He condensed murderous intent. Using murderous intent to use the cutting Dao was even more powerful. It tore apart Lin Feng's magnetic field. Bang! Another attack landed on Lin Feng's body and sent Lin Feng flying. With a clang, Lin Feng's body hit the ruins of the arena. He bounced back and fell to the ground. This is the difference between you and me. In front of me, you're as weak as an ant. Du Guxian stepped forward, looking like a demon or a god. He was domineering. Boom. He attacked again, still using the cutting Dao to attack Lin Feng. No matter how an ant tries to resist, it can't withstand a single blow from a dragon. Du Guxian's expression was indifferent. He was full of contempt for Lin Feng. Lin Feng raised his head. 5 black holes revolved around him. His combat ability. It instantly increased 5-fold. Now, everything has just begun. Lin Feng stepped forward and attacked Du Guxian. No, it's about to end. I, Du Guxian, will take your life. As soon as he finished speaking. It was an arrogant and domineering attack. Everybody was astonished. Many people thought that Lin Feng would die under Du Guxian's attack. However, Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he calmly made his move. This time, Lin Feng did not use any divine abilities. After a series of battles, Lin Feng was at a disadvantage and was even suppressed to a great extent. However, he had discovered the weakness of the Dao severing body. Dao severing. Dao severing, if I don't use the Dao. What are you cutting? What is the Dao? The Dao referred to the great Dao of heaven and earth. To be more specific, it referred to divine abilities, power, magic power, and so on. And now, Lin Feng was using his pure physical body to fight against Du Guxian's Dao severing body. Bang! The two sides once again fiercely collided. Everyone saw it. After this collision, Du Guxian, who originally had the upper hand, was actually swept away by Lin Feng. You. Du Guxian's expression changed drastically. He did not expect such an outcome. Using his physical body to fight against Du Guxian's Dao severing body? That brat actually found the weakness of Du Guxian's Dao severing body during the battle. Many people cried out in alarm. Special physiques also had weaknesses, but finding the weakness of a special physique was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Now, Lin Feng had found the weakness of the Dao severing body. Special physiques are not invincible. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he rushed towards Du Guxian. Du Guxian sneered and said, "Brat, do you think you can defeat me just because you found the weakness of my Dao severing body? Then you are very wrong. I have long been able to freely switch between the Dao severing body and the ordinary physique." As soon as he finished speaking, the power of Du Guxian's Dao severing body instantly quieted down. He punched towards Lin Feng. This Du Guxian is so powerful. He can switch between an ordinary physique and a Dao severing physique. This way, he's still in an invincible position. That's right. That young cultivator used his physical body to fight against the Dao severing body, but Du Guxian could quickly switch to an ordinary body and use spells to fight against him. If that young cultivator used spells to fight against Du Guxian could activate the Dao severing body to fight against him. So, even if he found Du Guxian's weakness, he wouldn't be able to defeat him. Many people cried out in alarm. Lin Feng gathered the power of thunder and lightning. Dense power of thunder coiled around his palm as he punched towards Du Guxian. It's useless. You're destined to be crushed by me. Du Guxian sneered and began to switch to his Dao severing physique. Soon, Du Guxian's physique changed from an ordinary physique to a Dao severing physique. Then, he attacked Lin Feng with a Dao severing move. But Lin Feng was even faster. He instantly dispersed the divine ability he had condensed and dispersed his mana, using his physical strength to resist Du Guxian's Dao-severing body. Bang! The two of them collided once again. Lin Feng's surpassing divine demon physique exploded with a shocking battle prowess. Du Guxian was sent flying by Lin Feng's punch. He coughed up a large mouthful of blood in midair. What's going on? Everyone was dumbfounded. They had just seen Du Guxian switch from an ordinary physique to a Dao-severing body to deal with Lin Feng. Everyone had thought that Lin Feng was doomed this time. But no one had thought that it would be Du Guxian who would end up coughing up blood. It's a difference in speed. Du Guxian switched from an ordinary physique to a Dao-severing body. He wanted to use the Dao-severing body to deal with the young cultivator's divine ability. But the young cultivator dispersed his divine ability and mana faster than Du Guxian. Du Guxian had just switched from an ordinary physique to a Dao-severing body, but the young cultivator had already dispersed his mana and divine ability. Du Guxian's Dao-severing body was unable to suppress the young cultivator, and the young cultivator was able to use his physical strength to deal with Du Guxian's Dao-severing body. Du Guxian was injured because of that, an old man said. Du Guxian is injured. Arg! Du Guxian roared furiously. He was furious. He had been beaten to the point of coughing up blood in front of so many people. It made him want to go crazy. Lin Feng rushed in front of Du Guxian and punched him again. At that moment, Du Guxian quickly switched his Dao-severing body to an ordinary physique. Under the state of the Dao-severing body, his bloodline was awakened. Although his combat strength was heaven-defying, he could not use other divine abilities. Now, Du Guxian's bloodline was immersed again. He prepared his divine ability to attack Lin Feng. However, the dormant mana in Lin Feng's body instantly exploded. Lin Feng condensed his divine ability in advance and attacked Du Guxian. The primordial Sacred Emperor's golden-winged rock clone had given Lin Feng an increase in speed. It was not just the golden wings. His reaction speed, the speed at which he activated his divine ability, and even the speed at which he dispersed his mana were far superior to ordinary people. Lin Feng dispersed his mana and activated it again much faster than Du Guxian's awakening of the Dao-severing body and the dormant Dao-severing body. Before Du Guxian could successfully condense his divine ability, Lin Feng's Sky Tyrant Thunder Art had already struck Du Guxian's body. Pfft! It was as if Du Guxian had been struck by lightning. He was sent flying, his entire body covered in blood. He spat out mouthfuls of blood in midair. Du Guxian switching between an ordinary body and a Dao-severing body is much slower than that young cultivator's. Du Guxian's Dao-severing body is completely useless now. Many people cried out in alarm. They could naturally see that Du Guxian was in an awkward situation. Du Guxian's physical body could only be stronger than Lin Feng's. That way, he could use the Dao-severing body to force Lin Feng to disperse his mana. Then, he could fight Lin Feng in a physical battle. But clearly, Du Guxian's physical body was far inferior to Lin Feng's. Now do you know who the ant is? Lin Feng stepped forward and punched at Du Guxian. Kid, I can kill you even without using the Dao-severing body, shouted Du Guxian coldly. His eyes flashed with dense killing intent. Inside Du Guxian's body, waves of terrifying killing intent condensed. The killing intent in his body was almost tangible. Du Guxian had comprehended killing intent. This was a type of force. Now, he was activating the killing intent in his body. God-slaying fist. Du Guxian shouted coldly as he punched out with his fist. Endless killing intent condensed. Behind Du Guxian, the faint image of a god-slaying fist appeared. The god-slaying fist and Du Guxian merged into one. Humph, Lin Feng sneered. He stepped forward and attacked Du Guxian with the 5 Emperor's dragon fists. Boom, a terrifying aura emanated from Lin Feng's body. Behind him, 5 great emperors appeared. Beside the 5 great emperors, huge dragons were roaring. The Qing Emperor's demon dragon. The Crimson Emperor's fire dragon. The White Emperor's golden dragon. The Black Emperor's water dragon. The Yellow Emperor's divine dragon. Behind Lin Feng, 5 great emperors appeared. He was like a young great emperor. He pointed at the sky and stomped the earth. He punched out. His punch instantly broke Du Guxian's god-slaying fist and landed on Du Guxian's body. Blood splattered in the air. The arrogant Du Guxian was drenched in blood, looking extremely tragic. This was an unexpected result. Du Guxian was seriously injured by Lin Feng with a single punch. This Lin Feng is too strong. The female disciples beside Fairy Mengxian said, their hearts full of shock. Fairy Mengxian looked at Lin Feng with her beautiful eyes, her heart in a stormy sea. This was Du Guxian, who had a special constitution. He had almost been killed by Lin Feng with a single punch. Genie Chen, the Divine Path sect, and the others were also shocked. How did this guy cultivate? The most shocked person was Ouyang Xiu. She had trained with Lin Feng before. At that time, Lin Feng's cultivation was thousands of miles away from now. How many years had it been? He had already grown to such a height. It was too shocking. Gu Yunair snorted, her face ugly. She thought about how Lin Feng had done many heartless things to her when she was unconscious. She gnashed her teeth in hatred. The happiest person was Murong Shui. She had been worried about Lin Feng's safety, but now she saw Lin Feng injure Du Guxian. She was full of joy. This kid really deserves to die. Su Shu looked gloomy in the crowd. Beside him were the people from the Divine Path sect. They all had ugly expressions. Now that the arena was open, they couldn't help Du Guxian deal with Lin Feng. On the arena, Lin Feng walked step by step towards Du Guxian. He said indifferently, "You saw me as an ant, but in the end, you were crushed by me. Is this your self-confidence? It really makes me feel like laughing." Boom, Lin Feng exploded and attacked Du Guxian. He didn't want to give Du Guxian any chance to resist. It would be best if he could kill him directly. No one has ever injured me like this. Kid, today I will turn your bones to dust. Du Guxian's roar shook the sky. As soon as he finished speaking, light shot out from his dantian. Martial spirit. Du Guxian was about to activate his martial spirit. Mist curled up. Du Guxian's figure was concealed by the mist. Within the mist, a blood-red eye floated. The blood-red eye emitted a cold aura and was slowly opening. Lin Feng was shocked. The blood-red eyes made him feel a great threat. Not good, this martial spirit must be terrifying. Lin Feng increased his speed. He wanted to kill Du Guxian before the blood-colored eyes opened. Otherwise, Lin Feng felt that there would be great trouble. However, he was still a step too late. The blood-red eye opened in advance, and bloody light curled around it as it gazed at Lin Feng. Waves of blood-red light surged into the heavens. Whoosh! Its blood-red eyes shot towards Lin Feng. Break! Lin Feng quickly changed his moves. He used the Sky Tyrant Thunder art, condensed the power of thunder, and blasted the attack from the blood-red eye. But something terrible happened. The blood-red eyes instantly pierced through the power of lightning. Then, it shot towards Lin Feng. Whoosh, Lin Feng hastily dodged. He had barely dodged that attack. Is that Du Guxian's martial spirit? A blood-red eye? How can there be such a strange martial spirit? Many people were puzzled. And I had turned into a martial spirit. It was too strange, and many people were puzzled. It was unbelievable. But, it was indeed such a martial spirit. Whoosh. One after another, blood-red light shot towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng could feel the terror of the blood-red light. He used the sky splitter to slash at the blood-red light. However, the sky splitter was pierced by the blood-red light. The blood-red light's penetrative power was too strong. Death's Eye, it must be the legendary Death's Eye. It's one of the most terrifying martial spirits in the blood-red martial spirit series. A cultivator exclaimed. There were many different types of martial spirits, and the blood-red martial spirit was one of them. For example, the blood sea belonged to the blood-red martial spirit. Du Guxian's blood-red eye was also a blood-red martial spirit. This blood-red martial spirit had a terrifying name, Death's Eye. It meant, reap lives. On the battle stage, Lin Feng was dodging the attacks of the blood-red lights. Puff. But a blood-red light still hit him, instantly piercing through Lin Feng's body. A bloody hole appeared in his chest. Lin Feng's body was blown away and he crashed onto the fighting stage. That young cultivator is injured. Du Guxian's death sigh is too terrifying. Many people exclaimed. Du Guxian walked towards Lin Feng step by step. He was like a death god, his voice cold and filled with endless killing intent. Do you feel the aura of death? Du Guxian stepped forward. I am the death god's incarnation. Whoosh, 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 rays of blood-red light shot towards Lin Feng. Pretending to be mysterious. Lin Feng sneered. He jumped up from the ground and rushed towards Du Guxian. If he could get close to Du Guxian, he could interrupt his death sigh. As long as he could break Du Guxian's death sigh, Lin Feng was confident that he could kill Du Guxian. You're just an ant. Do you think you can get close to the death god? Du Guxian's expression was indifferent. He seemed to know Lin Feng's plan, so he attacked Lin Feng even more fiercely, making it impossible for Lin Feng to get close to him. Rays of blood-red light shot towards the stage. The stage was densely packed with blood-red light. It was very difficult to dodge them all. Puff. Puff. Puff, bloody holes appeared on Lin Feng's body one after another. What a terrifying martial spirit. Many people felt their hair stand on end. Everyone had thought that Lin Feng would win, but Du Guxian had used his martial spirit to reverse the situation. At that moment, Lin Feng had been completely suppressed and his injuries were getting worse and worse. Morong Shue's face was pale and filled with fear. She had a premonition that something bad was about to happen. Although she didn't want to admit it, Lin Feng might really be killed by Du Guxian. That battle was extremely difficult for Lin Feng. Du Guxian was a descendant of an ancient group, he was extremely strong. Lin Feng couldn't imagine how strong he was. Kill! Lin Feng roared. He sped up, wanting to rush to Du Guxian's front. Death's eye. Du Guxian sneered. Death's eye blinked, and a large blood-red light shot towards Lin Feng, sending Lin Feng flying. Puff. Lin Feng spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. This martial spirit was unbeatable. Immortal divine blood. Lin Feng activated the 9 drops of immortal divine blood in his body. The immortal divine blood emitted divine power and quickly healed Lin Feng's severely injured body. Swoosh. The blood-red light shot towards him again. Du Guxian continued to attack Lin Feng even more fiercely. Lin Feng's body was pierced with more than a dozen bloody holes, dripping with blood. I'm afraid this battle is about to end. Many people shook their heads. Death's eye was too terrifying. It was unstoppable. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. He wasn't someone who gave up easily. Lin Feng frantically activated the 9 drops of immortal divine blood to heal his injuries. Boom, what shocked Lin Feng was that the blood in his body was emitting waves of terrifying energy. It was as if some wild beast was about to awaken in his body. The power of his bloodline was recovering. This was Lin Feng's bloodline that had been dormant for a long time. Lin Feng originally had a special constitution. It was naturally not an easy task for the immortal divine body, one of the 10 ancient forbidden constitutions, to recover. And today, Lin Feng's body was severely injured. The 9 drops of immortal divine blood were frantically repairing Lin Feng's injured body. Therefore, Lin Feng's potential was activated. His immortal divine body was actually recovering. Waves of terrifying power surged out of his body. The blood in Lin Feng's body was undergoing an astonishing transformation. It was as if the genetic shackles in his blood had been opened. Waves of powerful energy suddenly burst out from within his body. The blood that contained the power of divinity was recovering. This was God's blood. It was different from ordinary blood. God's blood had the most powerful power. It was known as one of the 10 ancient forbidden constitutions. The immortal divine body was far from being comparable to ordinary special constitutions. Lin Feng sensed a strength he had never felt before. He had immortal godly blood flowing in his body. The bloody holes on Lin Feng's body were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even if he took a 50 or 60,000-year-old sacred medicine, it was impossible for his injured body to recover so quickly. Look, the wounds on that young cultivator's body are healing. Someone noticed this and pointed at Lin Feng in disbelief. How is this possible? Countless eyes looked over, their eyeballs almost popping out. They thought they were seeing things. They rubbed their eyes hard. Then they looked again. At this time, the wounds on Lin Feng's body had already healed. Everyone was about to go crazy. The wounds that had pierced through his body. How serious were those injuries? How did he recover so quickly? Could it be that the kid had taken a sacred medicine when no one was paying attention? That couldn't be right. Even if it was a saint-level medicine, it was impossible for his injuries to recover so quickly. How could this be? Du Guxian couldn't accept what was happening in front of him. He roared angrily, "Your body, how did it recover?" The instant recovery of Lin Feng's heavily injured body was indeed a huge blow to Du Guxian. It took Du Guxian a lot of effort to severely injure Lin Feng. But in the blink of an eye, Lin Feng recovered. This was a major blow to his spirit. Lin Feng looked at Du Guxian coldly. "If you want to know, you can ask Yama." He rushed towards Du Guxian, wanting to kill him at close range. Du Guxian laughed sinisterly, "I don't care what method you use to heal your injuries. Right now, I'm going to destroy your physical body so that you won't even have the chance to recover." Death's eye flew above him. Its blood-red eyes blinked with a terrifying light. Whoosh! Azura's eye shot out a 1-meter-wide blood-red beam of light towards Lin Feng. Bang! Lin Feng was sent flying. This attack was too terrifying. Even someone as powerful as Lin Feng's body was drenched in blood from the explosion. In many places, white bones could be seen. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Death's eye was far more terrifying than anyone could imagine. "Kid, let's see how you'll die this time." Du Guxian stood in the air and laughed proudly. Lin Feng's injuries were too severe. How could he recover from such injuries? "Woo-woo, Lin Feng, don't die." Morong Shui cried when she saw Lin Feng's miserable appearance. Lin Feng's injuries are far worse than before. How will he deal with Du Guxian's next attack? Genie Chen frowned. He felt that things were not going well. Lin Feng was forced into a dead end. It would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to turn the situation around. Many people had the same thoughts as Genie Chen. Up until now, no one was optimistic about Lin Feng's chances. What a terrifying death's eye. Lin Feng took a deep breath. He felt as if his insides were burning. This was a near-fatal injury. If it were anyone else, they would probably be dead already. Immortal divine body. Lin Feng shouted coldly. Boom, endless golden light soared into the sky. Lin Feng was surrounded by the golden light. What happened? Many people looked at the golden light in the arena in puzzlement. A moment later, Lin Feng came out of the golden lights. His physical body had been destroyed, but now it was completely healed. "No, this is impossible." Countless people shouted. They couldn't believe their eyes. How could there be such a terrifying body? It could recover so quickly from a fatal injury. It was too shocking. It was too hard to believe. However, everything in front of them was real. Lin Feng's body had completely recovered. An old cultivator cried out in shock. Could it be the legendary physique? The one that disappeared countless years ago. Then, an ancient sect leader said in shock, "Is it the immortal divine body, one of the 10 great taboo divine bodies?" What? It's actually that kind of physique? All the cultivators who had heard of the immortal divine body were shocked. Rumor had it that cultivators with the immortal divine body, they had the power of immortality. If they cultivated the immortal divine body to its peak, even if it was just a drop of blood, they could be reborn from a drop of blood. It was too difficult to kill someone with the immortal divine body. The only way was to kill them with lightning speed and destroy their soul, not giving them a chance to use the immortal divine body. Su Shu anxiously shouted, "Xian'er, hurry up and attack. Don't give him a chance to breathe. Destroy his body and soul, and he'll definitely die. If you give him a chance to breathe, he'll keep exhausting you and recovering. In the end, you'll be the one killed." Du Guxian's expression suddenly changed. He began to frantically activate the Azura's eye. Huge beams of death light shot toward Lin Feng. Du Guxian knew how terrifying the immortal divine body was, so he began to fight with all his might. "You're underestimating my immortal divine body." Bloodline awakening. Lin Feng coldly shouted. Boom, his immortal bloodline was awakened. 9 steps of death. Lin Feng stepped forward. This was the ability of the immortal divine body. Special constitutions all had different abilities, but why were the 10 great ancient taboo divine bodies called the 10 great ancient taboo divine bodies? That was because ordinary special constitutions only had one ability. As for the 10 great taboo divine bodies of the primordial era, each of them recorded 9 different abilities. As for the 9 steps of death, it was one of the 9 abilities of the immortal divine body. Lin Feng stepped forward in the void. He took the first step. Countless spectating cultivators felt their hearts beating wildly, as if they were about to split open. Retreat, quickly retreat. Many people shouted in fear, not daring to approach. Lin Feng took the second step. The terrifying beams of death light shattered in the void. Ah! Lin Feng roared. He tried his best to take the third step. Because the immortal divine body had just awakened, Lin Feng couldn't fully grasp the special abilities of the immortal divine body. Just like the 9 steps of death, the third step was almost Lin Feng's limit. His physical body was even collapsing. The 9 steps of death was too powerful. With Lin Feng's current cultivation level, he wouldn't suffer a backlash if he took 2 steps. However, he would suffer a strong backlash if he took 3 steps. Lin Feng frantically circulated the immortal divine blood to repair his body. He gritted his teeth. He took the third step. Bang, when Lin Feng took the third step of the 9 steps of death. He's dead. Du Guxian is dead. Many people looked at the arena in disbelief. Du Guxian, the genius of a generation. He had been killed. This made everyone feel shocked and moved. On the arena, the young cultivator's black hair fluttered in the wind. It was him. He had killed Du Guxian. He had killed a genius who had been nurtured by an ancient group. The immortal divine body is one of the 10 great forbidden bodies of the ancient times. It's terrifying. Du Guxian was killed. Du Guxian activated his spirit. I thought he was going to kill the young cultivator, but the young cultivator recovered his special body and killed Du Guxian instead. How unexpected. The High God sect is going crazy. Du Guxian is the successor of the High Divinity sect. There aren't many young experts like him in the High Divinity sect. That's right. The High God sect won't let this go. Many people started discussing. Now that Du Guxian had been killed, the High God sect would be furious. It wasn't just the High God sect. The Duga clan was also involved. The Duga clan was the strongest group in Godly Prefecture in the East Province. It had been very difficult for a top genius like Du Guxian to appear. Maybe he would lead the Duga clan to new glory. But the sad thing was that Du Guxian had been killed before he could truly grow. The Duga clan would definitely fight that young cultivator to the death. The arena in the sky opened again. Lin Feng came out of the empty space battle arena. Little boy, you're courting death. I'll cut you into 1,000 pieces. His voice shook the sky. Su Shu rose into the sky and attacked Lin Feng. The High God sect had sent him to protect Du Guxian because they were worried that Du Guxian would be killed before he could grow. Du Guxian and Lin Feng had fought to the death. Su Shu had thought that Du Guxian could easily kill Lin Feng. But this battle was unexpected. Lin Feng had killed Du Guxian. After returning, Su Shu would be punished by the High God sect. After all, Du Guxian had a special body. It was too rare. Now that he was dead, it was a huge loss to the High God sect. As for Lin Feng, who had caused all this, Su Shu wished he could cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces. He slammed his palm towards Lin Feng. Su Shu, I signed a life and death agreement with Du Guxian. Du Guxian was killed because he was too weak. Are you attacking now because you want revenge? Lin Feng's expression was indifferent, and his eyes flashed with killing intent. Although he was not Su Shu's match, it did not mean that there was no way. Lin Feng raised a swarm of insects in his beast-slayed bag. Lin Feng had a 50% chance of killing Su Shu once the swarm was brought out, in addition to himself. However, he did not want to expose the swarm right now. Because this was the method Lin Feng used to deal with Du Guoyin. Su Shu's actions right now are truly despicable and shameless. As an old cultivator, even if he wanted to kill that young cultivator, he shouldn't have done it in Sky Saint City, and he shouldn't have done it after a battle to the death. Su Shu is really a disgrace to the old cultivators. Many people shook their heads and looked at Su Shu with disdain. Su Shu's expression was extremely gloomy. He had naturally heard a lot of criticism. However, Su Shu did not care about that anymore. He only had one thought in his mind, and that was to kill Lin Feng. He could not kill Du Guxian. His heart was filled with anger. Lin Feng looked indifferent. He was already preparing to use the swarm of insects to fight Su Shu to the death. At that moment, someone in the crowd sneered, "Su Shu, you've crossed the line." The Martial Spirit Palace's rules state that after a battle to the death agreement, no one can seek revenge within 10 days. The battle to the death has just ended, and you've already attacked. Are you ignoring the rules of the Martial Spirit Palace? The Martial Spirit Palace was an ancient power that no one could ignore. The Martial Spirit Palace had been established long before the Immemorial era, and it had the responsibility of monitoring the Tianwu continent. The Martial Spirit Palace kept a low profile. They did not participate in the battles between the great powers. However, it did not mean that they could ignore the Martial Spirit Palace. Many of the rules of the Tianwu continent were set by the Martial Spirit Palace. Even the rules of the battle to the death in the arena were set by the Martial Spirit Palace. I'm going to kill this kid today. Does the Martial Spirit Palace want to make things difficult for my High Divine Sect? Su Shu sneered. He brought up the High Divine Sect. Obviously, he wanted the High Divine Sect as his backing. From Su Shu's point of view, he had killed Lin Feng. Could it be that the Martial Spirit Palace would offend the Immemorial sect for a dead person? Everyone knew that. It was not a good deal. Therefore, Su Shu did not stop. He condensed a powerful divine ability and attacked Lin Feng. Lin Feng had already started to communicate with the Insect King. He wanted to fight Su Shu to the death. However, at that moment, a cold voice suddenly resounded, "Someone actually dares to ignore the rules set by the Martial Spirit Palace. How reckless." Boom. In the void, a woman appeared without a sound. She swept her palm towards Su Shu. Yuji, the head of the Martial Spirit Palace's 72 prefectures in the north. She also came to Heaven Divine City. It seems that she was also attracted by the meteorite. Many people exclaimed when they saw the woman. Yuji, a peerless beauty. 1,000 years ago, Yuji was recognized as the #1 beauty in the Tianwu continent. However, Yuji went into seclusion for many years. After she came out, she became the head of the Martial Spirit Palace's 72 prefectures. Although Yuji was a woman. However, she was an absolute powerhouse of the ancient times. Su Shu's expression changed drastically when he saw Yuji attack. Although Su Shu was strong, he was still an ant in front of Yuji. He hurriedly took out a defensive artifact to block Yuji's attack. Bang, Yuji only waved her sleeve casually. Su Shu was sent flying, vomiting blood in the air. Daoist Yuji, why are you so angry? Today's matter is the High Divine Sect's fault. The void distorted. A black-robed old man walked out from the distorted void. It's Patriarch Xianxia. Many people cried out in alarm. This was a supreme elder of the High Divine Sect, an existence at the level of an eternal powerhouse. He was high and mighty, looking down at the 3,000 prefectures of the Tianwu continent. Patriarch. The people of the High Divine Sect hurriedly bowed to Patriarch Xianxia. Yuji stood in the air, her white clothes fluttering in the wind, like a fairy descending from the 9 heavens. Her voice was cold. Today, I will give face to the High Divine Sect and spare this Su Shu once. If there is a next time, I will not spare him. Thank you. Patriarch Xianxia cupped his fists. His outstanding disciple had been killed, and his sect's creation realm cultivator, Su Shu, had been beaten to the point of vomiting blood. He still had to thank the other party for not killing Su Shu. Patriarch Xianxia was incomparably furious, but he knew that there was no benefit in going against the Martial Spirit Palace. Patriarch Xianxia took everyone from the High Divine Sect and tore through the void to leave. Huff. Lin Feng took a deep breath. In the past, Yuji had once invited Lin Feng to join the Martial Spirit Palace. Lin Feng had also agreed to Yuji's request. If not for the change in his family and the fact that he was being hunted down by the ancient capital. Right now, Lin Feng should already be a cultivator of the martial spirit palace. Fate was playing tricks on people. Perhaps there was a missing piece of fate. Thank you for your help, Sister Yuji. Lin Feng stepped forward. He had a very close relationship with Yuji. Back then, Lin Feng had seen Yuji, such a high and mighty figure, reminiscing about her mother in the imperial palace of her homeland. She had wept bitterly. At that time, Lin Feng suddenly understood a principle. No matter how strong a person was, they would always have a weakness. And kinship was the weakness of countless people. People live in this world. Not only for their own survival. He was still alive for his family. And kinship was also the most precious emotion in this world. After so many years, things have changed. Yuji sighed with emotion. The weak youth from back then had now grown to the point where he could kill the outstanding disciples of the ancient powers. Back then, her judgment was not wrong. Lin Feng laughed bitterly. It was indeed as Yuji had said. Many years had passed, and time had changed too many things. Let's go to the martial spirit palace to talk. Yuji said. Lin Feng nodded. He greeted Morong Shui and then headed to the martial spirit palace with Yuji. However, it was clear that the matter of Du Guxian being killed would not end so easily. This matter continued to ferment. How many years had it been since a genius with a special physique like Du Guxian had been killed? Since the Middle Ages, Du Guxian was the first top prodigy of the Archean forces to be killed in the past 30,000 years. Therefore, this matter caused a huge uproar. Countless people were still talking about that soul-stirring battle. Lin Feng and Yuji arrived at the Martial Spirit Palace. There was a branch of the Martial Spirit Palace in Heaven's Sacred City. In a room, fragrant tea was boiling on a white jade table. The room was filled with the refreshing fragrance of tea. Yuji poured a cup of tea for Lin Feng and asked with concern, "How have you been all these years?" Lin Feng's heart warmed slightly. He nodded and said, "Everything is fine." Yuji said, "Being alone outside, I'm afraid he must have suffered a lot." Lin Feng replied, "The path of cultivation will never be smooth sailing." Yuji smiled and said, "Indeed, but only after walking all this way did I realize that I've gained a lot. I'm happy for you that you've grown to your current level." Lin Feng said, "Thank you for your concern, Sister Yuji. However, I was unable to join the Martial Spirit Palace and failed to live up to your invitation. No matter which faction you join, as long as you can raise your cultivation base, your choice is the right one. Besides, life is filled with countless uncertainties. Who knows what will happen in the future?" Yuji smiled slightly. She was noble and beautiful, and her smile could warm people's hearts. Being together with Yuji calmed Lin Feng's heart down as well. "I met Morong Baichuan of the Spirit Array Master Guild overseas. I heard from him that you've become a heaven-rank Spirit Array Master?" Yuji looked at Lin Feng. "That's right." Lin Feng nodded. Yuji then continued, "Have you ever thought about leaving the martial heaven continent one day?" When he heard Yuji's words, Lin Feng's heart began to beat faster. He naturally wanted to leave the martial heaven continent. He wanted to go to the starry sky world. However, Lin Feng knew that he needed to be strong enough to do so. Lin Feng suppressed the throbbing in his heart and asked, "Sister Yuji, what do you want to say? Please tell me." Ever since the Middle Ages, the martial heaven continent hasn't been able to produce a spirit. Do you know why? Yuji asked. Lin Feng asked, "Is it because the spirit veins have dried up?" Yuji said, "That's only one of the reasons. The main reason is that the martial heaven continent doesn't have any chi of heaven and earth. If you cultivate to the rebirth realm and break through, you'll reach the deity realm. However, to break through to the deity realm, you need to absorb chi of heaven and earth. However, the chi of heaven and earth on the martial heaven continent has dried up, so it's impossible for anyone to reach the deity realm on the martial heaven continent." "What's chi of heaven and earth?" Lin Feng asked curiously. Yuji said, "It's a mysterious power. Some people can pick up magical treasures when they go out, while others are killed by falling meteors when they go out. Why is that? It's because of chi of heaven and earth. Those who have great chi of heaven and earth can do heaven-defying things and reach the deity realm. That's why after reaching the rebirth realm, you need to absorb qi of heaven and earth. It's said that the martial heaven continent doesn't have anyone at the rebirth realm. Is it because the martial heaven continent doesn't have qi of heaven and earth that can't help them break through, so they left? Is that so? Asked Lin Feng. Lin Feng was confused. Yin Yang, fortune, life and death, and reincarnation. Currently, the Yin Yang realm cultivators on the martial heaven continent were the backbone of the various great powers. On the other hand, creation realm cultivators were almighty existences and often held important positions in society. As for life and death realm cultivators, they were lofty figures who looked down on the martial heaven continent. Perhaps the rebirth realm cultivators existed, but even if they did, they had probably just broken through. They would soon leave the martial heaven continent. Yuji nodded and said, "That's right. Cultivators at the rebirth realm can absorb qi of heaven and earth, but the martial heaven continent doesn't have qi of heaven and earth, so they naturally choose to leave. Staying on the martial heaven continent is just wasting time." After pausing for a moment, Yuji continued, "In the depths of the East Sea, there's a boundless ocean. In that ocean, danger lurks everywhere. If you're not careful, you can die. Cultivators at the rebirth realm risk their lives to enter that ocean. They have to cross the ocean to reach the other side. It's the 9 prefectures," said Lin Feng in surprise. That's right, the 9 prefectures. Originally, the martial heaven continent was one of the 9 prefectures, but the Great War at the end of the ancient era caused the 9 prefectures to collapse. In the end, the 9 prefectures and the martial heaven continent were formed. Yuji took a deep breath and said, "The 9 prefectures are the cradle of strong cultivators. There's qi of heaven and earth there, and you can reach the deity realm. The 9 prefectures have true gods. Sister Yuji wants to invite me to cross the ocean and go to the 9 prefectures together?" asked Lin Feng. Yuji smiled and said, "That's what I'm planning to do. Cultivators at the rebirth realm risk their lives crossing the ocean. Sister Yuji, you might be able to break through to the rebirth realm soon, but I'll have to wait for many years," said Lin Feng. "No, there's an opportunity in front of us," said Yuji. "What opportunity?" Lin Feng was surprised. "After the Tianqi Road opens, the endless ocean will change. The Tianqi Road will be open for 3 years, and during these 3 years, the endless ocean will change. These 3 years will be relatively safe for the endless ocean. We will enter the endless ocean in the 3rd year. At that time, the endless ocean will have undergone 2 years of subtle changes, and its danger will be reduced to the lowest point. It's the safest time for us to enter the endless ocean. Therefore, every time the Tianqi Road opens, a group of cultivators who haven't reached the rebirth realm will enter the endless ocean. After all, reaching the rebirth realm and the martial heaven continent is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. If we can reach the 9 prefectures, breaking through to the rebirth realm or even the god realm will be much easier," said Yuji. Lin Feng felt his heart beating violently. If he cultivated in the martial heaven continent, he didn't know how long it would take to reach the rebirth realm, let alone the god realm. Lin Feng was moved by Yuji's suggestion. Although crossing the endless ocean was dangerous, if he could succeed, it would greatly shorten the time he needed to reach the rebirth realm or the god realm. In the boundless ocean, there are many terrifying restrictions that require a powerful spiritual formation master. With your abilities, you might be able to become a holy level spiritual formation master before the Tianqi Road opens. To the cultivators who enter the boundless ocean, a spiritual formation master is even more valuable than a cultivator of the rebirth realm," said Yuji. Lin Feng nodded and said, "All right, then it's settled. When the time comes, I'll meet up with my sister and we'll cross the endless ocean together. We'll go to the 9 prefectures together, but I don't know who else will come with us. There's the Fiend Clan's Fire Crow Sage, Yuan Jianma, one of the 8 great wandering cultivators of the Devil Path, Wu Jiao, Jiangyu from the Immemorial Jiang family, Ji Chongkong from the Great Zhou Empire." Hearing these names, Lin Feng was slightly moved. These were all peerless experts of the martial heaven continent. Which one of them wasn't an ancient powerhouse? Long live the Great Zhou Empire. Lin Feng rested in Heaven Saint City for a day before he planned to head to Gentleman City. Lin Feng was very clear about his situation. The Divine Sect and the Dugu family would definitely want to get rid of him. but so what? They could just come. It was still unknown who would win. Killing Du Guxian was naturally a satisfying thing. The only thing that Lin Feng felt a little regretful was that the mysterious blacksmith had left Heaven Saint City. His wish to upgrade the 7 treasures glazed pagoda to a Dao artifact had temporarily fallen through. He could only wait for the blacksmith to return before looking for her. Gentleman City, one of the 10 great ancient capitals of the Divine Land in the East County. It was very lively during this period of time, and many spirit formation masters had come to Gentleman City. These spirit formation masters were all here for the city lord of Gentleman City, Han Zihua. Han Zihua's wife did not have long to live. On the other hand, Han Zihua loved his wife deeply. He took out a 100,000-year-old sacred medicine passed down by his ancestors as a reward. He hoped that someone could refine a life-prolonging pill so that his wife could live. A 100,000-year-old sacred medicine had a fatal attraction to anyone, let alone an alchemist. Many alchemists flocked over. However, ordinary life-prolonging pills could not have any effect on Han Zihua's wife. The city lord's mansion. In a room made of ice, cold air lingered. On the ice bed lay a beautiful woman who looked like she had walked out of a painting. Her eyes were closed, and she did not move at all. Her breathing was very weak. Han Zihua sat on the edge of the bed, tired and sad. This woman was Han Zihua's wife, Rua Shi. Back then, in order to save Han Zihua, her meridians, internal organs, and soul were shattered. Even the sacred medicine could not cure her. Rua Shi hung on to her last breath and did not leave. Du Guotian, if it weren't for you, Lin Feng might have already come to fulfill his promise. If Rua Shi dies, even if I have to risk my life, I will tear you into pieces. Han Zihua's eyes revealed a hateful expression. Back then, he had a 5-year agreement with Lin Feng. Within 5 years, Lin Feng would break through to the Earth stage and help him refine the primordial meridian replenishing pill. Han Zihua thought that his wife could live for 100 years. This way, he would be able to find a way to save his wife within 100 years. However, they never thought that Du Guotian would attack the Lin family. Later, Aotian ancient capital issued a bounty on Lin Feng. In Han Zihua's view, it was very likely that Lin Feng had already died in the hands of the Dugu clan. After all, Lin Feng was just a young man. How could he avoid being wanted by the Dugu clan? He wanted to give his wife Rua Shi a chance to live another 100 years. It was severed just like that. Towards Du Guotian, who caused all of this, Han Zihua's hatred also overflowed to the heavens. If Lin Feng hadn't died, he would have come to Gentleman City by now, but there are no ifs in this world. Han Zihua admired Lin Feng very much. She still remembered the handsome face of that talented, gentle, and tenacious young man. Now that he thought of that young man, he could only sigh. Sir, more than 10 alchemists have arrived. They're already waiting in the living room. The voice of the guard commander came from outside. Han Zihua already did not know how many alchemists he had received, but none of them had any real ability. Even if there were some alchemists with decent skills, they still couldn't refine a pill that could prolong his wife's life. Han Zihua said tiredly, arrange for them to rest for a day, then prepare to refine the pill. Yes, sir. The guard commander acknowledged and then retreated. Lin Feng walked out of Gentleman City's teleportation portal. Gentleman City was one of the 10 great ancient cities in the East County of the Divine Prefecture, so it was naturally very lively. Back then, I had a 5-year agreement with Senior Han Zihua. Now, there are still a few months until the agreement. I finally arrived early. Lin Feng let out a long breath. 5 years ago, Han Zihua's wife was about to die. It was the Fire Qilant's mysterious sky protection pill that had extended Han Zihua's wife's life by 5 years. Now that Lin Feng had come, he had 2 goals. The first was to fulfill the agreement back then and refine a pill to prolong Han Zihua's wife's life. The second was to rope in Han Zihua so that when the time came, they could attack Aotian ancient capital together. Lin Feng did not waste any time. He went straight to the city lord's residence. The city lord's residence was very imposing and heavily guarded. Rumble, in the distance, a strange beast was rushing over. This was a fire demon beast, a ferocious creature that was shaped like a Taowu. Its thick and solid limbs were galloping about, surrounded by the power of flames. A dozen alchemists were sitting cross-legged on the back of a fire magical beast. In the end, they stopped in front of the city lord's residence. Fire magical beasts? Are those people from the Fire Valley? Someone recognized the identity of the newcomer and immediately cried out in alarm. The Fire Valley was an ancient organization, one of the top 10 organizations in the 72 prefectures. It was different from the other organizations in the 72 prefectures. That was because the Fire Valley trained alchemists. Every disciple of the Fire Valley was an alchemist. Alchemists had a high status in the Tianwu continent, so the Fire Valley's status was naturally higher than the other organizations. Hu Qianyun, that's the hall master of the Fire Valley's alchemy hall, right? It's said that his alchemy skills are unfathomable. It's said that the Alchemist Guild also wants to recruit Hu Qianyun and appoint him as the president of Yozhou's Alchemist Guild. Someone pointed at a man wearing a flaming robe and said. That man looked to be in his 30s, and his every movement carried an air of superiority and arrogance. The revered status of alchemists made them have a feeling of being a cut above others no matter where they went. Lin Feng glanced at the people from the Fire Valley and looked away. When he arrived at the entrance of the city lord's residence, he was stopped by the guards. Do not barge into the city lord's residence. The guard said solemnly. Lin Feng flicked his finger. A faint purple flame danced on his fingertip. So it's Lord Alchemist. When the guards saw that Lin Feng was an alchemist, they looked at him respectfully. Pfft, faint purple flame. That should be the 936th earth fire, the purple ethereal fire, right? At that moment, a mocking voice sounded. Lin Feng looked over and saw a dozen alchemists walking over. They were the alchemists from the Fire Valley, and the one who had spoken was a young alchemist in his 20s. The young alchemist glanced at Lin Feng disdainfully and said, City Lord Han has offered such a huge bounty, so any kind of trash dares to come to Gentleman's City to join in the fun. As City Lord Han's guards, you should keep your eyes open. How can someone who can refine a trash flame like the purple ethereal fire be an alchemist? Most of them are swindlers. Letting them in will only waste City Lord Han's time. Lin Feng said indifferently, looks like I didn't check the almanac before leaving. Otherwise, why would I hear wild dogs barking in broad daylight? The alchemist's expression sank, and he looked coldly at Lin Feng. Kid, are you courting death? Do you believe that I can kill you with a flick of my finger? At that moment, a female alchemist said, Senior Brother Zhuyan, why get angry over such a lowly person's words? Wouldn't that be beneath our status? Young master, those people from the Fire Valley have always been high and mighty. You don't have to care about their words. After the people from the Fire Valley left, the guard commander said aloud. These guards, would not go and underestimate any alchemist. Even if Lin Feng had only refined the trashiest flame, or even if he was just a low-level alchemist, they did not dare to slight him. This was because even the lowest-level alchemist had a very honorable status. Lin Feng smiled slightly, but he did not say anything. They were just a group of clowns. How could Lin Feng be angered by the words of a group of clowns? Under the lead of a guard, Lin Feng entered the city lord's mansion. The guard brought Lin Feng to a courtyard and said respectfully, Young master, this is where the alchemists live. The alchemists who came today will rest here for a day. Tomorrow, the city lord will come personally to receive everyone. Lin Feng nodded. Someone had arranged a small courtyard for Lin Feng, so he would stay here for the time being. Back then, when something happened to my family, Han Zihua must have thought that I died in that catastrophe, right? I wonder what he would think if he saw me. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. Han Zihua had indeed had a hard time all these years. Outsiders saw him as the high and mighty city lord of Gentleman's City. But who would know the hard work Han Zihua had put in to save his wife? Entering the great wilderness was a narrow escape. Entering the great swamp was close to death. Exploring the abyss and returning with serious injuries. Time and time again, he had searched for a way to save his wife, but he had returned empty-handed. However, Han Zihua had never given up. He continued to persevere, even if it meant giving up his life. This was also what Lin Feng admired about Han Zihua. Gentleman's City, Teleportation Plaza. More than 10 alchemists walked out. These alchemists were all wearing scorching sun robes. The Alchemist Guild was the same as the Spirit Array Caster Guild. There were two kinds of people who could wear scorching sun robes. The first kind of people were Great Elder level alchemists. Alchemists of this level were all Earth Stage high rank or peak Earth Stage alchemists. The second type of people were those who hadn't reached the high level of the Earth realm, but they held the position of the president of the Alchemist Union of a state. It was clear that these alchemists all had extraordinary statuses. They were either the Grand Elder of the Alchemist Association or the President of the Alchemist Union of a province. Normally, meeting such a person was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. But today, there were more than 10 people gathered here. If Lin Feng was here, he would definitely be able to recognize one of the alchemists. It was the alchemist he had instructed in Stone City. This person was none other than the president of the Central Alchemist Union of the East County, Shi Ningming's father, the King of Medicine, Shi Yan. Under Lin Feng's guidance, Shi Yan broke through to become an Earth-rank high-rank alchemist, and his status in the Alchemist Association also rose substantially. However, these people didn't care about Shi Yan. Instead, it was an old man wearing a long robe of the sun, moon, and stars. In the Alchemist Association, there was only one kind of alchemist who was qualified to wear such a robe, a heaven-rank alchemist. Oh my God, look, there are so many important people here. Is that the president of the Central Alchemist Union of the East County, Shi Yan? Is that the president of the Central Alchemist Union of Wuzhou, Zhang Kuan? Is that the president of the Central Alchemist Union of Zizhou, Shui Zicang? Exclamations of surprise rang out one after another. Countless gazes were fixed on the group of important people who walked out of the teleportation array. Any one of these people was at the level of a king of medicine. Which one of them wasn't famous, but now, there were so many important people gathered together. Soon, everyone discovered that an old man was surrounded by a myriad of stars, like a moon surrounded by stars. When they saw the old man wearing the long robe of the sun, moon, and stars, they were shocked. Countless people were shocked. The person in charge of the Alchemist Union of the 72 northern states, Sun Yi. This was an important person who could shake the entire 72 northern states with a stump of his foot. Oh my God, why are there so many important people here? Even the people in charge of the Central Alchemist Union of the 72 northern states are here. They must be here for the 100,000-year-old spirit herb. Many people were discussing this. Let's go and see Han Zihua, said Sun Yi. Yes, said the many King of Medicine alchemists respectfully. Sun Yi was escorted by the King of Medicine alchemists towards the city lord's mansion. The arrival of these major figures quickly spread throughout Gentleman City, causing a huge commotion. It was as if all the streets had turned out. Countless people crowded the streets to watch these legendary big shots. When Han Zihua heard about them, he quickly came out to welcome them. It wasn't just Han Zihua, many other alchemists in the city lord's mansion, including a dozen alchemists from the Hua Valley, also came out to greet Sun Yi and the others. They're here. Shui Yan, the alchemist from the Hua Valley, pointed in the distance and shouted excitedly, "Look, it's really the King of Medicine alchemists and the person in charge of the Central Alchemist Union of the 72 northern states, Sun Yi." When Sun Yi celebrated his 3000th birthday, I went with the Hua Valley's leader to congratulate him. Be careful when you speak, said Hu Qianyun. Yes, sir, said the people from the Hua Valley hastily. Junior Han Zihua greets Senior Sunday. Han Zihua hurriedly walked over and bowed to Sun Yi. All right, no need for formalities. Sun Yi nodded. Junior Hu Qianyun greets Senior Sunday. Hu Qianyun led the disciples of the Hua Valley to bow to Sun Yi. Sun Yi nodded and said, So you're a disciple of the Hua Valley. I have a good relationship with your leader. You're Hu Qianyun, right? I remember now. Your leader heard that the position of president of the Yuzhou Alchemist Union of the Central Alchemist Union was vacant, so he came to see me. What level are you now? Hu Qianyun was astonished. Sun Yi was probably asking him what level he was now because he wanted to see if he was qualified to be the president of the Central Alchemist Union of Yuzhou. Many people looked at Hu Qianyun with envy. Once Hu Qianyun became the president of the Central Alchemist Union of Yuzhou, he might be able to gradually integrate into the core circle of the Alchemist Union of Yuzhou. At that time, he would have countless benefits. His connections would be expanded, and he would be rewarded with heaven-tier pills. If he was lucky, he might even be rewarded with saint-tier pills. Of course, he would also be able to come in contact with ancient recipes. It was definitely a position that would make people jealous. Hu Qianyun hastily said, "I'm a mid-tier Earth-level formation master." "All right." Sunny nodded expressionlessly. Nobody knew what he was thinking. However, many people knew that Sunny had acknowledged Hu Qianyun's abilities. Sunny was an important person, so he naturally wouldn't make promises in front of people. However, Hu Qianyun would soon be appointed as the president of the Central Alchemist Union of Yuzhou. "Greetings, sir." The rest of the alchemists also walked over and bowed to Sunny. "You're all excused." Sunny waved his hand. At that moment, the alchemist from the Fire Valley called Shuyan saw that Lin Feng was actually standing there without moving. He coldly looked at Lin Feng and scolded, "Brat, you're also an alchemist. Although you're just a low-tier alchemist, you're still an alchemist. As an alchemist, you actually didn't greet the head of the Alchemist Union of the 72 Northern Prefectures? Are you looking down on senior son?" When Shuyan said this, many people's expressions suddenly changed. Sun Yi's expression couldn't help but darken. There was actually an alchemist who didn't greet him, the head of the Alchemist Union of the 72 Northern Prefectures. Wasn't this looking down on him? Wasn't this telling the outside world that he didn't have enough prestige in the 72 Northern Prefectures? He was actually being looked down on by an alchemist. If this matter spread out, wouldn't he become a laughingstock? When he thought of this, Sunny felt a chill in his heart. Everyone looked at Lin Feng. Many people knew that Lin Feng was finished. As an alchemist, he actually didn't greet the head of the Alchemist Union of the 72 Northern Prefectures. Wasn't this courting death? This young man looks like Lin Feng? Han Zihua looked at Lin Feng with a puzzled expression. 5 years had passed in a hurry. Lin Feng had turned from a weak youth to a handsome young man. Naturally, his appearance had changed a lot. Therefore, Han Zihua didn't recognize Lin Feng at first glance. But she also had doubts in her heart. Great master. When Shuyan saw Lin Feng in the crowd, he was astonished. Even though he had only met Lin Feng once. How could Shuyan forget Lin Feng? He later confirmed with his daughter, Shi Ningming, that Lin Feng was indeed the heaven-rank Spirit Array Master of the Spirit Array Master Union who had come to the Alchemist Association to rest for a few days. But this wasn't what shocked Shuyan the most. What really shocked Shuyan was that Lin Feng was very likely a heaven-rank alchemist. He was only 22 or 23 years old. Not only was he a heaven-rank Spirit Array Master, but he was also a heaven-rank alchemist. This was too shocking. Even Yu Ji of the Martial Spirit Palace and Morong Baichuan of the Spirit Array Master Union didn't know about Lin Feng's double identity. This was because Lin Feng had only shown his profound attainments in alchemy in front of Shuyan. That was to say, he had only taught Shuyan this once. And some time ago, Shuyan had successfully broken through to become an Earth-rank high-rank alchemist. This was naturally a big deal because Shuyan had been promoted to the Great Elder of the Alchemist Association. Therefore, even the Alchemist Association's chief of the 72 northern states, Sun Yi, had personally come to preside over Shuyan's promotion ceremony. In addition, there were 3 Great Elders and 12 presidents of the Spirit Array Master Union who had a good relationship with Shuyan. These people all worked in the Spirit Array Master Union of one of the 72 northern states. After the promotion ceremony, Shuyan had a secret conversation with Sun Yi. It was just the two of them, and Shuyan was talking about Lin Feng. When Sun Yi heard that a 22 or 23-year-old heaven-rank Spirit Array Master and heaven-rank alchemist had appeared, he was so scared that he almost fell to the ground. Sun Yi was already more than 3,000 years old. He had studied for more than 2,000 years before he was promoted to a heaven-rank alchemist. Sun Yi knew how difficult it was to want to advance to heaven-tier alchemist. Some people might not be able to break through to heaven-rank alchemist in their entire lives. As for that young man, he was so young. Not only was he a heaven-rank Spirit Array Master, but he was also a heaven-rank alchemist. What this meant was self-evident. If the 5 ancestors of the Alchemist Temple were to find out about this, they would personally appear to rope him in. Sun Yi was eager to see Lin Feng. But there was no way to see it. Because at that time, Lin Feng had already left. This made Sun Yi extremely vexed. Later on, Sunny heard that Han Zihua from the gentleman's city had taken out 100,000-year-old sacred medicine as a reward, seeking a pill that could prolong his wife's life. Therefore, Sunny decided to make a trip there personally. This was the reason why Sunny and the others had come to Gentleman's City. Little brother, quickly kneel down and kowtow to His Excellency and apologize. His Excellency will forgive you because you're young and ignorant. A middle-aged pharmacist with a good heart beside Lin Feng hurriedly said. Clearly, he was worried that Lin Feng would provoke a huge disaster. In the world of cultivators, one didn't even need a reason to kill someone. Needless to say, if Lin Feng offended the person in charge of the Alchemist Guild of the 72 prefectures, he would definitely be killed. Countless people would want to quietly get rid of Lin Feng for Sun Yi's sake and curry favor with him. Lin Feng said indifferently, in the 72 prefectures, there isn't a single pharmacist qualified for me to bow to. Hearing Lin Feng's words, the middle-aged pharmacist who had warned Lin Feng was so scared that his face turned pale. Crazy, this kid is crazy. He shook his head and didn't know what to say to Lin Feng. He knew that Lin Feng's words were like water that couldn't be undone. No one could save Lin Feng. Moreover, he was only a rogue cultivator. Although he was also a pharmacist, he was only a profound-ranked pharmacist. Even if he wanted to help Lin Feng, he didn't have the strength to do so. This kid is really courting death. Serves him right. Shui Yan sneered in his heart. This person was obviously still holding a grudge against Lin Feng, but he thought highly of himself and felt that Lin Feng wasn't qualified for him to make a move. Therefore, he had just used a borrowed knife to kill him. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Shui Yan's heart was filled with ecstasy. He felt that he should perform well in front of Sun Yi. Maybe in the future, he would be able to curry favor with a big shot like Sun Yi and have a meteoric rise. Thinking of this, Shui Yan coldly scolded again, "Kid, you're really blind. A lowly pharmacist actually doesn't know his place and doesn't even put Lord Sun Yi in his eyes. You're simply a disgrace to us pharmacists." Slap. Before Shui Yan could finish his sentence, everyone heard a loud clapping sound. The arrogant Shui Yan screamed as he was slapped 4 or 5 meters away by the newly promoted Great Elder of the Spirit Array Caster Guild. Shui Yan wasn't the only one who was stunned. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Even Sun Yi, who was originally furious, was stunned. He didn't know why Shui Yan would do such a thing. Shui Yan was just defending Sun Yi's dignity. Now, Shui Yan slapped Shui Yan, who was defending Sun Yi's dignity, flying. What did this mean, indirectly slapping Sun Yi's face? That didn't make sense. Sun Yi was Shui Yan's boss, and he controlled Shui Yan's fate. How could Shui Yan dare to offend Sun Yi? This was what everyone was puzzled about. "Brother Shi, what do you mean by this?" Seeing Shui Yan being slapped, Hu Qianyun's face sank. He was also an Earth-rank Spirit Array caster and the leader of the Fire Valley. In addition, he would soon become the president of the Yuzhou Alchemist Union. Therefore, Hu Qianyun wasn't afraid of Shui Yan. Therefore, he questioned him. If someone from the Fire Valley was slapped for no reason, the Fire Valley would lose face. Shui Yan ignored Hu Qianyun and quickly walked to the gloomy Sun Yi and whispered, "Lord, that young man is the Master Lin Feng that I mentioned before." What? Sun Yi's expression changed again and again. A 22 or 23-year-old heaven-rank Spirit Array caster and heaven-rank alchemist. Such a person. Even if Sun Yi saw him, he would still have to speak politely to him. Because it might not be long before the other party became a saint. At that time, his fate might be in the other party's hands. How could he not be careful when he spoke? Thinking of this, the anger in Sun Yi's heart had long disappeared, and a smile hung on his face. He quickly walked towards Lin Feng. Seeing Sun Yi walk towards Lin Feng, many people secretly thought, could it be that Lord Sun Yi wants to personally teach that brat a lesson? If that's the case, that brat is dead for sure. However, something that caused everyone to be incomparably astonished happened. Sun Yi arrived in front of Lin Feng, cupped his fists, and asked with a smile on his face, "I am Sun Yi, may I know if you are Brother Lin?" Everyone was dumbfounded. Sun Yi was a heaven-rank alchemist. He was actually so polite to a young cultivator around the age of 20. He even called him Brother Lin. This was how people of the same generation talked. In the world of cultivators, there was only one situation where people of the same generation talked, and that was when the two of them were on the same level. In other words, could that young man also be a heaven-rank alchemist? Thinking of this situation, many people felt as if they were going crazy. How could there be such a young heaven-rank alchemist? This was definitely not true. No one believed it. They were even more unwilling to believe that it was true. It's Lin Feng, it must be Lin Feng, I can't be wrong. When Han Zihua saw that even a big shot like Sunny was talking to the young master as an equal, he clenched his fists tightly, his heart filled with excitement. He was sure that the young master was definitely Lin Feng. Only a monstrous talent like Lin Feng would have the hope of becoming a heaven-rank alchemist at this age. A heaven-rank alchemist. Back then, I thought that becoming an earth-rank alchemist within 5 years was already heaven-defying. I never thought that he would actually become a heaven-rank alchemist. Lin Feng cupped his fists and said, "So it's fellow Sunday, nice to meet you." Seeing this scene, countless people were so shocked that they almost fell to the ground. What was going on? How could a big shot like Sunny be so polite to a young man? And the young man's attitude was also very calm. In the young man's eyes, was Sun Yi's polite attitude a matter of course? This was too inconceivable. What happened just now was a misunderstanding. Please don't take it to heart, Brother Lin. Sunny said apologetically. He was even worried that Lin Feng would hate him because of Shuyan's rash behavior. Offending such a young master. This was definitely something that would make people regret. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Why would I be angry because of a few cats and dogs? Brother Lin is really magnanimous." Sunny let out a long breath and smiled. Seeing Lin Feng, who was on the same level as Sun Yi, Shuyan was so scared that his face turned pale. Similarly, the female alchemist from the Fire Valley who had mocked Lin Feng was also trembling in fear. Now they naturally knew that the low-level alchemist they looked down on most likely had a great origin. Didn't they see that even a big shot like Sunny was so polite to him? "Thank you, Master, for guiding this junior in alchemy a few days ago. This junior will never forget Master's kindness." Shuyan quickly walked up and bowed to Lin Feng. In the world of cultivators, seniority was determined by ability. It was not determined by age. With Lin Feng's identity as a heaven-rank spirit array master, it was reasonable for Shuyan to address himself as a junior in front of Lin Feng. Of course, Lin Feng did not know that Shuyan was Ningming's father. If he knew, he would not have accepted Shuyan's bow with a clear conscience. Lin Feng glanced at Shuyan and nodded, "These are your opportunities, your good fortune. You don't need to thank me. In the future, cultivate well and that will be the best reward for me." "Yes, this junior will remember," Shuyan said respectfully. At this moment, Lin Feng looked at Han Zihua, who was looking at him with a bewildered expression, and said with a smile, "I have not forgotten the 5-year agreement. I wonder if City Lord Han still remembers?" It really was Lin Feng, he didn't die in Du Guotian's hands. Han Zihua looked at Lin Feng excitedly and asked, "It's been so many years since we last met. How are you?" "Thank you for your concern." Lin Feng patted Han Zihua. Old friends reunited. He was filled with many emotions. "Master Lin, senior son, please come in for a chat," Han Zihua said. "Brother Lin, please," Sunny said politely. "Fellow Taoist son, please." Lin Feng also made an inviting gesture. The two of them smiled and stood side by side. Under the escort of Han Zihua and the others, they walked toward the city lord's mansion. Everyone stood on both sides and saluted. Lin Feng stopped beside the middle-aged alchemist and asked, "What's your name?" The middle-aged alchemist's face turned pale. He had previously advised Lin Feng to kneel and apologize to Sunny in hopes that Sunny would calm down. The middle-aged alchemist didn't know Lin Feng's identity. He was worried that Lin Feng would vent his anger on him because of this. The middle-aged alchemist hurriedly bowed and said in fear and trepidation, "This junior is called Lu Ping. Please forgive me for offending you, sir." After saying that, his legs went weak and he was about to kneel on the ground. Lin Feng supported him and said, "You had good intentions. What did you do wrong?" He paused for a moment and asked, "Which alchemist are you from?" "This junior is a rogue cultivator," the middle-aged alchemist said. Lin Feng looked at Sunny and smiled. The Spirit Array Master Guild has a character assessment to check the character of each guild's Spirit Array Master. Does the Alchemist Guild care about character? Sunny said, of course. I think this person's character is not bad. Lin Feng pointed at the middle-aged alchemist. He is indeed not bad. I remember that there is a vacancy for an elder in the Wuzhou Alchemist Guild. Did I remember wrongly? Sunny said. The president of the Wuzhou Alchemist Guild, Zhang Kuan, immediately walked out and respectfully said, reporting to my lord, there is indeed a vacancy for an elder. Let me recommend someone to you. What do you think? Sunny said with a smile. Zhang Kuan immediately said, the person recommended by my lord is naturally the most suitable. Then this person. Sunny pointed at the middle-aged alchemist, Lu Ping. Lu Ping was completely stunned. He was just a rogue cultivator. Although in the eyes of ordinary people, he still had a lot of status. However, in the eyes of a large power, a rogue alchemist like him, and one that wasn't even a high-level alchemist, had no status at all. And now, he had gone from an ordinary alchemist to an ordinary alchemist. In the blink of an eye, he had become a respected elder of the Wuzhou Alchemist Guild with a lofty status. Lu Ping even thought that this was a dream. Around him, many envious gazes looked at Lu Ping. Everyone knew. Lu Ping had met a benefactor. He had warned that young lord before. That young lord did not forget to remind Lu Ping. By the time Lu Ping came back to his senses, Lin Feng and Sunny had already left with Han Zihua and the others. Do your best. Zhang Kuan patted Lu Ping's shoulder in an amiable manner. Lu Ping felt as if he was in a dream. Since when had there been such a big shot like the president of the Alchemist Union of a province speaking so politely to him, but now, such a situation had actually happened. Lu Ping knew that it was that young master's words that changed his life. Senior brother, what should we do now? A Fire Valley alchemist carefully looked at the gloomy Hu Qianyun. Hu Qianyun said, later, I will go and seek an audience with Senior Sunday. I hope that Senior Sun can put in a few good words in front of that lord. Hu Qianyun naturally understood the ways of the world. Although Lin Feng said that he didn't care about what happened before, did he really not care? However, regardless of whether Lin Feng cared or not, he had to change the impression of the Fire Valley in Lin Feng's heart. Offending such a powerful person was obviously a huge blow to the Fire Valley. Heavens, isn't that young master the one we received before? I still remember that the people from the Fire Valley humiliated that young master. I didn't expect that young master to be treated so politely by a big shot like Sunny. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Fortunately, we didn't look down on him like those people from the Fire Valley. Otherwise, we would definitely be in trouble. I think that Hu Qianyun's goal of becoming the president of the Yu Prefecture's Alchemist Guild is most likely gone. The guards of the City Lord's mansion were discussing softly. The onlookers outside the City Lord's mansion were also discussing spiritedly. Who exactly was that young master? This was what everyone was puzzled about. Among the crowd, Su Shu's gaze was sinister as he looked at Lin Feng's back. At night, Han Zihua held a welcoming banquet for Lin Feng and Sunny. Many of the upper echelons of Gentleman City came to attend. After the banquet, Lin Feng returned to his residence and began to refine the Immemorial Life Continuing Pill. The pill wasn't difficult to refine, but the recipe was precious. The Immemorial Life Continuing Pill was a pill that could protect the soul. The biggest problem Han Zihua's wife, Ruashi, was facing now was that her soul was about to be destroyed. Once a person's soul died, they would be completely dead. The Immemorial Life Continuing Pill would extend Ruashi's life, allowing her soul to live for another 100 years. As for Han Zihua, he would find a heavenly treasure that could restore Ruashi's soul within the next 100 years, allowing her to recover from this state of being a living corpse. Sun Yi's residence. Master, Hu Qianyun from Hua Valley requests an audience. Shi Yan walked in from outside. Now that he and Sun Yi were living alone, it could be seen how much Sun Yi valued Shi Yan. Perhaps it had something to do with Shi Yan's promotion to Grand Elder, or perhaps it had something to do with Lin Feng. The other Pill Kings were naturally envious of Shi Yan for being valued by Sun Yi. However, this kind of thing couldn't be achieved just by being envious. They had vaguely heard that Shiyan's daughter seemed to have a close relationship with Lin Feng. It seemed that Sunny also knew about this, which was why he was so close to Shiyan. People from Hua Valley? Humph, if I offend Brother Lin, why would I see them again? Sunny couldn't help but sneer. Shiyan walked out of the small courtyard after receiving the order. He looked at Hu Qianyun, who was anxiously waiting, and said, "Master is already resting, please leave." Then, he ignored the gloomy Hu Qianyun and returned to the courtyard. Hu Qianyun's body swayed slightly. His eyes were filled with anger. Hu Qianyun knew that his chance to become the president of Yozhou's alchemist union was ruined. The people from Hua Valley didn't dare to provoke him. Shuyan said carefully, "Senior brother, it must be that kid behind this. He's so young, so what if he's a heaven-grade alchemist? His cultivation must not be that high. Didn't that brat go out alone? Let's find an opportunity to kill that brat and vent our anger." Upon hearing Shuyan's words, the anger in Hu Qianyun's heart burned even brighter. He coldly stared at Shuyan and said, "It's one thing for you to act arrogantly because you're a disciple of the Fire Valley, but didn't I warn you before that you must be careful with your words in front of Senior Sunny? If not for you, would Senior Sunny vent his anger on me?" The position of president of the Yuzhou Alchemist Union, which was so close to being mine, flew away just like that. "It's all your fault. How can I forgive you so easily?" As his voice fell, the furious Hu Qianyun slapped Shuyan's chest. Bang! Shuyan was sent flying like he was struck by lightning. In midair, he vomited large mouthfuls of blood. He fell to the ground, motionless. Some disciples went to investigate, and discovered that Shuyan had been killed by Hu Qianyun in a fit of rage. "He's dead," the disciple said with a trembling voice. "Senior brother, I was wrong. Please forgive me." The female disciple who had ridiculed Lin Feng knelt on the ground and cried out in fear. Hu Qianyun had a high status in the Fire Valley because he was the nephew of the Fire Valley's leader. Besides, he was already an Earth-level alchemist. They couldn't compete with him. If he killed them, they would have died in vain. After killing Shuyan, Hu Qianyun's anger subsided a lot. He coldly glanced at the female disciple. "Su Rui, you're not bad. Master Lin is at the age where he's young and vigorous. I'm sure he likes women. I'll give you a task. If you succeed, not only will you have a meteoric rise, but I'll also be forgiven by Master Lin. You'll have the opportunity to become the president of the Central Alchemist Union." Hu Qianyun narrowed his eyes as he looked at this beautiful female disciple of the Fire Valley. With a faint smile, he seemed to have thought of a good idea. At dawn, Lin Feng had finished concocting the Immemorial life-extending pill. He rested for a while. When the sun rose, Han Zihua invited Lin Feng out for a meal. Lin Feng called Han Zihua to his room and took out the Immemorial life-extending pill. He said, "This is the Immemorial life-extending pill. After consuming it, your wife's soul will not die for 100 years. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Han Zihua's body suddenly trembled. Then, he excitedly took the bottle containing the Immemorial life-extending pill. "Brother Lin, I will never forget your kindness." Han Zihua was about to bow to Lin Feng. Lin Feng quickly helped him up and said, "Brother Zihua, you don't have to be so polite." At this time, Han Zihua took out a white jade box and said, "I hope Brother Lin can accept this sacred medicine. Only in your hands can such a treasure be used." Lin Feng did not take the white jade box. He said, "If your wife wakes up in the future, her body will be extremely weak. It's better to leave the sacred medicine for her to nurse her body. She needs it more than I do." Han Zihua said with tears in his eyes, "It's my fortune to be able to meet Brother Lin." "Brother Zihua, you're too polite. I also have some things to discuss with you," Lin Feng said. "I'm all ears." Han Zihua cupped his fists. Lin Feng and Han Zihua discussed for an hour. As for the contents of the discussion, only the two of them knew. During breakfast, Lin Feng said, "This time, I agreed to Brother Zihua's 5-year promise to concoct the pill for you. I'm afraid Brother Sun has made a wasted trip." Han Zihua also looked at Sunny apologetically. Sunny had come for the 100,000-year-old sacred medicine. Now that Lin Feng had concocted the Immemorial life-extending pill, Sunny naturally did not have the chance to obtain it. Han Zihua was worried that Sunny would be unhappy, and Lin Feng's explanation was also in hopes that Sunny would not hold a grudge against Han Zihua because of this matter. Sunny smiled and said, "To be able to meet Brother Lin here, even 10 sacred medicines cannot compare." Sunny was indeed a shrewd old man. Although he felt that it was a pity that he had missed the opportunity to obtain the 100,000-year-old sacred medicine, he did not show it on his face. His words made Lin Feng feel extremely comfortable after hearing them, and his impression of Sunny skyrocketed. Sunny then looked at Han Zihua and said with a smile, "Zihua, you don't have to worry. When I saw that your wife was able to extend her life, I couldn't be happier for you. Why would I blame you for a single spirit herb? Thank you for your understanding, Senior." Han Zihua bowed. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Brother Sun is really magnanimous. I admire you." Sunny smiled. Sunny was very satisfied with the way he handled things today. He had left a magnanimous impression in front of Lin Feng, and it was obvious that Lin Feng's impression of him would increase. In Sun Yi's opinion, the value of a 100,000-year-old sacred medicine was far less important than forming a friendship with Lin Feng. Lin Feng stayed in Han Zihua's residence for 3 days. During these 3 days, he spent most of his time with Sunny exchanging alchemy insights. Because Lin Feng had always been researching alchemy by himself, it was very rare for him to meet a heaven-tier alchemist like Sunny. This was indeed a process of mutual exchange and mutual improvement. During these 3 days, not only did the two of them exchange a lot of information, but both Sunny and Lin Feng felt that they had gained a lot. Haha, being able to communicate with Brother Lin has really enlightened me. I can't wait to go back to the main hall and go into seclusion for a while. Sunny smiled. Lin Feng also smiled and said, "Communicating with Brother Sun has also benefited me a lot. I'm also planning to leave Gentleman City. Let's meet again someday." Sunny and Lin Feng both left Gentleman City. Sunny and the others took a teleportation array and left. Lin Feng was going to the imperial capital of the Zhenwu Empire. After leaving for so many years, he wondered how Shangguan Feier was doing. Thinking about Shangguan Feier, Lin Feng's heart warmed slightly. She was a woman who loved Lin Feng deeply. Shangguan Feier also had a very important position in Lin Feng's heart. Because there were no teleportation arrays in the Zhenwu Empire, Lin Feng could only take a griffin to the Zhenwu Empire. After leaving Gentleman City, Lin Feng entered a vast ancient forest. The griffin quickly flew above the ancient forest. When they were passing by a mountain range, suddenly, a gigantic hand which seemed to blot out the sun appeared. That gigantic hand was moving towards Lin Feng in an attempt to grab him. Danger! 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 When Lin Feng saw that gigantic hand which blotted out the sky, he had goosebumps all over his body. He felt a chill run down his spine which made him shiver with fear. A creation realm powerhouse had mastered the power of the laws of heaven and earth. His casual attack had unfathomable power. Swoosh! Lin Feng did not dare to hesitate and quickly rushed into the distance. The griffin was trembling in fear, letting out sorrowful cries from time to time. The huge hand that covered thousands of acres of land grabbed at him, making Lin Feng feel that he could not avoid it. The huge hand gradually closed. Lin Feng pushed his speed to the limit. Before the huge hand closed, he was the first to escape. The griffin was not so lucky. It was caught by the sky-covering hand. It was crushed to death in an instant. Humph! At that moment, a cold voice came from behind Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression changed abruptly. He turned his head and looked behind him. He saw that a cultivator had appeared behind him without him knowing. After seeing this cultivator, Lin Feng's expression turned ugly. This person was none other than Su Shu. Su Shu slapped at Lin Feng with his palm. Axe shattering the firmament. Lin Feng shouted coldly. He condensed a huge axe light and blasted it at Su Shu. However, Lin Feng's primordial divine power was unable to withstand a single blow from Su Shu's attack. With a crack, the axe light shattered. Then, Su Shu's palm landed on Lin Feng's body, sending Lin Feng flying thousands of meters away. There was a loud clang. Lin Feng's body slammed hard on the ground. Instantly, a deep pit that was dozens of meters deep was formed. Lin Feng climbed up from the deep pit and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was as pale as a sheet. This was the terrifying power of a creation realm cultivator. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. He thought that with his great improvement in strength, he would be able to hold on for a while even if he could not defeat a creation realm cultivator. However, he did not expect to think that he was so weak in front of a creation realm cultivator. A creation realm cultivator was like a god. As for himself, he was just a mortal. Mortals were like ants in front of heavenly gods. Lin Feng operated his immortal god body and activated his immortal bloodline. Lin Feng's body recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. He rushed out of the deep pit and looked at Su Shu with a serious expression. Now that he had been locked onto by Su Shu, he couldn't escape even if he wanted to. He could only fight to the death. As expected of the immortal divine body. Not only did you not die from my attack, but your body also recovered quickly. Su Shu said sinisterly. Hee, old man, you're really shameless. As a creation realm cultivator, you actually dared to kill a junior like me. Lin Feng cursed under his breath. That's because you must die. If I don't kill you, how can my anger be appeased? As Su Shu walked over, the aura on his body became more and more terrifying. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth actually surged towards Su Shu and was absorbed by him. Su Shu's aura was getting stronger and stronger. This is... Lin Feng looked at Su Shu with a shocked expression. His ability was too heaven-defying. Absorbing the power of heaven and earth to increase one's combat strength. What kind of method was this? Are you surprised? This is the power of the laws. As soon as Su Shu finished speaking, his dantian flickered with a shocking wave of energy. Lin Feng saw a law appear in Su Shu's dantian. The law hovered in his dantian, devouring the power of heaven and earth. This was the law. It was formed from the Tao marks in the body of a creation realm cultivator after they comprehended the heavenly Tao. The law itself was not only powerful, but it could also devour the power of heaven and earth. Once one grasped the power of the law, one's life would undergo a complete transformation. A yin-yang realm cultivator had a lifespan of 1,000 years. A creation realm cultivator had a lifespan of more than 5,000 years. Some of the top creation realm cultivators even had a lifespan of 7,000 to 8,000 years. Why was this? It was because the laws of heaven and earth continuously absorbed the power of heaven and earth to replenish the cultivator's lifespan. However, a yin-yang realm cultivator had no way of absorbing the power of heaven and earth. At most, they could only absorb some heaven and earth essence energy to increase their cultivation level. There was a huge gap between a yin-yang realm cultivator and a creation realm cultivator in terms of life form, power, and so on. Su Shu attacked Lin Feng with his palm again. This time, Su Shu used a divine ability. Purple lightning intertwined in the void. The divine ability that Su Shu used was called the Tai Purple Heaven Divine Thunder. Boom, a loud sound shook the sky. The power of lightning surged out and attacked Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. He quickly retreated to avoid the terrifying attack. However, Lin Feng found that he could not avoid it at all. He had no choice but to use a divine ability to block it. Sky Split. Saber and Sword Fusion. Lin Feng shouted in a low voice. A saber light condensed in his left hand. Sword chi condensed in his right hand. The saber and sword fused into one and instantly swept towards the purple lightning power. Bang, accompanied by a violent collision sound, the purple lightning power that Su Shu condensed broke Lin Feng's divine ability. Then, the purple lightning power blasted Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng was sent flying again. The purple lightning power caused considerable damage to Lin Feng's body. His skin and flesh were lacerated, and he was dripping with blood. However, Lin Feng's physical body was too strong. The immortal divine blood was quickly healing his injuries. What an enviable talent. However, even a special physique can't be used indefinitely. Didn't you notice that when you awakened your special physique, your dermic powers were consumed very quickly? When the dermic powers in your body are depleted, I can crush you with just a finger. Su Shu said coldly. Lin Feng's expression darkened slightly. It was indeed as Su Shu said. A powerful ability like a special physique naturally consumed an astonishing amount of dermic powers. The more powerful a special physique was, the more dermic powers would be consumed. Obviously, Lin Feng's immortal divine body was one of the 10 great ancient forbidden physiques, and its dermic powers were far more than ordinary special physiques. Lin Feng could only last for an hour at most while activating his immortal divine body. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and said coldly, "Old man, don't be so happy too early. It's not certain who will win this battle. Do you think you can do anything to me with that little bit of strength of yours? How laughable. Take my mountain collapsing palm." Su Shu laughed sinisterly and rushed towards Lin Feng, slapping his palm towards Lin Feng. "Golden core!" shouted Lin Feng in a deep voice. He immediately used his strongest attack. His golden core flew out. The fist-sized golden core emitted a destructive wave of energy as it blasted towards Su Shu. "How can there be such a big golden core?" Su Shu shouted in disbelief. He looked as if he had seen a ghost. In the next moment, the golden core broke through Su Shu's mountain collapsing palm and smashed towards Su Shu. "It's done." Lin Feng's face lit up with joy. But at that moment, Su Shu sneered, "Kid, today I'll let you know how strong a creation realm cultivator is." As soon as he finished speaking, the dermic powers in Su Shu's dantian flew out. The dermic powers swept towards Lin Feng's golden core. Bang! Su Shu's dermic powers collided with Lin Feng's golden core. Destructive power surged out. A large area of the forest was instantly destroyed. Crack, crack. Lin Feng's golden core cracked under the attack of Su Shu's dermic powers. Whoa! Lin Feng also suffered a backlash and spat out a mouthful of blood. Su Shu's dermic powers swept through the air and sent Lin Feng flying a few thousand meters away. Lin Feng's body crashed into a 3,000-meter tall mountain. Bang! The ruins exploded, and Lin Feng rushed out again. He had an unyielding fighting spirit and would never compromise. Lin Feng went against the heavens, and the aura in his body became more terrifying and shocking. He had comprehended 2 types of forces: heaven punishing battle intent and battle force. With every step he took, Lin Feng's battle power would increase greatly. Force could increase a cultivator's battle power. If the force transformed into a domineering aura. Without making a move, the domineering aura would be enough to make gods tremble. 2 types of forces. Su Shu's voice trembled slightly. Even though he had overestimated Lin Feng, his expression changed when he sensed the 2 types of forces emitted from Lin Feng's body. Force was the most difficult to comprehend. Even though he had cultivated to the creation realm, he hadn't been able to comprehend force. If he cultivated to the life and death realm in the future, he might be able to comprehend force. However, after comprehending one type of force, it would be difficult to comprehend a second type of force. Force and force were mutually exclusive. Lin Feng was only at the yin-yang realm, but he had already comprehended 2 types of force. This was too heaven-defying. If this kid was allowed to grow, he would be a big threat in the future. "Kid, you have to die." Su Shu roared and rushed toward Lin Feng. He took out his law and swept it toward Lin Feng. The law condensed by a creation realm cultivator was too terrifying. Previously, Lin Feng's golden core had been split open by the law. Lin Feng quickly put the golden core back into his body. If the golden core was shattered, Lin Feng would be severely injured. His cultivation level would also drop to the 6th level of the yin-yang realm. After his cultivation level dropped, it would be extremely difficult to break through to the 7th level of the yin-yang realm. Lin Feng knew this very well, so he definitely wouldn't continue to expose his golden core. Facing the attack of the law, Lin Feng took out the 7 treasures glazed pagoda, a defensive treasure. The 7 treasures glazed pagoda floated in midair and the light of the 7 treasures shone down to protect Lin Feng. Bang bang bang, the nomological laws bombarded Lin Feng's defensive light shield formed by the 7 treasures glazed pagoda. Crack, crack. The defensive barrier formed by the 7 treasures glazed pagoda was also cracking. Unfortunately, this treasure was not a Dao artifact. If it was, it would have been able to defend against Su Shu's attack. Although Su Shu was powerful, he had only condensed 1 law. This showed that Su Shu was only a cultivator at the 1st level of the creation realm. A cultivator at the 1st firmament of the creation realm would condense a strand of nomological energy. As their cultivation level increased, the number of nomological energy they could condense would also increase. If it was a Dao artifact, it would have no problem defending against the attacks of a 4th or 5th level creation realm cultivator, let alone Su Shu. Unfortunately, the 7 Treasures Glazed Pagoda was only a semi-finished Dao artifact and had yet to truly transform into a Dao artifact. You want to use a half-finished Dao artifact to block my attack? Su Shu's face was full of disdain. He quickly flew over and punched the light shield formed by the 7 Treasures Glazed Pagoda. Crack. This time, the light shield formed by the 7 Treasures Glazed Pagoda shattered. The 7 Treasures Glazed Pagoda's luster dimmed. It could not be activated in a short period of time. Lin Feng kept it in his dantian. Die, brat. Su Shu raised his right hand and smashed it at Lin Feng like a burly man beating a drum. There was a series of dull sounds of collision in the void. The loud sound shook the sky. Insect King. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He opened the beast slave pouch and took out the dark green mantis Scorpion King. He had originally planned to use this technique to deal with Dugu Outyin. However, he had to take out the Insect King now. Otherwise, he would probably die in Su Shu's hands today. Screech. There was a sharp screech. The dark green mantis Scorpion King rushed out and pounced on Su Shu. When he saw the dark green mantis Scorpion King, Su Shu's expression changed drastically. He could not care less about attacking Lin Feng. He hurriedly activated his law and swept it at the dark green mantis Scorpion King. Bang! The law violently struck the dark green mantis Scorpion King's body and sent it flying. Crack, crack. Crack. The dark green mantis Scorpion King was injured. Its hard carapace cracked and dark green blood immediately flowed out. However, this also infuriated the Insect King. It let out a sharp screech. After that, the dark green mantis Scorpion King flew out of the beast slave pouch. They pounced on Su Shu. When Su Shu saw the swarm of insects, his expression changed drastically. Dark green mantis Scorpion King. Brat, what's your relationship with the Gu Evil Sect or the Godly Temple of the Wildlands? Only the cultivators of the Gu Evil Sect or the Godly Temple of the Wildlands know how to raise a swarm of insects. Su Shu was furious. Can't I raise them if I don't have any relationship with them? I tamed the Insect King and it acknowledged me as its master. I know how to raise a swarm of insects. Lin Feng smiled coldly. The dark green mantis Scorpion King's swarm pounced on Su Shu. However, Su Shu was too strong. The law swept through the void, and large numbers of dark green mantis Scorpion King were killed. They could not even get close to him. Su Shu laughed sinisterly. Kid, don't think that you can kill me just because you have a swarm of insects. If a creation realm expert could be killed so easily, would I still be called an almighty? Su Shu displayed astonishing combat strength as he harvested the swarm of insects. Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. If this continued, the swarm of insects would die sooner or later. When that happened, it would be his death. I'll go all out, Lin Feng gritted his teeth. He summoned the black dragon sword and charged at Su Shu. The law distorted and swept towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng swung the black dragon sword and attacked the law. Bang! Lin Feng was sent flying. Crack, crack. Many of his bones were broken. However, he was not afraid of death and pounced on Su Shu again. Once, twice, thrice, Lin Feng pounced on Su Shu more than 10 times. Su Shu's expression was indifferent. He sneered, Kid, die. Su Shu's law was like a mountain as it charged towards Lin Feng. Its power was far greater than before. Su Shu wanted to kill Lin Feng completely. Life or death is now. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. The strongest form of the devouring martial soul. The 5 devouring martial souls merged into one. Boom, Lin Feng activated the 5 devouring martial souls, and the 5 devouring martial souls merged into one. A devouring black hole appeared, and when Su Shu's law came crashing down, a black hole appeared. The black hole directly swallowed Su Shu's law. Su Shu's law shook violently. Crack, crack. The black hole collapsed. Lin Feng felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. It was obvious that he could not hold on for much longer. Su Shu laughed sinisterly. It's useless to struggle. Today, you will definitely die. However, just as Sushu finished speaking, the next moment, Sushu cried out in pain. The dark green manta scorpion king received Lin Feng's order and silently went into hibernation. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was desperately trying to imprison Sushu's law. Sushu had no law behind him to protect him. He only had his magic power to protect his body. The dark green manta scorpion king lurked behind Sushu like the most powerful assassin. Its claws pierced through Sushu's protective magic power, and then pierced through his skin. "You're courting death." Sushu roared and slapped the dark green manta scorpion king's body. Crack. This attack was too powerful. A bloody hole appeared in the dark green manta scorpion king's body as it fell to the ground. Sushu, who was enraged, rushed towards the dark green manta scorpion king. He wanted to kill it completely. However, halfway through, Sushu felt dizzy. "Oh no, there's poison." Sushu's expression changed, and he quickly stopped to expel the poison. The densely packed dark green manta scorpion king rushed over, but Sushu's body was burning with flames. Sushu was burning his life force to expel the poison in his body. At this moment, Sushu knew that he was in danger, so he began to fight with all his might. The dark green manta scorpion king's flames burned them to ashes. "Die!" Lin Feng roared and rushed over. He slashed his sword at Sushu, who was trying to expel the poison. However, Sushu moved to the left and dodged Lin Feng's sword. "You'll be the one to die." Sushu laughed savagely. His left hand stabbed towards Lin Feng like a sword. There was a slash. His hand pierced through Lin Feng's chest. Sushu's mouth was full of evil smiles. He was about to tear apart Lin Feng's body. However, Lin Feng had already used a secret soul technique. His soul minion hugged his sword and rushed towards Sushu's mind, trying to kill his soul. At such a close distance, Sushu had no time to defend himself. "Ah!" Sushu let out a blood-curdling scream. His soul had suffered great damage. He pulled his left hand out of Lin Feng's chest. He clutched his head with both hands and screamed in pain. Lin Feng held his sword with both hands and slashed at Sushu. There was a slash. Sushu's head was cut off by Lin Feng's sword. Lin Feng could no longer hold on, and his body fell to the ground. There was a clang. Lin Feng's dermic powers were depleted. He lay on the ground, gasping for breath. This battle was too difficult. He had a narrow escape. Fortunately, he survived in the end. Sushu's corpse was not far away, his eyes wide open. Sushu could not believe that a creation realm powerhouse like him would die at the hands of Lin Feng, a yin-yang realm cultivator. After resting for a while, Lin Feng felt that he had recovered some strength. He got up and sat cross-legged. He activated his immortal divine body to heal his injuries. At the same time, the insect king also got up. Its eerie eyes stared at Sushu's corpse. Swoosh. The insect king jumped up and pounced beside Sushu's body. It opened its bloody mouth and bit at Sushu. There was a ripping sound. A large piece of flesh on Sushu's body was eaten by the insect king. The insect king began to gnaw on Sushu's body. Soon, Sushu was eaten clean by the insect king. As for the insect king that had eaten Sushu, it emitted a shocking wave of energy. Crack! Crack! The insect king's shell began to crack. It seemed that a new shell was about to be born in its body. The insect king was about to transform. It was very difficult for such a beast to transform. Once it transformed, its cultivation base would increase wildly. Now, the insect king was about to complete its transformation. As long as it succeeded, it would definitely become a creation realm beast. 2 hours later, Lin Feng opened his eyes. His injuries had recovered. Lin Feng looked at the transformed insect king in surprise. The insect king's body was dripping with blood. The shell that originally covered its body had fallen off in large areas. What replaced it was a silver-white shell. Seeing this, Lin Feng's face lit up with joy. The insect king's silver-white shell was the creation realm cultivation base. If it transformed into gold, it was the life and death realm cultivation base. If it could transform into purplish gold, it would be powerful. It was equivalent to a rebirth realm cultivator. Looks like it ate Sushu's corpse. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. As a creation realm cultivator, Su Shu had a powerful origin energy. Even Su Shu's flesh and blood contained the purest and most powerful energy, which was now being devoured by the Insect King. This was the fundamental reason for the Bug King's evolution. Loud rumbling sounds came from the 9 heavens as thunder surged. Lin Feng raised his head and looked at the sky, revealing a grave expression. Thunder tribulation was brewing in the sky. The Insect King needed to undergo a tribulation to evolve. Only after successfully transcending the tribulation could one be considered to have successfully evolved. Screech! The Insect King let out an ear-piercing shriek. It soared into the sky and flew into the air. Its shell had completely transformed into a silvery white color. Boom! Boom! One after another, the power of the thunder calamity came crashing down, wanting to grind down the Insect King. Silver energy surged out of the Insect King's body to resist the attack of the lightning tribulation. After 9 consecutive lightning strikes, the Insect King's body exploded and blood gushed out. He lay motionless on the ground. He can't be dead, right? Lin Feng was a little worried. Each of the 9 lightning strikes was stronger than the previous one. The Insect King could indeed die under the attacks of the 9 lightning strikes. After the 9 lightning strikes, the thunderclouds in the sky gradually dissipated. Lin Feng quickly came to the Insect King's side to check on its condition. Crack, crack, crack. The Insect King's claws moved slightly. Lin Feng revealed a happy expression. Although the Insect King was heavily injured, it was not dead yet. He quickly put the Insect King into the beast slave bag and let it slowly recover. Subsequently, Lin Feng also put the swarm of insects into the beast slave bag. Lin Feng did not stop and quickly flew into the distance. Zhenwu Country, Imperial Capital. It was bustling as usual. Lin Feng once again came to the Imperial Capital. In the past, he cultivated in the Azure Dragon Institute, so he was very familiar with the Imperial Capital. In the Azure Dragon Institute, there were also Lin Feng's good friends from the past. Lin Feng also established the Dragon Gate. He just didn't know how they were doing now. Look, it's the kid who killed young Master Xian. A cultivator from Aotian Ancient Capital saw Lin Feng. Now, Aotian Ancient Capital had issued a kill order, and Lin Feng's portrait was posted everywhere. They were looking for Lin Feng. They wished that they could cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces. The entire Eastern Divine region was Aotian Ancient Capital's spies. Now that Lin Feng had arrived at Zhenwu Country's imperial capital, he immediately fell into the sights of Aotian Ancient Capital. Let's go back and inform Sir. Several cultivators quickly left. Night fell. In the Shangguan family mansion, Shangguan Feier was in the study dealing with various matters of the Mercenary Association. She had lost count of how many nights she had been unable to sleep. As long as she lay in bed, Lin Feng's figure lingered in her mind. Longing and pain made Shangguan Feier's heart feel like it was being stabbed by a knife. Although she did not want to believe that Lin Feng had died in the hands of Aotian Ancient Capital. But there had been no news of him for 5 years. This made Shangguan Feier more desperate. Aotian Ancient Capital was a huge force. They wanted to kill someone. How could the other party escape? Shangguan Feier kept herself in the study every day, desperately dealing with various matters. She tried her best to forget the pain in her heart. But in the end, she could not forget. The night was dark. Shangguan Feier stared at the flickering flame in a daze. In front of her eyes, that delicate and determined face seemed to appear again. She leaned on the table and sobbed softly. Shangguan Feier did not know how many times she had cried. Every night, she would cry. Feier, a gentle call resounded in her ears. Shangguan Feier's delicate body trembled even more. Was she hallucinating? Shangguan Feier had hallucinations more than once. More than once, she saw Lin Feng with a blurry expression. But when Shangguan Feier wanted to hug Lin Feng tightly, she found that everything was an illusion. Feier. Lin Feng stroked Shangguan Feier's hair with heartache. Shangguan Feier raised her head, tears streaming down her face. Was it an illusion? She reached out and hugged Lin Feng. She rubbed her face against Lin Feng's body. It's so comfortable. I want to stay in this moment forever. Lin Feng, I really miss you. A warm smile appeared on Shang Wanfei's tired face. She could not tell if this was real or not. It was still the same as before. It was all an illusion. But there was one thing that Shang Wanfei felt very warm now. This was a familiar feeling. A familiar warm embrace. She was too tired. Hugging Lin Feng's waist, leaning on Lin Feng's body, she fell into a deep sleep. Lin Feng looked at Shang Wanfei with heartache. If there was anyone in the world who loved him the most, perhaps other than his parents, it should be Shang Wanfei, right? I'm back. Lin Feng muttered. He carried Shang Wanfei and walked towards the bed. He placed her on the bed and covered her with a blanket. Lin Feng sat by the bed and looked at the sleeping Shang Wanfei with heartache. When dawn arrived, a terrifying aura filled the world. Little brat, I know you're hiding in the city. Come out and die. It's Dugu Wuji. Why is he here in the true martial country? Many of the Azure Dragon Institute's grand elders came out. When they saw the middle-aged cultivator, their expressions changed. Dugu Wuji was a member of the Dugu family in the Proud Heaven ancient capital. He was the deputy commander of the Proud Heaven Legion's 3rd Legion and was at the 10th heavenly layer of the Yin Yang realm. He could be considered a tyrant in the Eastern Divine Prefecture. It was rumored that he cultivated the great Vajra art of Buddhism. It was a peerless technique. Once it was used, it was invulnerable and difficult to be injured by swords and spears. It was said that Dugu Wuji could use the great Vajra art against Creation Realm experts. Even Creation Realm experts would find it difficult to break his great Vajra art. It was obvious how powerful this technique was. Therefore, in the Yin Yang realm, Dugu Wuji was invincible with the great Vajra art. Brat, don't hide. You can't escape. Come out and fight with me. I will cut off your head and offer it to young Master Xian. Dugu Wuji's voice was cold and filled with endless killing intent. Many people's expressions suddenly changed. Dugu Xian's death had caused a huge uproar in the Eastern Divine Prefecture. Who didn't know about this? Based on Dugu Wuji's tone, the person who killed Dugu Xian was in the imperial capital. The Azure Dragon Institute's principal, Xianxia, walked out with a slight frown. If it was a battle between two experts, it would cause great destruction. The ordinary people in the imperial capital would suffer. Right now, the imperial palace was in a mess. The true martial country was just a mundane country and didn't have any powerful experts. The current situation was that it was very likely that there were two great powerhouses fighting here. The imperial family was naturally worried that the battle between the two experts would destroy the imperial capital. If you don't come out, I will destroy the true martial country's imperial capital until I find you. Dugu Wuji laughed sinisterly. His face was filled with killing intent. This person was high and mighty. In the eyes of ordinary people, he was like a god. Destroying a mundane country's imperial capital was something he could do casually. He had no scruples. Countless people rushed out. When they saw Dugu Wuji condensing an energy palm, their faces turned incomparably pale. If an expert like Dugu Wuji wanted to destroy the true martial country's imperial capital, it would be as easy as blowing dust. A sword doesn't drink the blood of a nobody. Who are you? Tell me your name. Just as Dugu Wuji was about to destroy the imperial capital of Zhenwu country and plunge the entire imperial capital into panic, a cold voice suddenly resounded through the clouds. Everyone saw a handsome young man walking through the air and arriving in midair. Is that Lin Feng? Inside the Azure Dragon Institute, Xiao Yufei exclaimed. In addition, Su Zimo, Ouyang Li, Wang Kuan, Zhang Shiqi, and the others also gathered at the station of the Dragon Gate. They looked excitedly at the young master standing proudly in the void. They had been with Lin Feng for many years. Even though his appearance had changed over the past 5 years, they still recognized Lin Feng at first glance. That's right, it's the sect leader. It must be the sect leader. The sect leader is back. Could it be the sect master who killed the peerless genius Dugu Xian? Everyone in the dragon sect started discussing excitedly. Ouyang also looked at Lin Feng in surprise. He also recognized Lin Feng. As expected, he didn't die. Ouyang said. The mission hall's grand elder, Wenren Kanglin, was trembling with excitement. Great, this brat didn't die. Wenren Kanglin was a good friend of Lin Feng's teacher, Sun Tiantu. Therefore, he cared about Lin Feng from the bottom of his heart. Now that he saw Lin Feng safe and sound, he was overjoyed. This lord is the deputy commander of the 3rd Legion of the Outyan Legion. You didn't die unjustly in my hands. Dugu Wuji looked at Lin Feng with a chilling expression. His eyes flickered with killing intent. Suddenly, Dugu Wuji's face turned bewildered. You're that little bastard from the Lin family? Dugu Wuji exclaimed in shock. In the past, Dugu Wuji had also participated in the battle against the Lin family. He had seen Lin Feng before. Even though many years had passed and Lin Feng's appearance had changed, Dugu Wuji could still see some traces of the young man who had been rescued in the past. It seems like you also participated in the battle against the Lin family. Lin Feng's eyes flashed with killing intent. Little bastard, you can wear out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find you by chance. I've been looking for you everywhere in Aotian Ancient City, and now you've come here to die. Very good. Today is the day you die. Dugu Wuji walked towards Lin Feng step by step. Golden light surged out of his body as he used the great Vajra art to condense the indestructible Vajra body. Lin Feng, it's Lin Feng, he didn't die, and he even killed Dugu Xian. In the imperial capital, countless people, including members of the imperial family, rushed out and shouted in shock. In the past, Lin Feng had been a shining star in the Azure Dragon Institute. He had been invincible among the younger generation. However, when the Outyan ancient capital had attacked the Lin family, Lin Feng had disappeared without a trace. Now that Lin Feng had returned, everyone was shocked. Swoosh! Lin Feng took out the black dragon sword and walked towards Dugu Wuji. Little bastard, it's useless. My great Vajra art can't be broken by a Yinyang realm cultivator. Today, you'll die without a doubt. Later, I'll break every bone in your body. Dugu Wuji laughed sinisterly as his body turned golden. In the past few days, I've comprehended a secret technique. I'll test it out on you. Lin Feng sneered. Slash. He slashed at Dugu Wuji with the black dragon sword. The black dragon sword itself was terrifying. However, Lin Feng wasn't just using the black dragon sword's power. He also fused the power of the two sword Dao divine abilities, the worldly cosmos sword art, and the sword intent into the black dragon sword. If an ordinary sword was forcefully fused with such a powerful sword art, it would be destroyed. However, the black dragon sword was a divine sword. After fusing with the two sword arts, not only was the black dragon sword not destroyed by the powerful sword intent, it was even more powerful. Lin Feng poured all of his power into the sword. Splitting Mount Hua. Slashing down. Insignificant skill. Dugu Wuji sneered. He used the great Vajra art to block Lin Feng's attack while secretly accumulating power. As long as he could block Lin Feng's attack, Dugu Wuji would unleash his full power. Dugu Wuji's attack was so powerful that he could crush Lin Feng as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Dugu Wuji was even thinking of destroying Lin Feng's dantian before torturing Lin Feng. At that moment, Lin Feng's sword slashed down. Dugu Wuji's protective golden light was instantly torn apart. How is this possible? Dugu Wuji cried out in disbelief. His face turned pale, and he retreated in a sorry state, trying to avoid this attack. No matter how strong your body is, it's still made of flesh and blood. Even a creation realm expert wouldn't use his body to block the attack of a magic treasure. How dare you be so careless? Moreover, this is a divine sword that has been unsealed. Today, I'll use you as a sacrifice. Lin Feng sneered, leaped forward, and slashed down. Puff. Dugu Wuji was cut in half by Lin Feng. Blood spurted out. In the void, Lin Feng stood proudly, his white robes fluttering in the wind. His aura was otherworldly. Countless gazes were directed at Lin Feng. Everyone's faces were filled with shock and awe. Dugu Wuji, he had actually been killed by Lin Feng with a single sword strike. This was simply a fantasy story. But now, it had happened right in front of their eyes. Lin Feng looked at the black dragon sword in his hand, deep in thought. This was the first time Lin Feng had fused his sword intent with the universal sword technique into the Black Dragon sword. It was so powerful that it was beyond Lin Feng's imagination. If I can continue to cultivate a few more powerful Sword Dao divine abilities and fuse them into the Black Dragon sword, wouldn't the power of the Black Dragon sword be even stronger? Lin Feng muttered to himself. Shangguan Feier gently moved her soft body. It had been a long time since she had slept so comfortably. Her long eyelashes fluttered slightly. After that, Shangguan Feier opened her eyes. Why am I lying on the bed? Shangguan Feier was puzzled. She still remembered that she was lying on the desk yesterday. Shangguan Feier stood up and walked out of the room. She saw a man sitting in front of the desk, casually flipping through some books. Shangguan Feier's face changed. She said coldly, "Who are you? Why are you in my study?" Lin Feng turned around and looked at Shangguan Feier, revealing a pure smile. When she saw that face, Shangguan Feier was completely stunned. Tears rolled down her cheeks like pearls from a broken necklace. Lin Feng walked forward and pulled Shangguan Feier's soft body into his embrace. Shangguan Feier cried like a pear blossom in the rain. Her voice trembled as she said, "Am I dreaming? If this is a dream, please don't let me wake up." Woo. Lin Feng gently stroked Shangguan Feier's hair and said, "Silly girl, I'm back. You're not dreaming." Shangguan Feier raised her tear-stained face, cupping Lin Feng's face with both hands, looking at Lin Feng with deep affection. It was as if she wanted to see if it was her Lin Feng. Everyone was different. Some people might view cultivation as more important than feelings. On the other hand, there were some people who valued relationships more than anything else. Shangguan Feier was obviously a woman who valued feelings more. Lin Feng lowered his head, sucking on her tender red lips. Shangguan Feier replied passionately. Lin Feng had killed Dugu Wuji in one strike. Everybody was astonished. Ouyang Xintian and the Azure Dragon Grand Elders. The Emperor of the Emperor's officials. The upper echelons of the various forces in the imperial capital came to the Shangguan residence, wanting to see Lin Feng. Shangguan Feier's father, Shangguan Jingxiong, knew that Lin Feng was by his daughter's side. All these years, Shangguan Feier had grown haggard from missing Lin Feng. Shangguan Jingxiong had seen it with his own eyes, and his heart ached for her. Now that Lin Feng had returned, Shangguan Jingxiong was incomparably happy. Shangguan Jingxiong helped Lin Feng block all the visitors, temporarily arranging for them to rest in the main hall. The Emperor of Real Martial Kingdom and Ouyang Xintian were arranged to sit in the VIP room alone. Shangguan Jingxiong personally accompanied them. The Emperor of the true martial country was called Longjing, and he said worriedly, "I'm afraid the true martial country will be dragged into this mess." If the true martial country was strong enough, they would naturally support Lin Gongzi in resisting the proud heaven ancient capital. Unfortunately, the true martial country's strength is limited. Longjing couldn't help but sigh at this point. Ouyang Xintian narrowed his eyes and said, "Since Lin Feng dared to return to the eastern divine lands and killed Dugu Outyan's only son, I think he's planning to attack the proud heaven ancient capital." Longjing was shocked. If that's the case, Lin Gongzi must have thought about many things. 2 hours later, Lin Feng met with Ouyang Xintian and Longjing. Institute Lord. Lin Feng cupped his fists. When he was in the Azure Dragon Institute, Ouyang Xintian had taken care of Lin Feng. Therefore, Lin Feng was filled with gratitude towards Ouyang Xintian. Lin Gongzi. Although Longjing was the emperor of the true martial country, he didn't dare to be arrogant in front of Lin Feng. He cupped his fists and greeted Lin Feng. Lin Feng also cupped his fists in return. Ouyang Xintian smiled faintly and said, "I really didn't expect you to become so powerful in just 5 years." Lin Feng said, "After going through so much, I've finally made some small achievements." Ouyang Xintian asked, "Do you have a plan for your return?" "I've already contacted Stone City, Sky Saint City, and Gentleman City. In 1 month, we will attack the proud heaven ancient capital." A cold killing intent flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. Longjing was delighted, but then he said worriedly, "If the 3 cities attack the proud heaven ancient capital, they should be able to break through. However, the proud heaven ancient capital is able to communicate with gods and has the high celestial sect behind them. I'm afraid this battle will be extremely difficult." If we aren't careful, we will all be wiped out. Lin Feng said, if the High Celestial Sect dares to interfere with the matters of the 72 prefectures, they will be overstepping their boundaries. The Martial Spirit Palace will deal with them. As for the gods that the proud heaven ancient capital communicates with, I have a way to deal with them. Ouyang Jintian and Longjing were shocked. Lin Feng had a way to deal with gods, this was truly too shocking. If that was really the case, proud heaven ancient capital would definitely be defeated. And Lin Feng would definitely soar into the 9 heavens in the future. This was the best opportunity to provide timely assistance. I'll return to Sun Moon City now. When the time comes, the other groups of Sun Moon City will also attack the proud heaven ancient capital. Lin Feng was delighted. If the 4 cities attacked the proud heaven ancient capital together, they would have a much better chance of winning. I'll have to trouble you to come, Supreme Prefect. Lin Feng cupped his fists. Ouyang Jintian cupped his fists and said, I'll see you in the proud heaven ancient capital in 1 month. After that, Ouyang Jintian left. Longjing said, I'll go and invite the ancestor who's sitting at the life and death threshold to come out and help Sir Lin. Many thanks. Lin Feng cupped his fists. Longjing said, Lin Gongzi is a citizen of the true martial country. We should follow Lin Gongzi's lead. Longjing quickly left. Lin Feng took some time to meet with the higher-ups of the various groups. Then, he began to arrange the array that enveloped the entire Shangguan clan. Because of Lin Feng's speculation, Dugu Wuji had been killed by him, so the Dugu clan would definitely send experts to kill him. If they didn't come, then so be it. If they came, then they wouldn't be able to return. 3 days later. At night. A man with a black spear on his back walked over from the sky, his eyes cold. We've arrived at the imperial capital of the true martial country. The man's eyes were filled with killing intent. This man was called Dugu Wutian, and he was the commander of the proud heaven ancient capital's proud heaven legion. He was at the creation realm. His cultivation was unfathomable. He's here, in the courtyard. Lin Feng opened his eyes. He was waiting for the arrival of a strong enemy. It was just as Lin Feng had guessed. There was indeed a strong enemy coming. The enemy's aura was incredibly strong. The enemy's aura was even stronger than Su Shu's. Su Shu was at the first heavenly layer of the creation realm. The enemy was probably at the second heavenly layer of the creation realm, or even stronger. However, Lin Feng had set up a great formation and was ready to fight. Boy, where are you? Dugu Wutian walked over. His voice was cold and filled with murderous intent. Heavens! What kind of strong cultivator is he? His aura is 100 times stronger than Dugu Wuji, who was killed before. Someone shouted in horror. His face turned pale with fright. He was really too strong. It was shocking. The people of the major forces of the imperial capital were hiding in their clans, not daring to come out. They knew that there would be a great battle soon. The people of the Shangguan clan were also hiding in a secret room. Only Lin Feng was standing in the courtyard, waiting for Dugu Wutian's arrival. You're finally here. Lin Feng's eyes were cold. I'm really surprised that you didn't run away after such a long time. Dugu Wutian's voice was cold. Every step he took caused ripples in the air. Dugu Wutian was too strong. The ripples were caused by the air being unable to withstand Dugu Wutian's power. Dugu Wutian stood above the Shangguan clan's mansion and coldly glanced at Lin Feng. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. He was very cautious and didn't come down directly. I've set up a formation here and was waiting for you. Lin Feng said coldly. He had directly said that there was a great formation here because it couldn't be hidden from a strong cultivator like Dugu Wutian. Dugu Wutian didn't immediately rush down. He looked pensive. At his level of cultivation, he couldn't be impulsive. He was estimating the power of the formation. What? You don't dare come down? Lin Feng sneered, a creation realm cultivator is only SOSO. I didn't expect you to be so scared. Dugu Wutian sneered and said, the dignity of a creation realm cultivator cannot be challenged. If you dare to challenge the dignity of a creation realm cultivator, only death awaits you. Boom, as soon as he finished speaking, Dugu Wutian descended from the sky with a black spear in his hand like a god of war. He brandished his spear and charged at Lin Feng. Loud rumbling sounds could be heard from the void. A thunderous voice rang out. The battle spear was surrounded by lightning. When the spear fell, it was as if it could tear the world apart. The might of the attack made Lin Feng's hair involuntarily stand on end. This person was indeed much stronger than Su Xiu. Whoosh. Lin Feng retreated. Runes interweaved in front of him. Dugu Wutian's attack crashed onto the deployment marks, but Lin Feng's deployment marks blocked it. It was a heaven-grade array, and if used well, it could trap and kill a creation realm cultivator. Wutian Dugu's attack was blocked by Lin Feng's heaven-grade array. Magnificent army. Lin Feng stood at the center of the array and waved the array flag in his hand to communicate with the heaven-grade array. Heaven-grade arrays were precious, and Lin Feng had only obtained 3 of them from the Spirit Array Caster Guild over the years. They were the 1,000 Transformations Array, the 1,000 Beast Splitting Array, and the Human Emperor Array. Lin Feng had used more than 19,700 precious array materials to set up these 3 arrays. The power of the array did not disappoint Lin Feng. The magnificent army gathered, and the war drums beat. A monstrous torrent rushed forward to crush Wutian Dugu. Kid, so what if you have a heaven-grade array? Let's see how I break your heaven-grade array. Wutian Dugu sneered. He had great confidence in himself. Wutian Dugu held his spear in his right hand as he faced the army. He suddenly shook the spear in his hand, an endless black light shot up into the sky. The black light condensed into a pitch-black armor that covered Wutian Dugu's body. Wutian Dugu sneered. Kid, my spear is called the Death Spear. Once it's awakened, it can produce the power of death and reap countless lives. Boom, as soon as he finished speaking, Wutian Dugu stepped forward with the Death Spear in his hand. Like a demon god, he swept the Death Spear toward the army. Wherever the Death Spear swept, the army was destroyed. Thousands of soldiers and horses were annihilated. Wutian Dugu's attack was too powerful and terrifying. Break! He roared and shot out a spear, directly splitting the ground. The core array that Lin Feng had set up was destroyed. The 1,000 Transformations array was destroyed by Wutian Dugu. How powerful! He actually broke my first heaven-grade array. Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. He didn't dare to hesitate. He hurriedly activated the second heaven-grade array and attacked Wutian Dugu. The 10,000 Beasts array created 10,000 beasts. Dragons, Qilins, phoenixes, swani, hundun, vermilion birds, white tigers, and so on. Every ferocious beast was a divine beast. Now, the beasts roared and pounced on Wutian Dugu from all directions. Chaotic divine spear art. Wutian Dugu shouted coldly and waved the death spear in his hand. One attack after another, he lashed out at the divine beasts that pounced on him. One divine beast after another was sent flying. Their bodies collapsed. Smoke dissipated. Wutian Dugu looked coldly at Lin Feng and said, Kid, if you're contaminated by my death spear, even the creatures created by the array can't condense again. Your heaven-grade array is no threat to me at all. Lin Feng's expression darkened. It was indeed as Wutian Dugu had said. If the heaven-grade array could continuously condense divine beasts to attack Wutian Dugu would be constantly exhausted. Under such a situation, Wutian Dugu wouldn't be able to hold on for long. However, Wutian Dugu's death spear was too powerful. The death chi merged with the array and destroyed the array's ability to condense divine beasts again. Break! 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 Wutian Dugu shouted coldly. He was like a demon or a god as he swept his spear in all directions. All the divine beasts were killed. They were all killed by Wutian Dugu's death spear. I'll break another one of your heaven-grade arrays. Wutian Dugu sneered. During the battle, he had found the core of the 10,000 beasts splitting the sky formation. He swept his spear. A huge crater appeared, covering an area of more than 10 square meters. The core of the array was destroyed, and Lin Feng's second heaven-grade array was destroyed by Wutian Dugu. I found your hiding place. Wutian Dugu sneered and quickly moved to the left. Wutian Dugu had completely closed his eyes because there was an illusion array in addition to the 3 heaven-grade arrays. He couldn't see anything in the fog, so he used his ears to determine the direction. Wu Tiandugu passed through the fog. He suddenly opened his eyes and saw Lin Feng, who was holding a deployment flag. "Kid, die. Little boy, let's see how you'll die." Dugu Wutian sneered, as if he had already defeated Lin Feng. In his opinion, Lin Feng couldn't possibly dodge his spear. Even if Lin Feng didn't die, he would lose half of his life. But when Dugu Wutian's spear pierced through the air, however, a strange scene occurred. His spear pierced through Lin Feng. Lin Feng crumbled. "Oh no, I've been tricked. It's an illusion." Dugu Wutian's expression suddenly changed, and he wanted to retreat. Suddenly, a terrifying blade light slashed towards Wu Tiandugu from his side. Slash, the attack left a deep wound on Dugu Wutian's body. The green manta scorpion king was like the most terrifying assassin in the world. It was hidden by an illusion, and its aura was concealed. It attacked Dugu Wutian with a deadly attack. Arg! Dugu Wutian roared and whipped the green manta scorpion king with his spear. Clang! There was a muffled sound. The green manta scorpion king was sent flying by Dugu Wutian. But the green manta scorpion king had already broken through to the zephyr layer, so it didn't suffer Dugu Wutian's attack. The green manta scorpion king didn't suffer any serious injuries. The green manta scorpion king quickly hid itself. "You raised a zephyr layer ferocious beast?" Dugu Wutian said gloomily. He tried to stop the bleeding. But he found that his wound was beginning to fester. "Oh no, that ferocious beast is extremely poisonous." Dugu Wutian's expression suddenly changed. He quickly took out a few antidotes and swallowed them to suppress the poison in his body, but he found that the poison was too strong. Even the antidotes couldn't completely suppress it. Dugu Wutian hurriedly circulated his magic to suppress the poison in his body. Lin Feng said indifferently, "The green manta scorpion king's poison isn't easy to neutralize. It seems like you're going to die today." Boom, Lin Feng activated the third type of formation. The third formation was called the Human Emperor formation. The Human Emperor was rumored to be one of the greatest ancient saint emperors in the history of the human race. He understood the written language and educated the people. He also divided the world into 9 prefectures and sent his 9 younger brothers to these 9 prefectures to govern the 9 prefectures. The Human Emperor, on the other hand, sat in the center and commanded the affairs of the 9 states. Under the rule of the Human Emperor, the power of the human clan expanded rapidly. Back then, the Tianwu continent was one of the 9 continents. If it wasn't for the ancient war that caused the 9 continents to fall apart, the Tianwu continent would still be closely connected to the 9 continents. As for the Renhuang matrix, it was able to conjure the image of the Renhuang. Human Emperor arrays were extremely rare among heaven rank arrays. Now that Lin Feng had activated the Renhuang matrix, golden divine light lingered in the void. Amidst the endless golden light, a valiant man wearing an imperial robe appeared. He stood in the void like an ancient god, causing Lin Feng to have the urge to prostrate himself in worship. This was the Renhuang, one of the greatest leaders in the history of the human race. Allegiance of the people. As soon as the Human Emperor appeared, he stepped forward and raised his hand to strike at Dugu Wutian. When he used the allegiance of the people, Dugu Wutian suddenly realized that his will was being disintegrated. Dugu Wutian trembled, then knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the Human Emperor. "Good opportunity. Kill him," ordered Lin Feng to the Insect King. After receiving Lin Feng's order, the green manta scorpion king rushed towards Dugu Wutian, who was kneeling on the ground and kowtowing to the Human Emperor. "Arg!" shouted Dugu Wutian. His face was distorted as he shouted, "You want to break my will? You want to make me submit? I, Dugu Wutian, am lawless. Nobody can make me submit." As soon as he said that, a green light appeared in Dugu Wutian's dantian. It was a kind of Tao. It was Dugu Wutian's Tao. His Tao was lawless. He didn't respect the sky above and the earth below. This was what it meant to be lawless. This kind of Tao was extremely terrifying. Wu Tiandugu had been suppressed by the Human Emperor's unity of the people and had been unable to move. Now, however, he had used his own lawless Tao to dissolve the Human Emperor's suppression. Boom! The green light blasted towards the green mantis scorpion king. Dugu Wutian's lawless Dao slammed into the green mantis scorpion king's body. The green mantis scorpion king was sent flying again. Cracking sounds could be heard. The green mantis scorpion king's carapace cracked. Blood immediately flowed out. What a terrifying Dao! Lin Feng was shocked. Dugu Wutian had established his own Dao, and it could be used to attack. Dugu Wutian's cultivation was enough to crush people like Su Xiu. Lin Feng had also established his own Dao. His Dao was the Dao of supremacy. In all the worlds, he was the only one. This was the Dao of supremacy. However, Lin Feng still couldn't use his Dao to attack others. He could only do that when he broke through to the creation realm. After Dugu Wutian repelled the green mantis scorpion king, he soared into the sky. He was now poisoned by the green mantis scorpion king's poison. Although he had temporarily suppressed the poison, it couldn't dissolve the poison in his body. Dugu Wutian felt threatened. He knew that if he continued to fight, he would probably die here. Therefore, Dugu Wutian was very decisive. He planned to leave first, cure the poison in his body, and then come back to kill Lin Feng. With this experience, Dugu Wutian believed that the next time he attacked, Lin Feng would die without a doubt. However, Lin Feng wouldn't let Dugu Wutian go so easily. This person was too powerful. He was clearly poisoned by the green mantis scorpion king's poison, but he was able to suppress such a potent poison. If he let this person escape, it would be as difficult as ascending to heaven to kill him when he returned from detoxification. In the void, the human emperor formed a seal with both hands. Human emperor seal. A huge handprint condensed and blasted toward Dugu Wutian. Dugu Wutian sensed the power of the human emperor's seal. His face suddenly changed, and he waved the war spear of death at the seal. At this moment, the green mantis scorpion king attacked again, its sharp claws grabbing at Dugu Wutian. "You're courting death!" Dugu Wutian shouted coldly, his left hand slashing toward the green mantis scorpion king. The power he condensed was called the thunder slash. The power of thunder condensed into a terrifying light that could destroy heaven and earth, and it blasted toward the green mantis scorpion king. The void distorted slightly. Die! At this moment, Lin Feng charged toward Dugu Wutian with the black dragon sword in hand. He had been waiting for this opportunity. Dugu Wutian's right hand was holding the war spear of death to block the attack of the human emperor's shadow, while his left hand was condensing the thunder slash toward the green mantis scorpion king. In the face of Lin Feng's attack, Dugu Wutian couldn't resist. Not good. Dugu Wutian's face turned as pale as paper. Lin Feng's face was filled with joy. His sword slash was about to kill Dugu Wutian, but at this moment, a figure in snow-white clothes rushed into the array. It was Ning Hanshuang, a woman as cold as ice. Back then, Ning Hanshuang had chased after Shi Ningming to steal the sacred herb. The dozens of subordinates who had escorted Shi Ningming had died tragically. If Shi Ningming hadn't met Lin Feng, she would have died at Ning Hanshuang's hands. This woman was vicious and merciless. A year ago, Ning Hanshuang and Dugu Xian got engaged, and she was Dugu Xian's fiancée. Lin Feng had killed Dugu Xian. Ning Hanshuang and Lin Feng could be said to have a new enmity with each other, and the two of them would never rest until one of them was dead. Ning Hanshuang took out her Dao artifact, the ice sword, and slashed at Lin Feng. The surrounding void seemed to be frozen. This attack was too sudden, and Lin Feng's expression changed drastically. He quickly waved the black dragon sword to slash at the ice sword. Clang! The sound of metal colliding rang out, and Lin Feng was sent flying by the ice sword. The attack of a Dao artifact was too terrifying. His hands, which were holding the black dragon sword, were cracked, and blood immediately flowed out. "Let's join hands and kill him," Ning Hanshuang said coldly. "Haha, great. With Fairy Ning's help, this kid will definitely die today." Dugu Wutian laughed. He blocked the attack of the human emperor's seal and sent the green mantis scorpion king flying. Then, he held the war spear of death and attacked Lin Feng together with Ning Hanshuang. Dugu Wutian and Ning Hanshuang attacked Lin Feng from the left and right. One wielded the death war spear, while the other wielded the ice sword. Their attacks were unending. However, Lin Feng only laughed in the face of their attacks. Ha 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 ha, Dugu Wutian and Ning Hanshuang frowned, not understanding why Lin Feng was laughing. Ning Hanshuang said coldly, "Are you behaving abnormally because you know that you're about to die?" Lin Feng said, "Ning Hanshuang, do you know why I haven't used my strongest spirit array technique? I was worried that Dugu Wutian wouldn't come alone. If I exposed myself too early, it would be disadvantageous for me. Since you've already appeared, I'll show you the array combination I learned from Moving Mountain Daoist." Moving Mountain Daoist? Dugu Wutian and Ning Hanshuang frowned. They had naturally heard of this lineage. The Moving Mountain Daoist and the dragon-seeking art were ancient inheritances that were on the verge of extinction. Don't give him a chance. Kill him with all your strength, Dugu Wutian said in a deep voice. His death warspear stabbed out millions of afterimages towards Lin Feng. As for Ning Hanshuang, she took out the ice sword and slashed at Dugu Wutian. The ice sword was about to transform the surrounding world into a kingdom of ice. When the two's killing moves arrived, the world seemed to be filled with the sound of death. At this moment, Lin Feng had already begun to use his array combination technique. Dugu Wutian had destroyed the cores of the first array, the Myriad Transformations God-Slaying Array, and the second array, the Myriad Beast-Splitting Sky Array. The cores had been destroyed, but they couldn't be activated. The runes of the two arrays hadn't been destroyed. Of course, Lin Feng had no intention of repairing the cores of the two arrays. What he wanted to do now was to combine the runes of the two arrays with the Human Emperor Array to form a new Human Emperor Array. With the support of the two arrays, the Human Emperor Array would be strengthened. The power of the Human Emperor formation would be greatly enhanced. Lin Feng performed thousands of incantations with both hands. Incantations surged out one after another and turned into twisted formation runes, connecting the Myriad Transformations God-Slaying formation and the Myriad Beast-Splitting Sky formation with the Human Sovereign formation, forming an even more complicated Human Sovereign formation. Enlighten the people. The majestic voice reverberated through the clouds, and the Renhuang Phantom was surrounded by holy light. With the support of the two heaven-grade arrays, the Human Emperor's Phantom completed a transformation in terms of power level. The power of the three heaven-rank grand arrays was added to the Human Emperor's projection. Behind the shadow of the Human Emperor, there were even 10 divine flames. It was like a divine flame ignited by an ancient god, illuminating the world. Lin Fan struck out with the move, enlightening all people. Dense runes circled around in the void. The Human Emperor was the greatest ancient saint emperor in the history of mankind. The Human Emperor, with his golden mouth and jade words, enlightened the people. When the Renhuang opened his mouth, the hearts of the people were united. No one could resist the Renhuang's holy will. The power of evil should be silent. Put down your weapons and retract the evil in your hearts, return to the embrace of the Human Emperor, and the Human Emperor will accept you as his descendants. The majestic voice resounded in Ning Hanshuang and Dugu Wutian's ears. Ah! The two of them struggled in pain. Unable to resist the Human Emperor's enlightenment, they revealed a pained expression. Amazing. Truly amazing. As expected of the Human Emperor. He's forcefully changing their thoughts and crumbling their wills. This is only the Human Emperor formed by the Grand Arrays. It's not the Human Emperor's true unparalleled ability. The Human Emperor's legacy is probably heaven-defying, right? Lin Feng's heart pounded as he watched. He didn't even dare to step forward. If he was enveloped by the Human Emperor's power, he would suffer a mental breakdown like Dugu Wutian and Ning Hanshuang. Lawless! Dugu Wutian roared furiously. He was using his own Dao. He wanted to use his Dao to break through the Human Emperor's suppression. Frigid Ice Divine Kingdom. Ning Hanshuang was also going all out. She knew that if this continued, her mind would be in complete chaos. At that time, she would probably turn into a lunatic. Thus, Ning Hanshuang no longer held back. She unleashed her strongest move. Awaken the bloodline. Ning Hanshuang actually had a special constitution. You. Dugu Wutian cried out in disbelief. He had never expected Ning Hanshuang to have a special constitution. Lin Feng was also shocked. Ning Hanshuang had hidden it too deeply. Back when she had chased after him and Sherningming, she hadn't revealed her special constitution. If Ning Hanshuang had revealed her special constitution back then, he and Shi Ningming would probably have died at her hands. Ning Hanzhuang was a very scheming person. If she hadn't been in a life-or-death situation, she wouldn't have revealed her special constitution. The Frigid Ice Divine Kingdom was formed. Ning Hanzhuang was in the Frigid Ice Divine Kingdom. The Frigid Ice Divine Kingdom was resisting the Human Emperor's power. Human Emperor seal, break. The Human Emperor's palm descended and slammed down. Rumble. The Frigid Ice Divine Kingdom shook violently. Ning Hanzhuang was severely injured. She spat out a mouthful of blood, her face pale. Rise. She shouted and activated the Frigid Ice Divine Kingdom. The hazy and illusory Frigid Ice Divine Kingdom soared into the sky, broke through the Human Emperor's power, and rushed out. Lin Feng's eyes darkened slightly. He had actually let Ning Hanzhuang escape. He went all out to deal with Dugu Wutian. Previously, he had been dealing with two people, so his power was spread out. Ning Hanzhuang had to use all her means to let her escape. But now, she was only dealing with Dugu Wutian alone. It was as difficult as ascending the heavens for Dugu Wutian to escape. Bang bang bang, Dugu Wutian's lawless Tao was shattered. He knelt on the ground with a thud, hugging his head with both hands and screaming miserably. His mind was about to collapse. Lin Feng raised the black dragon sword and prepared to kill Dugu Wutian. At that moment, the demon lord suddenly spoke from within the devil pearl. Soon, you will attack Proud Heaven ancient capital. It would be a pity to kill this person. I will teach you a grand purification technique. You can forcefully convert him and make him your slave. Forcefully convert him? Make him my slave? Lin Feng trembled. That was too terrifying. How could there be such a terrifying divine ability in the world? This is the supreme technique of Tantric Buddhism. I obtained it by accident. Even if you have learned the great purification technique, don't use it in front of others unless you have absolute strength. If the Buddhists find out, they will definitely send people to hunt you down. Even a powerful existence like the Battle Saint Ape was killed by the Buddhists, let alone you. The demon lord said. I know. Lin Feng nodded solemnly. Follow my chant. Pono's Heart Sutra, great overarching heaven, billions of gods and devils, my heart is immortal, western paradise, this is pure land, cross the sea of bitterness, the other shore is eternal. The demon lord began to chant the grand purification technique. Lin Feng followed the demon lord and chanted the grand purification technique. He chanted it 36 times in a row. Lin Feng had the feeling that his body was filled with a strange golden strength. It was the power of purification. He poured the power of purification into Dugu Wutian's body. Ah. What is this? You want to enslave me? No. I won't submit. Dugu Wutian's face twisted as he roared and struggled. He was a creation realm cultivator. How could he be willing to become someone's slave? The sea of bitterness is boundless, turn back and see the shore. Lin Feng shouted and slapped Dugu Wutian's head. The power of purification poured into Dugu Wutian's soul. Surrounded by mountains, 3 figures flew over as fast as lightning. They were Lin Feng, the dark green mantis scorpion king, and Dugu Wutian. Slash. Lin Feng waved his black dragon sword and slashed at one of the mountains. 100-meter-long sword light flew out. Pooh, the mountain was cut in half and collapsed. Swoosh, Ning Hanzhuang flew out, her face cold. Lin Feng, the dark green mantis scorpion king, and Dugu Wutian surrounded Ning Hanzhuang. Ning Hanzhuang's face was pale. She had been injured by the human emperor's projection, so she had hidden herself to heal, but Lin Feng had still found her. Dugu Wutian, what's wrong with you? Why are you working with this kid to deal with me? Ning Hanzhuang looked at Dugu Wutian coldly. Dugu Wutian said, fortunately, Taoist Lin has enlightened me. Now, I've abandoned the evil in my heart and followed Taoist Lin. I'm willing to convert to Buddhism and do good. You're crazy. Ning Hanzhuang looked at Dugu Wutian coldly. Lin Feng looked at Ning Hanzhuang and said, you actually have a special constitution. You really hid it from everyone. Although I haven't interacted with you much, I know that you're a cold-hearted and ambitious woman. I don't believe that someone like you would be willing to take care of your husband and children. Your engagement with Dugu Xian really surprised me. Also, I heard that you were the one who proposed this marriage. Do you know why the Upper God sect values Duguxian so much? Ning Hanshuang asked. Because Duguxian's innate talent is great, and he has a special constitution. Lin Feng said. Ning Hanshuang sneered and said, that's because Duguxian once accidentally entered the Dao Heaven's secret realm. Later on, he mastered the method to enter the Dao Heaven's secret realm. That's why the Upper God sect values Dugu Wutian so much. Dao Heaven's secret realm? One of the 10 great ancient secret realms. Lin Feng gasped. There were 10 great ancient secret realms. For example, Huangfu Qingtian's firmament secret realm was one of them. No wonder you want to enter the Dao Heaven secret realm. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. Enter the Dao Heaven mystic realm? You underestimate me. I want the Dao Heaven secret realm. Ning Hanshuang said coldly. Lin Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. It's said that a woman's heart is the most poisonous. It seems that this saying is true. Duguxian is the only one who knows how to enter the Dao Sky Mystic Realm. If you want to know who the Dao Sky Mystic Realm belongs to, it should belong to Duguxian, not you. It seems that you want to kill Duguxian and obtain his Dao Sky Mystic Realm. Duguxian shouldn't suspect that his fiancée killed him. His heart was as deep as an abyss and as fierce as a scorpion. It should be referring to women like Ning Hanshuang. Ning Hanshuang said coldly, Dao cultivation? What is Dao cultivation? Cultivation is for your own sake. You can use any means necessary. This Ning Hanshuang and Shangguan Fei'er were two completely different types of people. In Shangguan Fei'er's eyes, Lin Feng was even more important than her own life. Compared to Lin Feng, cultivation was not even worth a mention in her eyes. As for Ning Hanshuang, she was willing to do anything for the sake of cultivation. What feelings? They were not even as thick as a piece of paper. Ning Hanshuang looked at Lin Feng coldly. There was still a year before I went to the Dao Sky Mystic Realm. By then, the Dao Sky Mystic Realm would be mine. I could use it to raise my cultivation level and even become a god in the future. It's all because of you that you killed Duguxian. Now, where is the Dao Sky Mystic Realm? Duguxian has already taken it to his grave. Ning Hanshuang held the ice sword and charged towards Lin Feng. Humph, you want to kill me? Are you dreaming? Today, I'll make you my slave. Lin Feng sneered. Attack. Boom. Boom, boom. Lin Feng, the Jade Green Manta Scorpion King, and Dugu Wutian all attacked Ning Hanshuang. Lin Feng held the Black Dragon Sword and slashed the heavens and earth. Dugu Wutian held the Death War Spear and swept it forward. The Jade Green Manta Scorpion King's sharp claws slashed towards Ning Hanshuang. Its huge scorpion tail also stabbed towards Ning Hanshuang. The three of them surrounded Ning Hanshuang, and she was attacked from both sides. Under the three of them, she was forced to retreat. Ning Hanshuang, when you become my slave, I'll teach you a good lesson. Lin Feng glared at Ning Hanshuang's delicate body. He was very interested in teaching Ning Hanshuang a good lesson. She had a cold personality and a vicious heart. Lin Feng, today, I'll let you know my true strength. At this moment, Ning Hanshuang sneered. As soon as she said that, the divine light in her dantian surged. Ning Hanshuang's body emitted an aura as if an ancient god had awoken. This is... Lin Feng was shocked. Seal. There's a seal in her body. Dugu Wutian's expression changed drastically. He rushed towards Ning Hanshuang and stabbed his Death War Spear towards her. But at that moment, Ning Hanshuang had already broken the seal. In Ning Hanshuang's dantian, the power of law intertwined with each other. She was an expert in the creation realm. Ning Hanshuang was actually an expert in the creation realm. Terrifying, too terrifying, she had sealed her cultivation. She had deceived everyone. Everyone thought that Ning Hanshuang was only at the peak of the yin-yang realm. But she had already cultivated to the creation realm. This woman had hidden her strength too deeply. If she had entered the Dao Heaven mystic realm with Duguxian, with Ning Hanshuang's strength, she wouldn't have needed to sneak an attack on Duguxian. She could just break the seal and kill Duguxian, then snatch the Dao Heaven mystic realm. I'm at the second level of the creation realm. Today, all of you will die. Ning Hanchuang's voice was cold. Ice divine body, awaken. As soon as Ning Hanchuang said that, her special body began to awaken. She was an expert in the creation realm. And she had a special body constitution. She was too strong. No wonder Ning Hanchuang dared to hide here to recuperate. Lin Feng even suspected that Ning Hanchuang didn't want to leave at all. She was waiting for him to come find her. Kacha, 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 ice began to form in the surrounding void. The area within a dozen miles was surrounded by ice, turning into a sealed world of ice. Lin Feng, Dugu Wutian, and the dark green manta scorpion king were trapped inside. Ning Hanchuang obviously wanted to catch a turtle in a jar. This is my frigid ice divine kingdom. I know you have the immortal divine body, one of the 10 great taboo divine bodies, but so what? Your special body constitution is stronger than mine, but your cultivation is only at the yin-yang realm. No matter how strong your body is, your yin-yang realm won't be able to unleash the power of your special body constitution. Today, you are trapped in my frigid ice divine kingdom. No one can save you. Ning Hanchuang's right hand pressed down lightly. Boom, a gigantic palm materialized in the void. It was the frigid ice palm. In the frigid ice divine kingdom, Ning Hanchuang was the ruler. Break her frigid ice palm. Lin Feng shouted. He, Dugu Wutian, and the dark green manta scorpion king attacked the incoming frigid ice palm. Bang, the attacks from both sides collided, and it was as though a mighty god was beating a war drum. The sound was deafening. Lin Feng, Dugu Wutian, and the dark green manta scorpion king were sent flying by the frigid ice palm. How is it? Do you know how powerful I am now? Even if the 3 of you join forces, you'll still die. Ning Hanchuang's voice was cold. However, she was indeed powerful. Ning Hanchuang, who was also at the 2nd heavenly layer of the creation realm, could kill Dugu Wutian, who was at the same level as her, with a single slap. Lin Feng stopped himself in midair. His expression was slightly gloomy. He hadn't expected Ning Hanchuang to be so powerful. Daoist Lin, this person is too cruel. It seems like we have to break out of this encirclement. Otherwise, we might die in her hands, Dugu Wutian said. Ning Hanchuang sneered, break out of this encirclement? You think you can break out of this encirclement after falling into my frigid ice divine kingdom? You must be dreaming. As soon as she finished speaking, Ning Hanchuang attacked again. Across the void, she slapped her palm toward Lin Feng and the other 2. The frigid ice divine palm was formed. Break! Lin Feng roared and waved the black dragon sword in his hand, slashing out a sword light that was hundreds of meters long. Dugu Wutian and the green manta scorpion king also attacked. However, they were once again sent flying by Ning Hanchuang's frigid ice divine palm. Ning Hanchuang said proudly, in the frigid ice divine kingdom, I am invincible. Why is your special physique so much stronger than Dugu Xian's? It seems like your frigid ice divine physique is much lower than his Dao severing physique, right? Lin Feng said with a gloomy expression. Ning Hanchuang said, today, I'll let you understand. The strength of a special physique is directly related to the bloodline. When the divine blood in the body reaches 10% of the total blood in the body, the special physique can be awakened. However, this level of special physique is the weakest. For example, if your immortal divine blood only takes up 10% of your blood, then your immortal divine physique is the weakest immortal divine physique. If your blood is 100% immortal divine blood, then you have a pure blood immortal divine physique, which is also the strongest immortal divine physique. Therefore, the same physique has different strengths and weaknesses. The more blood you awaken, the stronger you become. Dugu Xian has a Dao severing physique, but he has only awakened 30% of his bloodline. As for my frigid ice divine physique, I have awakened 80% of my bloodline. Although my frigid ice divine physique is ranked lower than the Dao severing physique, I have awakened 80% of my blood. My frigid ice divine physique can crush Dugu Xian's Dao severing physique, which has only awakened 30% of his bloodline. Moreover, I am now in the fortune realm. When I reach the fortune realm, the power of my special physique will be revealed. As for you, I'm afraid you will never know how powerful a special physique in the fortune realm is because you will die at my hands today. You will never have the chance to reach the fortune realm. After saying that, Ning Hanshuang continued to attack Lin Feng, Dugu Wutian, and the dark green mantis scorpion king even more violently. In the frigid ice divine kingdom, numerous ice spears condensed and shot towards them. Humph, Ning Hanshuang, everything in the world has its counter. Although your frigid ice divine physique is powerful, there are ways to counter it. Lin Feng sneered. He waved his right hand and the 4 vicious cauldrons flew out. This was a cauldron forged by 100 human saints. It was a supreme treasure that alchemists dreamed of obtaining. Lin Feng shouted, "Everyone, come in. Let's use the 4 vicious cauldrons to deal with Ning Hanshuang." Whoosh whoosh whoosh, after saying that, Lin Feng, Dugu Wutian, and the dark green mantis scorpion king all jumped into the 4 vicious cauldrons. Clang clang clang, the numerous ice spears bombarded the 4 vicious cauldrons and all of them shattered. Inside the 4 vicious cauldrons, Lin Feng, Dugu Wutian, and the dark green mantis scorpion king all activated the 4 vicious cauldrons together. The 4 vicious cauldrons were surrounded by runes. Tao Tai, Hundun, Xianxia, and Bian, the 4 great beasts appeared and roared ferociously. The 4 vicious cauldrons carried the ferocious might of the ancient beasts and charged towards Ning Hanshuang. In the void, it was as if there was an ancient divine mountain crushing the firmament as it flew through the sky. Rumble, 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 it shook the heavens. It's useless. No matter what methods or treasures you use, you won't be able to stir up any trouble in my frigid ice divine kingdom. Ning Hanshuang sneered in the face of the 4 vicious cauldrons' attack. Ice laws. Ning Hanshuang shouted coldly. Her hands kept changing as she formed hundreds of seals. The seals were sent into the frigid ice divine kingdom. Next, clanging sounds could be heard. Ice chains appeared in the frigid ice divine kingdom. They were the chains of laws. Ning Hanshuang had the frigid ice divine body. She had cultivated to the creation realm and condensed the laws of ice. She fused her laws with the frigid ice divine kingdom and formed the ice chains. The dense chains immediately wrapped around the 4 ferocious cauldron. He, let's see how you'll die. Ning Hanshuang laughed proudly. The chains formed by the ice laws emitted a shocking wave of energy that surged into the 4 vicious cauldrons. Ning Hanshuang wanted to use the power of the ice chains to forcefully refine Lin Feng, Dugu Wutian, and the dark green mantis scorpion king to death. At that moment, Lin Feng's cold laughter could be heard from the 4 vicious cauldrons. Ning Hanshuang, it's too early for you to be happy. Today, I'll break your ice laws and frigid ice divine body. As soon as he finished speaking, flames flew out of the 4 vicious cauldrons. There were 2 types of flames. The first type of flame was the purple earthcore fire. The purple earthcore fire quickly ignited the ice chains. The second type of flame was the black god incinerating fire. The black god incinerating fire quickly filled the entire frigid ice divine kingdom and surrounded it. Bang! 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 Under the burning of the 2 types of heavenly flames, the ice chains and frigid ice divine kingdom were about to collapse. If Ning Hanshuang was facing someone else, she would definitely kill them. But Ning Hanshuang had trapped Lin Feng. Lin Feng had 2 types of heavenly flames, which directly restrained Ning Hanshuang's frigid ice divine body. Ah! What kind of flame is this? Ning Hanshuang screamed in disbelief. Her frigid ice divine body was most afraid of flames. Heavenly flames were the most powerful type of flame. Even getting close to a heavenly flame made Ning Hanshuang feel as if her body was about to be melted by the heavenly flames, and her magic power would dissipate. Run! Ning Hanshuang did not even hesitate and ran outside. Roar! Suddenly, the black flame god incinerating fire transformed into a flaming beast and slammed into Ning Hanshuang's body, sending him flying. At the same time, the purple earthcore fire had already destroyed the ice chains. Lin Feng and the other 2 controlled the 4 vicious cauldrons to crash into Ning Hanshuang. Ning Hanshuang could not dodge and was hit by the cauldrons. It was as if she had been struck by lightning, and she spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. Lin Feng, Dugu Wutian, and the dark green mantis scorpion king flew out. Suppress her for me. Lin Feng sneered and controlled the 4 vicious cauldrons to fly towards Ning Hanshuang, swallowing her into the cauldrons. How dare you suppress me? Let me out. Ning Hanshuang wanted to rush out of the cauldrons. Clang, but at this moment, the cauldron's exits were sealed by the top cover. Roar! Roar, roar! Roar! Tao Tai, Hundun, Xianxia, and Tao Wu roared continuously. The four beasts turned into four distorted beast runes and suppressed the four corners of the top cover, sealing the cauldrons. Bang! 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 Ning Hanshuang was constantly bombarding the top of the cauldron. But it was to no avail. The cauldrons were completely sealed. Banners fluttered in the dark. A total of 50,000 people were riding on strange beasts as they traversed through the void. They were cultivators from Gentleman's City. Lin Feng and Han Zihua were riding a chariot. The army was made up of all the powerful clans in Gentleman's City. "We'll reach Aotian Ancient City tomorrow at noon," said Han Zihua. "All right. All right." Lin Feng nodded. Aotian Ancient City was the #1 city in the Eastern Godly Prefecture. It was the ruler of Aotian Ancient City, the Dugu clan. They were the most powerful clan in the Eastern Godly Prefecture. Who would dare attack Aotian Ancient City in the Eastern Godly Prefecture? But now, Lin Feng was leading an army of 4 cities to attack Aotian Ancient City. The gates of Aotian Ancient City were wide open, and people were coming and going. It was as lively as ever. A loud rumbling sound came from the horizon, and countless people looked outside. They saw a black mass of troops riding on strange beasts charging over, as if they were celestial soldiers and divine generals. The sound of the war drums reverberated through the clouds. War horns? Someone wants to attack Aotian Ancient City? Many people were astonished. Who are they? How dare they attack Aotian Ancient City? Do they want to die? Many people were talking. They couldn't believe that someone would dare attack Aotian Ancient City. Wasn't that the same as attacking the Dugu clan? The Dugu clan was a powerful clan with many strong cultivators. It wouldn't be easy to attack them. Rumble! Rumble! In another direction, war banners were waving as well, and an army was rushing over. Another great army has arrived. Many people shouted in shock. This was the second large army. Looking at the number of people, it was likely that they were even larger than the first army. Before everyone could calm down, the third army came crushing through the sky. Look, those are people from Heaven's Saint City. The leaders of the 5 clans are all here. Those are people from Sun Moon City. Their leader is the city lord, Li Mingdao. Those are people from Stone City. The leaders of the 9 clans are here. When the 200,000 strong cultivators arrived, some people recognized the leaders of the 3 armies. Everyone was puzzled. What was going on? Sky Saint City, Sun Moon City, Stone City. These were all ancient cities in the East County, and now, without any warning, they were leading an army to attack the proud Heaven Ancient capital. Rumble! In the distance, the 4th army was rushing over. Another army. Inside Aotian Ancient capital, countless people were looking outside. Many of them were pale with fright. Many cultivators rushed out of proud Heaven's Ancient City and fled, worried that they would be caught in the crossfire and get caught up in the crossfire. The 4th group is from Gentleman's City. The city lord of Gentleman's City, Han Zihua, personally led them. Many people in Aotian Ancient capital were scared out of their wits. The armies of the 4 ancient capitals had arrived. In the history of the divine land of the East County, such a large-scale movement had only occurred when they besieged the soul-devouring palace. Close the gates and activate the defensive barriers. Proud Heaven Ancient capital's general shouted anxiously, "Hurry up and report this to the city lord." Everyone in Aotian Ancient City was panicking. No matter how strong Aotian Ancient City was, it couldn't face the siege of 4 cities. He didn't dare to say that he could resist the masters of the 4 cities. "Your Excellency." Zhang Junhua flew out of Stone City's army and bowed to Lin Feng. Everybody looked at Lin Feng. The 4 ancient capitals had sent their troops because of Lin Feng. Today, Lin Feng, you followed me to attack proud Heaven Ancient capital. I, Lin Feng, will remember your kindness. Lin Feng cupped his fist and bowed. Mr. Lin, you're too polite. Dugu Aotian is arrogant and despotic, and he has never taken us seriously. The Dugu family is even more arrogant and has done many things. Today, we'll follow Mr. Lin to destroy the Dugu family. We'll get rid of the greatest evil in the Eastern Divine Prefecture. Lu Xian, the head of the Stone City's Lu family, hurriedly said with a strong sense of righteousness. He first placed himself on the moral high ground to punish the Dugu family. Leader Lu, you're right. The Dugu clan is ruthless. They've been doing everything they can to expand their influence. They've destroyed all the influential groups and clans who dared resist. Many innocent people have died. Back in the days, the Soul Devourer Temple wasn't as evil. If we can destroy the Dugu clan, we'll be able to restore peace to the Eastern Godly Country, said Wang Donglong, the leader of the Wang clan in Sky Saints City. The high-ranking members of the influential groups were furious. They were all condemning Dugu Aotian. Lin Feng cupped his fist and said, "You're all very righteous. I, Lin Feng, admire you. When we cut off Dugu Aotian's head, peace will return to the Eastern Godly Country. Then, we'll have to work together to protect the peace of the Eastern Godly Country." "That's our responsibility," said the high-ranking members of the influential groups hastily. Of course, they were just being polite. The reason why these factions were willing to attack Proud Heaven Ancient Capital was not because they were doing something righteous. The influential groups only cared about benefits. How could they be righteous? The world of cultivators had always been this cruel. The world was bustling with activity, and everyone was here for profit. The influential groups were willing to follow Lin Feng to attack Proud Heaven Ancient Capital because they thought highly of Lin Feng's future. Now, the influential groups wanted to take a gamble. They wanted to follow Lin Feng to attack Proud Heaven Ancient Capital. In the future, if Lin Feng really grew up, he would become a heaven-defying cultivator. They had been following Lin Feng since the beginning, so how could they not benefit from it? Riches and honor had to be sought in the midst of danger. Besides, those influential groups had also heard that Lin Feng had a way to fight against a god. They didn't have any doubts anymore. In this world, there was no friendship without reason, and there was no helping hand without reason. Lin Feng naturally knew why they were following him, but Lin Feng didn't care. All he cared about was that they could help him, and that was enough. Dugu Aotian and the high-ranking members of Proud Heaven Ancient Capital arrived on the city walls. "What is the meaning of this? You've led an army here. Do you want to fight to the death with Proud Heaven Ancient Capital?" The high-ranking members of the allied army sneered when they heard Dugu Aotian's threat. Lin Feng stepped forward and looked at Dugu Aotian coldly. "Dugu Aotian, do you still remember me?" When Dugu Aotian saw Lin Feng, his eyes widened. He knew Lin Feng's true identity, and he also knew that Lin Feng had killed Dugu Xian. He wanted nothing more than to cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces. When he saw Lin Feng, Dugu Aotian gnashed his teeth and said, "Little bastard next door, I'll cut you into 1,000 pieces and extract your soul. I'll send you to purgatory, where you'll suffer endless torment." Lin Feng said coldly, "Dugu Xian acted so domineering in front of me in the past, but I killed him. As expected of an axe, you're jackals of the same lair." Dugu Aotian gnashed his teeth and laughed savagely. "Little bastard, I'll cut you into 1,000 pieces." Lin Feng sneered and shouted, "Everyone in Proud Heaven Ancient Capital, listen up. The allied army of the 4 cities is here to destroy the Dugu clan. If you don't want to die, stay in your homes and don't come out. If anyone dares to join forces with the Dugu clan, then when the city falls, your family or organization will be slaughtered by the allied army. Attack." The order to attack the city was given. Rumble, the ground shook violently. Enormous ballistas were pushed out of the city. Every ballista required 3,000 people to push, and the giant ballista required 500 people to pull it open. It was said that once the ballistas were fired, even beasts like Bayan and Xianxia would be killed. Over 1,000 ballistas were being pushed toward Proud Heaven's ancient capital by countless cultivators. "Fire! Fire! Fire!" Shouts shook the sky. Whoosh! 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 Each arrow was 300 meters long and 60 meters in diameter. They were covered in twisted runes. Bang! 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 One arrow after another bombarded the defensive formation that enveloped Aotian ancient capital. Crack! Crack! Crack, after 3 days and 3 nights of attacks from the 250,000 soldiers, the spell formation covering Proud Heaven's ancient capital was finally destroyed. Lin Feng shouted, "Don't panic! Don't panic! Form a small formation with 1,000 people and a large formation with 10,000 people. Cooperate." Battles between cultivators were all about magic treasures and divine abilities. Therefore, once they started fighting, it would be a chaotic battle. Strong cultivators could easily kill a lot of people. This was very different from the armies of the mortal world. The armies of the mortal world didn't have high enough cultivation, so they liked to form formations. Lin Feng had joined the army of Zhen Wu to fight against the invasion of the beasts. He knew a lot about formations. He quickly gave orders to the leaders of the 4 cities and had them set up formations. Long snake formation. 2 dragons emerging from water formation. 3 talents of heaven and earth formation. 4 gates formation. 5 tigers formation. 6 sting 6 armor formation. 7 stars formation. 8 gates formation. 9 words formation. 10 sides ambush formation. Although these large formations were used by the armies of the secular world in war, they were still very powerful. However, they could still be very useful in a battle between cultivators. Cultivators were much stronger than ordinary soldiers of the mortal world. Cultivators were undisciplined and unrestrained, so they fought for themselves in a chaotic battle. They didn't cooperate and often suffered heavy casualties. Once they formed a large formation, they would be invincible. Under the command of the upper echelons of the 4 ancient cities, all the cultivators gathered into all kinds of military formations. Boom! Boom! The cultivators of the 4 cities attacked Proud Heaven ancient capital from all directions. Kill them all. Don't leave a single one alive. Du Guotian's cold voice came from Proud Heaven ancient capital. Apart from the Dugu clan, there were also 10 great clans in Proud Heaven ancient capital. They were all ancient clans, and they were also involved in this battle. Kill them. Battle cries could be heard from all directions as cultivators surrounded and attacked the allied army of the 4 cities that had invaded Proud Heaven ancient capital. These people were waiting for the enemy to arrive and had the advantage. They had thought that they could single-handedly slaughter the army of the 4 cities. But when they started fighting, they were shocked to find that they were wrong. The allied forces of the 4 cities were arranged in various formations in an orderly manner. A small square formation had 1,000 people, and 10 small square formations formed a large square formation with 10,000 people. There was a total of 25 large square formations. During the battle, the various square formations complemented each other. He was simply invincible. Puff! 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 The coalition forces of the 4 cities began to harvest lives. Countless cultivators were killed by the allied forces of the 4 cities. Ha ha ha! I didn't think that a battle between cultivators could be fought in such a way. That's a deployment spell from the ordinary world. I hadn't thought that deployment spells from the ordinary world would be so powerful. On the side of the coalition forces of the 4 cities, countless people were excited. Originally, many people thought that this battle would be extremely difficult. The casualties were disastrous. Many of them even came with the determination to die. But he didn't expect the result to be like this. Surprisingly, it was the cultivators from Proud Heaven ancient capital. The cultivators of the Proud Heaven ancient capital were even stronger than the cultivators of the 4-city alliance. Moreover, the allied forces of the 4 cities had traveled a long way and attacked the city continuously for 3 days. They had consumed a lot of resources. Proud Heaven ancient capital's cultivators, on the other hand, were waiting patiently. No matter how one looked at it, the cultivators of the Proud Heaven ancient capital should have had the upper hand in this battle. The reason for this was that the cultivators of the Proud Heaven ancient capital were too scattered. They still thought that a battle between cultivators was a chaotic battle, which led to their defeat. Of course, the cultivators of the 4 cities also knew this. This time, the cultivators of the 4 cities had obeyed the orders of Lin Feng and formed a deployment spell because the higher-ups of the 4 cities had obeyed his orders. There had been no infighting. If Du Guotian had asked the cultivators of the Proud Heaven ancient capital to form a deployment spell, it would have been impossible. The clans of the Proud Heaven ancient capital had many tricks up their sleeves. If they weren't united, how could they fight as one? Perhaps this was the so-called human heart. When people were united, their sharpness could cut through metal. Your Excellency, the cultivators of the proud heaven ancient capital are retreating. I'm afraid they won't be able to last much longer. The higher-ups of the 10 clans of the proud heaven ancient capital came to Du Guotian's side with sad faces. It's a military deployment spell. How did that little bastard of the Lin clan get the cultivators of the 4 cities to work together? Du Guotian's face was gloomy. He was very knowledgeable and could naturally see the deployment spell of the 4 cities at a glance. It was a military deployment spell used by the armies of the mortal world. The armies of the mortal world had strict military discipline, and the soldiers followed the rules of the army. Therefore, they could form a military deployment spell with a single order. In the past, Du Guotian had personally gone to the mortal world to observe military deployment spells. After he came back, he tried to practice them, but the results were very poor. Therefore, Du Guotian simply gave up. But now, Lin Feng and the allied army of the 4 cities were united. Everyone had the same goal, which was to form a deployment spell and kill the cultivators of the proud heaven ancient capital. Du Guotian's face was very unsightly. You guys stop the allied army of the 4 cities. I'll go and ask the gods to help. When the gods arrive, the allied army of the 4 cities will all die. Du Guotian said. The eyes of the higher-ups of the 10 clans suddenly lit up. If the gods attacked, the allied army of the 4 cities would only have 250,000 people. Even if they had 250,000 people, they would still be defeated. Cultivators of the proud heaven ancient capital, listen up. The city lord has already asked the gods to help. Everyone, stop the allied army of the 4 cities. Once the gods arrive, the allied army will be destroyed. Shouted the higher-ups of the 10 clans. The morale of the cultivators of the proud heaven ancient capital rose. The battle between the 2 sides became even more intense. In the depths of the Duga clan's mansion, the members of the Duga clan had already set up an altar. There was a small bronze person on the altar. Du Guotian and the members of the Duga clan kowtowed 3 times and 9 times. Du Guotian prayed, Great God, the son of Lin Beidian is leading an army to besiege proud heaven ancient city. Please come and capture the son of the sinner Lin Beidian. The bronze dwarf suddenly opened its eyes and said in a loud voice, Lin Beidian's son? Is it true? It's absolutely true, said Du Guotian hurriedly. The bronze person smiled ferociously, a descendant of the sinner's blood. It's a direct descendant of the sinner's blood. Excellent. Crack, as soon as it finished speaking, the bronze person immediately shattered. At the same time, in the sky, an endless amount of golden light poured out. The golden light seemed to connect to a mysterious world. Boom. A moment later, a man wearing a divine robe stepped out. The man was surrounded by an endless amount of divine light. Behind him, the image of the gods and Buddhas of the heavens appeared. After he appeared, the void distorted and the great Tao trembled. Countless people looked up to the sky at the man shrouded in divine light. God. It's really a god. A god has arrived. Countless people shouted in shock. Thump, thump, the cultivators of the proud heaven ancient capital and the allied army of the 4 cities couldn't help but kneel on the ground and worship the god. The rumors are true. The Duga clan can communicate with gods. A god has arrived. Are we going to die? Countless people from the allied army of the 4 cities looked up at the god in the sky with pale faces. Many of them were filled with fear and despair. It was a god. The higher-ups of the 4-city alliance looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng had said that he had a way to deal with God. Now that God had appeared, everyone was worried. After all, how could God be so easy to deal with? Therefore, the higher-ups of the 4-city alliance were pale with fear. They didn't have much confidence in Lin Feng's ability to deal with God. But now, all their hopes were pinned on Lin Feng. They could only hope that everything Lin Feng had said was true. Are you a descendant of the sinner's blood? God looked at Lin Feng coldly. Lin Feng's eyes flickered. The calamity that befell the Lin family must have something to do with this so-called God in front of him, or the power behind him, right? Who are you? Lin Feng's voice was filled with killing intent. A descendant of the sinner's blood has no right to know who I am. I couldn't capture your father, so I can capture you and force your father to show himself. It's the same. God's voice was cold. As soon as he finished speaking, he stretched out his right hand and grabbed Lin Feng. The gigantic hand blotted out the sky as it came grabbing down. In that instant, everyone felt as if the world was about to freeze. No one could move at all. Even his mind was about to stop working. That was the terrifying thing about God. When God attacked, he could imprison the world. In front of God, any living thing was as weak as an ant. It was impossible to fight against God. Demon Lord, Lin Feng transmitted his voice. Buzz. The demon orb vibrated violently. Swoosh. Demonic chi covered the sky. The demon lord was enveloped in demonic chi. He stepped forward in the air and threw a punch at God. Bang. The demon lord and God collided. He dissolved God's attack, but God was forced back 3 steps by the demon lord's punch. Quick, look. What's happening? What's that demonic chi in the sky? What a terrifying bestial chi. It seems like there's something in the bestial chi, but I can't see what it is. That clump of demonic energy came from Lin Gongzi's body. Could it be a supreme treasure? Countless people of the coalition forces of the 4 cities shouted excitedly. Although they didn't know what was inside the demonic chi. However, the demonic aura had forced the god back. That was a high and mighty god that looked down on all living beings. He was actually pushed back by a ball of demonic chi. It was too unbelievable. That ball of demonic chi definitely hid a shocking secret. Lin Gongzi said that he had a way to deal with the gods. So it's true, I knew Lin Gongzi was born to be an emperor, he wouldn't die so young. Just as I guessed, that bestial chi might be a godly weapon from the ancient times. Lin Gongzi is so young. Not only is his cultivation high, but he's also a heaven-level array master. He must have had some heaven-defying luck, so I'm not surprised that he has an immemorial mystical armament. The high-level officials of the 4-city coalition army were talking about it. What are you? You look like a human, but not a human. You look like a demon, but not a demon? Are you really the weapon spirit of a godly weapon? The god looked coldly at the demon lord. The demon lord said, you can think of it that way, or you can think of me as something else. I've appeared today to devour you. What a joke. The weapon spirit of a weapon wants to devour a god? The god sneered disdainfully. The demon lord said coldly, you're just a clone of the god. How dare you be so arrogant? Today, I'll kill you and devour your divine essence. Boom, as soon as he finished speaking, the demon lord charged at the god with boundless demonic chi. The god's eyes were cold. This clone already has the power of a primary god. Dealing with a mere weapon spirit like you is as easy as crushing an ant. The god also charged at the demon lord. God descends to the heavens. The god attacked, and boundless divine light surged in the sky. Images of gods appeared in the divine light. The divine light was like the Milky Way, and it pressed down on the demon lord. Space-time reversal. The demon lord attacked with a peerless divine ability as well. The divine light that had formed the images of gods shattered. Bang, the god and the demon lord collided, and everyone felt the world shake. This was a battle between gods. They could destroy the world with a snap of their fingers. What kind of terrifying godly weapon does Lin Gongzi have? The weapon spirit of a godly weapon can fight against a god. It's too powerful. Lin Gongzi must have paid a great price to get the weapon spirit of an immemorial mystical weapon to help him. Indeed, the implement spirit of an immemorial godly weapon has its own consciousness. It won't do anything carelessly. I don't know what kind of price Mr. Lin paid to get the implement spirit of an immemorial godly weapon to help. But if you can kill a god, it's worth it. The higher-ups of the allied army were all discussing the situation. They thought that the demon lord was the weapon spirit of an immemorial mystical weapon. But Lin Feng knew that the demon lord wasn't the weapon spirit of the demon orb. Before, the demon lord had let slip that he was one of the big shots of the undying world in the ancient times. As for why the demon lord had appeared in the demon orb, Lin Feng didn't know because the demon lord had never mentioned it. In the sky, the demon lord and the god were fighting, and all kinds of powerful divine abilities were displayed. The battle between the two was very fierce. Du Guotian shouted, "It's very difficult to revive an immemorial mystical armament spirit. Normally, if you want to revive an immemorial mystical armament spirit, you'll have to pay a huge price. That bastard from the Lin family must have used some unknown method to revive the immemorial mystical armament spirit. As long as that bastard dies, the immemorial mystical armament spirit will fall silent, and the immemorial mystical armament will become an ownerless item. At that time, the immemorial mystical armament will be ours. Come with me, kill that bastard from the Lin family. Kill that little bastard from the Lin clan," shouted the strong cultivators of Aotian ancient capital under Du Guotian's command. They rushed towards Lin Feng. "Du Guotian, I'm going to kill you today," said Lin Feng icily. He raised his black dragon sword and threw himself at Du Guotian. "Let's go together." The higher-ups of the allied army rose up in the air and followed Lin Feng to attack the strong cultivators of Aotian ancient capital. Below them, the cultivators of the allied army also rushed towards the cultivators of Aotian ancient capital. Up in the sky, the demon lord and the god were fighting. In the sky, the strongest cultivators of Aotian ancient capital were fighting against the strongest cultivators of the allied army. In the cities, the allied army was fighting against the ordinary cultivators of Aotian ancient capital. It was an all-out war. Boom! In the sky, Lin Feng and the strong cultivators of the allied army were fighting against the strong cultivators of Aotian ancient capital. Blood splashed everywhere, and from time to time, strong cultivators were killed and their corpses fell down. "Die, boy!" shouted Du Guotian, holding a huge blood-red axe. He descended from the sky and swung it towards Lin Feng. It was as if he could split a mountain. Danger! Lin Feng was surprised and moved backwards, but Du Guotian's attack had locked onto him. He couldn't escape. The situation was extremely dangerous. Suddenly, behind Du Guotian stabbed his death war spear at Du Guotian. Du Guotian felt the cold light behind him and didn't dare to continue attacking Lin Feng. With a flip of his hand, he swept the axe behind him. Clang! The blood-red axe and the death war spear collided. It was like a collision of divine weapons. Thump, thump, thump. Du Guotian was pushed back a dozen steps by Du Guotian's attack. As the strongest person in Aotian ancient capital, Du Guotian was at least at the 4th or 5th level of the creation realm. When he saw that the person who attacked was Du Guotian roared angrily, "Du Guotian, you actually betrayed me." Du Guotian's eyes were filled with killing intent, but he still couldn't believe that Du Guotian would betray him. "Wutian, what's wrong with you? You actually joined forces with the little bastard of the Lin family to deal with the Lord." In another direction, a cultivator called Du Guotian shouted angrily. Du Guotian and Du Guotian were originally slaves who had raised horses for Du Guotian. Later, the two of them had accidentally consumed the dragon heart grass, and their bodies had been changed by the dragon heart grass, gradually revealing their talents. When Du Guotian saw that the two slaves were so talented, he gave them the surname of the Dugu clan and the names Wutian and Sun Tian respectively. Then, he let them join the Proud Heavens Legion and climb up step by step to their current positions. One of them was the Legion commander of the Proud Heavens Legion, while the other was the Vice Legion commander. Their current achievements naturally couldn't be separated from Du Guotian's nurturing. Therefore, they had always been very loyal to Du Guotian. Even if Du Guotian asked them to do something as heartless as exterminating a human race, they would do it without hesitation. Du Guotian said, "Sun Tian, how many outrageous things have we done for Du Guotian all these years? Ask yourself honestly, don't you feel guilty in your heart? If you put down the butcher's knife now, you still have a chance to turn back. If you continue to be stubborn, sooner or later you will be sent to the 18th level of hell and never be able to live again. I think you've lost your mind." Du Guotian rushed towards Du Guotian with a dragon-head broadsword in his hand. He sneered and said, "You dared to betray Master. Today, I will cut off your head on behalf of Master. You can only atone for your sins with death. Let's kill Du Guotian together." Han Zihua shouted in a deep voice, leading the experts of Gentleman City to besiege Du Guotian. They appeared to be very careful because even Han Zihua had yet to break through to the creation realm. Therefore, these people besieged Dugu Sun Tian, who was at the creation realm. They relied on their absolute advantage in numbers and Dharma treasures to suppress Dugu Sun Tian. In the void, Lin Feng slashed out a 300-meter-long sword light, directly slashing towards Du Guotian. Brat, with your cultivation level, you want to fight me? You're overestimating yourself. Du Guotian was incomparably arrogant. The blood-colored axe in his hand suddenly shook. Blood light flew out, instantly breaking Lin Feng's attack. Du Guotian is at the 5th celestial layer of the creation realm. He's too strong. We have to be smart, otherwise we'll definitely die at his hands. Du Guotian transmitted his voice to Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded. Du Guotian was indeed very strong. His cultivation level was way higher than theirs. Blood-colored axe destroys the world. Du Guotian attacked in a domineering manner. A gigantic axe light appeared in the void and shot towards Lin Feng and Du Guotian. Du Guotian, who was standing in the void, looked like Pangu had come back to life. This move of his really had a hint of an axe that could shatter an entire world. Clang, Lin Feng and Du Guotian brandished their weapons to block, but they were blown away. The two of them flew a few thousand meters away, and blood flowed out of their orifices. Du Guotian's attack was ridiculously strong. Let's end this. Give me your head. Du Guotian's voice was indifferent. He didn't stop. The instant he repelled Lin Feng, he rushed towards Lin Feng again. Du Guotian waved his blood-red axe. He slashed towards Lin Feng. Blood God's axe. When the axe slashed out, a mysterious existence wearing a blood-red robe appeared above Lin Feng. It was a god. A blood god. This was a powerful divine ability that manifested a blood god. When the blood god attacked, it could split heaven and earth. The blood god wielded his axe and slashed down with all his might, wanting to kill Lin Feng. Oh no, Lin Gongzi is in danger. In countless directions, the cultivators of the Four Cities Alliance army saw the scene in the void, and their faces turned pale. In the sky above, the battle between the demon lord and the god was getting more and more intense. Demonic chi swept across heaven and earth. Divine light surged in the void. Every time the demon lord and the god collided, the void would shatter. Endless darkness could even be seen in the shattered void, which was connected to the starry sky outside. The shattered void was being reconstructed amidst the shattering. The demon lord and the god's attacks were getting more and more violent. God refinement. The god attacked, and a furnace swallowed the demon lord in an instant. The furnace burned fiercely. The god wanted to refine the demon lord to death. Heaven and earth primordial slash. The demon lord, who was trapped in the furnace, shouted coldly. He tore the furnace apart, turned into a chaotic light, and attacked the god. Galaxy reversal. The god continued to attack, and with a wave of his hand, a galaxy world appeared in the sky. The stars in the galaxy world all smashed towards the demon lord. It was a doomsday scene. Doomsday battle song. The demon lord transformed into his original body and walked in the void. In the apocalypse, my will is unyielding. I would rather die than surrender. I know that there are mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and that there is only a slim chance of survival. But even if I die, I have no regrets. The demon lord sang the sonorous and powerful doomsday battle song. The endless stars that smashed down from the galaxy reversal were shattered by the doomsday battle song. This doomsday battle song was an abnormally terrifying divine ability. What a powerful weapon spirit. Today, I will let you die without a grave. God's punishment. The god seemed to be angry, and with a roar, he gathered the power of billions of heavenly tribulations in his hands. It was rumored that only the supreme heavenly path could control the power of heavenly tribulations. Even the god couldn't control this kind of power. But the god in front of him was able to use the power of heavenly tribulations. To be able to use the power of heavenly tribulations, other than the ethereal heavenly path, only the people from that place. The demon lord's expression suddenly changed. You know too much. All the more you should die. The god laughed coldly. On behalf of the heavenly path, I punish you. You will fall into the endless purgatory, become an undead, and sink for billions of years. You will be tortured by the flames of purgatory for all eternity, God's punishment, descend. As soon as the god finished speaking, the dense power of heavenly tribulations rushed towards the demon lord. The demon lord's expression was uncertain. You are the most sinful of all. You think that you are superior and can control the life and death of all living things, but all life should be equal. Today, I will let you have a taste of my 9 slashes of the demon god. Boom, as soon as he finished speaking, the demon lord soared into the sky. The demon lord turned into a stream of demon energy. Blood god's axe, fall of gods and demons, this attack enveloped Lin Feng, causing him to feel the smell of death. This feeling was too terrible. The aura of death enveloped his entire body, and Lin Feng felt that his body was unable to move. Heaven punishing fighting will. Lin Feng roared. The battle intent in his body surged out like a sea. He used the heaven punishing fighting will to dissolve the pressure of the blood god's shadow. Axe shattering the heavens. Lin Feng roared, and an axe light condensed in the air and blasted out. When the heaven punishing fighting will and the axe shattering the heavens were used together, their power multiplied. This was because Xianxia was known as the #1 war god of the ancient era and was incomparably domineering, and Lin Feng's axe light attack was also a domineering type of attack. Thus, they complemented each other. Clang, clang. The two attacks collided. Waves of destructive power swept out from the center of the collision. Lin Feng was sent flying over 10,000 meters, his entire body dripping with blood, while Du Guotian was also forced to retreat. However, Du Guotian was too powerful, he was not injured, and continued to charge towards Lin Feng. Brat, die. Du Guotian chopped down with his axe again. Lin Feng didn't even have time to take a breather. Lin Feng didn't even have time to breathe. Come out. Lin Feng's eyes were cold as he quickly opened the beast slave bag. The swarm of insects immediately flew out. Under the lead of the dark green mantis scorpion king, the poisonous insects that blotted out the sky pounced towards Du Guotian. The dark green mantis scorpion king hid within the swarm of insects and lurked towards Du Guotian. Damn it. Seeing the swarm of insects pouncing towards him, Du Guotian couldn't help but curse. Originally, he was about to kill Lin Feng, but now that such a change had occurred, he was naturally extremely depressed. Axe sweeping 8 directions. Du Guotian shouted coldly as the blood-red axe in his hand swept out. Shwa. Suddenly, the dense axe light condensed into a huge net that swept towards the surroundings. When the swarm of insects pounced over, countless poisonous insects were killed by the huge net formed by the axe light. However, there were too many poisonous bugs, covering the sky and earth. Therefore, there were still poisonous insects that broke through Du Guotian's defense. Crunch. The poisonous bug bit Du Guotian's body. Du Guotian groaned, so it's poisonous, but it's useless against me. Instead, it can make me even more powerful. Du Guotian's body absorbed the poison of the poisonous insects. The poison stimulated his body, causing Du Guotian's fighting strength to become even more berserk. So perverted, Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. Du Guotian's strength was completely beyond his imagination. If this continued, even if millions of insects died, they probably wouldn't be able to cause any harm to Du Guotian. I still have bronze fragments that I can use. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and decided to use this treasure. This was a fragment of a Saint Emperor artifact. It was extremely powerful, but it consumed too much energy. In the past, when Lin Feng's cultivation was low, the energy in his body would be instantly sucked dry when he activated the bronze fragment, causing him to fall into a weakened state. Now, his cultivation base had increased. However, when he activated the bronze fragment, most of his energy would be sucked away, causing his fighting strength to plummet. Therefore, Lin Feng wouldn't use the bronze fragment unless it was absolutely necessary. But now, the situation was critical. It was time for him to use the bronze fragment. Let's break through Du Guotian's net of axes. Lin Feng looked at Du Guotian. Du Guotian nodded. He and Lin Feng attacked together. 3 death spears. Du Guotian roared as he thrust out his spear 3 times in a row. Layers of spear lights flashed. The 3 spears merged into one. Then, he stabbed forward fiercely. Black Dragon Sword, slash! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. He fused his sword energy with the cosmic sword formula into his black dragon sword and used his most powerful sword attack. You're overestimating yourself. Die. When he saw Lin Feng and Dugu Wutian attacking him, Dugu Outyan didn't show any fear. Instead, he sneered and swept his huge axe, causing a violent explosion. He was at the fifth stratum of the creation realm. Clang. Clang, clang. 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 Clang, axe lights, spear lights, and sword chi intertwined and collided. Dugu Outyan was too strong. He had broken through Lin Feng and Dugu Wutian's attacks. Then, the axe lights swept again. Slash, Lin Feng and Dugu Wutian were severely injured. They were almost cut in half at the waist. Blood spilled everywhere. Ha ha ha. You're too weak. You can't even withstand a single attack from me. Dugu Outyan was extremely arrogant. He swept his blood-red axe in all directions, killing countless poisonous insects. Then, he jumped out and chopped at Lin Feng and Dugu Wutian with his axe. He wanted to kill them both with his axe. I'm dead. Dugu Wutian shouted sadly. Oh no. The cultivators of the Alliance of the Four Cities changed their expressions. If Lin Feng died, the Alliance of the Four Cities would collapse. If that happened, the allied forces of the Four Cities would be defeated, and all the clans involved in this war would be exterminated by Aotian ancient capital. That boy is going to die. Dugu Wutian, that traitor, is going to die too. The cultivators of Aotian ancient city were excited. Seeing that Lin Feng and Dugu Wutian were about to be killed, suddenly, there was a flash of light. A Xianxia flew out. It was a clone of the ancient divine emperor. It was a clone that Lin Feng had refined. He hadn't used the Xianxia clone because he had been waiting for this moment. Slash, Dugu Outyan's attack was so powerful that the Xianxia clone was almost cut in half by Dugu Outyan. However, the Xianxia clone blocked the fatal attack for Lin Feng and Dugu Wutian. Whoosh, a green light shot out like a bolt of lightning. Lin Feng used all his dermic powers to take out the bronze fragment. What's that? Dugu Outyan's expression changed drastically. He wanted to dodge, but he was too close to Lin Feng. They were only 5 meters apart. At such a close distance, Dugu Outyan had no time to dodge. With a poochie sound, the bronze shard pierced through Dugu Outyan's chest. Dugu Outyan let out a blood-curdling scream as his body flew back. The blood-red axe light net that enveloped him immediately dissipated. A dense swarm of poisonous insects rushed forward, and a large amount of poison entered Dugu Outyan's body. The dark green mantis scorpion king's sharp claws directly pierced through Dugu Outyan's chest. Die. Dugu Wutian jumped up and stabbed with his death war spear. With a slash, the spear pierced Dugu Outyan's dantian. Ah! Dugu Outyan screamed. His dantian was destroyed, and his cultivation was gone. Lin Feng used his immortal body to recover with difficulty. He flew over and grabbed Dugu Outyan. Ha ha ha, Dugu Outyan is crippled. Kill all the cultivators of Aotian ancient city. Leave none alive. Lin Feng shouted. Kill him. The cultivators of Death City were excited. They had thought that Lin Feng was going to die. They hadn't thought that Dugu Outyan would be the one to be crippled. The morale of the allied army of the Four Cities was greatly boosted. The city lord is crippled. Hurry up and run. The cultivators of Aotian ancient city screamed in fear and fled in all directions. The allied army of the Four Cities slaughtered the cultivators of Aotian ancient city. Very quickly, rivers of blood flowed in Aotian ancient city. Boom, in the sky, the demon lord used the 9 slashes of the demon god and clashed with the god. A terrifying shockwave spread out and smashed towards the ground. Hurry up and run! Shouted Lin Feng. His expression changed drastically, and he flew away. Countless people tried to run away. Bang, the shockwaves of the battle between the demon lord and the god destroyed half of Aotian ancient city. Countless people died tragically. Huff, 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 Lin Feng gasped for breath. He had almost been cut in half at the waist. Thanks to his immortal divine body, he was slowly recovering. Take this. Lin Feng threw a precious 10,000-year-old spirit herb to Dugu Wutian. Dugu Wutian had contributed greatly to this battle. Thank you, fellow Lin. Dugu Wutian quickly swallowed the 10,000-year-old spirit herb. Under the treatment of the 10,000-year-old spirit herb, Dugu Wutian's face regained some color. Dugu Wutian, you traitor! You crippled my Dantian! Dugu Outyin roared, his face distorted. Dugu Wutian said expressionlessly, Dugu Outyin, you evil thief! For your own selfish desires, you eradicated a total of 172 forces and killed 35 million innocent people. I was your accomplice back then, and I felt uneasy every day. I was ashamed to face those who died tragically. My life was worse than death. After fellow Lin enlightened me, I abandoned the darkness and joined the light. Today, I destroyed you for the good of the world. If there is another chance like this, I will still destroy you without hesitation. Hearing Dugu Wutian's words, Dugu Outyin was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Feng looked at Dugu Outyin indifferently. A just cause enjoys abundant support, an unjust cause finds little support. Dugu Wutian, keep an eye on him. Don't let him die. After the battle, I have something to ask him. Lin Feng threw Dugu Outyin to Dugu Wutian. Then, he ordered the dark green mantis Scorpion King to help Han Zihua and the others kill Dugu Sun Tian. After the dark green mantis Scorpion King received the order, it led the insect swarm to attack. Lin Feng used his indestructible godly body to heal himself. His injuries were too severe, and he couldn't fight anymore. In the sky, the demon lord and god clashed and gathered power again. Boom! The demon lord and god attacked again. 9 slashes of the demon god. The second slash. The void shattered, divine punishment, second slash, 9 heavens divine tribulation. Bang! Once again, the attacks from both sides collided fiercely. A battle between gods was not something that mortals could imagine. Around the demon lord and god, the illusions were collapsing and reforming. They charged at each other, fighting until the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. The 9 slashes of the demon god versus the god's punishment. Both sides fought fiercely. The god's body was pierced through and blood flowed out. The demon lord's origin power was obliterated, and his body became illusory. Both the demon lord and god received varying degrees of damage. Haha, it seems like you won't be able to hold on for much longer without a physical body. Deity sneered. His killing intent soared to the sky. He became more and more confident about this battle. He could feel the demon lord's power weakening. If we were in the ancient immemorial era, I could crush someone like you with one hand. The demon lord's voice was cold. This isn't the immemorial era. Deity's voice was indifferent. He attacked again, wanting to defeat the demon lord as quickly as possible. The demon lord coldly glanced at Lin Feng's Dantian. You're still hibernating. Don't you want your god's origin power anymore? As soon as the demon lord finished speaking, the void around him began to distort. The demonic orb and Xianming demonic book flew out, lingering in the black fog. Lin Feng was shocked. It seemed that the demon lord was only temporarily residing in the demonic orb. The demonic orb also seemed to have its own spirit. Otherwise, why would it fly out on its own? The Xianming demonic book had always been very strange. Lin Feng was not surprised that it flew out. Boom, up in the sky, divine light surged. Demonic chi churned, and demonic chi covered the sky. No one could clearly see the battle in the sky. The battle was too intense, so everyone was far away from it. Even Lin Feng couldn't see clearly what had happened during that great battle. My strength is limited, so I can't participate in the battle of gods. But since the demon lord, the demonic orb, and the Xianming demonic book have all attacked, I'm guessing that they have a way to kill deity. These guys won't attack for no reason. They want to divide up deity's origin power. I have to find an opportunity to devour deity's origin power. Lin Feng clenched his teeth. The demonic orb and the Xianming demonic book. Weren't those two treasures destroyed in the immemorial era? Why did they appear? Deity shouted in disbelief. He then looked at Lin Feng. It's that kid. Not only does he have sinner's blood, but he also has an even more terrifying bloodline power. What kind of bloodline power can surpass sinner's blood? Could it be that race? Deity suddenly shouted in disbelief. He thought of that legendary race. Breaking through the undying world, overturning the Chaos Tower, slaughtering the 9 layers of heaven, overturning the 18 layers of hell. Only that race had such a terrifying bloodline. Boom, the demon lord didn't say a word. While Deity was still in shock, he rushed forward. At the same time, the Xianming demonic book and the demonic orb flew out. Together, they surrounded Deity. Chains appeared from the demonic orb and wrapped around Deity. On the Xianming demonic book, a dense number of Tao characters appeared. There were hundreds of them. Together, they suppressed Deity. The demon lord turned into a scorching sun and suppressed Deity. Bang! Deity moved to block the combined attacks of the demon lord, the demonic orb, and the Xianming demonic book. Both sides fought fiercely. The Xianming demonic book seized the opportunity and sent 2 Tao characters into Deity's body. Of the 2 Tao characters, one was Deity. The other was Perish. Together, they formed Deity's Perish. These 2 Tao characters dealt a heavy blow to Deity. Deity roared. He wanted to force the 2 Tao characters out of his body. But he couldn't. Bang, the 2 Tao characters exploded, and Deity's body began to crumble. Destroy him. The demon lord and the demonic orb rushed forward. Powerful attacks bombarded Deity. Why is it like this? I am a deity, how can you destroy me? Deity roared angrily. He was unwilling. But he couldn't resist. Under the combined attacks of the demon lord, the demonic orb, and the Xianming demonic book, Deity's body exploded. This deity will remember you. When this deity's true body appears, all of you will die. Deity's voice fell. Even Deity's soul was shattered. Deity's origin scattered in the sky. The demon lord, the demonic orb, and the Xianming demonic book began to devour Deity's origin. Deity's origin, devour it. Lin Feng also rushed forward and began to devour Deity's origin. The demon lord, the Xianming demonic book, and the demonic orb were furious. They wanted to sweep Lin Feng away. You 3 short-sighted fellows. If we share Deity's origin, we can continue to work together in the future. If you want to take Deity's origin for yourself, we will go our separate ways. Lin Feng shouted. Humph, the demon lord coldly snorted. He ignored Lin Feng and began to devour Deity's origin. The Xianming demonic book and the demonic orb did the same. Lin Feng let out a long breath. Even a god is dead. Run. Countless people were screaming in fear. The cultivators of Aotian ancient capital were in chaos. The Duga clan and the 10 great clans were fleeing like crazy. The 2 sides were already at war, and Lin Feng didn't need to give the order. The allied army of the 4 cities wouldn't let the Duga clan and the 10 great clans off. The battle lasted for a day and a night. A small number of people managed to escape, but most were killed. That was how cruel a war was. Once a war broke out, they had to kill every last one of them. Otherwise, they might get revenge in the future. Some of the cultivators of the allied army went to chase the cultivators of Aotian ancient capital. Some of them went to look for the treasuries of the Duga clan and the 10 great clans. In the main hall of the Duga clan. Reporting. The items in the treasuries of the various clans have been accounted for. There are 3 Tao artifacts, the Icefire Warspear, the Dragon-slaying sword, and the Dragon Flame saber. There are a total of 18,700 peak-priced artifacts, and there are a total of, soon, someone came to report the spoils of war. There were hundreds of thousands of magic treasures and spirit stones piled up like mountains. There were also many divine ability secret manuals and so on. Lin Gongzi, we found an ancient bronze book in the Duga clan. A Sun Moon City elder who was in charge of checking the spoils of war hurriedly came forward to report. He was holding an ancient bronze book in his hand. Lin Feng was shocked. Bronze items were extremely precious. He took the bronze book and saw that there were distorted runes on the bronze book. Runes? Lin Feng was shocked. The bronze book was sealed by the runes. If he wanted to open it, he had to decipher the runes. Obviously, that would take some time. Lin Feng put the book away. The 11 clans of Aotian ancient capital had so many treasures that it took 5 days and 5 nights to sort them out. Next, it was time to distribute the treasures. I'll take the Dao weapons. As for the remaining spirit stones, divine abilities, and treasures, you can discuss how to divide them. Lin Feng said. Everyone nodded. Nobody had any objections. There were only 3 Dao weapons. It was good that Lin Feng took them all. If he distributed them, how would the clans of the 4 cities get 3 Dao weapons? Wouldn't that lead to a fight? Lin Feng also saw this point, which was why he took the 3 Dao artifacts. I told you before that if you follow me, I won't mistreat you. These bottles contain godly origin. Each influential group can take one, said Lin Feng. Lin Feng waved his right hand and 36 porcelain bottles landed on the table. Divine essence? The voices of the upper echelons of the 4 ancient cities began to tremble violently. They knew what the divine source represented. Regardless of whether it was direct refinement or alchemy, the divine source could play a heaven-defying role. After refining the divine source, one's body would be improved by the divine source. At that time, his cultivation would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. To put it bluntly, even a mountain of treasures was far less valuable than a bottle of God's source. After being stunned for a moment, all the upper echelons of the 4 ancient cities shouted in unison. Thank you, Lin Gongzi, for your generosity. In the future, we are willing to serve you like dogs and horses. Even if we have to climb a mountain of blades or dive into a sea of flames, we won't even frown. The upper echelons of the large clans expressed their loyalty. This time, they had followed Lin Feng to attack Aotian Ancient City, and they had witnessed how he had killed a god. Aotian Ancient City would be divided among the 4 ancient cities in the future. Apart from that, all the treasures of the 11 clans, including the Dugu clan, would also be given to the clans of the 4 ancient cities. The clans of the 4 ancient cities would also receive godly origin as a reward. Lin Feng had an immemorial godly weapon and could slaughter gods. Lin Feng was like a god to the clans of the 4 ancient cities. They naturally had to take advantage of this opportunity to follow Lin Feng. Lin Feng said meaningfully. Take good care of the godly land of the East. I hope you won't disappoint me. Everybody was astonished. Lin Feng's words seemed to have a deeper meaning. It seemed that Lin Gongzi wanted to create his own group. Thinking of this, the upper echelons of the large clans became excited. In their opinion, if Lin Feng wanted to create his own group, it would definitely be a huge force that could compete with the immemorial godly forces in the future. Moreover, they would be the first group of clans to submit to Lin Feng. They were the elders. We will definitely live up to your expectations. Many of the upper echelons of the large clans hurriedly said. Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. These people were all smart people. Some things didn't need to be said too clearly. The next day, Lin Feng returned to the Zhenwu country accompanied by the ancestor of the Zhenwu country, Long Fu. Du Guotian was also brought to the Zhenwu country and was temporarily imprisoned in the Zhenwu country's prison. Lin Feng reunited with Xiao Yifei, Su Zimo, and the others in the imperial capital. He began to arrange for Xiao Yifei, Su Zimo, Ouyang Li, Zhang Shirli, and other good friends to join the 4 ancient cities to cultivate. At the same time, Lin Feng handed the dragon-slaying sword to Shang Wanfei so that she could use it to protect herself. On the 3rd day after returning to the imperial capital, Lin Feng went to interrogate Du Guotian. However, Du Guotian was very tight-lipped and it was difficult to get any useful information from him. Lin Feng used the soul-searching technique and forcefully searched Du Guotian's soul. There were memories of God in Du Guotian's soul. God came from a mysterious world. However, he did not know where it came from. Little b** starred, God will descend again. When that time comes, the God that descends will be even more powerful. At that time, you will die without a burial ground. Du Guotian cursed. Drag him out and execute him. Lin Feng waved his hand. Yes. Immediately, a guard dragged Du Guotian out and used a boning knife to cut off the flesh on Du Guotian's body. This was death by dismemberment. It was the cruelest punishment. After staying in the Eastern Divine Land for half a month, Lin Feng left and returned to the Blue Cloud sect. However, it was obvious that the destruction of the Aotian ancient capital in the Eastern Divine Land had caused a huge uproar in the 72 northern states. However, Lin Feng had already left the center of the storm. After returning to the Blue Cloud sect, everyone on the Supreme Peak received a bottle of God's source. This made everyone wild with joy. Everyone went into seclusion to refine the God source and cultivate. At night, Lin Feng sat cross-legged. The God source in his dantian was as vast as the sea. Lin Feng's cultivation had already gone from the early stage of the 8th heaven of the yin-yang realm to the advanced stage. He had only consumed a small portion of the God source. Lin Feng felt that the God source in his dantian was enough for him to cultivate to the peak of the creation realm. Half a month later, everyone who had been in closed-door cultivation came out one after another. Although each of them had only refined a very small portion of the divine source, each of their cultivations had been greatly improved. Shi Weizhu and Baiying had both broken through to the 5th heaven of the yin-yang realm. Wang Hu, Mo Yuning, Ma Yong, Lu Ge, and Wu Shouer had directly broken through to the yin-yang realm. There were a total of 8 people on Lin Feng's Supreme Peak. Now, all of them had broken through to the yin-yang realm. If news of this spread out, it would cause a huge uproar in the Blue Cloud sect. This kind of thing was too shocking. Wang Hu and the others did not say anything. They cultivated silently and stabilized their cultivation. Everything on the Supreme Peak was proceeding in an orderly manner. Lin Feng planned to strengthen the Supreme Peak's defensive array. He placed the Ice-Fire Battle Spear in the center of the array. With this Dao artifact as the foundation, he strengthened the array. The power of the Supreme Peak's array greatly increased. With the Dao artifact guarding the Supreme Peak, even a creation realm cultivator would not be able to break through the array easily. Half a month later, Lin Feng's dragon egg hatched. Lin Feng gave the baby dragon to Wang Hu and told him to take good care of it. In the future, when the baby dragon grew up, it would become the Supreme Peak's guardian spirit beast. Another half a month later, Lin Feng's cultivation had increased to the peak of the 8th heaven of the yin-yang realm. Lin Feng also began to prepare to break through to the 9th heaven of the yin-yang realm. Now that he had refined the God source, his cultivation speed had increased by more than 10 times. Lin Feng estimated that he would have no problem entering the creation realm within a year. "Senior Marshal Brother, someone outside wants to see you," Wang Hu reported outside Lin Feng's hall. "Oh? Who is it?" Lin Feng was surprised. "They say it's someone from Angry Axe City," Wang Hu said. "Angry Axe City?" Lin Feng frowned. Angry Axe City was an ancient city that was as famous as the Northern Desolate City. It was one of the 10 great ancient cities of the Desolate region. However, he had never been to Angry Axe City, so it was impossible for him to know the cultivators there. Lin Feng was very confused that someone from Angry Axe City had come to see him. He did not know who it was. Outside the main hall, Wang Hu said, "Senior brother, the guest has arrived." Lin Feng's voice came from inside the hall. "All right, you may leave." "Yes." Wang Hu nodded and left. "Please come into the main hall," said Lin Feng. Lin Feng said. The middle-aged cultivator nodded and entered the hall. He saw a young man sitting in the middle of the hall. The middle-aged cultivator felt that the young man was very handsome and dignified. His every movement exuded a noble aura. He thought to himself, "No wonder young master told me to be careful when I speak to this young master Lin. My Qian sect is quite knowledgeable and has seen many young geniuses, but it is rare to see such a young master who is born to be an emperor. How should I address you?" Lin Feng opened his eyes and looked at the middle-aged cultivator. Qianzong didn't dare to be negligent. He cupped his fists and said, "Does the young master remember an old friend from Fire Dragon Town?" Fire Dragon Town, Lin Feng was slightly surprised. His thoughts went back to 6 years ago. That year, he had met the immeasurable Taoist for the first time in Fire Dragon Town and bought the heaven-swallowing jar from him. That year, he had met the successor of an ancient sacred land for the first time in Fire Dragon Town. That year, in Fire Dragon Town, Lin Feng was shocked. Could he be Brother Qian Ruiyuan's clansman? That year, Qian Ruiyuan had appeared in Fire Dragon Town and asked an alchemist to help him break the black iron wood. No one had succeeded. That was until Lin Feng finally made a move and used heavenly fire to break the black iron wood and help Qian Ruiyuan retrieve the core. Many years passed in a flash. It seems like Lin Gongzi hasn't forgotten that a batch of stones has appeared in Angry Axe City. My young master is gambling in Angriac City. He thought of an old friend and sent me to invite Lin Gongzi to Angriac City to meet him. Qianzong said. Qian Ruiyuan was a descendant of the ancient sacred emperor and had a huge influence. Lin Feng didn't find it strange that he had heard about him. This Qian Ruiyuan was the true disciple of the most elite aristocratic family in the Sky Martial continent. He was a descendant of the ancient sacred emperor. In terms of bloodline, Jiang Yudi's status was lower than Qian Ruiyuan's. They were both ancient powers. Naturally, he was the direct descendant of the ancient Saint Emperor, and his status was the most respected. Lin Feng's impression of Qian Ruiyuan was quite good. Although Qian Ruiyuan was a descendant of the ancient Saint Emperor, he didn't have that kind of high and mighty attitude. It's been so many years since we last met. I didn't expect Brother Qian to come to the desolate region. Lin Feng stood up. Lin Gongzi, come with me. The two of them left the main hall and rode the white crane away. Half a month later, Lin Feng arrived at the Angriac City, and saw Qian Ruiyuan. Brother Lin, it has been many years since we last met. How have you been? Qian Ruiyuan smiled. Lin Feng cupped his fists and said, everything's been well. How have you been, brother? Qian Ruiyuan smiled and said, thank you for your concern, Brother Lin. I'm also well. I originally wanted to go to the Blue Cloud sect to visit you, but now that a batch of precious stones has appeared, I couldn't leave. I thought that if Brother Lin missed this opportunity, you would definitely regret it, so I asked the Qian sect to invite Brother Lin to gamble on stones. Lin Feng had obviously heard of gambling on stones. Many cities had stone shops, and many people liked to go there to gamble. Some of the stones might contain precious treasures. For example, 10,000-year-old jadeite, imperial green jade, blood agate. These were the most precious types of jadeite. A 10,000-year-old jadeite could be sold for hundreds of thousands of top-grade spirit stones. If it was imperial green jade, it could be sold for millions of top-grade spirit stones. A single piece of imperial green jade could support an ancient sect for many years. However, how could it be so easy to find imperial green jade? It might take a few decades or even a few centuries for someone to find it. There were many cultivators who were keen on gambling on stones, but Lin Feng had never been to a stone shop before. He had no interest in gambling on stones. Lin Feng said, I didn't expect Brother Qian to be so interested in gambling on stones. Qian Ruiyuan seemed to be able to see that Lin Feng was not interested in gambling on stones. He said, Brother Lin, the stones excavated from Angriac City this time are not ordinary stones. Oh? What's so special about them? Lin Feng asked. A group of miners from Angriac City risked their lives to collect these stones in the Godluo Cliff. Qian Ruiyuan said. Lin Feng was shocked. The Godluo Cliff was a land of death. Currently, there was not a single blade of grass within 100 miles of the cliff. Ghosts and ghosts roamed the area, and very few people dared to go there. However, the miners were so bold that they dared to enter the Godluo Cliff to collect stones. The stones are located in the 6th mountain range of the Godluo Cliff. It is said that the monarch of the Godluo Cliff and the ruler of the Godluo Cliff seemed to have some changes, so the miners risked their lives to enter the mountain range and brought out many precious stones. Qian Ruiyuan said, ordinary stones can only be used to dig out some precious jade. This is already the limit, but the stones in the land of death can often be used to dig out some extremely rare things, such as divine bones, divine weapons, divine stones, and so on. The land of death was different from other places, and it hid a huge secret. Even gods would fall if they entered it. It was rumored that the land of death itself was a cemetery where gods and devils were buried. Therefore, the stones in the land of death were indeed different. Just as Qian Ruiyuan had said, the stones in the land of death could be used to cut out extremely precious things. Lin Feng couldn't help but be interested, and said, after hearing Brother Qian's words, I also want to try my luck and see if I can cut out a few divine bones that contain ancient divine abilities. Haha, if Brother Lin's luck is good, you really might be able to cut out such things. However, the stone workshop will only open in the afternoon, so let's go eat something first. Qian Ruiyuan said. In the afternoon, the two of them went to the stone workshop together. People came and went in the stone workshop, and it was very lively. On both sides of the street, there were many stalls with all kinds of stones. Many people were sitting on the ground and bargaining with the stall owners. It was Lin Feng's first time coming to a place like the stone workshop, so he was a little curious. Of course, he was also very shocked. The liveliness of the stone workshop was beyond Lin Feng's imagination. The stones in the stalls on both sides of the street are of the lowest grade. The stones in the shops on both sides are of a much higher grade. Look at the huge courtyards in the depths, the stones there are precious. Qian Ruiyuan said. Lin Feng nodded. In the stone workshop, the bigger the shop, the bigger the business. The bigger the business, the more precious the stones inside were. Someone cut out a divine weapon, and it's overflowing with murderous intent. I'm afraid it's an immemorial divine weapon. At that moment, a cry of surprise came from the depths of the stone workshop. An immemorial divine weapon had been cut out of the stone. This news immediately caused a huge uproar, and countless people rushed towards the huge courtyard in the depths of the stone workshop. Lin Feng was shocked, even an immemorial divine weapon has been cut out. This is heaven-defying. Let's go and take a look. Qian Ruiyuan said. He and Lin Feng walked towards the courtyard in the depths of the stone workshop. As soon as they entered the courtyard, they felt a terrifying murderous intent enveloping the courtyard. Many cultivators who entered the courtyard were shocked by the murderous intent and vomited blood. Some of the weaker cultivators' bodies were directly torn apart, and they died on the spot. In the depths of the courtyard, a cultivator cut open a piece of stone. The stone was 3 meters tall and 1 meter wide, and only a corner had been cut open. The sharp tip of a spear had already been revealed. It was obviously a magical weapon similar to a spear. Leave if you don't have enough cultivation. Otherwise, you'll just die here, said a cultivator coldly. An expert said coldly, warning the cultivators in the courtyard. Many people turned pale and left the courtyard. Only a corner had been cut open, and the murderous qi it emitted had already killed more than 10 cultivators. It was hard to imagine what kind of weapon it would be if the stone was completely cut open. The cultivators who weren't confident in their cultivation level naturally didn't dare to stay in the courtyard. The person who had bought the stone was a middle-aged cultivator, and he was extremely excited. It was very likely that there was a peerless divine weapon inside the stone. Fellow Taoist, can you transfer the stone to me? An extremely old cultivator appeared. Jiang Zichuan, it's actually him. He's a great elder of the archaic Jiang family. Even he was alarmed. Someone recognized the old man's identity. His background was frightening. The archaic Jiang family was a family that had ascended to godhood at the Copper Sparrow Pavilion. Jiang Zichuan's status in the archaic Jiang family was very high, and his arrival had caused quite a stir. I'm lacking a powerful weapon, so I can't give it to you, said the middle-aged cultivator. No matter what kind of weapon it is, the archaic Jiang family can give it to you. Moreover, we'll give you an endless amount of spirit stones, heavenly treasures, and other cultivation resources in exchange for this stone, said Jiang Zichuan. Thank you for your kindness, senior, but I prefer the divine weapon inside the stone. The middle-aged cultivator's attitude was very firm, and he didn't want to transfer the stone. Because he felt that the stone had a peerless divine weapon sealed inside. If that was really the case, then no matter how many treasures there were, they would be far less valuable than a peerless divine weapon. Jiang Zichuan frowned slightly, but he didn't say anything. The middle-aged cultivator held a stone-cutting knife and carefully cut open the stone. Swish! Swish, swish! 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 As the stone was continuously cut open, the murderous qi emitted by the mysterious weapon became more and more powerful. Many people couldn't bear it, and their faces turned pale. They had no choice but to leave the courtyard and watch from outside. Is there really a divine weapon inside the stone? Lin Feng said in surprise. Qian Ruiyuan said, I keep feeling that there's something wrong with that weapon, but I can't tell exactly what it is. Let's keep watching. Lin Feng nodded and stared at the stone that was being cut open. More and more parts of the weapon were exposed. Finally, the stone was cut open and the weapon appeared in front of everyone. It was a golden war spear that was about 2 meters long. The murderous aura emanating from the war spear felt as if it could destroy the world. The qi is too strong. It might really be a divine weapon. I wonder if it's as strong as an immemorial divine weapon. It's definitely stronger than ordinary godly weapons. Once it's activated, its power will be unimaginable. That guy must have accumulated a lot of good karma from his ancestors. He actually managed to cut out such a godly weapon from a stone. Many people looked at the middle-aged cultivator with envy and jealousy. What a supreme treasure! The middle-aged cultivator was overjoyed. He grabbed the war spear and shook it. Crack! No one would have thought that the invincible war spear would break into more than 10 pieces. The murderous aura that could split heaven and earth instantly disappeared without a trace. Ah! What's going on? My divine weapon. The middle-aged cultivator couldn't accept this. He knelt on the ground and roared in pain and unwillingness. It's actually a destroyed divine weapon. No wonder the murderous aura was so strong. I'm guessing that when the divine weapon was sealed in the stone, the murderous aura hadn't completely dissipated. Now that the stone has been broken, the murderous aura has leaked out and the divine weapon has been completely destroyed. It's lost all of its spirituality. Even the runes have been broken. It's completely turned into a pile of scrap metal. Many people shook their heads. Jiang Zichuan, on the other hand, had a happy expression because he had wanted to buy it at an astronomical price. Now that the divine weapon had turned into scrap metal, he felt lucky that the middle-aged cultivator hadn't sold it. Otherwise, this pile of scrap metal would have been in his hands. Happy for nothing. Lin Feng shook his head. Qian Ruiyuan said, this kind of thing happens all the time. Many people think that they've cut something good out of the stone and are overjoyed, only to find out that it's completely worthless. This kind of contrast drives many people crazy. It's already good that this cultivator didn't go crazy. Lin Feng asked, is there any stone mined from the land of death in this courtyard? Qian Ruiyuan nodded and said, this is a stone workshop of the Great Zhou Empire. Naturally, it has such high-grade stones. Lin Feng was shocked and said, the Great Zhou Empire is located in the central continent. Why did they open a stone workshop in the wasteland? Qian Ruiyuan said, this isn't strange. Our Qian family also opened a stone workshop in Yuzhou because there's a land of death in Yuzhou. In fact, many top powers open stone workshops near the land of death because there are always people who aren't afraid of death who take the risk to enter the land of death to mine stones and transport them out. The stones mined in the land of death are all bought by the top powers. Okay. Lin Feng nodded. Qian Ruiyuan said, Brother Lin, do you have any stones that you like? Why don't you try your luck? Lin Feng said, this is my first time in a stone workshop, so I don't have much experience. Brother Qian, please help yourself. I'll look around. Okay. Qian Ruiyuan nodded and strolled around the courtyard, observing the stones that were placed all over the courtyard. There were many customers in the stone workshop of the Great Zhou Empire. Many people were gathered in front of some stones, pointing and discussing. From time to time, customers would buy the stones. Lin Feng went to a corner of the courtyard where a green stone was placed. Many parts of the stone had already peeled off, and the stone's luster was dim. No one was interested in it. Lin Feng tried to use his divine sense to peek inside the stone, hoping to find some clues. He found that the stone was very strange and could block a cultivator's divine sense. How much is this stone? Lin Feng called over a green-robed attendant and asked. The attendant said, 100 supreme-grade spirit stones. This stone that no one is interested in costs 100 supreme-grade spirit stones? Lin Feng was surprised. This stone was too expensive. The attendant said, young master, the stones in the stone workshop of the Great Zhou Empire are all high-grade stones. Naturally, they can't be compared to those ordinary stones outside. This stone is already the lowest price. Young master, look over there. Some stones cost tens of thousands of supreme-grade spirit stones. Of course, the more expensive the stone, the easier it is to cut out something good. Okay, I'll take this stone. Lin Feng nodded and took out 100 supreme-grade spirit stones and gave them to the attendant. The attendant gave Lin Feng a stone-cutting knife. Lin Feng looked at it for a moment and began to cut the stone. Not many people paid attention to Lin Feng because this stone was too ordinary. Whether it was the shape or the luster, it was the lowest grade stone in the courtyard. Swish, 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 pieces of the stone were cut off one by one. The stone, which was 1/2 meter in diameter, was quickly cut to the size of a fist, but still, nothing was cut out. Even the few cultivators who were paying attention to Lin Feng's actions looked away. Lin Feng shook his head. Even though he knew that stone gambling relied on luck, he had spent 100 supreme-grade spirit stones to buy this stone. Of course, he was disappointed that he couldn't cut out anything. He raised the knife in his hand and cut down. In the end, he cut the fist-sized stone into 2. Boom! Immediately after, a terrifying aura spread out from the cracked stone. It was as if a wild beast had come back to life. Heavens, did someone cut out a peerless treasure? Look over there, there's a demonic fog. That boy cut out something good. Many cultivators cried out in surprise and quickly surrounded Lin Feng. An endless amount of demonic fog surged out, and a pitch-black eye floated in the fog. He cut out an eyeball. Many people were shocked and looked at the eyeball. What's that? Lin Feng was surprised. What a pleasant surprise, he had cut out an eyeball at the last moment, but he didn't know what kind of eyeball it was. Swish, suddenly, the eyeball blinked. In an instant, the sky was filled with dark clouds, lightning, and a storm. Heavens, what kind of eyeball is that? It just blinked, and it created such a terrifying phenomenon? Many people shouted in disbelief. Then, everyone looked at the mysterious eyeball floating in the black fog with fervent gazes. Such a huge commotion startled everyone in all directions. People continuously rushed over, including many aged elders. Now that the Death Danger Stone had appeared in the world, it had attracted a lot of powerhouses, including some of the old men who were sitting at the life and death threshold. They did not hesitate to cross hundreds of millions of miles to come to the Angry Axe City. Heavenly Demon Snake Eye. Jiang Zichuan, a grand elder of the Jiang family, exclaimed when he saw the stone eye floating in the black mist. What? That's the Heavenly Demon Snake Eye? Is this real? The third eye of the Heavenly Demon Snake? Many people exclaimed. The Heavenly Demon Snake was a rare species in the Primordial Era. Even in the Primordial Era, there were very few of them. Whenever a Heavenly Demon Snake appeared, it would cause chaos. It was said that the third eye of the Heavenly Demon Snake was extremely terrifying. Once it opened, it could destroy the world. However, too much time had passed, and the abilities of the Celestial Eye Demonic Snake Stone Eye were no longer known to anyone. However, that didn't stop everyone from being interested in the Celestial Eye Demonic Snake Stone Eye. The appearance of the stone eye had caused such a huge commotion. It was too heaven-defying. Perhaps there was a great secret hidden within. The eye of the Heavenly Demon Snake Eye? Lin Feng was moved when he heard Jiang Zichuan's voice. In the Primordial Era, the Heavenly Demon Snake clan had produced a Saint Emperor. Lin Feng had obtained the Heavenly Demon Snake Eye in the 9 Emperors chart. It was obvious how powerful this clan had been in the past. And now, he had obtained the eye of the Heavenly Demon Snake Eye. It was said that not all Heavenly Demon Snakes had the Heavenly Demon Snake Eye. Only the royal family of the Heavenly Demon Snake clan had it. Others might not know the power of the Heavenly Demon Snake Eye, but Lin Feng knew it very well. According to the 9 Emperors chart, the Heavenly Demon Snake Eye could see through the worlds of Yin and Yang. Those words contained too much information. The underworld referred to the underworld. The world of Yang referred to the billions of worlds inhabited by living beings. The Heavenly Demon Snake Eye could see through the worlds of Yin and Yang. Lin Feng didn't really understand what it was, but it was clearly a heaven-defying ability. The second ability was the ability to see through reality. Lin Feng could understand this ability. The Heavenly Demon Snake Eye was known as the Heavenly Eye of Origin in the Primordial Age. It meant that he could see through all illusions. It pointed straight to the origin. This was also a heaven-defying ability. On the path of cultivation, there were too many illusory things that confused cultivators. Going out to train, being trapped in a boundless land of illusions and not being able to walk out was an illusion. During cultivation, inner demons would appear to haunt one's body, causing one to be unable to extricate oneself from the inner demons, leading to chi deviation. This was also an illusion. If he had the Celestial Eyes snake, he would be able to see through these illusions instantly. This was the power of the Celestial Eyes. Of course, the use of the heavenly demon snake's eye was far more than that. It needed to be slowly explored and excavated. Keep, Lin Feng quickly took action and put away the heavenly demon snake eye. Little friend, can you give me the celestial beast's eye? No matter what you want, I'll agree, said Lin Feng. Jiang Zichuan said excitedly. Such a heavenly demon snake eye was indeed enough to make anyone go crazy. Little friend, I'm willing to give you weapons, immemorial theurgies, spirit stones, etc. Another old man squeezed through the crowd and came in. Ancestor by May of the Immortal Temple. Many people were astonished. This old man's social status was also shocking. The Immortal Temple was the leader of the 72 provinces in the north. It was also the most powerful group in the north. It was rumored that the Immortal Temple had an ancient great imperial weapon forged by Xianxia. If that was the case, the longevity hall was simply too terrifying. An immemorial power with an ancient imperial weapon guarding it was definitely one of the strongest immemorial powers in the world. Little friend, if you give the heavenly demon snake eye to me, I can make the decision and betroth the princess to you. Another old man appeared. Many people were shocked. This old man's identity was also not simple. He was actually a supreme elder of the Great Xia Empire. He was of the same generation as the emperor of the Great Xia Empire's grandfather. He was highly respected. The emperor's son-in-law of the Great Xia Empire? What a tempting offer. Many people whispered. They wanted to snatch the heavenly demon snake eye from Lin Feng and give it to the Great Xia ancestor. More than a dozen old men appeared. Each of them had a frightening background. They were all patriarchs of the most powerful forces. Because of the stones mined in the land of death, there were often incredible treasures hidden in them. Therefore, these great ancestors, who usually didn't show up in the mortal world, came out one after another. Thank you for your kindness, seniors, but I'd like to study the heavenly demon snake eye myself, said Lin Feng. Little friend, the heavenly demon snake eye has existed for billions of years. Even though it's still immortal, it's already changed a lot. You might not be able to study it. Why don't you sell it? Why don't you sell it? Said an ancestor. Lin Feng had already made up his mind. He didn't want to sell it. Little boy, you're so weak. Do you think you'll be able to keep that treasure alive? Someone was threatening Lin Feng using telepathy. His voice was filled with murder. This wasn't strange. The world of cultivators was cruel. Killing people to steal treasures was common. Lin Feng had obtained such a treasure, so it was normal for others to spy on him. Lin Feng bowed hand over fist to the strong cultivators of the ancestors' level and left. Humph, said the strong cultivator in the dark while smiling coldly. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He was targeting Lin Feng. That's an ancestor. Lin Feng frowned. He felt that it was troublesome, but thinking that the other party wouldn't attack him in Angry Axe City, he calmed down. Brother Lin's luck is really good. The first stone you cut out was good. Qian Ruiyuan said enviously. It's just good luck, said Lin Feng with a smile. 2 hours later, the courtyard in the depths was opened. The stones from the land of death were placed inside, but there were only a dozen or so stones, all of which were quickly bought by people. The stones are limited, so they'll be crazily fought over. Moreover, the stones mined from the land of death are too precious, so the people who buy them won't cut them here. Qian Ruiyuan said. Lin Feng nodded and left with Qian Ruiyuan. Lin Feng planned to study the heavenly demon snake eye. Qian Ruiyuan lived in the heavenly phoenix courtyard. The environment was elegant, and there were many courtyards scattered around. Qian Ruiyuan asked someone to prepare a guest room for Lin Feng. After chatting with Qian Ruiyuan for a while, Lin Feng returned to his room and took out the heavenly demon snake eye. Whoosh! What a terrifying heavenly demon snake eye! Lin Feng lay on the bed, unable to move. The snake eye was still floating in the air, looking at him. After an hour, Lin Feng sat up again. His face was deathly pale. A moment before, when the celestial beast had blinked, Lin Feng's soul had almost been crushed and he had almost fallen into the depths of hell. If Lin Feng's soul hadn't been strong enough, he would have died. Lin Feng didn't use his eyes to look at the snake's eye because it was too strange. Was it the snake's primordial spirit? The primordial spirit had fused with the snake eye, so even after so many years, the snake eye was still so strange and terrifying. Thinking about that, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Presently, only 2 of the primeval Saint Emperor clones he'd refined had been awakened, and they were respectively the primeval Golden-Winged Rock King clone and the primeval Xianxia clone. Lin Feng started communicating with the ancient celestial beast Snake Eye clone. Lin Feng called out the celestial eyes snake clone. In the room, there was a mist. The heavenly eyes demonic snake's body coiled in the mist, emitting a cold aura. The celestial eye demonic snake was a creature with an icy aura. The sky eye demon snake seemed to have sensed something and turned to look at the sky eye demon snake. Swoosh, swoosh. At the same time, the sky eye demonic snake opened its eyes and stared at the sky eye demonic snake. However, the heaven-eyed demonic snake was unable to open its third eye. The third eye was the heaven-eyed demonic snake eye that only the royal family of the heaven-eyed demonic snake could produce. It can sense something. Let's see if I can refine the snake eye. Lin Feng raised his right hand and released a terrifying amount of strength which penetrated into the eyes of the celestial beast. The celestial beast's eyes shook violently and Lin Feng's strength dispersed. Lin Feng couldn't refine the snake eye. It refuses to be refined? The snake eye is too strange. Lin Feng frowned, then laughed coldly. He mobilized the god's origin power in his dantian and merged it with his dermic powers. Once again, it surged into the heavenly demon snake's eye. The snake wanted to disperse Lin Feng's strength again, but at that moment, Lin Feng's godly original strength started burning. Then, the power of God's origin collided with the power of the sky demon snake's eyes. When the 2 forces collided, Lin Feng's strength was unceasingly penetrating into the eyes of the celestial level beast. Merge. Lin Feng clapped his right hand and the celestial beast's eyes flew towards the celestial eye snake. Swoosh. The snake eye merged with the snake's third eye. His third eye, which had been tightly shut, opened at this moment. An ancient, primordial aura emanated from the heaven-eyed demonic snake. The celestial eye demonic snake's strength was recovering. The third Holy Emperor's clone has awakened. Lin Feng looked surprised. The third eye of the sky eye demonic snake blinked slightly, and the furniture in the room was silently destroyed. It was a terrifying eye. In the end, the snake turned into a talisman and merged with Lin Feng's forehead. Lin Feng's mind moved and an eye appeared between his eyebrows. Swoosh. Suddenly, a third eye appeared in Lin Feng's third eye. It was the celestial beast snake eye. After the snake's talisman merged with Lin Feng's forehead, Lin Feng could use all the snake's abilities. The third eye blinked slightly, causing the void to distort. It was truly powerful. This pair of eyes definitely possessed an unimaginably powerful offensive power. Lin Feng's third eye disappeared. What a mysterious snake. It turned into a talisman and merged with my forehead. Lin Feng touched his third eye. The talisman had fused with his flesh and blood, so he couldn't see it, but he could use his awareness to communicate with it. The next day, Lin Feng and Xianruiyuan went to the workshop again. Xianruiyuan said, "Let's go to the Jiang clan's workshop. I heard that someone found something good here yesterday." Lin Feng nodded. He and Xianruiyuan went to the workshop. There were 5 courtyards, and the deeper they went, the more valuable things they found. Xianruiyuan had been there for a long time. He had spent a lot of money to cut a few dozen stones, but he hadn't found anything particularly valuable. Gambling on stones depended on luck. It wasn't easy to find something good. I've been very unlucky lately. I haven't been able to find anything good. I hope my luck will change today. Xianruiyuan smiled. Lin Feng smiled. Maybe we'll be lucky. Quick, the Jiang clan brought out the stones they dug out from the land of death. The news quickly spread and attracted a lot of people. Lin Feng and Xianruiyuan also squeezed through the crowd. The immemorial Jiang family brought out 3 pieces of stone. The first stone was a huge purple stone that was more than 10 meters tall. It was surrounded by purple light and looked extraordinary. The second stone was about 5 meters tall. It was protruding on both sides like a pair of wings. Golden chi escaped from it from time to time. The third stone was in the shape of a human. Life chi flowed out of it. It was unknown what terrifying thing was sealed in it. Many powerful people were attracted. Some wanted to buy the stones, but they hesitated when they saw the price. Lin Feng looked at the prices of the 3 stones. The cheapest one was the purple stone that was more than 10 meters tall. It was worth 320,000 top-quality spirit stones. The stone with wings on its back was worth 490,000 top-grade spirit stones. The third human-shaped stone was worth 720,000 top-quality spirit stones. Lin Feng clicked his tongue. It was too expensive. A few 100,000 top-quality spirit stones was enough for an ancient power to operate for more than 10 years. However, they could only purchase 1 piece of stone here. Therefore, even the patriarchs of the top forces were hesitant at this moment. This was because if they spent a lot of money to buy the stones, they might not be able to extract anything. Many people were talking about this stone. A black light flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. This was the power of the heavenly demon snake's eyes. Lin Feng had merged it into his eyes. He looked at the 3 stones that had been mined from the land of death. These stones could block the probing of cultivators' divine sense. However, Lin Feng could use the power of the heavenly demon snake's eyes to observe some strange things. There's really something. Lin Feng was shocked. There was something in all 3 stones, but he couldn't see it clearly. I want to cut open the stone with the wings. Xianxia was moved. He wanted to cut another piece of stone from the land of death. Xianxia, the elder in charge of the courtyard, smiled and said, "Young Master Xianxia, are you sure you want to cut open this stone?" Xianxia frowned. This stone was worth 490,000 top-quality spirit stones. He had already spent more than 1 million top-quality spirit stones, but he hadn't gained anything. If he didn't gain anything this time, he would have to go home. Even though he was a direct descendant of the Qian family, he couldn't squander money without limit. Many people were talking about Xianxia. They had seen Xianxia cut open a stone before, but he hadn't gained anything. It seemed that Xianxia wasn't satisfied. He wanted to cut open another stone. Lin Feng looked at the stone with wings. There was indeed something inside, but Lin Feng had the impression that it wasn't very precious. It didn't release any qi. It wasn't as precious as the other 2 stones, because the other 2 stones released some weak qi. The stronger the fluctuation, the more precious the stone was. Lin Feng didn't think highly of the stone that Xianxia was interested in. Suddenly, Lin Feng's gaze was attracted by a stone block under the winged stone. It was about 1.5 meters in diameter and half a meter tall. It was cushioned on the ground, and the winged stone was placed on top of it. Lin Feng looked through the stone block. He could faintly see something moving inside. Xianxia gritted his teeth. He planned to cut open the winged stone. Perhaps he could find something good. Xianxia looked at Lin Feng and asked curiously, "Brother Lin, is there something wrong?" Lin Feng smiled and said, "I think that block of stone is not bad. Let's cut it open first." Pfft. Many people laughed. That block of stone had been there for many years. It was just a block of stone. If there was really a treasure inside, how could so many stone gambling experts not discover it? "Kid, that's not a stone." Someone tried to change the topic. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Isn't it a stone? I thought it was a stone as well, but this block of stone is peeling off. It's been there for a long time. Maybe there's something good inside." Many people's mouths twitched violently. Someone said, "The more precious a stone is, the harder it is for the outer layer to fall off. A good stone's outer layer won't fall off even after hundreds of millions of years. That block of stone you're talking about is peeling off because of the wind and sun, not because it's been there for a long time." Lin Feng said, "Is there such a thing? No wonder these 3 stones are shining with divine light. It seems like they're all high-grade stones. That's why they've been preserved so well over the years." A cultivator nodded and said, "Of course. There's a huge difference between a good stone and an ordinary one. Thank you for telling me." Lin Feng cupped his fists and looked at Xianxia. "Cut it. It's not worth much anyway." Xianxia nodded, even though he didn't think there was anything good inside. However, Xianxia didn't want to reject Lin Feng. He was the one who had invited Lin Feng to gamble, so he naturally wouldn't disappoint Lin Feng. He looked at Xianxia and said, "I want this block of stone." Xianxia smiled and said, "What about the stone with the wings?" "Leave it there for now." Xianxia nodded. He couldn't help but glare at Lin Feng. If it weren't for this kid, Qian Ruiyuan would have already bought the stone. Lin Feng acted as if he did not notice Xianxia's gaze. He asked, "How many spirit stones does this stool cost?" "This stone stool was brought here 700 years ago. It contains the essence of heaven and earth. It must be a treasure. I'll take 1,000 top-quality spirit stones," Xianxia said. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. Just a moment ago, he had clearly heard the surrounding cultivators say that this was not a stone material and was not valuable at all. This Xianxia was clearly asking for too much. But Lin Feng didn't say much, because if it was really something good, 1,000 top-level spirit stones was nothing. Even a mountain of top-grade spirit stones could not compare to the treasures in the stone materials. Qian Ruiyuan took out 1,000 top-level spirit stones and handed them to Xianxia. Then, he squatted in front of the stone block and began to cut the stone. Swish 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 swish, pieces of stone were cut off one by one. The stone block was quickly shrinking. But Qian Ruiyuan didn't cut anything. "Haha, I already said that it's just an ordinary stone. You can't cut anything out of it. 1,000 top-quality spirit stones for a broken stone stool, what a scam." Where did Qian Ruiyuan's friend come from? His taste is so bad. Qian Ruiyuan actually believed his friend's nonsense. You need to see, touch, feel, and comprehend to determine whether a stone is valuable or not. The stone stool's skin is falling off, and there are no energy fluctuations. You only need to see and feel to eliminate it. That boy is a newbie, he probably doesn't understand the rules of this trade. Many people shook their heads. Lin Feng and Qian Ruiyuan had made a fool of themselves. After all, they had bought a stone stool that had been there for hundreds of years, and they had paid 1,000 top-level spiritual stones for it. How ridiculous! Very quickly, the stone was only as big as a bowl. Qian Ruiyuan was not disappointed because he had never thought that there would be anything good in it. Qian Ruiyuan cut the stone one last time, but as soon as he cut a hole, a refreshing fragrance spread out from the stone. Heavens! Could there be a stock of divine herb inside? Many people were astonished. A holy medicine was worth at least a few 100,000 top-quality spirit stones, and even if you had money, you might not be able to buy it. This made countless people's eyes widen, and they even felt envy and jealousy. It was just a stone stool used as a cushion. It had been left here for hundreds of years and no one cared about it. Now, a holy medicine was about to be cut out. How many people had seen that stone stool before? But they all shook their heads, thinking that it was worthless. Now that a holy medicine was about to be cut out, many people regretted it. Why hadn't they carefully identified the stone stool? If they had carefully identified it, they might have bought it. Qian Ruiyuan's eyes widened. He couldn't believe it. He suppressed his excitement and cut the stone. The stone stool cracked. Swoosh, suddenly, a golden light shot up into the sky. It was extremely fast, trying to escape. Everyone was astonished. Nobody had thought that the thing inside the stone would try to escape. Wasn't it a holy medicine? It didn't look like a holy medicine at all. Lin Feng had been prepared. When the little golden creature tried to escape, he immediately used his magic to imprison it. At that moment, people saw that it was a palm-sized golden insect. Its body was emitting a medicinal fragrance. It's a king medicine insect. It's a legendary king medicine insect. Countless shocked voices were heard, and countless burning gazes were fixed on the little golden bug. A king medicine insect was a legendary spiritual insect. It was said that a king medicine insect needed to eat 99 king medicines to evolve. A single drop of the king medicine insect's blood could heal a dying person. A single drop of the king medicine insect's blood could extend a person's life by 3,000 years. No holy medicine was worth mentioning in front of a king medicine insect. If someone could buy a holy medicine with a few 100,000 top-quality spirit stones, then the king medicine insect would be a priceless treasure. After consuming a holy medicine, it would disappear. But the king medicine insect was a living creature. Even if some of its blood was extracted, it could still continue living. Brother Qian, take care of your king medicine insect. Lin Feng sealed the king medicine insect in a porcelain bottle and gave it to Qian Ruiyuan. "That's too precious," said Qian Ruiyuan. Lin Feng was the one who had asked him to cut the stone, so he felt ashamed. Said Lin Feng, smiling. "You and I are friends. Could it be that a king earthworm is more valuable than us?" Qian Ruiyuan laughed and said, "Good brother, I was being unreasonable." When Lin Feng saw that Qian Ruiyuan had accepted the king medicine insect, he smiled. Even though the king of herbs worm was precious, Lin Feng didn't need it because Lin Feng had immortal celestial herbs. He had used a king medicine insect to get closer to Qian Ruiyuan, a descendant of the ancient Holy Emperor. In Lin Feng's opinion, it was worth it. Qian Ruiyuan kept the herb king beetle, and many people looked at Qian Ruiyuan with envy. The medicine kingworm was cut out of the stone stool bought with 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. This was simply a stroke of great luck. Xianxi's mouth twitched. He wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He had been there for 300 years, but he hadn't thought that there would be a king medicine insect hidden in the stone. If he had known, he would have cut it open. "I want that stone." "That stone block belongs to me," said the old man. Shouted many people. They all started fighting over the stone. The crowd didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was a black stone more than a meter tall. Lin Feng wasn't the only one who was looking at it, other cultivators were also looking at it. A middle-aged cultivator was standing in front of the black stone. He first looked at it, then he released a pure energy from his right hand and gently tapped the stone. Finally, he withdrew his hand and stood in place, lost in thought. The middle-aged cultivator was obviously very knowledgeable. He had covered the 5 steps of identifying stones in just a few moves: look, shake, touch, feel, and comprehend. That's the vice leader of the Xian City sect, Dong Yuqing, right? I heard that he's an expert in identifying stones. Other people can cut 4 or 5 good things out of 100 stones, but Dong Yuqing can cut 15 or 16 good things out of 100 stones. That's right, it's because Dong Yuqing has a profound understanding of stone identification. Dong Yuqing is currently observing that black stone. Could it be that he has taken a fancy to it? Many people were talking about it. In the end, Dong Yuqing shook his head and walked away. It seemed that he didn't think highly of the black stone. Everyone saw that Dong Yuqing didn't think highly of the black stone, so they left and stopped paying attention to it. In their opinion, if an expert like Dong Yuqing didn't think highly of the stone, it couldn't be anything good. After everyone left, Lin Feng carefully looked at the black stone. Although it looked ordinary, Lin Feng felt that it was extraordinary. Lin Feng activated the power of the snake eye and looked at the black stone again. He saw through it and saw a blood-red thing inside. Suddenly, a cold and terrifying qi escaped from the blood-red light. That qi made Lin Feng feel as if he had fallen into an endless purgatory. It was too terrifying. He didn't know what was inside the black stone. Lin Feng quickly looked away. His face was slightly pale. "What is it?" he murmured to himself. There was definitely something terrifying inside the black stone. Lin Feng felt that it wasn't just terrifying, it was also extremely evil. He couldn't touch it. Once he did, something terrible would happen. Lin Feng distanced himself from that piece of stone. The Jiang family's stone workshop had a lot of stones, so there was no need for him to pay attention to such a strange stone. Lin Feng continued to search for his target in the courtyard. Not long after, Lin Feng arrived at an ancient tree. There were more than 10 stones under this tree. Lin Feng took a fancy to a purple stone material. This stone material was about 1.3 meters tall. Its shape was not particularly regular, and its widest part was about 1 meter wide. This stone was very strange. Lin Feng's sky demon snake eye couldn't see through the outer layer of the stone. The stone skin seemed to be infused with a very strange energy, isolating everything. Lin Feng called Elder Jiangqi over and asked, "How much is this stone?" When Jiangqi saw that it was Lin Feng, she said unhappily, "This stone is worth 80,000 top-grade spirit stones." Lin Feng frowned slightly. The stone's price was much higher than he had expected. He didn't know if Jiangqi was trying to scam him. Master Dong Yuqing saw this stone with his own eyes, but he gave it up. 80,000 top-grade spirit stones isn't a small amount, so you have to be careful. Someone reminded him. Lin Feng thanked them, but he really felt that this stone material wasn't simple. He paid 80,000 top-grade spirit stones and bought it. Don't let your emotions affect your decisions. Many people shook their heads. This was a stone that Master Dong Yuqing had given up on, so they didn't think that there would be any treasures inside. Among the crowd, Dong Yuqing also looked over and smiled. Identifying stones is just a matter of probability. Although I don't think that stone is good, it doesn't mean that it won't be able to cut out something good. Let's go and see if that kid can cut out something good. Dong Yuqing and her friends also walked over to Lin Feng. Xian Ruiyuan and the others also walked over. When they saw that Lin Feng was about to cut the stone, Xian Ruiyuan looked pensive. Lin Feng cut 2 stones. The first one contained the celestial eyes demonic snake. The second one contained the herb kingworm. Now, Lin Feng wanted to cut the third stone. If he could find another treasure, maybe it wasn't as simple as luck. This is a purple light stone. It's not a high-grade stone. If you want to cut it, you can cut the 3 stones that were pulled out of the land of death. Several patriarch-level old men came over and egged him on. Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. Why didn't these old guys cut it themselves? The cheapest stone was 320,000 top-grade spirit stones. If he couldn't cut anything good out of it, wouldn't he suffer a huge loss? Lin Feng didn't bother to pay attention to those old guys. He held his knife and observed the purple light stone, looking for the best place to cut it. Cutting a stone was a test of one's skill, because the treasures inside were often very fragile. If one wasn't careful, they could be destroyed. Therefore, one had to be very careful when cutting the stone. Otherwise, if the treasures inside were destroyed, wouldn't one regret it for the rest of one's life? Swish, 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 stone chips flew everywhere. Pieces of the stone were cut off. Many people gathered around to watch. The stone was getting smaller and smaller, but he still couldn't cut anything. Look at this stone. It's like a honeycomb. Is it a honeycomb stone? If it's a honeycomb stone, then it's the lowest grade stone. It's worth 5 top-grade spirit stones at most. A cultivator pointed at the stone that was cut open. Dong Yuqing nodded and said, from the inside, it's indeed a honeycomb stone. The Jiang family stone shop isn't using such a low-grade stone to trick us, right? Jiang Qi's expression changed. Reputation was the most important thing in business. If his reputation was damaged, he wouldn't be able to do business in the future. He said, everyone, the Jiang family's name is the best brand. How could we use shoddy goods? The changes inside the stone are caused by changes in the laws of heaven and earth. It's as difficult as ascending to the heavens for humans to change. We can judge a stone's grade and value from the outside, but we can't guarantee that there are changes inside the stone that we don't know about. Everyone nodded. There was indeed such a possibility. Due to some unknown reasons, some high-grade stones had internal changes that eventually led to the destruction of the stone. This kid's luck is really bad. He actually bought a stone that has already been destroyed. 80,000 top-grade spirit stones went down the drain just like that. Many people shook their heads. Could it be that there's really nothing inside? Did I sense it wrongly? Lin Feng frowned slightly. The stone was now only the size of a watermelon, but he still couldn't cut anything. This made Lin Feng suspicious. He cut down again. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt that his knife couldn't cut anymore. He seemed to have cut into something extremely hard, but Lin Feng didn't know what it was exactly. I cut it. Lin Feng was overjoyed. He quickly cut open the stone with his knife. Finally, a fist-sized crystal appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Roar! After the crystal appeared, a roar shook the sky. Many people's faces turned pale when they heard the roar, and they quickly retreated. After that, a ferocious beast surrounded by flames jumped out of the crystal. It waved its claws and clawed at Lin Feng. Heavens! That's a violet virtual flame beast. It's a ferocious beast that appeared from the crystal. Many people cried out in alarm. A ferocious beast had appeared from a crystal? It was too shocking. Suppress it. Lin Feng groaned coldly. Powerful magic surged out and bombarded the ferocious beast's body. The ferocious beast's body immediately disappeared. Lin Feng grabbed the purple crystal. A violet virtual flame beast appeared from the purple crystal. Is that the legendary violet fire deification crystal? A white-haired old man cried out in shock. Violet fire deification crystal? Isn't that a material used to forge ancient imperial weapons? Many people couldn't believe it. Many great ancestors were so excited that their bodies trembled violently when they saw the purple crystal. In the immemorial era, the great emperors had searched all over the world for such materials to forge great imperial weapons, but to no avail. Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised. He hadn't expected to find such a valuable piece of ore. He could think of a way to integrate this ore into his lifebound magic treasure, which would increase the power of his lifebound magic treasure. What an incredible material! Great emperors couldn't find it in the past, and now it's here. It's a material for making great imperial weapons. It's unimaginable how valuable it is. Maybe the purple fire godly crystal is indescribably valuable. Countless people were discussing spiritedly. This place had been completely surrounded. Many older generation experts had also rushed over from other stone workshops because materials that could be used to forge ancient monarch weapons had appeared here. This was enough to shock the world. Young friend, what do you want? Just tell us, the Great Qin Empire is willing to trade with you, said an old man. Lin Feng nodded. Many older cultivators also wanted to trade with Lin Feng. But Lin Feng refused. In Lin Feng's opinion, no treasure was as valuable as the purple fire godly crystal. I also need to make a weapon, so I'm sorry to disappoint you, said Lin Feng. Many people frowned. They shook their heads and sighed. If they had obtained such an incredible material, they wouldn't have taken it out to trade. Little boy, you have to be alive to get it, but you also have to be alive to use it, said someone. He was threatening Lin Feng. That person was extremely strong, and Lin Feng couldn't tell where he was. It was probably an ancestor. Lin Feng was worried. It wasn't a good thing to be targeted by such a strong cultivator. But Lin Feng couldn't hand over the treasure he had obtained. It's that person again. It's the second time he's threatened me. Lin Feng's eyes were ice cold. He put the purple fire godly crystal away. That person's murderous intent grew even stronger. Brother, you're really something, said Qianrui Yuan, walking over. He was astonished. He felt that Lin Feng wasn't simple at all. Lin Feng had only managed to cut 3 pieces of stone. But he had managed to get 3 precious treasures. Besides, those stones weren't the best. Luck. Lin Feng smiled. The secret of the heavenly demon snake I could not be exposed. Otherwise, it would bring about a fatal disaster. Lin Feng naturally knew this. Isn't this kid the one who extracted the heavenly demon snake eye and the medicine king bug? At this time, someone said aloud, recognizing Lin Feng's identity. What? It's him? You managed to cut out 3 supreme treasures? Could it be that this kid has mastered a powerful stone identification technique? Many people cried out in alarm. Being able to cut out a treasure was already a huge stroke of luck. However, if he were to cut out supreme treasures one after another, anyone would be suspicious. What do you think, Master Dong? Someone asked Dong Yuqing. Dong Yuqing replied, this brat is indeed a bit strange. Lin Feng felt that this was not a place to stay for long. He had obtained 2 precious treasures in succession, and his harvest was already great enough. Thus, he wanted to leave. He whispered to Qianrui Yuan. Qianrui Yuan nodded and walked outside with Lin Feng. At this time an old man said, young friend, please wait. This was an old imperial uncle of the Great Zhou Empire. His status was extremely high, and his appearance caused a huge commotion. Even Qianrui Yuan bowed to the old man. This is the uncle of the current emperor of the Great Zhou Empire. Qianrui Yuan said. The ancient Qian family had a very close relationship with the Great Zhou Empire, so Qianrui Yuan recognized this old imperial uncle. Lin Feng cupped his fists in greeting. The old imperial uncle said, young friend, can you come to the stone workshop of the Great Zhou Empire and help me identify a stone? Lin Feng said, my knowledge is shallow, and I was just lucky before. That's why I was able to cut out something good. I wouldn't dare show off in front of you. The old imperial uncle smiled and said, even if it's just luck, you're already very lucky. I'm here to take advantage of some of your luck. I hope you won't refuse. Since the old imperial uncle had put it this way, Lin Feng didn't continue to refuse. He nodded and followed the old imperial uncle to the stone workshop of the great Zhou Empire. This was a piece of stone from the Death Impasse. This piece of stone was green in color. It was 3 meters tall and 2 meters wide. It was shrouded in a cloud of dense energy. Lin Feng's eyelids twitched when he saw the stone. He felt that this stone wasn't simple. Young friend, what do you think of this stone? The old imperial uncle asked. This stone belonged to the great Zhou Empire, but it didn't belong to the old imperial uncle. Even if the old imperial uncle wanted to cut it, he would need to spend 670,000 top-grade spirit stones. This was a sky-high price, so the old imperial uncle would naturally be very careful. Lin Feng said, Senior, do you plan to cut this stone? If you cut it and there's nothing, 670,000 top-grade spirit stones will be wasted. Some ugly words had to be said first. Although Lin Feng felt that this stone wasn't simple, he wasn't sure if there was anything valuable inside. If there wasn't, wouldn't the old imperial uncle hate him? That was a total of 670,000 top-grade spirit stones. Anyone would feel the pain of losing so many top-grade spirit stones. Lin Feng didn't want to be hated by a terrifying existence like the old imperial uncle. The old imperial uncle asked calmly, Young friend, do you think you can cut it? This stone is indeed different from other stones, but I can't be sure if there's anything inside. Even if there's something inside, I can't be sure if it's valuable. Lin Feng said. Although Lin Feng was vague, the old imperial uncle had already heard the answer he wanted. This stone was indeed different from other stones. The old imperial uncle pondered for a moment, then gritted his teeth and decided to cut the stone. This caused a huge commotion because this stone was worth 670,000 top-grade spirit stones. It was a sky-high price, and no one had touched it for a long time. The price was so high that the old imperial uncle's decision to cut it attracted countless people to come and see. Swish, the old imperial uncle held the stone knife in his hand, and the surface of the stone kept falling off. When the stone was only half a meter high, the old imperial uncle swung the knife, and a divine light soared to the sky. Roar, a golden dragon appeared in the sky, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. My God, it's actually a dragon, a huge golden dragon. What exactly is contained in the stone to manifest such a vision? Is the old imperial uncle going to do it? Many people cried out in alarm. The old imperial uncle's hand trembled as he held the knife. He held his breath and focused, then cut the stone open. But what happened next shocked everyone. There was nothing inside the stone. What's going on? Many people were confused. A precious treasure had appeared, so why wasn't there anything inside the stone? Look, there's blood. I know. There was a drop of dragon blood sealed inside, but for some reason, the dragon blood's power dissipated. 670,000 top-grade spirit stones. The old imperial uncle is going to suffer a huge loss this time. Many people shook their heads, but there were also quite a few who were gloating. What a pity! What a pity! The old imperial uncle looked at the dried blood in the stone and shook his head, sighing. His expression was ugly. Losing 670,000 top-grade spirit stones was a huge loss even for his imperial uncle. There are still a few stones left. Little friend, please help me take a look. Take a look, the old imperial uncle said to Lin Feng. Lin Feng's scalp went numb. The old imperial uncle had spent 670,000 top-grade spirit stones to cut open the stone, but there was nothing inside. Lin Feng wasn't sure if the old imperial uncle would hate him or not. Now, the old imperial uncle was asking him to give him some pointers. If he couldn't find anything, the old imperial uncle would hate him to death. Don't worry, young friend. I won't blame you, no matter what happens, said the old imperial uncle. He flipped his right hand, and his Dharma energy swirled around him. A twisted cosmic energy appeared in his Dharma energy, containing a destructive power. Cosmic energy. Many people were astonished. The old imperial uncle had taken out a cosmic energy. What did he want to do? I killed a ferocious beast and extracted the cosmic energies from its body. After refining them, your cultivation level will increase exponentially. If you can extract something from them, I'll give it to you, little friend, to help you increase your cultivation level, said Lin Feng. Asked the old imperial uncle, looking at Lin Feng. Laws could only be condensed by creation realm experts. Laws had extremely powerful offensive power. Under normal circumstances, when a creation realm cultivator was killed, the laws in their body would dissipate. However, there were some cultivators who possessed some special abilities. They could prevent the laws from dissipating. Then, they could extract the laws from the other party's body and seal them. The extracted laws could be refined by the cultivator to increase their cultivation level. Of course, they could also give it to others to refine and increase their cultivation level. If a yin-yang realm cultivator refined the laws, their cultivation level would immediately increase crazily. Even if they were not a match for a creation realm cultivator, they would not be far from the creation realm cultivator's strength. Lin Feng naturally knew what this law represented. With his current cultivation level, he was still not a match for a creation realm cultivator. However, if he refined this law, Lin Feng's combat strength would immediately be able to contend against a creation realm cultivator. Faced with the temptation of this law, Lin Feng really could not refuse. He smiled and said, "It's my honor to be of use to Senior." *CK, this kid is too shameless. Many people rolled their eyes. Everybody could see that Lin Feng didn't want to fight back. But now, he was acting all righteous and awe-inspiring. Many people raised their middle fingers at Lin Feng. This kid clearly wanted to get the laws in the imperial uncle's hands. He even made himself sound so noble. A shameless person was invincible in the world. Although they were disdainful, these cultivators were envious and jealous in their hearts. That was a law. If they refined it, their cultivation level would increase greatly. Just thinking about it made them excited. "Thank you, young friend." The imperial uncle chuckled and said, "Please follow me to the inner court." Many cultivators went together. Of course, not everyone was qualified to enter the inner court. The most precious stones were placed in the inner court, and only cultivators with status could enter. 90% of the cultivators were blocked outside. Only a few people could enter. "Are you confident? If you fail again, I'm afraid." Xianxia frowned slightly. Although the old royal uncle had a smile on his face, he didn't know what to say. Xianxia, who was also from a top force, naturally didn't think that the old emperor would have such an expression after losing more than 1,000,000 top-level spirit stones. It was even possible that he had secretly killed Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, "Wealth comes from danger. Who knows, we might be able to find something good." Yi Futian was speechless. Xianxia shook his head slightly. He was even thinking that if he didn't find anything good this time, he would apologize to his uncle and hope that his uncle would forgive Lin Feng. Soon, the group arrived at the inner courtyard. There were over 100 pieces of stone placed here, all of which were very valuable. The most expensive stones were in the depths of the cave. Each of them was worth more than 500,000 top-grade spirit stones. The most expensive one was a 5-orifice stone. It spewed out the essence of heaven and earth as if it was pregnant with life. That's a 5-orifice stone material. It's said that a stone ape is born from it. I wonder if that's true. Someone pointed at the 5-orifice stone and whispered. "It looks like it's giving birth to life," said Lin Feng. That's right. It was a treasure of the Great Zhou Empire's stone workshop. Therefore, the Great Zhou Empire wouldn't sell it. The old emperor pointed at 5 stones in the depths of the cave and said, "These are the 5 stones. Which one is the best?" Lin Feng looked over. These were 5 very different stones. The first one was an immortal gazing stone. It was shaped like a human and seemed to be gazing into the distance. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat when he saw the stone. It was extraordinary. However, he found that he couldn't see through it. He couldn't see its secrets. It looks like these stones can even block the heavenly demon snake's eyes. Lin Feng frowned. He looked at the second stone. It was shaped like an ox, but it had a protruding part that looked like a dragon's head. The third stone had 4 wings on its back. Lin Feng had seen a stone with 2 wings before. It was quite similar to this one. The 4th stone was a stone that looked like a coffin. The 5th stone was a stone with messy edges and corners. "Senior, which stone do you like the most?" Lin Feng asked. "This is the immortal gazing stone," said the old emperor. Many people nodded. They also thought highly of the immortal gazing stone because it was indeed extraordinary. It was surrounded by immortal light. "It's indeed an extraordinary stone." Lin Feng nodded. The old emperor asked, "Do you also think it should be cut open?" Lin Feng shook his head. "All 5 stones are extraordinary. I need to examine them carefully." The old emperor nodded. He didn't disturb Lin Feng. The people around them were silent as well, waiting for Lin Feng to choose. Many people were convinced that Lin Feng had a secret technique. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken out so many precious treasures. Now, he was choosing a stone for the emperor. "I can't see through these stones. It looks like I'll have to use the heavenly demon snake's eyes." Lin Feng frowned. Around his body, clouds of black mist spread out. The black fog surrounded Lin Feng. At the same time, it also covered the 5 stones. "What's that kid doing?" Many people were shocked. Dong Yuqing's eyes shone brightly as he said, "It's just as I guessed. This kid knows a powerful stone discernment technique. He must be using it to conceal himself with the black fog. He doesn't want us to see his stone discernment technique." Within the fog, Lin Feng's heavenly demon snake's eyes opened. He looked at the 5 stones. The 5 stones were covered by a strange energy, preventing Lin Feng from examining them. The heavenly demon snake's eyes, all things return to the origin. The original eyes can see through illusions. Lin Feng murmured. Swish, the heavenly demon snake's eyes shone with black light as it looked at the 5 stones. Lin Feng glanced at them and felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Blood flowed out of his forehead. He quickly closed the heavenly demon snake's eyes. The heavenly demon snake's eyes became invisible. The black fog disappeared. Lin Feng's face was pale. "Young man, what happened?" The old man looked at Lin Feng suspiciously. Many people looked at Lin Feng in surprise. Lin Feng's face was very pale, and he had just screamed. Something terrible must have happened. Lin Feng's heart was still pounding. He had been attacked, but he hadn't even realized what had attacked him. Could it be that one of the stones in the workshop gave birth to a real life? Lin Feng thought of a possibility. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. His facial expression changed. The old man asked again, "Young man, are you all right?" Qianrua Yuan looked at Lin Feng worriedly and asked, "Brother Lin, are you hurt?" Lin Feng came back to his senses and shook his head. Lin Feng looked around. He wanted to find out which creature had attacked him from the inside of the stone. The stone had tried to destroy his soul, but he had blocked it with the heavenly demon snake's eyes. If it hadn't been for the snake's eyes, he might have died. Lin Feng was naturally angry at the stone creature hiding in the dark. "My cultivation is not high enough, and I've injured the snake's eyes. I can't find it. It seems that I'll have to look for it next time." Lin Feng frowned. The old man asked, "Young man, how should I choose these 5 stones?" Lin Feng looked at the 5 stones. A moment before, Lin Feng had glanced at the 5 stones. Even though he hadn't seen them clearly, Lin Feng had the feeling that the most extraordinary stone was probably the 5th one. The 5th stone's edges were messy, and it looked like the most ordinary of the 5 stones. However, Lin Feng had sensed a black aura lingering within the 5th stone. That black aura made Lin Feng's heart jump. Lin Feng didn't sense the same thing from the other 4 stones. Everyone looked at Lin Feng, waiting to see which stone Lin Feng would choose. He'll probably choose the immortal gazing stone, right? Maybe he'll be able to find a sacred spirit from it. A cultivator said. I think he'll choose the stone with the dragon's head. Maybe there's a dragon's treasure buried inside. Another cultivator said. Many cultivators discussed in low voices, each expressing their own opinions. Lin Feng pointed at the 5th stone and said, "If I had to choose, I'd choose this one." He actually chose the 5th stone. Many people frowned in confusion. The fifth stone was extremely precious, worth 530,000 top-grade spirit stones. However, it was much worse than the other 4 stones. As for the other 4 stones, the cheapest one was worth 860,000 top-grade spirit stones, while the other 3 were worth more than 1 million top-grade spirit stones. Moreover, Lin Feng's fifth stone didn't have as much energy fluctuations as the other 4 stones. Its appearance wasn't particularly outstanding either. The imperial uncle nodded. Okay, I'll cut this one. The imperial uncle held his knife and walked over to the stone. He carefully cut the fifth stone. The imperial uncle was obviously very experienced when it came to cutting stones. His wrist moved nimbly, and the stone's outer layer was cut off one by one. Many people exclaimed in amazement at his amazing stone-cutting technique. It didn't take long for the fifth stone to be cut down to half a meter in diameter. However, he didn't find anything. Many people were discussing whether he could cut out anything from the last stone. Would it be the same as the previous stone that was worth 670,000 top-grade spirit stones? Would he be unable to cut out anything? Of course, that was a possibility. Old Uncle's face looked serious. When the stone was only 20 centimeters in diameter, Old Uncle's hands started to tremble. 2 stones had cost him 1,200,000 top-grade spirit stones. If he couldn't cut anything, his loss would be too great. At that moment, the imperial uncle stopped. His right hand trembled slightly, and he couldn't cut any further. The imperial uncle was obviously struggling in his heart. Lin Feng could naturally understand the imperial uncle's complicated feelings. If he couldn't cut anything, the blow would be too great. Lin Feng said, "Senior, this is the last cut. Maybe you can cut out something good." The royal uncle gritted his teeth. He held the stone-cutting knife and sliced it down. Clang, a crisp sound was heard. It was obvious that the knife had hit something. Everyone's expression suddenly changed. The imperial uncle's previous decadence was swept away. He excitedly cut open the stone. A palm bone appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The palm bone was surrounded by runes. It was very likely that it recorded an ancient divine ability. Suddenly, the palm bone soared into the sky. Endless demonic fog surged out, covering the sky and the sun. The palm bone floated in the demonic fog, revealing the phantom of a sacred demon. The sacred demon was wearing an ancient demonic robe, and its demonic aura was monstrous. When they felt the demonic aura emitted by the sacred demon, countless people had the urge to kneel on the ground and worship the sacred demon. In the primordial era, the sacred demon was in existence on the same level as the primordial gods. Heavens, it's actually the legendary sacred demon palm. Shocked gazes turned to the sacred demon's phantom and the palm bone in the endless black fog in the sky. They couldn't help but shout in shock. It was as if monstrous waves were surging in their hearts. The value of a sacred demon palm was unimaginable. The large, earthing yellow hand grabbed down and instantly dispersed the holy demon's projection. Just as the yellow hand was about to grab the holy demon bone, the imperial uncle roared furiously, "You're courting death. You're courting death. How dare you steal something from me? You're courting death." The imperial uncle was furious. He raised his right hand and slapped it. Buzz. A huge energy handprint condensed in the void. It was the illusory palm, a peerless technique recorded in the Great Zhou Empire's illusionary imperial scripture. The energy handprint in the void collided violently with the earthy yellow hand. Rumble. It sounded like the beating of a war drum. The collision between the two was extremely intense. In the end, the yellow hand quickly retreated and disappeared without a trace. No one knew who had attacked the holy demon bone. However, it was obvious that the person who dared to attack the Great Zhou Empire's workshop was definitely an ancestor. The imperial uncle didn't chase after him. Instead, he hurriedly put the holy demon bone away. This bone was comparable to an immemorial god's bone. The runes on it might be an immemorial god's technique. It was too precious. No wonder it attracted people's attention. Holy demon palm bone, it's too precious. Many people looked at the imperial uncle enviously. They wanted nothing more than to snatch the holy demon bone from the imperial uncle. However, they weren't strong enough, so no one dared to attack. It was a priceless treasure. If it recorded a complete immemorial God's technique, it would be even more precious. Thank you so much, young friend. These Dharma laws belong to you. The imperial uncle was very excited. He gave the sealed Dharma laws to Lin Feng. Senior, you're too polite. This is a fair trade. Lin Feng smiled and put away the sealed Dharma laws. He planned to go back and refine them. Young friend, please help me identify the stones. Once it's done, I'll definitely thank you. Young friend, I'm willing to give you an immemorial God's technique. Please help me identify a few stones. Young friend, my crystal card has 200,000 top-grade spirit stones. I hope you can accept it and help me choose a stone. Many people surrounded Lin Feng, not even a drop of water could escape. After Lin Feng appeared, he cut a total of 4 stones. He had actually obtained 3 supreme treasures. Even though nothing had been cut out of the stone, there was still dragon blood sealed in it. If it weren't for the unforeseen circumstances, he would have cut out dragon blood as well. What kind of ability was this? It was simply heaven-defying. Everyone, I still have some matters to attend to, so I have to leave now. As for the matter of choosing a stone, I really don't have the strength to help. Lin Feng and Qianrui Yuan squeezed through the crowd and quickly left. Have you heard? A minor stone saint appeared in the stone workshop and cut out the eye of the heavenly demon snake, the medicine king bug, and the saint devil palm bone. It can't be? Was this for real? It's probably just a rumor, right? Of course it's true. Many people saw it with their own eyes. Little Stone Saint only cut 4 pieces of stone and found 3 treasures. When he failed, there was dragon blood sealed inside the stone, but then something happened inside the stone and the dragon blood dispersed. If that hadn't happened, that stone would have been able to contain dragon blood as well, said Lin Feng. He's actually so heaven-defying. Who exactly is this Little Stone Saint? Can we ask Little Stone Saint to help us choose a stone? Let's go and find Little Stone Saint. Very quickly, the news about the Little Stone Saint quickly spread. It first spread in the stone workshop. Then, it spread throughout Angry Axe City. When Lin Feng and Qianrui Yuan returned to their residence, they activated a restrictive spell and refused to see anyone. Lin Feng wanted to refine the cosmic energy he had obtained to increase his strength. As for Qianrui Yuan, he was observing the medicine king bug he had obtained. In a room, Lin Feng sat cross-legged. His hand was surrounded by magical energy, and the cosmic energy was sealed inside. Demon Lord, will there be any danger in refining the cosmic energy? Asked Lin Feng telepathically. But he didn't get a reply. The Demon Lord seemed to be in seclusion. Perhaps he was still refining the divine source. Lin Feng took a deep breath. Whether or not there was any danger, he would refine the cosmic energy. Lin Feng absorbed the cosmic energy. Then, he began to circulate his magical energy and refine the cosmic energy. The seal on the cosmic energy was just released. A terrifying destructive energy surged out of the cosmic energy and began to wreak havoc in Lin Feng's body. Puff. Lin Feng spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was extremely pale. Refining the cosmic energy wasn't a simple matter. If it was someone else, they would have lost half their life. Archaic dragonesque elephant art, suppress! Shouted Lin Feng. He hurriedly circulated the archaic dragonesque elephant art to suppress the violent energy in his body. Archaic dragonesque elephant, holy emperor art, the phantom of the archaic dragonesque elephant appeared and began to suppress the violent energy in Lin Feng's body. The violent energy surging out of the cosmic energy gradually became gentle. But suddenly, the cosmic energy fluctuated violently. It seemed that it wasn't willing to be refined like this. Then, a strange sound that sounded like a cow or a dragon's cry was heard. A grey flood dragon condensed and formed. This grey flood dragon was fierce and violent. It rampaged through Lin Feng's body, trying to tear apart Lin Feng's body. So it's a grey flood dragon's cosmic energy. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He used the divine source in his dantian and burned part of it to support the archaic dragonesque elephant art and suppress the grey flood dragon. The grey flood dragon roared angrily and struggled violently, but in the end, its body was shattered. Lin Feng began to refine the cosmic energy in his body. One day later. Lin Feng finally succeeded in refining the cosmic energy. Lin Feng felt as if there was a primordial beast sleeping in his body. This was the power of the cosmic energy. Creak. Lin Feng opened the door. Seeing Lin Feng come out, Xianxia smiled and said, "It seems that you've refined the cosmic energy. How do you feel?" Lin Feng smiled and said, "It feels like I devoured a primordial beast. I have endless power." Xianxia said, "The power of the cosmic energy is naturally very strong, but if you want to be proficient in using it, you'll need to slowly gain experience through actual combat." Lin Feng nodded. At that moment, Xianxia said, "Many important people have come looking for you, including many ancestors from primordial powers. Do you want to meet them?" Lin Feng smiled bitterly and said, "It's really quite troublesome. If I refuse, I'll offend these people. How about this? If anyone can take out a cosmic energy, I'll act." Taking out a cosmic energy was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. However, if they could really take out a cosmic energy, Lin Feng wouldn't mind acting. The more cosmic energy he refined, the stronger he would become. After 3 more days of seclusion, Lin Feng familiarized himself with the power of the cosmic energy. After that, Lin Feng and Xianxia went to the stone workshop again. Now that Lin Feng had refined the cosmic energy, his cultivation had skyrocketed, and he wanted to find the mysterious creature that had injured him. If he could find it and cut it out, it would definitely be a heaven-defying existence. "Look, little rock saint is here. Young friend, please help us this time. The Wu family of the Taicang prefecture will remember your kindness. Young friend, I prepared 500,000 top-grade spirit stones. I hope you can help me identify a few stones." Many white-haired old men came from all over to ask for Lin Feng's help. The stone saint's methods were incredible. Who wouldn't be shocked? If they could ask the stone saint to help them, they would definitely gain something. Lin Feng said, "Everyone, nothing can be accomplished without rules. My rule is that if you want me to help, you have to take out a law." If they had a law, they would either refine it themselves or give it to an outstanding junior in their clan to refine. Thus, it was too difficult to take out a law. Many people wanted to persuade Lin Feng to reconsider, but Lin Feng declined. Lin Feng and Xianxia went to the stone workshop of the Great Zhou Empire. Lin Feng had been attacked by the stone creature in the workshop of the Great Zhou Empire, so he wanted to search there first. The stone creature was terrifying, but Lin Feng believed that its strength was still limited. It hadn't grown to a heaven-defying level, so this was his only chance to subdue it. If he could subdue such a creature, he would have an extremely powerful battle pet. Lin Feng walked around the stone workshop of the Great Zhou Empire, but he was disappointed. There were thousands of stones in the huge courtyard, but Lin Feng couldn't find where the mysterious creature was hiding. Lin Feng frowned. Had he guessed wrong? Was it not in the stone workshop of the Great Zhou Empire? If it had attacked him in another stone workshop, the strength of that creature might have been much stronger than he had imagined. Lin Feng and Xianxia left the stone workshop of the Great Zhou Empire and went to the stone workshop of the Jiang family, but they couldn't find it either. He went to the next stone workshop, but he didn't find anything after going through more than a dozen large stone workshops. What is the stone saint looking for? Some people were puzzled and realized that something wasn't quite right. Lin Feng had visited more than 10 stone workshops in a row, but he still hadn't cut any stones. Sometimes he would frown, as if he was looking for something. This made many people shocked. The thing little stone saint wanted to find in the stone workshop was most likely extremely extraordinary. Yuhua Immortal Dynasty's stone workshop. Lin Feng came to a new stone workshop and frowned slightly. This was actually the power of Huangfu Qingtian's clan. Huangfu Qingtian was a prince of the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty. Lin Feng and Huangfu Qingtian had a battle of life and death for 10 years. The two of them already had an irreconcilable grudge. The people of the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty naturally wouldn't spare Lin Feng. "I finally know who's threatening me and trying to kill me," Lin Feng murmured. Lin Feng recalled the 2 times he had been threatened in secret. The person hiding in the dark did not hide his killing intent. From the looks of it now, the other party might very well be someone from the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty. Moreover, he had already recognized Lin Feng's identity. "Let's go in and have a look," said Lin Feng. Xian Ruiyuan nodded and entered the stone workshop of the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty with Lin Feng. Many cultivators followed them inside. They were all very curious about what little stone saint was looking for. He had searched all the major stone workshops but failed to find anything. Someone wants to cut a stone. At that moment, an excited voice spread in the air. An important person of the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty wanted to cut a stone. That person was called Huang Fuchong. He looked to be in his 50s or 60s. He was thin and his eyes were flickering with cold light. He was a member of the imperial family of the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty. As expected, it's him. Lin Feng smiled coldly when he saw Huang Fuchong. When he arrived next to that person, he vaguely sensed a familiar qi. It was the mysterious cultivator who had threatened him twice. Little stone saint, I want to cut a celestial stone. Little stone saint, can you help me take a look? Huang Fuchong said with a smile, looking very amiable. Lin Feng didn't refuse this time. He nodded. He wanted to see what kind of stone this person who wanted to kill him wanted to cut. Little stone saint wants to cut a stone. Many people exclaimed. Huang Fuchong was very proud. Everyone said that little stone saint had to pay a price for cutting a stone. Today, he had invited little stone saint to cut a stone, but he didn't have to pay anything. Many people started thinking. Little stone saint had broken his own rules by helping Huang Fuchong cut a stone for free. In that case, they could also look for little stone saint to cut a stone. If they found another reason to refuse, it would mean that they were looking down on the other groups. At that time, they would have found a large number of groups. It's this celestial stone. What do you think, little stone saint? Huang Fuchong pointed at a stone. It was a human-shaped stone with 3 orifices. Its hands were facing the sky, emitting the essence of the sun and the moon. It was extraordinary. Lin Feng glanced at it but didn't answer Huang Fuchong. Huang Fuchong said, Little stone saint, what do you think? Give me a law and I'll tell you. Said Lin Feng. You're playing with me? Huang Fuchong's face sank. What do you mean by that? Asked Lin Feng indifferently. I invited you to cut a stone, and you agreed without asking for a reward. Now you're asking for a reward. Aren't you playing with me? Said Huang Fuchong with an unsightly expression. He felt like he had lost face. He already wanted to kill Lin Feng, but now, he wanted to kill Lin Feng even more. Lin Feng said indifferently, I didn't say I didn't want a reward. Senior Huang Fu, you've been famous for a long time. Don't you know that you have to pay a reward if you ask for help? You want help, but you don't want to pay anything. Do you really think there's such a good thing in the world? What are you thinking, Elder Huang Fu? Pfft, many people laughed. Lin Feng was mocking Huang Fuchong. How could they not know? Bastard. I won't argue with you for now. Huang Fuchong sneered. Lin Feng didn't say anything else. He already knew who wanted to kill him. He just had to be careful. Huang Fuchong looked at the human-shaped stone. It was one of the most precious stones in the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty's stone workshop. Powerful fluctuations of life spread out from the stone. The people of the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty suspected that a sacred spirit had been born inside. They wanted to cut the stone. If a sacred spirit was born, it would definitely become a powerhouse on the Tianwu continent, even if it wasn't as strong as the sacred battle ape of old. Any saint spirit in its complete form was extremely terrifying. Swish. A stone-cutting knife appeared in Huang Fuchong's hand. He stood in front of the human-shaped stone and decided to cut it. Swish. Swish. Swish, the surface of the stone was cut off. Soon, a large pile of stone was formed on the ground. As the surface of the stone was cut off, the aura of the stone became more and more terrifying. Boom. Suddenly, a terrifying aura spread out from the stone. The aura suppressed the heavens and shook the earth. It was like an ancient god was awakening from a deep slumber. Everyone's expression changed when they sensed the terrifying aura. The entire stone workshop was in an uproar. The aura was too terrifying, shocking everyone. Countless people rushed over to watch Huang Fuchong cut the stone. At this moment, Huang Fuchong was extremely excited because he felt that a sacred spirit was about to be cut out. It was a human-shaped stone. It was born and nurtured by the heavens. How similar was it to the sacred battle ape? The sacred battle ape was also born from a stone, but it was a stone monkey. The stone in front of him might give birth to a stone man. Once it was born, it would definitely be earth-shattering. The stone skin kept falling off. The aura in the courtyard also became stronger and stronger. A terrifying pressure filled the courtyard of the Yuhua immortal dynasty. Even the creation realm powerhouses felt suppressed. Many Yinyang realm cultivators even found it difficult to breathe. Could it be that a sacred spirit is really going to be cut out? Xianxia Yuan was shocked. Lin Feng smiled and said, "That's hard to say. Think about the dragon blood from before." Xianxia Yuan nodded thoughtfully. Many people were still discussing. If a sacred spirit was really cut out, the 3,000 provinces would be shocked. Once a sacred spirit matured, it would be too terrifying. Who knew, it might become the second sacred battle ape. At that time, how terrifying would the Yuhua immortal dynasty's strength be? Some powerhouses in the dark had cold gazes. They wanted to destroy the sacred spirit when it was cut out. Naturally, many factions didn't want to see the Yuhua immortal dynasty obtain such a sacred spirit. Not long after, something shocking happened. The two hands of the Holy Spirit appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Arms. Stone arms. It's really a stone man born from the heavens. Many people shouted in shock. The human-shaped stone's aura more than doubled. The Yuhua immortal dynasty cultivators were so excited that their bodies were trembling. Huang Fuchong sped up. Soon, the stone man's torso and head appeared. This was an ancient stone man with 3 eyes. It was like the ancient god Yangjian in the legends. There was an eye of reincarnation between its eyebrows. That intimidating pressure filled the air. It was as if they were facing an ancient god. Thump. Thump, many people couldn't withstand the pressure emitted by the stone man. They knelt on the ground and bowed to the stone man. The black mass of people was innumerable. All of them knelt 3 times and kowtowed 9 times. How terrifying. Lin Feng retreated, because if he got too close, he wouldn't be able to withstand the stone man's pressure. Lin Feng didn't want to kowtow to a stone man. Swish swish, suddenly, the golem opened its eyes. It was a pair of eyes filled with endless vicissitudes of life. Now that he had opened his eyes, the illusory image of the heavens appeared in his eyes. The heavens have blessed my Yuhua celestial dynasty. We managed to obtain a divine spirit. The cultivators of the Yuhua immortal dynasty led by Huang Fuchong were so excited that tears streamed down their faces. If he was truly a saint spirit, he would be able to sweep through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Crack, crack. The stone golem moved its legs and walked forward. It was as if a deity was walking, and the great Tao was resonating. However, the stone man roared angrily, "Why did you make me come out ahead of time?" His voice was filled with endless sorrow and unwillingness. Kacha kacha, in the next moment, the stone man began to crumble. His body turned into a pile of rubble that piled up on the ground. The powerful aura that had filled the entire courtyard dissipated. Phew. The cultivators who had been secretly preparing to attack heaved a sigh of relief. The stone man had given them too much pressure, and they were all frightened. Now that the stone man had actually self-destructed, this was the best possible outcome. How could this be? No. Huang Fuchong and the other cultivators of the Yuhua celestial dynasty roared unwillingly. They couldn't accept this scene. A divine spirit had been destroyed just like that. It made their hearts bleed. Why did the stone man self-destruct? Xianxia Yuan was puzzled. Lin Feng said, "I think that the stone man wasn't truly born. He still needed a long time to mature. Now that he was cut out ahead of time, he suffered a backlash from the great Tao. The stone man couldn't resist it, so he self-destructed." Many people nodded, agreeing with Lin Feng's explanation. However, they also felt that it was a pity. The stone man had almost been born, but he had self-destructed. Next time, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to find another stone man like this. Lin Feng walked around the Yuhua celestial dynasty's stone workshop. Suddenly, he sensed a strange life energy fluctuation. "It's that spirit." Lin Feng was startled. He wanted to find the spirit as soon as possible. But the spirit instantly disappeared without a trace. It had concealed its qi. Even his godly awareness couldn't detect it. What a terrifying concealment ability. Lin Feng frowned. He couldn't help but look at the pile of rubble. Lin Feng inspected it. He frowned. What are you looking at? Asked Huang Fucheng gloomily. This stone didn't self-destruct. The saint spirit inside the other stone devoured its life force and destroyed it, said Lin Feng, shaking his head. Lin Feng took a deep breath. What? How could such a thing happen? Everybody was astonished. They couldn't believe it. Lin Feng nodded gravely. Even if it self-destructed, it had been nurtured for so many years, so it should still have life energy. But now, the stone man has turned into a pile of rubble. Its life energy has been completely absorbed. It must have been devoured by an even more powerful divine spirit. This news was earth-shattering. Many people started looking for the divine spirit that Lin Feng had mentioned. You've been looking for that divine spirit? Asked Qian Ruiyuan. Lin Feng nodded. It's much stronger than I thought. Even the stone man's life strength was absorbed by it. That holy spirit is terrifying. It's cruel and merciless. It didn't show any mercy when attacking a holy spirit, said Lin Feng. If we can find that divine spirit. Qian Ruiyuan's voice trembled. He knew what that divine spirit represented. Once it was born, it would probably become an invincible existence. Qian Ruiyuan also started searching. But obviously, that divine spirit had left the Yuhua Celestial Dynasty's workshop and was hiding in another workshop. It could move freely, and it could even pass through the deployment spells of the other workshops. Therefore, it was almost impossible to find it. In the Longevity Temple's workshop, Lin Feng found a stone that looked like a dragon turtle. It was worth 230,000 top-grade spirit stones. Lin Feng bought it and planned to cut it open. Little Stone Saint wanted to cut another stone. The news quickly spread. Many ancestor-level experts rushed over. Dragon turtle stone, I've studied it for a long time, but I feel that it's lifeless. It doesn't look like something good. An ancestor-level expert said. I've studied it too. It doesn't look like something good. I don't know why Little Stone Saint chose it. Another ancestor-level existence said. Lin Feng started cutting the stone. The stone layer kept falling off, and the dragon turtle stone quickly shrank. Clang, suddenly, a clear sound spread in the air. Many people were startled. He had really found something. In the end, the stone was completely cut open. What was inside appeared in front of everybody. A turtle shell. Lin Feng was astonished. Look, there are pictures and words on the back of the turtle shell. Shouted a cultivator, pointing at the back of the turtle shell. Heavens! This is a technique from the Immemorial era called divine diagram engraving on tortoise shell. The diagram engraved on a tortoise shell usually contains shocking secrets. What kind of secret is this tortoise shell in Little Stone Saint's hand? Lin Feng felt a lot of malicious gazes. During this period of time, he had cut out a lot of good things, so people were spying on him. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He put away the tortoise shell. He would study it after going back. Lin Feng didn't stay long and quickly left with Qian Ruiyuan. After returning, Lin Feng began to study the contents of the tortoise shell. There were some ancient characters and 9 pictures on the tortoise shell. Lin Feng went out and bought some books with ancient characters to compare. The result gave him a huge shock. Heaven's Tribulation Demon Realm, it turned out to be such a place. Lin Feng didn't expect it at all. It was an ancient and mysterious secret realm. It probably dated back to the ancient times. Lin Feng didn't know what kind of secret realm it was. Because there was no explanation on the tortoise shell. It seems that the 9 pictures are the maps to the secret realm. Lin Feng put away the tortoise shell. Such ancient secret realms often had great secrets and opportunities. If one could get such opportunities, they would benefit immensely. Why was Huangfu Qing Tian so powerful? At such a young age, even the experts of the older generation were no match for Huangfu Qing Tian. The reason was that Huangfu Qing Tian controlled the secret realm of ether. I can't stay in Angry Axe City anymore. Many people want to harm me. Also, I have to go to the Heaven's Tribulation Demon realm to see if there are opportunities waiting for me. Lin Feng thought. The next day, someone sent a letter. Lin Feng opened the letter. If you want to forge a doctrine tool, go to East Xining Street, Lane 16, Alley 32. It was a simple line of words. Lin Feng was very surprised. There were only two people who knew that he wanted to forge a doctrine tool. They were Morong Shui and the mysterious blacksmith from Heaven's Saint City. Lin Feng had found the golden giant bone to find the mysterious blacksmith, but she had already left. Lin Feng didn't expect that he would see the mysterious blacksmith again in Angry Axe City. Brother Lin, I also have to return to the Qian clan. Tonight, we will leave the Angry Axe City together. You can't stay here alone, there are many people watching you. Qian Ruiyuan said. Lin Feng nodded. The group of people left the Angry Axe City. On the way, Lin Feng and Qian Ruiyuan parted ways. After wandering around outside for 3 days, one night, Lin Feng put on a large robe, put on a bamboo hat, and once again sneaked into the Angry Axe City, and then went straight to the address given to him by the mysterious blacksmith. Soon, Lin Feng arrived at East Xining Street, Lane 16, Alley 32. This place was obviously a slum, dirty and messy. Lin Feng stood at the entrance of number 32 alley and looked into the depths. It was pitch black, and the place was strangely quiet. Lin Feng muttered to himself. I wonder why that great blacksmith has such a unique hobby. When he was in Heaven's Sacred City, he lived in the slums. Now that he had come to the Angry Axe City, and was living in the slums. Can't he find a better place? Lin Feng walked into the depths of the alley. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, in the darkness, someone launched a sneak attack on Lin Feng. The person who launched the sneak attack had completely hidden his aura, and even Lin Feng did not notice it. These two people shouldn't be together. Lin Feng had already sensed the aura of the person in front of him, it was Huangfu Chong. Lin Feng did not know who the person who attacked him from behind was. Two Good Fortune realm powerhouses attacked together, and Lin Feng was caught off guard. Now, it was too late to dodge. Lin Feng's face was very ugly, he felt the threat of death. Boy, do you think that you sneaked into the Angry Axe City without anyone knowing? But you don't know that this king has already found you. Huangfu Chong sneered. Die. The other person also said in a gloomy voice. Seeing that the two people's attacks were about to hit Lin Feng, the situation was very dangerous. Humph, at this moment, a cold snort was suddenly heard. Bang! Huangfu Chong and the other powerhouse who launched the sneak attack on Lin Feng were forced to retreat. Who is it? Huangfu Chong and the other Good Fortune realm powerhouse were shocked. They did not expect that such a powerful person was hidden in this alley. Get lost. The mysterious blacksmith's voice came from the depths of the alley. Huangfu Chong and the other Good Fortune realm powerhouse looked gloomy. No matter how unwilling they were, they did not dare to stay and could only leave. That granny's cultivation is so strong. Lin Feng took a deep breath. When facing the siege of two Good Fortune realm powerhouses, if he was careless, he would have died. However, the mysterious blacksmith's cold snort had forced the two powerhouses to retreat. It showed how extraordinary this blacksmith's strength was. Lin Feng was wondering how strong that blacksmith was. Even if he wasn't an extremely strong cultivator, he was very close to one. Lin Feng entered the depths of the alley and stopped outside the innermost courtyard. He clasped his hands and said, "Thank you, Senior. You are my guest, I will not let you stain this place with blood. Come in." The mysterious blacksmith's faint voice came. Lin Feng pushed the door open and entered. The mysterious blacksmith stood in the courtyard under the moonlight. She was already very old, but it was not until today that Lin Feng realized how terrifying this old body contained. Lin Feng learned from Morong Shui that this mysterious blacksmith was called Granny Fengli. As for her origin, he did not know. Even Morong Shui did not know. Granny Fengli's identity was very mysterious. I have found the golden giant's bone. Lin Feng took out the bone and handed it to Granny Fengli. Granny Fengli nodded and said, "I heard that you found a purple fire deity crystal in the stone workshop?" Lin Feng felt a chill in his heart. He did not know why Granny Fengli was asking about this at this time. The purple fire deity crystal was too precious. If Granny Fengli wanted to kill him and steal it, Lin Feng knew that he would not be able to resist. Lin Feng could only suppress the worry and fear in his heart and said, "That's right, I did find a purple fire deity crystal. You're a hot potato, I know you've made a powerful natal weapon. How about this, I'll help you one more time. I'll put the purple fire divinity crystal into your natal weapon and increase its power, but you have to promise me one thing," said Lin Feng. Granny Fengli said. Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief. As long as Granny Fengli did not have any ideas about his purple fire deity crystal, it was fine. Granny Fengli had actually agreed to help him refine the purple fire deity crystal. This would save Lin Feng the trouble of finding someone else to refine the purple fire deity crystal. Moreover, if he were to find someone else, he would inevitably be plotted against. Lin Feng asked, "What does Senior want me to do?" "Come with me to the Snow Province. I want to go to a place and steal a treasure. Your mastery of spirit arrays is not bad, perhaps you can help me," Granny Fengli said. Lin Feng immediately felt his scalp go numb. Granny Fengli's strength was unfathomable. If she wanted to steal a treasure, then what kind of terrifying existence was the person who was fighting with Granny Fengli? He was probably an existence at the level of an ancient powerhouse. With Lu Yin's current cultivation level, if he was the slightest bit careless, he could die without a grave. "If you are not willing, I will not force you," Granny Fengli said gloomily. Lin Feng's heart trembled. He could feel the coldness emanating from Granny Fengli's body. If he refused, he was afraid that Granny Fengli would turn hostile. He gritted his teeth and said, "All right, Senior, I promise you." Granny Fengli nodded in satisfaction. "Wait here for 10 days. After 10 days, I will refine your 2 treasures. Come with me." 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Feng was anxiously waiting outside. Boom. Along with the shockwave, the door of the crafting room was opened. Grandma Fengli walked out from within. She waved her right hand. Swoosh. 2 balls of light flew out. The 2 balls of light contained the 7 treasures glazed pagoda and the primal chaos ancient lamp. Around the 7 treasures glazed pagoda, the power of the laws of the great Tao came down, and with a slight shake, the surrounding space was slightly distorted. "Middle-grade Tao artifact," Lin Feng exclaimed. This 7 treasures glazed pagoda was not a low-grade Tao artifact, but a middle-grade one, which surprised Lin Feng. Granny Fengli said, "Originally, the 7 treasures glazed pagoda could only be upgraded to a low-grade Tao treasure, but when I was upgrading it, I added a small amount of purple fire deity crystals, and it immediately upgraded this treasure by a level." This was a pleasant surprise. Lin Feng's spirit sense communicated with the 7 treasures glazed pagoda. 7 treasures glazed pagoda, immeasurable. Suddenly, Lin Feng heard a faintly discernible voice. He carefully sensed it and found that it was the 7 treasures glazed pagoda spirit. The 7 treasures glazed pagoda spirit turned into a cultivator wearing a 7-colored kasaya. The spirit's body was surrounded by 7-colored light, which shrouded him and emitted a mysterious aura. Good. This is great. The 7 treasures glazed pagoda has been upgraded to a middle-grade Tao artifact, and its defense has greatly increased. Lin Feng waved his hand and kept the 7 treasures glazed pagoda. Then, he looked at the life treasure, the primal chaos ancient lamp. The changes in the primal chaos ancient lamp surprised Lin Feng even more. After the purple fire divine crystal was integrated, the primal chaos ancient lamp had begun to nurture its own spirit. In terms of attack and defense, the primal chaos ancient lamp was definitely better than a normal Tao artifact. The materials used to forge the primal chaos ancient lamp are too extraordinary, and now that the purple fire divine crystal has been added, the primal chaos ancient lamp is even more extraordinary. For such a treasure, it will be difficult to nurture its own spirit. I estimate, when the spirit is formed, when the primal chaos ancient lamp's time. Grandma Fengli said. Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised. I hope that day will come soon. Granny Fengli suddenly laughed strangely and said, "You must never reveal this primal chaos ancient lamp. If you do, all the great clans and holy lands of the Tianwu continent will hunt you down." Lin Feng nodded. Naturally, he knew the severity of the situation. The primal chaos ancient lamp was forged from the primal chaos ancestral qi. It was the prototype of an ancient imperial weapon. Now, it had been strengthened by the purple fire deity crystal. Even ancient powers would go crazy if they saw such a treasure. Therefore, he had to be careful. Lin Feng stored the primal chaos ancient lamp into his mind. His soul was hidden in the primal chaos ancient lamp. Some top experts, or some cultivators who were very proficient in soul divine abilities, liked to attack the soul silently. However, Lin Feng's soul was protected by the primal chaos ancient lamp. Even an ancient overlord would find it difficult to harm his soul. When will we leave for Snow Province? Lin Feng asked. We'll rest for a day. Tomorrow, we'll take the teleportation formation to Northern Barren City. From there, we'll take the space-time wormhole to Snow Province. Grandma Fengli said. Lin Feng nodded. After returning to his room, he sat down cross-legged and adjusted his state of mind. The journey from the Barren region to Snow Province was a long one that required crossing 5 provinces. If they flew, it would probably take more than 100 years to reach Snow Province. However, using the space-time wormhole, it would only take a month. The next day, Lin Feng and Grandma Fengli went to the teleportation square together. Lin Feng could vaguely feel a few cold auras locking onto him. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. Some powers had their eyes on him and wanted to kill him to steal his treasure. However, they were afraid of Grandma Fengli's strength and did not act. After arriving at Northern Barren City, Lin Feng and Grandma Fengli entered the space-time wormhole. A month later, they arrived at Snow City, one of the 5 great ancient cities of Snow Province. As far as the eye could see, it was snowing heavily. This was Snow Province, where the snow never stopped falling. The weather in Snow Province was very cold, but for powerful cultivators, this kind of cold was not something they were afraid of. Let's rest for a day before we set off. Grandma Fengli said. Do you know where we're going? Lin Feng asked. Frigid Ice Lake. Grandma Fengli said. Hiss. Lin Feng gasped. Lin Feng had read about Frigid Ice Lake from the records of the heavens. It was a very dangerous place. It was said that there was a snow dragon living in Frigid Ice Lake. This snow dragon had cultivated for 10,000 years. Senior, are you going to steal the snow dragon's treasure? Lin Feng said with a bitter smile. You guessed right. Grandma Fengli smiled. Lin Feng was speechless. This Grandma Fengli was really crazy. He hoped that this trip would go smoothly. He did not want to lose his life in Frigid Ice Lake. They walked towards an inn. On the way, there were dozens of strange beasts charging towards them. Many people were forced to dodge them. Some of the slower cultivators were directly sent flying by the whips of the cultivators sitting on the strange beasts. Who are these people? How dare they be so arrogant in Snow City? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. A middle-aged cultivator said, they're from Snow Province's Xiang clan. Snow Province's Xiang clan was an archaic clan, and the only archaic clan in Snow Province. Snow Province was adjacent to the Western region's Buddhist kingdom, but it was not part of the 72 northern states. Therefore, Lin Feng had only heard of Snow Province's Xiang clan, but did not know much about them. As one of the most powerful clans in Snow Province's Xiang clan was naturally unscrupulous in their actions. Soon, dozens of strange beasts stopped in front of the inn. A handsome cultivator stepped out of an ancient bronze chariot. The cultivator was very young, with black hair and eyes like stars. Who's that? Lin Feng asked. The middle-aged cultivator next to him said, it's Xianxia, an outstanding young genius of the Xiang clan. He's one of the top geniuses in the Xiang clan. It's said that he has a special constitution and is very famous. After Xianxia walked out, he bowed next to the bronze carriage. Soon, an old man walked out. The old man was so old that he needed Xianxia's help to get out of the carriage. He's so old, yet he's still walking around. Lin Feng shook his head slightly. The middle-aged cultivator hurriedly said, little brother, don't speak nonsense. He's an ancestor of the Xiang clan. He's been cultivating for more than 8,000 years and his cultivation level is extremely high. Don't criticize the Xiang clan, or you'll get killed. Lin Feng nodded and said goodbye to the middle-aged cultivator. At that moment, the owner of the inn came out to greet the people of the Xiang clan. Granny Fengli narrowed her eyes and said, "It seems that many people are coveting the snow flood dragon's treasure." Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the ancestor of the Xiang clan had also come for the snow flood dragon's treasure? But what exactly was the snow flood dragon's treasure? Mo City was very close to Frigid Ice Lake. 10 days later, Lin Feng and Grandma Fengli arrived at Mo City. "Senior, when are we leaving?" Lin Feng asked. Frigid Ice Lake was 800 miles to the west, where the snow flood dragon's nest was located. Grandma Fengli replied, "I can sense a few powerful auras, and I can't move alone." When Granny Fengli said that, she couldn't help but frown. Initially, she wanted to fight alone with Lin Feng, but now she had to change her plan. "What should we do now?" Lin Feng asked. "Let's stay here for now. Someone will invite us to discuss this matter soon." Grandma Fengli replied. The Long Ling Inn was an inn in Mo City. There were many courtyards here, and each courtyard was separated from the others. The environment was very elegant. Lin Feng went to check in. Cough, 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 violent coughing sounds could be heard. "Uncle, are you all right?" A young man supported a cultivator in his 30s and asked worriedly. The sickly cultivator's face was very pale. He seemed to have been injured, and he was coughing up blood. "We can't do business with you. If you die in our inn, our reputation will be ruined." One of the managers of the Long Ling Inn walked out and sneered when he saw this scene. "This is your deposit." The manager took out a bag of spirit stones and placed it on the table. The young man said angrily, "What's the meaning of this? We don't welcome you and your nephew. Don't you understand human language? Take the spirit stones and leave, or we'll throw you out." The manager sneered. Dragon Tumen was the Mo family's business, and the manager was called Mou. He was very domineering, and his voice was very cold. Lin Feng said, "How can you do business like this? You accepted his spirit stones and even gave him a room token. Now, you're chasing him out because he's injured. Business is all about honesty. Why is your Dragon Tumen turning hostile faster than flipping the pages of a book? Kid, what does the Mo family's business have to do with you?" Mou sneered. Mou looked to be in his 30s. His appearance was ordinary, and his eyes were long and narrow. He gave off a gloomy feeling. "Little brother, Ink City is the territory of the Mo family. They have always been strong, so you must not provoke them," a cultivator at the side reminded. The sickly middle-aged man also said, "Thank you for your kindness, little brother. We'll just go to another inn." The young man was furious. His eyes were cold. It was obvious that Mou's humiliation of him and his nephew had infuriated him. But now that his uncle had decided to back down, the young master could only suppress his anger. With the support of the young man, the uncle and nephew left. "Senior, let's go to another inn," Lin Feng said. Lin Feng was very unhappy that Mou was making things difficult for a pair of uncle and nephew who were in trouble. Fengli Popo nodded, she did not have any objections, and walked out with Lin Feng. Lin Feng and Granny Fengli stayed at another inn called Immemorial Guest House. On the second day, someone came to visit. Lin Feng was very surprised. It was Xianxia, the genius of Snow Province's Xiang clan, whom he had met before. Xianxia's cultivation was very terrifying. He was already one step into the creation realm. "Granny Fengli, are you staying here?" Xianxia looked at Lin Feng indifferently with an arrogant attitude. He was of noble birth and was very powerful. He saw that Lin Feng was only in the Yin Yang realm, which was very far from him, so he did not take Lin Feng seriously. Lin Feng nodded and said, "Yes, I'm staying here." "What do you want?" "Go and tell her that Snow Province's Xiang clan wants to see her," Xianxia said. "If there's anything, just tell me. Granny is resting now," Lin Feng said. "I'm afraid you don't have the right to listen," Xianxia said indifferently. He was not deliberately targeting Lin Feng. He really did not take Lin Feng seriously. Snow Province's Xiang clan was an ancient power. Even when Xianxia was facing an expert of the older generation like Granny Fengli, he still called her Granny Fengli. He also called her Granny Fengli without much respect. If he wanted to show respect, he should at least add senior to her name. In Xianxia's opinion, Granny Fengli was just a rogue cultivator. She was not worthy of his attention. If Granny Fengli was not so powerful, Xianxia would not even bother to look at rogue cultivators. Lin Feng sneered, "You can represent the Xiang clan? Is there no one else in the Xiang clan?" "Kid, what do you mean?" Xianxia's face suddenly sank. Lin Feng sneered, "Granny is an expert of the older generation. You're just a junior, and you want to see her? What else is there if the Xiang clan is not empty?" When he saw how domineering the Xiang clan was in Snow City, Lin Feng felt a bit of disgust towards them. Now that he saw Xianxia's high and mighty attitude, Lin Feng felt even more disgusted. A junior could look down on an expert of the older generation like Granny Fengli. It could be seen how arrogant the Xiang clan was in Snow Province. Xianxia's eyes were cold. He sneered, "Impudent thing. Normally, a rogue cultivator like you would not even have the right to talk to me. If I don't teach you a lesson today, where will my Xiang clan put its face?" "Zijia, stop." Just as Xianxia was about to attack, a cold shout was suddenly heard. A middle-aged cultivator flew over from afar and landed in front of the courtyard. 13th uncle. Xianxia cupped his fists. He restrained his overflowing killing intent. "Little brother, please help me report to senior that Xiang Jin of the Xiang clan is here to see him," the middle-aged man said with a smile. He looked amiable, but Lin Feng felt a chill in his heart. Although Xianxia was domineering, he was still young and powerful. He could not help but be arrogant and look down on everyone. Furthermore, Xianxia's arrogant attitude showed that he was not good at hiding his emotions. However, this middle-aged man called Xiang Jin was obviously hiding a knife behind his smile. "What do you want? Just say it. I'm not deaf, I can hear you." Granny Fengli's voice came from the courtyard. She was obviously unhappy that the Xiang clan was looking down on her, but she quickly restrained her emotions. "The ancestor has ordered us to invite you to the Mo clan tomorrow. This is the invitation." Xiang Jin gave the invitation to Lin Feng. "Alright, you can go," Granny Fengli said. "Goodbye, senior." Xiang Jin bowed and left. Xianxia glanced at Lin Feng and couldn't help but smile coldly. He then followed Xiang Jin and left. Lin Feng took the invitation back to the courtyard. "Granny, the people from the Xiang clan are inviting you over. Is this a trap?" asked Lin Feng. Granny Fengli stood in the courtyard and looked in the direction of the ice-snow lake. She said, "The Xiang clan doesn't have the guts to do that." The next day, Lin Feng rented a carriage and personally drove Granny Fengli to the Mo clan. The Mo clan was dependent on the Xiang clan in Snow Province, so when the Xiang clan came to Mo City, they would rest in the Xiang clan. This time, the gathering would be held in the Mo clan. "Stop, who are you?" The guards of the Mo clan stopped Lin Feng. "This is the invitation." Lin Feng gave the invitation to the Mo clan. "This is an important place for the Mo clan. Get off the carriage and walk," said the guard commander. Lin Feng looked glum. The Mo clan's guard had probably received an order from his superiors to humiliate Feng Li's grandmother. "I'm old, it's good to walk more." In the Mo clan, there were 3 cultivators sitting in the living room. One of them was the ancestor of the Xiang clan, Xiang Hongtu, whom Lin Feng had met before. There were 2 other people. The first one looked to be in his 50s or 60s. He wore a Taoist robe and was called Taoist Yuanjin. The other person looked to be in his 40s. He had a square face and looked very dignified. He was called Chu Dongchen and was an expert from the Chu clan of the Void Continent. The Void Continent was adjacent to the Snow Continent and was located in the north of the Snow Continent. Although the Chu clan of the Void Continent was only from the Primordial Era, after the Middle Ages, the Chu clan of the Void Continent had produced many top-notch experts. Therefore, their power had grown rapidly. Even the Primordial Era didn't dare to underestimate the Chu clan of the Void Continent. Lin Feng followed Grandmother Fengli to this place. The 3 important people inside didn't even come out to greet her. Lin Feng was a bit annoyed. These people were obviously looking down on Grandmother Fengli. However, Grandmother Fengli didn't seem to care. As for what Grandmother Fengli was thinking, Lin Feng didn't know. Grandmother Fengli is here. Seeing Grandmother Fengli enter the living room, the three people nodded and didn't stand up to greet her. Granny Fengli didn't say anything, she just looked for a place to sit down. Lin Feng sensed that someone was looking at him in an ice-cold way. He turned around and saw that it was Xianxia, who was standing behind Xiang Hong. Tuesday. Lin Feng sneered. It was fine if this person didn't provoke him, but if he did, he wouldn't mind killing him. Since everyone is here, we should discuss the matter of going to the frigid ice lake, said Taoist Yuan Zhen. Grandmother Fengli said, there's one more person who will be here soon. Xiang Hongtu, Taoist Yuan Zhen, and Chu Dongchen frowned and said, who else? Could it be Grandmother Fengli's friend? He's not a friend, but I know that he'll be here. Grandmother Fengli looked up and said. Just as Grandmother Fengli finished speaking, a voice came from outside. I heard that you're all planning to fight the snow flood dragon. I have the same intention. Impudent. Do you think the Mo clan is a place you can just casually barge in? With a cold shout, the Mo clan patriarch led dozens of Mo clan experts to surround the two people who had just landed in the courtyard. So it's you, you sickly ghost. How dare you barge into my Mo clan? Do you want to die? Mou, who was in the crowd, suddenly sneered. He remembered that these two people had come to the Longling Inn and were chased away by him. It's them. Lin Feng was shocked. It was actually that pair of uncle and nephew. Lin Feng had seen them at the Dragon Tomb Inn before. They had been chased out by Mou. Granny, who is that sickly cultivator? Lin Feng asked. Granny Fengli shook her head. I don't know him, but he's definitely not a simple person. Lin Feng nodded and looked outside. At this moment, the young master said, a small Mo clan dares to be so arrogant? What a laughable family. You dare to humiliate my Mo family? I don't care if he's dead or alive, take him down. The patriarch of the Mo clan shouted coldly. A group of Mo clan experts rushed towards the pair of uncle and nephew. From their point of view, the older cultivator's face was as pale as a sheet of paper. It was obvious that he was seriously injured. With such a condition, even if his cultivation level was very high, he probably wouldn't be able to use much of his battle strength. However, the sickly cultivator only took one step forward. Everyone from the Mo clan seemed to have suffered a huge blow, and they all knelt on the ground. Including the patriarch of the Mo clan. The patriarch of the Mo clan was a cultivator at the third heavenly layer of the creation realm, but he didn't even have the strength to resist. It was only now that the Mo clan members realized how terrifying the sickly cultivator was. Many people's faces turned pale, afraid that they would be killed by the sickly cultivator. Mou thought about how he had chased this pair of uncle and nephew away, and he was so scared that his whole body trembled. How strong? Lin Feng was shocked. Perhaps because the sickly cultivator had been sick for too long, Lin Feng felt that a gust of wind could blow him away. However, Lin Feng didn't think that the sickly cultivator would be so strong. Huh? Your Excellency, you seem to have gone too far. Xiang Hongtu's face suddenly sank. As the saying went, one had to look at the master before beating the dog. The Mo clan was dependent on the Xiang clan. Now that the Mo clan's experts were all kneeling on the ground, Xiang Hongtu's face naturally didn't look good. The sickly cultivator said, if I didn't give the Xiang clan some face, these people would already be dead. Impudent. Xiang Hongtu's face suddenly sank. Originally, the old man's body was lifeless and gave people the feeling that he was about to die. However, at this moment, his body seemed to explode like a flood, and an aura that caused the void to tremble surged out. In the next moment, Xiang Hongtu disappeared from the hall. He appeared in front of the sickly cultivator and used the Overlord Fist to attack him. I've long heard of the power of the Xiang clan's Overlord Fist. Today, I'll experience it for myself. The sickly cultivator's expression was indifferent. He waved his right fist and swept it towards Xiang Hongtu. Behind him, the phantom of a demon god appeared. This was the demon god's fist. Asterisk bang, asterisk, it was as if two ancient divine mountains had collided, and the ground cracked. Xiang Hongtu was forced to take a step back. Too strong, really too strong. This person's body is heavily injured, but he still forced Xiang Hongtu to retreat. Lin Feng was shocked. Cough, cough, cough. After attacking once, the sickly cultivator coughed violently. His face became even paler. This attack seemed to have affected his injuries, and his body's condition was getting worse. Uncle. The young man looked at the sickly cultivator worriedly. I won't die yet, don't worry, the sickly cultivator smiled. Who are you? Xiang Hongtu's expression was gloomy. Jin Daoyan of the demon clan. The sickly cultivator said. What? You're Jin Daoyan of the demon clan. Everyone was shocked. Even Granny Fengli stood up. Grandma, who is he? Is he famous? Lin Feng asked doubtfully. He's the golden-winged great rock king of the demon clan. Grandma Fengli said. Boom, hearing the words golden-winged rock king, Lin Feng felt like his head was about to explode. What a thunderous name. The demon clan had two extremely young sovereigns. One of them was the Peacock Sacred Lord. Lin Feng had seen the Peacock Sacred Lord in action in the Misty Forest. More than 10 ancient powerhouses surrounded the Peacock Sacred Lord. The Peacock Sacred Lord sent an ancient powerhouse flying with a punch. His demonic aura was truly vast and mighty. As for the demon clan's sovereign who was as famous as the Peacock Sacred Lord, it was the Golden-Winged Rock King. 800 years ago, the two of them were known as the two peerless geniuses of the demon clan. They were young, but their cultivations were incredible. Lin Feng didn't expect this sickly cultivator to be the Golden-Winged Rock King. We haven't heard from you in 300 years. It's been rumored that you've died. Although the rumors aren't true, you seem to have suffered a Dao injury. Yuanjun narrowed his eyes and looked at King Zhangpeng. Dao injuries were left in the body by the way of the heavens. Once a cultivator suffered a Dao injury, it was difficult to heal them. It was said that even immortal medicines couldn't heal Dao injuries. They could only find the source of the great path to heal them. You're right, Taoist friend. King Zhangpeng nodded. The four strong cultivators couldn't help but gasp. It was said that people with Dao injuries had less than 10 years of lifespan. King Zhangpeng had disappeared 300 years ago. It was very likely that he had suffered a Dao injury then. How powerful must his cultivation be to be able to suppress his Dao injury for 300 years without dying? If it wasn't for his Dao injury, King Zhangpeng's cultivation level would be unfathomable. However, King Zhangpeng's Dao injury made Xiang Hongtu, Yuan Zhen, and Chu Dongchen heave a sigh of relief. If King Zhangpeng didn't have a Dao injury, they wouldn't be able to defeat him even if they worked together. But now, King Zhangpeng had a Dao injury, so he wasn't a threat anymore. Xiang Hongtu smiled and said, Today, we didn't know each other until we fought. King Zhangpeng, please come in. Let's talk inside. King Zhangpeng nodded and entered the main hall. At that moment, Xiang Hongtu said, You can all go out and wait in the side hall. This was a discussion between the 5 leaders. Obviously, the others didn't have the right to stay. The Mo family members invited everyone into the side hall to rest. Yuan Zhen had brought 2 young Taoists with him. One of them was fat with a fierce face and yellow eyes. If it wasn't for his Taoist robe, he wouldn't have looked like a Taoist priest. The other one was small and skinny with a gloomy look in his eyes. Chu Dongchen was accompanied by a young man called Chu Jian. He was about 25 or 26 years old and was the leader of the Chu family's younger generation. Xianxia, the 2 young Taoists, and Chu Jian gathered together and talked in low voices. Lin Feng and the golden-winged King Zhangpeng's nephew sat on the other side. I'm Lin Feng. How should I address you? Lin Feng cupped his fists. When the golden-winged rock king saw the young cultivator who had spoken up for him and his nephew at the Dragon Tumen, the golden-winged rock king smiled. He clasped his fists and said, I'm Jin Xingyuan. Thank you, Brother Lin, for speaking up for us yesterday. Lin Feng replied, Brother Jin, you're too polite. I just can't stand the Mo family's domineering attitude. At that moment, Mou led a few maids into the main hall. He bowed and said, Gentlemen, this is a special product of Shuiyu. It's refreshing and refreshing. Please have a taste. Lin Feng took a sip of the snow tea and felt a refreshing feeling sweep through his body. Snow tea, which was produced in a world of ice and snow, naturally had some extraordinary aspects. Young Master Jin, I've offended you before. Please don't lower yourself to my level. Mou walked over and apologized cautiously. Now that he knew the identity of the golden-winged Great Rock King's uncle and nephew, he was almost scared out of his wits. Now that he had come to apologize, he wanted to make amends. Forget it, I don't want to argue with you, said Jin Xingyuan coldly. Thank you for your generosity, young Master Jin. Mou bowed hastily and left. Lin Feng said, there's no lack of people like that in aristocratic families, there's no lack of people who rely on their master's power to intimidate others. Jin Xingyuan said, that's true. In my opinion, dealing with people like that will only dirty my hands. Jin Xingyuan was the golden-winged Great Rock King's nephew. Even though he wasn't even 20 years old and was a few years younger than Lin Feng, he had been with the golden-winged Great Rock King for many years. Jin Xingyuan had his own pride. It seems like Xiang Hongtu, Yuan Zhen, and Chu Dongchen will join hands. I wonder if Granny will join hands with the golden-winged Great Rock King. Lin Feng glanced at Xianxia and the others and frowned. Sigh. Sighed Jin Xingyuan. Jin Xingyuan sighed. His face was full of worry. He was obviously worried about his uncle. Master, you've been injured for many years, right? Haven't you found a way to heal it? Asked Lin Feng. The Great Path is incomplete, so it's difficult to heal. My uncle heard that the snow-fled dragon occupied a mysterious cave, and that there was the source of the Great Path in that cave, so he came here. Now, my uncle's injuries are getting worse. I hope we can find the source of the Great Path and heal him. I'm worried that if we delay any longer, my uncle's body won't be able to handle his injuries, said Jin Xingyuan worriedly. If it had been someone else, they would have died within 10 years. But the golden-winged Great Rock King had endured for 300 years. Even the golden-winged Great Rock King couldn't hold on any longer. Don't worry, we'll definitely find the source of the Great Path and heal your injuries, said Lin Feng. Even if we can find the source of the Great Path, it's hard to say who will get it. Besides, it's a waste for a sick person to use it, said a strange voice at that moment. Xianxia pursed his lips and looked at Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan disdainfully. Xianxia had seen how the golden-winged Great Rock King had forced the ancestor of the Xiang clan to retreat even though he was heavily injured. Now that he heard Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan talking about the golden-winged Great Rock King's injuries, he couldn't help but mock them. Xianxia, who are you calling a sick person? Asked Jin Xingyuan, standing up. His eyes were cold as he circulated his beast qi. He was on the verge of going crazy. Who's the sick person? Everyone knows. Xianxia sneered. You're courting death, shouted Jin Xingyuan furiously. He wanted to attack, but Lin Feng stopped him. Brother Lin, don't stop me, said Jin Xingyuan through gritted teeth. His eyes were burning with fury. Lin Feng said, Brother Jin, have you heard of a saying? Jin Xingyuan looked at Lin Feng suspiciously and asked, what saying? If a dog bites a man can't bite a dog back. Lin Feng smiled. Everyone was stunned. Jin Xingyuan laughed, that's right. If a man is bitten by a dog, if he bites back, he'll become a dog too. Brat, how dare you call me a dog? Xianxia came back to his senses. He knew that Lin Feng was mocking him. His eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. Did I insult you? I'm insulting a dog, and a shameless one at that. Lin Feng smiled icily. That dog's elder fought against a cultivator who was injured and was forced to retreat. That dog had the audacity to act arrogantly and make fun of that cultivator who was injured. He's a young man and he dares to make fun of a strong cultivator. He doesn't even know the basic rules and etiquette. I don't know how his clan raised such a dog. He's a disgrace to his clan. What? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Lin Feng's eyes were cold and fearless. He also stood up, his battle intent soaring as he confronted Xianxia. Stop! At that moment, a cold shout came from outside. Xiang Jin had appeared and stopped the fight. 13th uncle, why are you stopping me? Xianxia's eyes were cold, but in the end, he restrained his killing intent. Young people are hot-blooded, it's normal to have verbal conflicts. This is just a small matter, don't take it to heart, Xiang Jin said with a smile. Xiangjin was a person who hid a knife behind his smile. He looked amiable on the surface, but people like him should be more careful. Lin Feng nodded and didn't say anything else. He sat back down with Jin Xingyuan. An hour later, the five magnates finished their discussion. Lin Feng left with Grandma Fengli, 13th uncle. I'm so angry that I can't control myself anymore. After Lin Feng left, Xianxia said with a gloomy face. Xiangjin smiled. Zijia, don't be impatient. Now's not the time to make a move. It won't be too late to do so after we reach the frigid ice lake. Xianxia nodded, his eyes flashing coldly. Then I'll let that brat live for a few more days. After returning to their residence, Lin Feng asked, Senior, are we going to the frigid ice lake next? Granny Fengli nodded and said, the snow-flood dragon has been cultivating for 10,000 years. Its cultivation level is already very high. The five of us will hold the snow-flood dragon back. When the time comes, you can go into the snow-flood dragon's cavern and retrieve its treasures. Is the snow-flood dragon that strong? You need the 5 titans to deal with it in order to stall it? Lin Feng was shocked. The snow-flood dragon obtained a great opportunity, so it's extremely strong. It'll be very troublesome to deal with. Grandma Fengli said. What's in the snow-flood dragon's cave? Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat as he asked. Inside the snow-flood dragon's cave, the most valuable thing is the creation fossil. The creation fossil can subtly change a person's body. The reason why the snow-flood dragon is so powerful is mainly because the creation fossil is constantly changing its body. Moreover, the creation fossil can absorb the fate of heaven and earth. You should have heard that if you want to break through to the divine realm, you need to absorb the fate of heaven and earth. However, how can the fate of heaven and earth be so easy to absorb? But if you have a creation stone, you'll be able to continuously absorb the chi of heaven and earth. That treasure is extremely important to cultivators. Grandma Fengli said. Fossilize. Lin Feng took a deep breath. Just like what Granny Fengli said, creating fossils was too important for any cultivator who wanted to reach the deity realm in the future. Lin Feng frowned and said, but we are weak. I'm afraid it won't be easy to obtain this fossil. The snow-flood dragon's cave is protected by a deployment spell. You need to break the deployment spell to enter. With your knowledge of deployment spells, I think you have the best chance, said Lin Feng. Grandma Fengli said. The next day, the group set out. Granny Fengli and the Rock King only brought one person with them. They were Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan. Xiang Hongtu and Chu Dongchen each brought more than 10 people. Taoist priest Yuanjin brought 2 young Taoists. One of the 2 young Taoists was called Taoist priest Tian Quan, and the other was called Taoist priest Tian Zong. Taoists were good at refining pills, talismans, and deployment spells. Lin Feng guessed that Taoist priest Tian Quan and Taoist priest Tian Zong were also experts in deployment spells. 3 days later, the group entered the vast and boundless frigid ice and snow lake. The temperature here was extremely low, probably a few hundred degrees below zero. Even if a cultivator's physique was strong, at this moment, many people were shivering from the cold. Lin Feng had no choice but to circulate his magic power in order to withstand such cold weather. This damn weather is really too cold, many people cursed in a low voice, and when they spoke, their voices were trembling. Now, Lin Feng finally understood why the 5 great leaders could only delay the snow-flood dragon. In the outside world, although the snow-flood dragon was strong, the 5 great leaders would have a high chance of defeating it. However, this was not the case in the frigid ice and snow lake. The temperature here was too low, and their bodies were about to be frozen stiff. It would be good if they could use 50 to 60% of their original cultivation here. However, the snow-flood dragon was not affected. Lin Feng guessed that this place not only did not affect the snow-flood dragon, but it also increased its battle prowess. Brother Lin, drink a mouthful of fiery fruit wine, it can drive away the cold. Jin Xingyuan handed a wine gourd to Lin Feng. Jin Xingyuan was also shivering from the cold. The 5 great leaders were the only ones who were in a better situation. They were strong enough to withstand the cold for the time being. Ancestor, I can't hold on any longer. A few cultivators from the Xiang and Chu families spoke one after another. Their skin was cracked from the cold, and as soon as blood flowed out, it was frozen. Retreat and wait outside, Xianxia said to Chu Dongchen. Yes, these people quickly left. As they went deeper and deeper, the temperature became lower and lower. Soon, it reached 1,000 degrees below zero. With this kind of temperature, ordinary people would immediately freeze to death if they came here. Even powerful cultivators already knew that their hands and feet would turn cold. Lin Feng's entire body trembled. How could he fight in such a place? Not to mention 50 to 60% of his battle prowess, it was already not bad to use 30 to 40% of his battle prowess. Right, I wonder if my heavenly flame can resist the cold. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He had refined 2 types of heavenly flame. The heavenly flame was scorching hot. And the temperature here was extremely cold. If it was an ordinary flame, it would have been extinguished in an instant. But the heavenly flame was different. The fire seed of the heavenly flame would never be extinguished. Lin Feng's spiritual will communicated with the heavenly flame. The 2 types of heavenly flame covered Lin Feng's entire body. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt the cold dispel. His almost frozen body was quickly recovering. This made Lin Feng very happy. However, in order to not attract attention, he still pretended to be shivering from the cold. We're here. The snow flood dragon's cave is in front of us. Xianxia said in a deep voice. Do you see that mountain peak? About 1,000 meters deep in the lake, there is a cave, which is the snow flood dragon's cave. Later, we will lure the snow flood dragon out and stall it. You guys enter the snow flood dragon's cave and take out the snow flood dragon's treasure. Taoist priest Yuanjin said. Everyone nodded. The 5 great powerhouses quickly flew towards the mountain peak in the middle of the frigid ice lake. This mountain peak was densely covered with restrictions. The surroundings even formed a distorted wave. Heavy snow fluttered, but there was not a single snowflake on the mountain peak. Bang! The 5 great powerhouses made their moves and slapped the mountain peak with their palms. Rumble, the entire mountain peak began to shake violently. Who dares to disturb my slumber? Suddenly, a cold voice came from the depths of the frigid ice lake. Immediately after, the earth and mountains shook. Whoosh! Huge waves surged to the sky. A huge snow-white creature quickly flew out. It was 10,000 meters long, and its body was like a snake. It was covered in scales, and it had 4 limbs. Its head was like a dragon's, and it had a silver-white dragon's horn. On its back, there were barbs like sharp swords. They grew from its back all the way to its tail. Those were the snow flood dragon's bone spurs. When the snow flood dragon appeared, a violent snowstorm swept across the land. Endless demonic chi filled the air, as if a sleeping demonic god had awoken. Plop. Plop. The 5 tycoons looked extremely serious. In this place, the temperature was extremely cold and their strength was greatly suppressed. Therefore, they had to be extremely careful when facing the snow flood dragon. Boom! The 5 tycoons attacked the snow flood dragon. They wanted to catch the snow flood dragon off guard. It would be even better if they could kill the snow flood dragon. Despicable creatures, die! The snow flood dragon roared and breathed out ice chi, freezing the world. In a flash, a great battle broke out. What are you waiting for? Attack! Shouted Xiangjin. He took the lead and flew towards the snow flood dragon's cave. Whoosh! Whoosh! Ah! But very quickly, a blood-curdling scream was heard. A strong cultivator of the Chu clan's body was frozen and cracked. He was swallowed by the bone-chilling lake water. His body was soon frozen to pieces. The temperature of the lake water was even lower than outside. It was definitely below 1,000 degrees Celsius. The deeper they went, the colder it became. Ah! Another blood-curdling scream was heard. This time, a strong cultivator of the Xiang clan was submerged in the lake water. His body was frozen and cracked. That snow flood dragon is really abnormal. It lives in such a cold place, said Lin Feng. He was speechless. Even though his body was covered by heavenly fire and was covered by a layer of qi, he could still feel the bone-chilling coldness in the water. That snow flood dragon isn't simple. It used to be one of the overlords of the South Sea world, but because it was too cruel, it devoured many cultivators. Many people died tragically. The cultivators of the South Sea world joined forces to kill it, but it still managed to escape. Later, it hid in the frigid ice and snow lake. Who would have thought that it would find a fortuitous encounter here? Said Jin Xingyuan. Lin Feng nodded. Snow flood dragons were ferocious beasts. Once they practiced cultivation, they would become extremely ferocious. Lin Feng had seen the nether demon shark devour an island in the East Sea world. Millions of people had been swallowed by the nether demon shark. The destructive power of these ferocious beasts was extremely terrifying. They continued diving. When they were about 300 meters down, they heard another blood-curdling scream. 3 strong cultivators of the Xiang clan and the Chu clan had been frozen to death. Flame Rhino Boat. Xiang Jin said in a deep voice. Xianxia nodded and took out a treasure. It was a small boat the size of a palm. The small boat was surrounded by flames. After Xianxia poured his magic power into the small boat, it quickly grew to a length of 7 to 8 meters. Enter the Flame Rhinoceros Boat. Xianxia shouted and took the lead to enter the Fire Rhino Boat, followed by Xiang Jin, Daoist Tianzong, and the cultivators of the Chu family. This Fire Rhino Boat was a magic treasure forged from the rhinoceros horn of a fire attribute demonic beast called the Fire Rhino. Not only could it fly on water, it could also withstand severe cold. These people rode the Fire Rhino Boat and quickly dived into the depths, but clearly, they had no intention of carrying Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan. Originally, Lin Feng could take out the 4 ferocious cauldron and use it to protect him and Jin Xingyuan. But now, Ning Hanshuang was sealed within the cauldron. Therefore, he couldn't use the 4 ferocious cauldrons. I have a treasure here too. As soon as Jin Xingyuan finished speaking, he waved his right hand, and a flying shuttle appeared. This flying shuttle could hold 4 or 5 people. Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan entered it. The flying shuttle's speed quickly increased as it dived deeper. The flying shuttle was made of fire attribute materials that could withstand the cold of the lake. Soon, they saw the Fire Rhino Boat below. Crack, crack. When they dived to a depth of about 900 meters, the Fire Rhino Boat seemed to be unable to withstand the terrifyingly low temperature and began to crack. The expressions of the 20 people on the Fire Rhino Boat became very unsightly. Xiang Jin said in a low voice, "Increase your speed to the maximum. We must enter the cave before the Fire Rhino Boat is destroyed." Xianxia nodded gloomily and poured his magic power into the Fire Rhino Boat. The Fire Rhino Boat's speed instantly increased. At that moment, the flying shuttle also began to crack. However, the flying shuttle could only hold Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan, so it didn't consume as much energy as the Fire Rhino Boat. Swoosh, finally, before the Fire Rhino Boat cracked, it charged into a cave that was enveloped by a curtain of light. Immediately after, the flying shuttle charged in as well. Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan walked out of the flying shuttle. They observed their surroundings. This was a huge platform with a cave in its depths. There were 4 words written on it: Immortal Creation Cave. This should be the cave that the snow flood dragon had obtained. It really is the Immortal Creation Cave. The creation fossil must be inside. Brother Migres, Brother Tianzong, I'll have to trouble you to break the restrictions. Xiang Jin said. All right. Priest Migres and Priest Tianzong nodded. They began to break the restrictions. Xianxia's sinister gaze fell on Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan. He said, "Shouldn't we get rid of these 2 first?" Xiang Jin's mouth also revealed a trace of killing intent. He said, "There's a limit to the number of creation fossils. It seems that we need to clear out some spots to enter the cave." Chu Jian nodded and said, "In that case, let's kill these 2. Boom, more than 20 experts from the Xiang clan and the Chu clan surrounded Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan. "Let's fight them to the death." Jin Xingyuan gritted his teeth. "They're just a bunch of clowns." "Let me," Lin Feng sneered. "The temperature here is extremely low. Even though the Xiang clan and the Chu clan are all experts, the temperature here is extremely low." Although the Xiang clan and the Chu clan were both experts, they could only use 30% of their strength. Lin Feng had heavenly fire protecting his body, so he could use at least 80% of his peak strength. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't care about those people from the Xiang clan and the Chu clan. Boom, Lin Feng charged into the crowd and slashed out with Sky Splitter. Slash. Slash, the sound of flesh being torn apart could be heard. Screams rang out one after another. 5 or 6 experts from the Xiang clan and the Chu clan were sent flying, their bodies torn in half by Sky Splitter. The Sky Tyrant Lightning Technique. Lin Feng's attacks didn't stop. He used the Sky Tyrant Lightning Technique to condense the power of lightning and punched out. Bang! Bang, one after another, the experts from the Xiang clan and the Chu clan were sent flying by Lin Feng. Their bodies exploded in the air. How is this possible? You're not suppressed at all? Xianxia cried out in disbelief. Die. Lin Feng's eyes were cold as he charged at Xianxia. He wanted to kill this person the most. Brat, do you really want to fight to the death? Xiang Jin's expression was gloomy. He took out a treasure, a small golden bell. It emanated a terrifying aura that seemed capable of destroying the world. The small golden bell was actually a Dao treasure. Lin Feng frowned. His opponents had Dao treasures, so it would be very difficult to deal with them. Continuing to fight would only be a waste of time. If the snow flood dragon escaped from the 5 leaders and returned to its nest, everyone would die here. Lin Feng sneered and didn't attack again. He looked at Jin Xingyuan and said, "Protect me. I'll break the formation." Jin Xingyuan nodded. It was obvious that Jin Xingyuan had made ample preparations. He also took out a Dao treasure, which was a blood-red sword surrounded by a bloody light. Jin Xingyuan held the Dao treasure and looked at the people around him cautiously. Xiang Jin and the others had wanted to wait for Lin Feng to break the formation before attacking Lin Feng. They wanted to catch Lin Feng off guard, but when they saw Jin Xingyuan's Dao treasure, they had no choice but to give up. Lin Feng's skills as a heaven-ranked formation master were fully displayed. Coupled with the fact that he had the mountain-moving Daoist's method of breaking formations, he was the first to break the formation. He and Jin Xingyuan quickly entered the formation. Then, Lin Feng sealed the formation so that Xiang Jin, Xianxia, and the others couldn't enter. Damn it! They went in. Xiang Jin, Xianxia, and the others' expressions were ugly. Open! At that moment, Tianzong and Tianquan worked together to break the formation. Chase after them. If they get the creation stone, kill them at all costs. Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan rushed into the depths of the cave. When they arrived, they saw a strange stone in the middle of the cave. Half of the stone was surrounded by black qi, the other half was surrounded by white qi. Yin and yang qi were revolving around it. Good heavens, this must be the creation stone. It's made of yin and yang qi. No wonder the snow flood dragon is so strong. Lin Feng was astonished. Collect. He unleashed a powerful dermic power to collect the creation stone. However, at this moment, powerful formation runes surged out. Around the creation stone, the formation runes intertwined. The deployment inscriptions released a terrifying power and moved towards Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan. At that moment, Xiang Jin, Xianxia, Chu Jian, Tianquan, Tianzong, and the others rushed in as well. Use your Tao weapon to stop them. I'll break the deployment inscriptions, said Lin Feng. Jin Xingyuan nodded solemnly. He wielded his blood-red sword and slashed at the dozen or so people who had entered the cave. His sword qi moved towards Xiang Jin and the others. Die! Xiang Jin shouted coldly and took out his small golden bell. The small golden bell was also a Dao artifact and possessed boundless power. Now that it had been activated, it emitted waves of destructive energy waves and blasted towards Jin Xingyuan. Clang, the attacks from the 2 Dao tools collided violently in the void. Many people coughed up blood because of the shockwaves. That was a Tao weapon. When Tao weapons collided, they were extremely powerful. Even a cultivator of the yin-yang layer could die from a Tao weapon's collision. Now that the Tao weapons had collided, they had indeed created a great destructive power. Shouted Xiang Jin. Everybody, activate your Tao weapons with me. If we kill Jin Xingyuan, Lin Feng will definitely die and the creation stone will fall into our hands. Die. More than a dozen cultivators poured their magic power into the small golden bell. Under the combined power of more than a dozen cultivators, the small golden bell's power suddenly increased greatly. The small golden bell swept over and collided with Jin Xingyuan's blood-red sword. Whoa! Jin Xingyuan coughed up blood because of the power of the bell. His face turned pale. He also wielded a Dao artifact. The other party had over 10 cultivators activating the Dao artifact together. Naturally, the power unleashed by the Dao artifact was far superior to the power unleashed by Jin Xingyuan alone. However, Jin Xingyuan knew that he could not take a step back now. Once he retreated, Lin Feng, who was in the middle of breaking the formation, would be attacked by these people. At that time, all his efforts would be for naught. The fossil would be snatched away by them. Jin Xingyuan was still waiting to create a fossil to extend the life of his uncle, the golden-winged Great Peng Emperor. Life burn! Jin Xingyuan roared. His life force started to burn crazily. Jin Xingyuan only had 1,000 years of lifespan. However, he had instantly burned 500 years of his lifespan. Jin Xingyuan burned his lifespan without any regard for his life to activate the Dao artifact. Lin Feng's expression changed drastically. He did not expect Jin Xingyuan to be so crazy. Uncle is my only family. I won't let him die. I want to save him. Jin Xingyuan gritted his teeth. Lin Feng was moved by his words. That was what it meant to have blood relations. It was just like Lin Feng's third uncle, Lin Xiong. In order to save Lin Feng, he knew that he would die, but he still pushed Lin Feng away. In the end, Lin Feng survived, but Lin Xiong was killed by Du Guoyin. In order to save his uncle, Jin Xingyuan was also willing to burn his lifespan without regard for his own life. After burning 500 years of his lifespan, the weapon spirit of the blood-colored sword awakened. Blood-robed sword sovereign, sword shakes the 9 heavens. An endless amount of blood mist was being emitted from the blood-red longsword, which was a Dao artifact. A mysterious man wearing a blood-red robe appeared in the blood mist. This was the weapon spirit of the blood-colored sword. With the weapon spirit awakened, the power of the Dao artifact increased greatly. Then, dense blood-colored sword chi shot towards Xiang Jin and the others. Is this guy crazy? The expressions of Xiang Jin and the others changed drastically. Cultivators cherished their lives the most. Normally, very few cultivators would burn their lifespan to activate their magic treasures. Xiang Jin and the others did not expect Jin Xingyuan to burn his lifespan. He did not just burn his lifespan. Moreover, he burned his lifespan for 500 years in one go. This was crazy. Xiang Jin and the others hurriedly controlled the golden bell to enlarge and block in front of him. The dense sword chi bombarded the golden bell, as if a giant spirit god was striking the golden bell. The golden bell was sent flying. It then slammed into Xiang Jin, Xianxia, and the others, sending them flying as well. Their faces were as pale as paper. Xiang Jin said in a low voice, "Everyone, Jin Xingyuan burned 500 years of his lifespan to awaken the weapon spirit of the Dao artifact. Let's not cherish our lives anymore. We should also burn our lifespan to awaken the weapon spirit. Otherwise, the fossil will be taken by them." Although the group did not want to burn their lifespan, it was obvious that they had no other choice. One by one, they began to burn their lifespan to activate the golden bell. Break! Just as Xiang Jin, Xianxia, and the others were burning their lifespan to activate the golden bell, Lin Feng shouted. He immediately broke the restriction that enveloped the fossil and took it. The 7 treasures glazed pagoda appeared. Next, Lin Feng took out the 7 treasures glazed pagoda and used it to protect himself and Jin Xingyuan. It's finally done, Jin Xingyuan was extremely excited. Stop them! Xiang Jin, Xianxia, and the others were going crazy. Their faces were contorted. They had more than 20 people at most, and there were as many experts as there were clouds in the sky. On the other hand, Lin Feng's side only had 2 people. If the fossil was snatched away despite having such a huge force, they would feel extremely aggrieved. More than 10 people frantically activated the golden bell to attack Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan. The golden bell's weapon spirit also appeared. It was a big, golden man. He swung his fist. However, Lin Feng's 7 treasures glazed pagoda's defense was too strong. It blocked the golden bell's attack. As for Jin Xingyuan, he took out his blood-colored sword and slashed at the cultivators blocking his way. Puff puff puff, he killed 3 experts in a row. Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan killed their way out. The 2 of them quickly rushed out. Jin Xingyuan took out his flying shuttle. Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan entered the flying shuttle and rushed upwards. Xianxia, and the others also chased out in rage. They entered the flame rhino boat and rushed upwards. Whoosh! The flying shuttle was the first to rush out. Got it! Lin Feng shouted. Granny Fengli, take them and leave first. I'll stop these people. Golden-winged Rock King shouted. Granny Fengli only hesitated for a moment before rushing towards Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan. She grabbed them and tore through the void to leave. You're courting death. The snow flood dragon, Xiang Hongtu, Daoist Yuanzhen, and Chu Dongchen almost went crazy. They all roared and charged towards the Rock King. They wanted to kill him. I've been injured for 300 years. I've sealed myself and barely managed to survive until now. It's time to undo the seal. The Rock King's eyes were cold. He formed thousands of seals and sent them into his body. Suddenly, an indescribably terrifying aura spread out from the Rock King's body. It was as if an immemorial demon god had descended into the world. The Rock King undid the seal. Crack crack, the moment the seal was undone, the Rock King's internal injuries also exploded. The Rock King's body began to crack like porcelain. This scene was both horrifying and heartbreaking. The Rock King did not only seal his strength but also his Rock King's internal injuries. Now that he could no longer suppress them, his body was about to be destroyed. Apocalyptic destruction. The Rock King shouted and pressed his right hand across the void. An illusory world condensed and formed. The illusory world seemed to contain billions of worlds and endless stars. The illusory world was collapsing and being destroyed. The world suppressed the snow flood dragon, Xiang Hongtu, Daoist Yuanzhen, and Chu Dongchen. The 4 of them were struck by lightning and were sent flying. Their faces were pale and blood flowed out of their orifices. When the energy dissipated, the Rock King had disappeared without a trace. As expected of one of the 2 supreme cultivators of the monster clan, the Golden Rock King. He's really strong. But now that he's undone the seal, his internal injuries have healed. He won't be able to hold on for long. The snow flood dragon roared furiously. Those 4 won't be able to escape from Snow Province. They're dead. They're dead. Xiang Hongtu's face was also distorted. When we catch them, we'll crush their bones and scatter their ashes. Chu Dongchen roared furiously. I'll send their souls to purgatory. They'll never be able to live again. Daoist Yuanzhen's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Whoosh. The air shook and the Great Ping King appeared, falling from the sky. Wah, the Great Ping King spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. Uncle. Senior. Jin Xingyuan and Lin Feng quickly ran over. Jin Xingyuan held the Great Ping King in his arms. The Great Ping King's aura was very weak, his situation was not good. Jin Xingyuan's face was full of fear, he was worried that the Great Ping King would die. Uncle, don't leave me behind. If you do, I won't have any family left. Jin Xingyuan's voice was mournful. Granny, quickly check on the Great Ping King. How is he? Lin Feng said anxiously. Granny Fengli walked over and checked on the Great Ping King. She sighed and said, his Dao injuries have healed. I'm afraid he won't be able to hold on much longer. Granny, please save my uncle. I beg you. Jin Xingyuan begged. Where's the creation stone? Take it out. I want to refine it into his Zifu. Granny Fengli said. The Zifu was a very important acupoint in a cultivator's body. It was the resting place of the primordial spirit. It was also the bridge for cultivators above the creation realm to communicate with the world. The Dao injuries would first destroy the Zifu. After the Zifu was destroyed, the Dao injuries would quickly spread throughout the cultivator's body and kill him. Here. Lin Feng hurriedly took out the creation stone. Whoosh. Granny Fengli raised her knife and cut the creation stone in half. This was the creation stone that belonged to the great Peking and Jin Xingyuan. Then, Granny Fengli made many complicated seals. This was a refining technique. There's not enough time, I can only refine it for a short time. Granny Fengli said in a low voice. The snow flood dragon, Xiang Hongtu, Daoist Yuanjin, Chu Dongchen, and the others would definitely be searching for them. Lin Feng naturally knew this. Therefore, time was life. After a short time of refining, Granny Fengli placed the creation stone into the Great Peking Sifu. The Great Peking's aura began to stabilize. Thank you, Daoist. The Rock King opened his eyes. This has really toppled my understanding of the world. To be able to persist for 300 years without dying while suffering from a Dao injury is shocking enough. Granny Fengli sighed. She then looked at Jin Xingyuan and said, help your uncle up. Let's find a place for him to rest. Granny, thank you for your kindness. Jin Xingyuan was filled with gratitude as he helped the Great Peking up. Swoosh, Granny Fengli slashed down again, splitting the remaining half of the creation fossil into 2 pieces. She took one piece, and the other piece was obviously for Lin Feng. Lin Feng stared blankly for a moment before revealing a joyful expression. He had never thought that Granny Fengli would also help him make some fossils. After interacting with Granny Fengli for some time, Lin Feng felt that Granny Fengli was a person who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. It could be seen from how she treated the Great Peking. Thank you, Granny. Lin Feng put away the creation stone and bowed to Granny Fengli. There's no need to be so polite. I don't buy it. Let's go and find a quiet place. Hopefully, we can deceive everyone. Granny Fengli used her magic power to wrap everyone up and flew into the distance. Finally, they stopped in a mountain range. Snow Province had always been covered in snow, so even the mountains were covered in snow. The 4 of them found a cave and hid inside. Then, Granny Fengli used a spirit array technique to seal the cave. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. It seemed that he had always underestimated Granny Fengli. Now, Granny Fengli's array technique was much better than the one Lin Feng had mastered. Granny Fengli was not only a powerful blacksmith. Moreover, she was an extremely powerful spirit array master. You guys should take the time to rest. There might be a big battle. Granny Fengli raised her eyelids and said. She was worried that they would be discovered sooner or later. After all, the Snow Province was the territory of the Xiang clan. Now, not only the experts of the Xiang clan, but also the Chu clan, Daoist Yuanjin, and the Snow Flood Dragon were all looking for their whereabouts. Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan nodded and closed their eyes to rest. But neither of them was sleepy. Jin Xingyuan occasionally looked at the Great Peking who was sitting cross-legged in the depths. He was full of worry. With the Stone of Fortune suppressing Senior Sifu, his Dao injury should be suppressed. Senior will definitely gradually recover. You don't have to worry too much. Lin Feng patted Jin Xingyuan's shoulder and said. Jin Xingyuan gritted his teeth and said, if it wasn't for my uncle's Dao injury, the Snow Flood Dragon, Xiang Hongtu, Daoist Yuanjin, and Chu Dongchen would be just clowns in front of my uncle. How did Senior get injured? Lin Feng asked curiously. Jin Xingyuan's eyes were filled with hatred. 300 years ago, my uncle was going through the reincarnation tribulation. At the most crucial moment of the tribulation, he was ambushed by 9 experts. Although he succeeded, he still suffered a Dao injury. Who were these people? Lin Feng was shocked. I don't know. My uncle never mentioned them. But I heard from an elder in the clan that there were monks from the Buddhist kingdom of the West, Daoist experts, emperors of the ancient dynasty, sacred lords of the ancient sacred land, and even ancestors of the demon clan. It seems like these people don't want the Great Peking to become a rebirth realm expert, Lin Feng sighed. After interacting with the Great Peking for a while, Lin Feng felt that the Great Peking didn't put on any airs. He was amiable and approachable, just like a close elder. The Great Peking had become famous at a young age. Back then, many elders of the demon clan had hoped that the Great Peking would be able to unify the demon clan and end the chaotic division of powers. Perhaps this was the reason why some powers were afraid of the Great Peking. As for the experts who had attacked the Great Peking, It was understandable that there were ancestors of the demon clan. The demon clan's power distribution was very chaotic. Some demon clans didn't care about worldly affairs and stood aloof from worldly affairs. However, some demon clans were cruel and merciless. They killed the innocent and were extremely ambitious. Most demon clans might support the great Ping King, who was a wise king, to unify the various powers of the demon clan. However, some demon clans definitely didn't want to see this happen. These demon kings wanted to live a free and unrestrained life. If they were subdued by the great Ping King, such days would be gone forever. Therefore, some ancestors of the demon clan also participated in that battle. They wanted to kill the great Ping King before he fully grew up and prevent him from unifying the various demon clans. Lin Feng suspected that the ancestors of the demon clan who had attacked the great Ping King had something to do with the demon king of Raging Flames and the other demon kings. This was because the demon king of Raging Flames and the other demon kings were all great devils who killed without batting an eye. They definitely didn't want to be subdued and restrained by the great Ping King. Therefore, they wanted to kill the great Ping King. The great Ping King spent a day familiarizing himself with the use of making fossils and suppressing his Dao injury at the same time. Then, they set out. Before leaving the Snow Province, the four of them obviously wouldn't separate. The great Ping King suggested that they go to the Luan Prefecture. The Luan Prefecture was adjacent to the Snow Province and was the closest prefecture to them. If they could enter the Luan Prefecture and lead by the transmitting formation, the Xiang clan, the Chu clan, Taoist Yuan Zhen, and the Snow Dragon wouldn't be able to do anything to them. After making up their minds, they set out in the direction of the Luan Prefecture. However, the four of them were stopped by the experts of the Xiang clan. The Snow Dragon, the Xiang clan, the Chu clan, and Taoist Yuan Zhen were each responsible for one direction to search for the great Ping King, Granny Fengli, Lin Feng, and Jin Xingyuan. The densely packed crowd of cultivators was probably no less than 1,000 people. They were all strong cultivators from the Xiang clan. They had already surrounded King Zhanpeng, Grandma Fengli, Lin Feng, and Jin Xingyuan. "We've been waiting here for a long time," said Xiang Hongtu coldly. He walked out and glanced at the four cultivators. When he saw the great Ping Emperor, he was astonished. "Your Dao injury is healed, how did you manage to suppress it again?" asked the great Ping Emperor. "I have my ways." King Zhanpeng looked cold. "So you're King Zhanpeng, the former Zun cultivator of the beasts. Now, you're going to die at the hands of the Xiang clan," said another voice. Another cold voice sounded out, and a white-haired old man walked out. That old man glanced at King Zhanpeng coldly. His eyes were filled with killing intent. That old man was called Xiang Mu. He was also an ancestor of the Xiang clan. The Xiang clan had sent out 2 ancestors at once. It was obvious that they were determined to win this battle. "Grandma Fengli, I'll give you a chance. Hand over the creation stone and leave, and I'll spare your life." "What do you think?" said Xiang Hongtu with a sinister smile. "Don't try to fool a child in front of me," said the old woman. Said Grandma Fengli indifferently. "You're courting death," said Xiang Hongtu with a cold smile. Xiang Mu said, "I'll leave those 2 to you." "Understood," said Xiang Jin, Xiang Zijia, and the others. Xiang Mu and Xiang Hongtu attacked King Zhanpeng and Grandma Fengli respectively. Xiang Mu was even stronger than Xiang Hongtu. His attacks were extremely violent and overbearing. He also had a precious treasure on him. It seemed like he was waiting for King Zhanpeng to undo the seal in his body. Then, he would use his precious treasure to fight against King Zhanpeng. Xiang Mu had a lot of battle experience. He knew that King Zhanpeng's strength would increase explosively in a short period of time, but the backlash from his Dao injury would cause him to be severely injured. Xiang Mu wanted to drag King Zhanpeng to death. On the other side, Xiang Hongtu and Grandma Fengli's battle was even more intense. They seemed to be evenly matched. In a battle between cultivators, the more evenly matched they were, the more intense the battle would be. "Tear those 2 little bastards to pieces," said Xiang Zijia with a ferocious smile. Boom boom boom. Thousands of experts of the Xiang clan took out all kinds of magic treasures and attacked Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan. With so many experts attacking at the same time, even a creation realm cultivator would be killed if they were not careful. However, Lin Feng had a defensive Dao artifact, the Seven Treasures Glazed Pagoda. This defensive Dao artifact played a crucial role in this battle. Lin Feng took out the Seven Treasures Glazed Pagoda and it floated above Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan. The Seven Treasures Glazed Pagoda blocked all the attacks coming at them. Middle grade defensive Dao artifact. Xianxia's face was extremely gloomy. Defensive Dao treasures were much more precious than offensive Dao treasures. Because it was very difficult to forge a Dao artifact, when a cultivator found precious materials to forge a Dao artifact, he would naturally choose to forge an offensive Dao artifact first. If he had an offensive Dao artifact, he would only consider forging a defensive Dao artifact when he forged a second Dao artifact. Therefore, the number of offensive Dao artifacts in the world of cultivators far exceeded the number of defensive Dao artifacts. The rarer something was, the more valuable it was. There were very few defensive Dao artifacts, so they were naturally expensive. Watch me break his defensive Dao artifact with my Dharma treasure. Xiangjin's expression was cold. He took out a small golden bell, which was an offensive Dao artifact. The small golden bell flew directly toward Lin Feng's Seven Treasures Glazed Pagoda. Jin Xingyuan snorted and took out his blood-colored sword. He slashed at the small golden bell and sent it flying. Don't stop. Continue to attack with your Dharma treasure. There are so many of us, and there are only 2 of them. Their Dharma powers will be depleted very quickly if they use their Dao artifacts. They won't be able to hold on for long. Xianxia shouted loudly. Xianxia was indeed an outstanding genius among the younger generation of the Xiang family. He could see Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan's weakness at a glance. Dao artifacts consumed a lot of energy. Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan could not keep using their Dao artifacts. The Xiang family only needed to slowly grind Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan to death. Lin Feng said in a low voice, "We can't just sit here and wait for death. If this continues, we'll die." Right now, Granny and Senior are fighting against the 2 leaders of the Xiang family. It shouldn't be too difficult for them to escape. As long as we break out, Granny and Senior will have nothing to worry about. They'll be able to leave easily. Jin Xingyuan nodded and said, "Then let's break out." Which direction should we go? Let's break out from Xianxia's direction. Lin Feng laughed coldly. Jin Xingyuan was surprised. Xianxia was very strong, and he was a tough nut to crack. Jin Xingyuan had thought that Lin Feng would choose to break out from another direction. But since Lin Feng said that they should break out from Xianxia's direction, Jin Xingyuan had no objections. You can use the 7 Treasures Glazed Pagoda later. I'll go and kill Xianxia. Lin Feng said. No problem. Jin Xingyuan nodded. As the Great Ping King's nephew, he naturally had extraordinary skills. He could control 2 Dao treasures at the same time without any problems. Let's go. Lin Feng shouted and rushed towards Xianxia with Jin Xingyuan. Little brat, are you here to die? Kill them all. Xianxia shouted coldly. Over 100 cultivators around Xianxia took out their Dharma treasures and attacked. Not far away, Xiangjin controlled the golden bell and attacked again. The experts of the Xiang family also took out their Dharma treasures and attacked from all directions. These people wanted to wear down Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan. Although these Dharma treasures couldn't hurt Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan, they were powerful enough to push them back to their original positions. They couldn't break out and were like turtles in a jar. At that moment, Lin Feng took out the heaven-devouring jar. It was a broken imperial weapon. It was the supreme treasure of the heaven-devouring great emperor. Although its power was greatly reduced because it was broken into pieces, it still had a powerful devouring ability. It could devour all kinds of Dharma treasures. After the heaven-devouring jar was taken out, it quickly became bigger. Black fog filled the sky and devoured the Dharma treasures. One by one, the Dharma treasures were devoured by the heaven-devouring jar. Then, the heaven-devouring jar severed the spiritual connection with the Dharma treasures. Barf, many cultivators of the Xiang family suffered from the backlash and vomited blood. Of course, because the heaven-devouring jar was broken, it couldn't continuously devour Dharma treasures. Many Dharma treasures still attacked Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan. However, the Dharma treasures were blocked by the 7 treasures glazed pagoda. Lin Feng charged towards Xianxia. "Little brat, are you here to die?" Xianxia laughed when he saw Lin Feng charging towards him. He used the 1,000 miles of ice to freeze Lin Feng. Immortal divine body, 9 steps of death. However, Lin Feng didn't hold back at all. He awakened the immortal divine body. Then, Lin Feng used the immortal divine body's special ability, the 9 steps of death. Lin Feng took 3 steps in a row. Bang! Xianxijia's divine ability was instantly broken. Xianxia was sent flying and vomited 3 mouthfuls of blood. His expression changed drastically. Xianxia didn't expect Lin Feng to have a special body constitution. He quickly retreated, hoping to avoid Lin Feng's attack. While retreating, Xianxia was also awakening his special body constitution. However, Lin Feng was too fast. He didn't give Xianxia any time to awaken his special body constitution. Lin Feng reached out his right hand and grabbed Xianxijia's head. With a sudden force, Xianxijia's head was removed from his neck. "Pfft, young Master Zijia has been killed." Many experts of the Xiang family roared, their eyes filled with killing intent. Xianxia was a genius of the Xiang family who had awakened his special constitution. He was one of the top 3 figures in the younger generation of the Xiang family. Xianxijia's status was even more important than Xiangjin, a creation realm expert. Today, there were many experts in the Xiang family, but Lin Feng still managed to kill Xianxia amidst the experts of the Xiang family. The higher-ups of the Xiang family would all be punished. Everyone present would be severely punished. When they thought of this, many experts of the Xiang family were filled with hatred for Lin Feng. "Kill this brat." Boom, 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 the experts of the Xiang family attacked. All kinds of powerful divine abilities bombarded Lin Feng. Bang, the attacks of the experts of the Xiang family immediately bombarded Lin Feng's body. Even someone as strong as Lin Feng was drenched in blood. In many places, white bones could be seen. "This brat is already seriously injured. Next time, we'll take his life." Seeing that Lin Feng had suffered such serious injuries, the experts of the Xiang family immediately became excited and roared loudly. All kinds of powerful divine abilities bombarded Lin Feng again. These divine abilities formed a torrent of attacks that drowned Lin Feng. Immortal divine body. Lin Feng sneered and began to circulate his immortal divine body. The immortal divine blood emitted immortal divine power and poured into every part of Lin Feng's body. Immediately after, Lin Feng's body recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Isn't this too monstrous? When the experts of the Xiang family saw this, their eyes almost popped out. When the second wave of attacks crashed onto Lin Feng's body, Lin Feng's injuries were already 70 to 80% healed. After enduring the second wave of attacks, Lin Feng suffered a heavy blow. His skin and flesh were lacerated. In many places, his bones were even broken. However, Lin Feng's body quickly recovered with the help of the immortal divine blood. At this time, Jin Xingyuan had already killed more than 10 experts of the Xiang family and arrived beside Lin Feng. The 7-colored light from the 7 treasures glazed pagoda protected Lin Feng. "Let's go." Lin Feng held the black dragon sword under the protection of the 7 treasures glazed pagoda. Jin Xingyuan's sword. The 2 of them slaughtered their way out of the encirclement of over 1,000 people. Then, the 2 of them flew off into the distance. Lin Feng had golden wings. Jin Xingyuan's wings. Wings Xingyuan's blood. In the primordial era, when the golden-winged great rock spread its wings, it could travel 80,000 miles with a flap of its wings. Jin Xingyuan was much faster than Lin Feng. 10 days later, they arrived at the border between Snow Province and Luanzhou. Here, Xingyuan's S. There was a huge mirror in the sky, scanning the sky. This mirror is very similar to the complete sky mirror. We can't hide from it. Let's go somewhere else and see if we can pass through the Snow Province and head to the Xingyuan continent. Lin Feng said. Jin Xingyuan nodded. He and Lin Feng went somewhere else. However, the border between the Snow Province and the Xingyuan continent had been completely sealed by the Xiang family. There was a mirror floating in the air everywhere, scanning the cultivators coming and going. As long as Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan appeared, they would be locked on by the Xiang family. Such a mirror is priceless. The Xiang family of the Snow Province actually took out so many of them. As expected of an ancient power. Lin Feng frowned. Jin Xingyuan said, "This is the foundation of an ancient power." 3 days later, Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan saw the experts led by Xiang Jin. "Maybe we can choose to pass through the Death Swamp," Lin Feng said. The Death Swamp was an extremely dangerous place. There were poisonous gas, ferocious beasts, and even the legendary Heavenly Demon clan. Entering the Death Swamp was a narrow escape from the Snow Province and the Xingyuan continent. The Death Swamp was obviously not guarded by the Xiang family. "Okay, let's cross the Death Swamp." Jin Xingyuan gritted his teeth. There was no time to delay. The experts of the Xiang family were gathering at the frontier fortress. If they didn't leave now, they wouldn't be able to. Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan entered the Death Swamp. Black fog lingered as far as the eye could see. There was no place for them to land in the Death Swamp. After flying for more than 30 miles, Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan were poisoned. They kept coughing up blood and their faces became paler. "This damned place," Lin Feng couldn't help but curse. He said, "We need to find a place to land. I'll concoct some antidotes. Without them, the two of us will be poisoned to death in 3 days." Jin Xingyuan nodded. He and Lin Feng continued to fly deeper. After an hour, they finally saw a bare mountain. They landed on the mountain. Lin Feng quickly took out his medicine cauldron and took out all kinds of spiritual herbs to concoct antidotes. There were 72 antidotes in one cauldron. Lin Feng concocted 2 cauldrons of antidotes. He and Jin Xingyuan each took one. "Take it once every 3 days. It can resist the poison in the Death Swamp," Lin Feng said. He took an antidote and sat cross-legged on the ground to refine it. Jin Xingyuan also took out an antidote. Just like Lin Feng, he also started to refine it. However, at this moment, the mountain they were on suddenly shook violently. Then, the entire mountain turned into a gigantic stone man. The stone man stretched out his hand and tried to grab Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan. It was too sudden. Fortunately, Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan were fast enough. They shot up and dodged the stone man's hand. "It's a mountain monster." Lin Feng looked serious. Mountains had spirits. After cultivating, they could turn into mountain monsters. When the mountain monsters evolved, they would become mountain monsters. When the mountain monsters evolved, they would become mountain gods. Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan quickly ran away, but the mountain beast's gigantic hand was already moving towards them. That mountain beast had practiced cultivation for a very long time. Lin Feng couldn't dodge. "Attack together." Lin Feng clenched his teeth. He took out his black dragon sword and slashed at the mountain monster's hand. On the other hand, Jin Xingyuan slashed out with his blood-red sword. Clang, there was a loud sound. Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan were sent flying by the mountain monster. Their bodies quickly fell into the swamp. Boom. At this moment, the aura of a ferocious beast spread out from the Death Swamp. In the next moment, a 10,000-meter-long crocodile crawled out of the swamp. The crocodile was too big. Lin Feng had never heard of such a huge crocodile before. A terrifying devouring power surged out and engulfed Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan. The two of them were shocked to find that they couldn't resist. The crocodile's cultivation was too strong. They could only watch as the crocodile devoured them. Roar. An angry roar was heard. The mountain demon was furious because the crocodile was about to devour its prey. The mountain demon waved its right hand and smashed the crocodile's head. The crocodile's thick tail whipped at the mountain demon. Bang, it was as if 2 ancient demon gods had collided. The earth shook and the mountains shook. Both the crocodile and the mountain demon were powerful enough that it was difficult for them to suppress each other. Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan took advantage of the moment when the crocodile and the mountain demon collided to break through the crocodile's devouring power. Then, they quickly ran away. Before the crocodile's mouth closed, they barely escaped. How dangerous. The two of them were covered in cold sweat. Now that they had escaped, they couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. They didn't dare to stay any longer. They sped up and ran deeper into the swamp to get rid of the mountain demon and the crocodile. The death swamp is more dangerous than we thought. Lin Feng frowned. Jin Xingyuan nodded. He was also worried. However, he and Lin Feng had no way out. They had to cross the death swamp to survive. 6 hours later, the sword intent in front of them reached the sky. It was as if a peerless divine weapon was about to be born. Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan were shocked. They quickly ran forward. A large forest appeared in the swamp. The forest was eerie. Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan didn't land in the forest because the death swamp was full of danger. They didn't know what kind of terrifying beings would appear underground. When they reached the periphery of the forest, the sword intent became more intense. Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan were shocked. They sped up and ran deeper into the forest. Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan were shocked when they saw a sword stuck in the ground. It was the sword that was emitting a soaring sword intent. This was definitely a supreme treasure. Beside that sword was a corpse. At that moment, it had already become a pile of bones. Could it be a sword Dao expert who died here? Lin Feng said. Jin Xingyuan nodded and said, it's possible. The two of them flew over, wanting to examine the skeleton and the treasured sword. But when they arrived in front of the skeleton leaped up like a bolt of lightning and slashed at Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan with its sword. Sword Qi rampaged. The moment he was enveloped by the sword Qi, Lin Feng felt an aura that made his soul tremble. This was the aura of death. He was shocked to find that he couldn't even dodge this sword. The skeleton was too powerful. Its aura locked onto Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan, making them unable to resist. At this moment of life and death, Lin Feng activated the ancient dragonesque elephant art. Finally, the terrifying aura that enveloped his body dissipated. He quickly summoned the 7 treasures glazed pagoda to protect himself and Jin Xingyuan. The sword that was supposed to cut Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan in half struck the 7 treasures glazed pagoda. The 7 treasures glazed pagoda felt like it had been hit by a mountain. It slammed into Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan's bodies, sending them flying. Their faces were pale, and they coughed up blood. The skeletal creature's strength was simply too great. Rumble, at that moment, a golden light shot into the sky from the forest. Following that, a small golden person drove a golden chariot over. The small golden person was only the size of a palm, but its aura was monstrous. Lin Feng had seen golden giants before, but this was the first time he had seen a palm-sized person. He didn't know what kind of race it was, but its body was so small. Nay, the neighing of war horses could be heard from another direction. Gallop! Gallop! 3 stone horses were pulling a stone chariot. A half-meter-tall stone person was standing on the chariot. Stone horse, stone person. Heavens! It's a holy spirit of the stone race. Lin Feng felt his scalp go numb. A holy spirit of the stone race was an existence on par with the sacred battle apes. They were born by the heavens and nurtured by the earth. Once they were born from stone, their strength would be unimaginable. How many years has it been since I saw a human cultivator enter the death swamp? I really miss the delicious flesh. The small golden person licked his lips. His voice was indescribably eerie. Han Qi, you actually hid it from us and wanted to take these 2 for yourself. Are you looking down on us? The stone person looked at the skeleton coldly. The skeleton's head turned, and a cracking sound could be heard. Didn't you come in time? Said the skeleton. Let's go. Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan were terrified. These 3 creatures were too terrifying. They weren't something they could fight against. Lin Feng took out the 7 treasures glazed pagoda and wrapped it around him and Jin Xingyuan. The 2 of them activated the 7 treasures glazed pagoda and rushed into the distance. A Dao artifact. It must taste good, said the small golden person sinisterly. He raised his right hand and slashed out a golden beam of light. The skeleton slashed out with a sword. Sword Qi shook the sky. The stone person rode on a stone horse, and the space around the horse collapsed. A destructive force shot out from the void toward Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan. Bang, the attacks of the three creatures landed on the seven treasures glazed pagoda. The seven treasures glazed pagoda's defense was instantly broken. After that, the seven treasures glazed pagoda lost its spirituality and went back into Lin Feng's body. He wouldn't be able to summon it again for a few days. Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan also suffered a heavy blow. They were bleeding from their 7 orifices. The 3 creatures were too strong. Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan couldn't fight back at all. Die, kid. The 3 creatures rushed over, each of them filled with murderous intent. Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan's faces turned pale. They were at their wits' end, but they couldn't do anything in this situation. Just as they were about to be killed, caw. Caw, caw. 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 The caw of a crow came from the forest. Next, a crow surrounded by flames flew out. It was an extremely rare fire crow of the Crow clan. The fire crow spat out 3 balls of fire toward the skeleton, the small golden person, the stone person, and the stone horse. Damn it! It's the cursed crow! How dare it ruin our plan? Let's kill it together! The 3 creatures roared angrily. They destroyed the fire crow's attack and charged forward. The fire crow grabbed Lin Feng and fled into the distance. You can't escape, the little golden man yelled in a sinister voice. I'll cut you to pieces, roared the stone person. I'll eat your flesh and drink your blood. The skeleton laughed. Stop, it's a cursed cave. We can't go in or we'll be cursed. The stone man said with a gloomy expression. The golden man roared angrily, damn it. Damn it. We actually let them escape. The skeleton said, cursed slaves, they're lucky this time. The next time we meet that crow, we'll definitely kill it. With that, the skeleton flew into the distance. Although the stone man and the golden man were unwilling, they also chose to leave. The cave was deep. A gloomy and cold qi enveloped Lin Feng's body which made him shiver with fear. Jin Xingyuan also felt the same. Although the fire crow had saved their lives, Lin Feng felt that the fire crow had its own motives. As for what its motives were, he still didn't know. In the end, the fire crow landed in the depths of the cave and threw Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan to the ground. Thank you, senior, for saving our lives. The 2 of them hurriedly bowed. The fire crow's sinister eyes looked at Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan, causing them to feel a chill down their spines. The fire crow was obviously up to something. There's no such thing as love or hatred without reason in this world, so everything has 2 sides. I took a huge risk to save you, so you have to help me do something. The fire crow said. Senior, what do you want us to do? Lin Feng braced himself and asked. What era is it now? The fire crow asked. It's been 10,000 years since the ancient times, Jin Xingyuan said. Time really flies. More than 30,000 years have passed in the blink of an eye, the fire crow sighed. Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan felt their scalps go numb. What era was the fire crow from? More than 30,000 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Didn't that mean that it had lived for at least 30,000 years? Wasn't its lifespan a little too long? Senior, do you have a way to live forever? Lin Feng asked cautiously. The fire crow laughed strangely and said, do you also want to have such a long lifespan? Lin Feng said, can I obtain such a secret technique? The fire crow said gloomily, who said it was a secret technique? It's a curse. This cave is called the Cursed Cave. I became a fire crow and was trapped here for more than 30,000 years. I can't leave for all eternity. I can't break free from the control of the Cursed Cave. Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan felt goosebumps all over their bodies. Cursed Cave. Now that the 2 of them had also entered the Cursed Cave, could it be that they would suffer the same fate as the fire crow? If he were to be imprisoned here for all eternity, it would be a fate worse than death. Don't worry, not everyone has the right to be cursed by the Cursed Cave. The 2 of you clearly don't have the right to be cursed. If those 3 guys come in, I guarantee that they won't be able to return. Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan heaved a sigh of relief. However, it was clear that they were still deeply worried because they had already fallen into the hands of the fire crows. What their future would be like was still unknown. Senior, what do you want us to do? Lin Feng asked. In the face of danger, Lin Feng was not someone who would back down. Even though he knew that his future was unpredictable and that his life and death were unpredictable, he would not choose to run away. The fire crow cackled and said, "You'll know when the time comes. Of course, I won't restrict your freedom forever. Once I get what I want, I'll let you go." Lin Feng and Xianxia nodded and looked for a place to rest. As soon as they sat down, Lin Feng felt his hand touch something. He looked down and was given a fright. There was a pile of bones scattered around him, and he had grabbed a skull. Lin Feng jumped up from the ground, his expression uncertain. He asked, "Senior, who did the skeleton belong to?" "Caw caw." The fire crow cackled but did not answer Lin Feng's question. Lin Feng rubbed his nose to hide his embarrassment. "Look, there are so many skeletons." Xianxia pointed around the cave. There were piles of skeletons on the ground. There were at least a few hundred of them. Could it be that they are the same as us? Are they cultivators who were captured by the fire crow in the cursed cave? Lin Feng's expression was ugly. Xianxia was the same. With so many people dead, they began to worry. "Don't be pessimistic. Once we're done, you'll regain your freedom. These people were all abandoned by time," the fire crow said. Lin Feng and Xianxia were not optimistic. The two of them found a place without any skeletons and sat down to rest. Lin Feng asked, "Senior, who were you 30,000 years ago? You must have been someone who shocked the ages, right?" The fire crow fell silent. It then sneered and said, "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask." Lin Feng didn't know whether he was dead or alive, so he decided to be courageous. He said, "Senior, why are you so cold? We're living under the same roof." The fire crow could not help but say, "Are you going to give up? Is that why you're asking so many questions in front of me? Over the years, I've seen people like you, and more than once. People with this kind of mentality will end up as skeletons around you. Perhaps soon, you'll become one of them." Lin Feng said, "Who says I'm going to give up? Actually, I want to discuss the distribution of benefits with you." The fire crow almost fell to the ground. It was speechless and said, "Kid, you're selling your life for me in exchange for freedom, and you still want to split the benefits? Can you be any more shameless?" Lin Feng said, "As the saying goes, the world is bustling with activity for benefits. We brothers can only fight with everything we have and hope for survival. If we can also benefit, we'll work even harder." The fire crow said unhappily, "You're full of evil ideas." The fire crow then fell silent. 3 days later, the fire crow took Lin Feng and Xianxia and left. They flew towards the depths of the death swamp for 10 days and passed by a mountain range. Boom, suddenly, an endless amount of demonic aura shot up into the sky from the mountain range. "Ha ha ha ha, you've imprisoned me for 50,000 years, but I'm still alive. Despicable human beings, when I recover, I'll eat all of you." A mysterious man in a black robe appeared from the churning demonic aura. The man's aura was extremely evil, and his eyes were cold and emotionless. His eerie voice echoed in the sky. Heavenly demon, run!" Xianxia said with a pale face. Lin Feng was also pale with fright. They had encountered a heavenly demon here. A heavenly demon was in existence on the same level as a god. Even the fire crow and the heavenly demon would die if they encountered one, let alone them. Whoosh! Whoosh, however, it was too late to escape now. The heavenly demon's cold eyes looked at the fire crow, Lin Feng, and Xianxia in the distance. What's there to be afraid of? It's just a heavenly demon that has been suppressed for tens of thousands of years. Its physical body has already been destroyed, and only a part of its origin and soul is left. There's nothing to be afraid of. Lin Feng and Xianxia calmed down slightly. Lin Feng asked, "Senior, are you confident that you can kill this heavenly demon?" Lin Feng had his eyes on the heavenly demon's origin. If he could kill the heavenly demon and refine its origin, then, his cultivation might be able to break through immediately. In the world of cultivators, the bold would die from overeating while the cowardly would starve to death. The fire crow glanced at Lin Feng and said, "You're quite bold, but I have the same intention. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." Boom, at this moment, the heavenly demon was already charging towards the fire crow, Lin Feng, and Jin Xingyuan. The heavenly demon floated in midair, its sinister eyes looking at Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan as it said with a sinister smile, "I really didn't expect that I would be able to eat such delicious food right after being born." The heavenly demon was the most bloodthirsty and brutal of the demons, but it was also the most powerful of the demons. There were no heavenly demons in the Tianwu continent. It was obvious that this heavenly demon was a heavenly demon that had come from outside during the chaos of the Middle Ages. Lin Feng pointed at the fire crow beside him and said, "Our cultivation levels are low, so eating us won't help you much. This senior fire crow has a high cultivation level, so why don't you eat it?" The fire crow rolled its eyes and flapped its wings, sending Lin Feng flying hundreds of meters away. "I'm just joking. Why are you so angry?" Lin Feng got up from the ground. The heavenly demon sneered, "I don't have time to chat with you. Crow, leave now and I'll spare your life." The fire crow was enraged and sneered, "Are you blind? I'm a fire crow, not a crow." In fact, the fire crow had always been depressed. It had been a handsome and carefree person, but it had been cursed and turned into a fire crow. Today, the heavenly demon had called it a crow, which made it even angrier. Crows were a lowly race. Fire crows were a noble race. "Who cares what kind of crow you are? Get lost, or I'll turn you into a dead crow." The heavenly demon was extremely arrogant as he sneered. The fire crow was so angry that its entire body trembled. It sneered and said, "You've been suppressed for tens of thousands of years. I can see that your brain has been destroyed along with your body. You don't even have a physical body anymore. You're only left with a part of your source energy and a remnant soul. How dare you boast so shamelessly in front of me? Die." The fire crow soared into the sky and spat out endless clouds of fire towards the heavenly demon. "Demon swallows the heavens." The heavenly demon sneered. It opened its bloody mouth and sucked. In an instant, the heavenly demon devoured the cloud of fire that the fire crow spat out. Then, the heavenly demon rushed up and waved his right fist, using the heavenly demon fist at fire crow. Bang, a muffled sound of collision was heard. Fire crow was sent flying by the heavenly demon's punch. No way. Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan were speechless. The two of them were confident that fire crow could defeat the heavenly demon, but they didn't expect fire crow to be sent flying by the heavenly demon's punch. "Run!" Lin Feng shouted from afar. Fire crow cawed twice and said, "You two go and delay it for a while. I have a way to deal with this heavenly demon." Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan could only bite the bullet and attack the heavenly demon. Lin Feng summoned the 7 treasures glazed pagoda to protect him and Jin Xingyuan. The heavenly demon sneered. "Lowly ants, your fate is to be devoured by me." As soon as he finished speaking, the heavenly demon punched. Slash! Lin Feng wielded the black dragon sword and attacked the heavenly demon. Jin Xingyuan wielded a blood-red sword and attacked the heavenly demon. A defensive Dao artifact protected them. At the same time, the two of them activated 2 offensive Dao artifacts and attacked the heavenly demon. However, the heavenly demon was too strong. Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan's attacks were instantly destroyed. Then, the heavenly demon's punch landed on the defensive barrier formed by the 7 treasures glazed pagoda. Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan were sent flying, their faces extremely pale. A Dao artifact is not bad. The heavenly demon's expression was indifferent as he punched out again. Bang! That powerful punch once again landed on the defensive barrier formed by the 7 treasures glazed pagoda. This time, the defensive barrier shattered. Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan were sent flying by the energy waves. The two of them kept coughing up blood. Lin Feng wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Even a powerful existence like the fire crow was not a match for the heavenly demon. How could he and Jin Xingyuan be a match for the heavenly demon? The fire crow wanted him and Jin Xingyuan to fight against the heavenly demon. Wasn't this like hitting a rock with an egg? The heavenly demon quickly charged forward, wanting to destroy Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan. Their expressions changed drastically. They wanted to turn around and escape, but the demonic fog rolled over and enveloped the two of them. It was too late for them to escape. "Senior Fire Crow, are you trying to play us to death?" Lin Feng shouted. "No one can save you." The heavenly demon sneered and reached out his hand to grab Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan. At this moment of crisis, a deep voice resounded between heaven and earth. That is the power of the curse that has existed since the creation of the world. Now that I have become the incarnation of the god of curses in the mortal world, someone has blasphemed the great Tao of curses. Please send down the power of the curse to punish this lowly creature. As the voice faded away, waves of terrifying curse power descended from the sky, blasting towards the heavenly demon. Great curse technique, this is the great curse technique. Wasn't this technique lost in the primordial era? You actually know the great curse technique. The heavenly demon cried out in fear. He didn't even care about Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan. He turned around and frantically fled into the distance. It's useless. Once the power of the great curse technique descends, no one will be able to avoid it. The fire crow's voice was cold. Boom. The terrifying power of the curse struck the heavenly demon's body. Crack, crack. The heavenly demon's body began to crumble. No, 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 I'm not willing to die like this. I've been trapped for tens of thousands of years and finally escaped. How can I die like this? Heavenly demon disintegration technique. The heavenly demon roared and began to use the heavenly demon clan's ultimate divine ability. Seeing the heavenly demon disintegration technique, Lin Feng's expression changed abruptly. He had obtained the cultivation method of the heavenly demon disintegration technique in the heavenly demon tomb, and Lin Feng had also cultivated this divine ability. He knew how terrifying this divine ability was. Once the heavenly demon disintegration technique was used, it could increase one's combat power by 10 times for a short period of time. Of course, the user would lose most of their lifespan, and their cultivation base could also be greatly reduced. It was the most overbearing and desperate method. The heavenly demon was clearly going all out. Whoosh! Lin Feng quickly rushed over. He slashed his sword at the heavenly demon who was using the heavenly demon disintegration technique. He had to stop the heavenly demon, otherwise, once the heavenly demon disintegration technique was used, the heavenly demon's cultivation base would increase by 10 times, and everyone would die. Boy, do you think you can stop me? You're overestimating yourself. The heavenly demon sneered, and a demonic hand appeared in the void. The demonic hand slapped the void. Half of Lin Feng's body immediately exploded. Even a body as strong as his could not withstand it. If it were anyone else, they would have died without a burial place. Lin Feng endured the excruciating pain and quickly rushed to the heavenly demon. He slashed the heavenly demon's body, and the heavenly demon who was using the heavenly demon disintegration technique was immediately interrupted. At this moment, Fire Crow had also rushed over, flapping its wings. The power of the curse surged into the heavenly demon's body like a tidal wave. Bang! The heavenly demon's body directly exploded, and its remnant soul was destroyed. Only the origin energy was left floating in the air. Ah, the heavenly demon's origin, I'll devour. Lin Feng activated his immortal divine body to repair his body while madly devouring the heavenly demon's origin. Brat, this is my heavenly demon's origin. Huiya roared and flapped his wings, sending Lin Feng flying. Lin Feng threw himself at the Fire Crow again, he didn't pay attention to it. The only way to stop me from plundering the heavenly demon's origin is to kill me. Jin Xingyuan also rushed over and began devouring the heavenly demon's origin. After Lin Feng absorbed enough heavenly demon's origin, the next step was to refine it and increase his cultivation level. They landed on a barren mountain in front of them and began cultivating. Although Huiya was not the strongest existence in the Death Swamp, he was not someone that any beast dared to provoke. The beasts in the Death Swamp all avoided the place where Huiya was cultivating. Lin Feng circulated the archaic dragonesque elephant art and began refining the heavenly demon's origin. Lin Feng was now at the peak of the 7th firmament of the Yin-Yang realm. The heavenly demon's origin contained the power of tribulation. After refining it, Lin Feng estimated that he would be able to attract the heavenly tribulation. The 8th firmament of the Yin-Yang realm required tribulation. Only by successfully transcending the tribulation could one break through to the 8th firmament. Of course, transcending the tribulation was a huge and difficult test for cultivators. Since ancient times, More than 90% of cultivators at the 7th firmament of the Yin-Yang realm failed to break through to the 8th firmament. If they were lucky, they could survive, but they would never be able to break through again. However, more people died tragically. Therefore, Lin Feng had been suppressing his cultivation level because transcending the tribulation was too important. He could not fail. Once he failed, it would mean that his cultivation path had come to an end. After spending 3 days, Lin Feng finally refined the heavenly demon's origin. The power of tribulation surged between Lin Feng's eyebrows. It was the power of the heavenly tribulation. A tribulation has appeared between my eyebrows. My heavenly tribulation is about to descend. Lin Feng looked up. Dark clouds rolled in the sky, and lightning interweaved. Waves of destructive power surged within the lightning. This destructive power fused with the power of thunder. This was the heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation was about to descend, and the death swamp became quiet. Some powerful beasts stayed away from the area covered by the heavenly tribulation. Lin Feng flew into the air. Huiya and Jin Xingyuan woke up from their cultivation. Jin Xingyuan was delighted. Brother Feng is going to undergo the heavenly tribulation. Brother Feng has accumulated a lot of resources, so passing the heavenly tribulation shouldn't be a problem for him. Once he succeeds, his strength will rise to an unimaginable level. The thunderclouds above the 9 heavens grew larger and larger. Originally, they only covered an area of 10 miles. However, more and more thunderclouds were gathering. Soon, the thunderclouds covered an area of 50 to 60 miles. In the end, the thunderclouds covered an area of over 100 miles. Firecrow was shocked. Cultivators have to overcome the 3 calamities and 9 tribulations. There are a total of 12 Tao tribulations before they can cultivate the Great Tao. This brat is only undergoing his first Tao tribulation. How can his heavenly tribulation be so huge? For ordinary cultivators, it would already be considered heaven-defying if their heavenly tribulation could cover an area of 2 to 3 miles. However, Lin Feng's heavenly tribulation covered an area of over 50 kilometers. It was indeed shocking. Even a knowledgeable ancient existence like the Fire Crow found it hard to believe. Lin Feng stood in the sky, looking at the heavenly tribulation that covered an area of over 50 kilometers. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. His savings were 300 times more than other cultivators of the same level. This guaranteed that he would have the strength to kill a high-level cultivator even when he was at a lower level. However, the heavens were fair. Since the heavens gave him such great strength, they would definitely suppress him in other aspects. For example, Lin Feng was a cultivator who had broken through a long time ago. Now that he was undergoing his tribulation, the terror of his heavenly tribulation was far beyond his imagination. Boom, the first bolt of heavenly tribulation smashed toward Lin Feng. The purple lightning that was as thick as a mountain came crashing down. The void seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Come. Lin Feng wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he was excited. He went against the heavens and punched the lightning that was as huge as a mountain. Lin Feng's Tao was the Tao of supremacy. The Tao of supremacy was to look askance at the heavens and sweep everything before it. Even in the face of the terrifying heavenly tribulation, Lin Feng wouldn't shrink back. All of his strength was condensed into this punch. Bang, the lightning that was as thick as a mountain was shattered by Lin Feng's punch. Immediately after, the second bolt of heavenly tribulation came crashing down. Lin Feng's second bolt of heavenly tribulation was a huge lightning snake. The lightning snake that was 1,000 meters long descended from the sky. It opened its bloody mouth and tried to swallow Lin Feng. Break! Lin Feng roared and attacked with the Sky Tyrant lightning art. The second bolt of heavenly tribulation shattered. Groan, a loud dragon roar sounded. The third bolt of heavenly tribulation came. The third bolt of heavenly tribulation was a lightning dragon. Lin Feng was extremely arrogant. He went against the heavens and directly tore the lightning dragon apart. This? Jin Xingyuan was completely dumbfounded. He had never seen anyone transcend heavenly tribulation like this. When others transcended heavenly tribulation, they were trembling with fear. It was also extremely difficult to resist the heavenly tribulation. Lin Feng, on the other hand, took the initiative to attack. In a short time, he broke 3 bolts of heavenly tribulation. Not to mention Jin Xingyuan, even Huiya was dumbfounded. The 4th bolt of heavenly tribulation condensed into an ancient war chariot. Wherever the ancient war chariot passed, the void collapsed. Lin Feng roared and threw 3 consecutive punches to destroy the ancient war chariot. The 5th bolt of heavenly tribulation condensed into a sword aura. The sword slashed through heaven and earth and swept towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng, on the other hand, displayed the sword Dao that he had comprehended. He condensed a supreme sword and slashed out. It collided with the sword aura condensed by the heavenly tribulation. The 2 sword auras were annihilated. The 6th bolt of heavenly tribulation condensed into a lightning blade. The attack power of the lightning blade increased crazily. Lin Feng's expression became serious because he felt that this heavenly tribulation was different from the previous ones. Although the previous heavenly tribulations were also increasing in power, there was a limit to the increase. Each time, it would increase by 1 or 2 times. However, Lin Feng felt that the power of this lightning blade tribulation was more than 100 times stronger than the previous heavenly tribulation. The power increased by more than 100 times in one go. The increase was too terrifying. This time, Lin Feng was injured by the lightning blade, and his body was almost cut in half. What a terrifying lightning blade! Lin Feng's expression changed. He took out his golden core and shattered the lightning blade. Then, he used his immortal divine body to repair his damaged body. Die. The 7th bolt of heavenly tribulation condensed into a giant miracle god. It held a huge axe and chopped towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's golden core soared into the sky, absorbing the power of the heavenly tribulation while fighting against the giant miracle god. Clang! Clang! After 36 consecutive collisions, the giant miracle god was shattered by Lin Feng's golden core. Lin Feng's golden core crazily absorbed the power of the heavenly tribulation like a whale drinking water. The fluctuations emitted by his golden core also became stronger and stronger. Rumble, the 8th bolt of heavenly tribulation condensed into a huge army that crushed down. Lin Feng soared into the sky and fought against the army. He was almost annihilated several times, but Lin Feng's immortal divine body was too powerful and was able to repair his body time and time again. Huiya's expression changed. The 6th bolt of heavenly tribulation only appears when one breaks through the life and death realm. This brat actually withstood such a terrifying heavenly tribulation. Jin Xingyuan was shocked when he heard Huiya's words. He asked, since it's necessary to break through the life and death realm, why did Brother Feng have to undergo such a terrifying heavenly tribulation on his first try? Huiya replied, that's because the heavens don't allow such a heaven-defying genius to be born, so they want to destroy him. Boom! At that moment, the 9th bolt of heavenly tribulation condensed in the sky. It was an illusory figure. It looked like a young great emperor. When it appeared, the world fell silent. This is the emperor's tribulation. Huiya cried out. What is the emperor's tribulation? Jin Xingyuan asked. The emperor's tribulation is an illusory figure imprinted in the sky by a cultivator who has reached the emperor realm. That illusory figure in the sky should be an imprint left behind by that great emperor when he was young, when he underwent his first heavenly tribulation. It's now the brat's 9th bolt of heavenly tribulation. Huiya's expression was grave. Jin Xingyuan's expression changed drastically. Doesn't that mean Brother Feng has to defeat a young great emperor at the same level as him to succeed? Huiya smiled bitterly and nodded. That's right. The emperor's tribulation has appeared. If he can defeat the young great emperor, he'll succeed. If he fails, he'll be killed by the young great emperor. He descended from the sky like a celestial being. The young great emperor's first attack made Lin Feng feel threatened. Break! Lin Feng roared. His path of supremacy was to sweep away all enemies and be invincible. So what if the young great emperor was invincible? Even the young great emperor might not have been stronger than him during his tribulation. This was the importance of the Tao. If he didn't have the Tao to support his belief, he might have collapsed when he felt the young great emperor's aura. However, with the path of supremacy, Lin Feng established his belief. Supremacy. Invincibility. Sky rend, sword intent, condensed. The sword and saber merged and slashed at the young great emperor. Clang. The two attacks collided, and a destructive shockwave spread out from the center of the collision. Lin Feng was swept by the shockwave and was sent flying. The young Great Emperor was also sent flying. Swoosh! The young Great Emperor didn't stop, and he charged at Lin Feng again. With a wave of his hand, he seemed to be able to shatter the heavens, and he slashed at Lin Feng. In the void, a dazzling killing light condensed and tore through the sky, enveloping Lin Feng. What a powerful attack! Lin Feng could feel the destructive power in the attack. The destructive power was hidden within the killing light. Once it exploded, it would be like a thunderbolt. As expected of the young Great Emperor's attack, it was powerful. This time, Lin Feng used the immemorial divine ability, Star-Plucking Hand. The hand plucked the stars and captured the sun and moon. A huge palm condensed in the void and grabbed at the young Great Emperor's killing light. The immemorial star-plucking hand could even pluck stars from outer space. Let alone an attack condensed from a divine ability. Crack, as expected, the immemorial star-plucking palm caught the killing light that the young Great Emperor had unleashed. Then, it shattered. Xianxia said in shock, "Brother Feng can suppress a young Great Emperor at the same level? Isn't he too strong?" The Fire Crow replied, "This is just the beginning. The young Emperor won't just be this weak." As if to verify Fire Crow's words, the young Great Emperor walked towards Lin Feng step by step. Whoosh! Suddenly, one split into two, two into four, four into eight, there were hundreds of young Great Emperors. It was hard to tell which one was real and which one was fake. Hundreds of young Great Emperors charged towards Lin Feng, swinging their divine fists at Lin Feng. Pooh! This time, Lin Feng suffered a blow. His body shifted horizontally while his body was drenched in blood. The young Great Emperor's attack had injured Lin Feng. Even Lin Feng couldn't tell which of the Great Emperors was the real one. The young Great Emperor obviously didn't want to give Lin Feng a chance to catch his breath and quickly chased after him. Hundreds of figures attacked Lin Feng together. Lin Feng was sent flying again, but this time, his injuries were even more severe. His left arm was almost chopped off, and there was a bloody hole in his abdomen. Lin Feng quickly retreated, dodging the young Great Emperor's thunderous attacks. At the same time, Lin Feng began to circulate his immortal body to heal his injuries. However, Lin Feng's expression changed when he realized that a strange power was preventing his immortal body from healing his body. Clearly, this strange power had been left in Lin Feng's body when the young Great Emperor had injured Lin Feng earlier. All powers in the world were mutually reinforcing and counteracting each other. And now, Lin Feng's immortal body was being suppressed by the young Great Emperor. Since the young Great Emperor couldn't use his immortal body's ability to heal his body, Lin Feng was in great danger. Xianxia could also see the danger Lin Feng was in. He said worriedly, "Brother Feng can't use his special constitution, and the young Great Emperor's attacks are so strange. How will Brother Feng block the young Great Emperor's attacks?" Huiye's expression turned grave. It was indeed what Xianxia was worried about. In Huiye's opinion, if Feng Lin couldn't even use his special constitution, then Lin Feng would most likely die. The young Great Emperor attacked Lin Feng again. Numerous figures appeared and charged at Lin Feng. It was this strange and terrifying move again. As expected of the young Great Emperor. He's really powerful. Lin Feng took a deep breath. This time, he didn't try to dodge, as there was no way to do so. The space between his eyebrows started to blink. Swoosh. Next, the heavenly demon snake eye opened. The heavenly demon snake eye was known as the Eye of Origin. It could see through all illusions. Heavenly demon snake eye! Huiye exclaimed. Xianxia had heard of the heavenly demon snake eye before. He also exclaimed, "Brother Feng actually has the heavenly demon snake eye? That's the Eye of Origin. With the heavenly demon snake eye's power, the young Great Emperor's strange technique will be useless." The instant the heavenly demon snake eye opened, Lin Feng saw the figures disappear one after another. Only the young Great Emperor was left in the world. It was the young Great Emperor's true body. Swoosh! Lin Feng charged over. The Dao in his left hand was destroyed, and the Dao in his right hand was destroyed. The two Dao characters attacked the young Great Emperor. Bang! The young Great Emperor was sent flying. All the fake bodies disappeared, and only the real body remained. After taking Lin Feng's attack, the young Great Emperor's body became much more illusory. Lin Feng rushed forward, wanting to kill the young Great Emperor. However, the young Great Emperor formed a hand seal. Great Emperor's Seal. This was an emperor's technique created by the Great Emperor. It was invincible as it attacked Lin Feng. Lin Feng, who was enveloped by the emperor's technique, felt like his body no longer belonged to him. His body began to crack. Not good, the young Great Emperor knows an emperor's technique. Emperor's technique is an inheritance from the ancient times. It's a supreme technique created by a great emperor. Now that the young Great Emperor is using an emperor's technique, I'm afraid that kid is going to die. Jin Xingyuan's expression changed drastically. He said, "Senior, please save Brother Feng." Huiya said, "Cultivators need to resist the heavenly tribulation themselves, not others. If others help, an even more terrifying heavenly tribulation will descend. When the time comes, death will be inevitable. Then what should we do?" Jin Xingyuan's face was pale. He looked at Lin Feng anxiously. The young Great Emperor's seal was a terrifying emperor's technique. It hadn't even hit Lin Feng, but Lin Feng was already severely injured. If the attack landed on Lin Feng's body, what kind of injuries would he suffer? He would probably die instantly. Is this an emperor's technique? Lin Feng looked grave and dignified. He also knew that it was a moment of life and death. His devouring martial spirits revolved. Lin Feng's fighting strength increased fivefold. "I'll let you have a taste of my supreme technique." Lin Feng's eyes were ice cold. "Supreme Reincarnation Fist!" shouted Lin Feng in a deep voice. He took a step forwards and threw a punch. Lin Feng's sovereign's path began to revolve. The ancient dragonesque elephant technique, the five emperors' dragon fists, the great purification technique, the sky tyrant lightning technique, the ancient star plucking hand, and many other secret techniques revolved around the sovereign's path. Cultivators who had a path would obtain a powerful ability after breaking through to the creation realm. It was an ability that was given to them by the path. However, cultivators could also use their own Tao to comprehend and create their own divine abilities. Since ancient times, which great emperor's technique had been given to them by the path? None at all. Every great emperor's technique had been created based on their own path. It had been perfected over time. Emperor's techniques were much more powerful than the abilities given to them by the path. After Lin Feng established his path, he began to practice his supreme technique. The Supreme Reincarnation Fist was a supreme technique created by Lin Feng. It was Lin Feng's first time using the Supreme Reincarnation Fist. When the Supreme Reincarnation Fist was used, the sound of a conch being blown and the longevity bell rang out between heaven and earth. The potential to become a great emperor. Heavens, that kid actually has the potential to become a great emperor. Rumor has it that when a cultivator with the potential to become a great emperor appears, the sound of a conch being blown and the longevity bell will ring. Huiya cried out in shock. Bang! Lin Feng's Supreme Reincarnation Fist collided with the young Great Emperor's seal. Boom, it was as if two planets had collided. An energy shockwave capable of destroying the world spread out. Lin Feng and the young Great Emperor were both sent flying. After the collision, Lin Feng stood in the air, bent over, and gasped for breath. "I've finally broken through," Lin Feng sighed in relief as he watched the heavenly tribulation dissipate. What surprised Lin Feng even more than his breakthrough was his self-created Supreme Reincarnation Punch. It had actually blocked an emperor technique. What a great Supreme Reincarnation Punch! Huiya praised. Jin Xingyuan also flew over and said, "Brother Feng, congratulations on breaking through. It was really difficult to break through this time." Lin Feng sighed and used his immortal body to heal his injuries. Then, Lin Feng looked at the fire crow and asked, "Master, did that young man use a great emperor skill?" "It was an emperor technique, but it wasn't an emperor technique," Huiya said. Lin Feng asked curiously, "What do you mean?" The fire crow said, "The young great emperor's experience in creating emperor techniques was very similar to yours. When he was young, he comprehended his own Tao and created his own divine ability, which was the great emperor's seal. Later, as his cultivation increased, he continued to improve the great emperor's seal. When he broke through to the Emperor realm, the Great Emperor's seal completed its final transformation and became a true Emperor technique. Lin Feng said, I understand. Senior, are you saying that the young Emperor's Great Imperial Seal was in its initial state? It's equivalent to an embryonic form of an Emperor technique? Huiya nodded and said, you can put it that way. Of course, you can also understand it in another way. As one's cultivation increases, the Great Imperial Seal will be divided into many layers, each layer stronger than the last. The Great Imperial Seal that the young Emperor used just now was the first layer of the Great Imperial Seal. Lin Feng said, my Supreme Reincarnation Punch blocked the young Emperor's Great Imperial Seal. Does that mean that my Supreme Reincarnation Punch will have the same power as the Great Imperial Seal in the future? Huiya said, the complete Great Imperial Seal is an Emperor technique from the ancient times. If you can break through to the Emperor realm, your Supreme Reincarnation Punch will naturally be able to resist the Great Imperial Seal. It might even be stronger than the Great Imperial Seal. Daoist Flaming Crow was experienced and knowledgeable. He could already tell that Lin Feng's Dao was that of a paragon. If Lin Feng broke through to the Emperor realm, if that was the case, then he would be a supreme emperor among emperors. Thus, it was natural that Lin Feng's Supreme Reincarnation Fist was more powerful than the Emperor's seal. Emperor realm. I'll definitely be able to do it. Lin Feng clenched his fists. Fire Crow and Jin Xingyuan continued their seclusion to refine the Heavenly Devil's origin. Lin Feng, on the other hand, was familiarizing himself with the increase in strength after his breakthrough. It could be said that Lin Feng had obtained great benefits from this breakthrough. Not only had his cultivation improved, but his willpower and confidence had also improved. The battle with the young Great Emperor had strengthened Lin Feng's belief in his Tao of supremacy. Jin Xingyuan was the first to refine the Heavenly Devil's origin. His cultivation level rose from the 6th level of the Yin-Yang realm to the 7th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Jin Xingyuan was 19 years old this year, but his strength had already reached the 7th level of the Yin-Yang realm. As expected of a genius from the demon clan who had the blood of the golden-winged rock flowing in his body. After Jin Xingyuan broke through, Huiya also woke up from his seclusion a day later. Huiya's cultivation level was unfathomable, so Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan didn't know if Huiya's cultivation level had increased after refining the Heavenly Devil's origin. Rumble. At this moment, a series of loud noises came from afar. A huge flying ship came through the sky. Lin Feng said in shock, a flying ship actually entered the Death Swamp? Which faction's flying ship is this? Why are they so daring? Time Cave, this is the flying ship of Tianzhou's Time Cave, Jin Xingyuan said. He recognized the sect insignia on the flying ship. Tianzhou was definitely a continent that had a thunderous reputation. Tianwu University's 63,000 continents. Tianzhou was one of the top 10 continents. Tianzhou had the most ancient factions. It was said that there were a total of 5 ancient factions. One had to know that there were only 2 ancient factions in the 72 northern continents. They were the Eternal Life Temple and the Barbarian Godly Temple. The Tianzhou, on the other hand, had 5 ancient forces. It was obvious just how powerful the Tianzhou was. Time Cave was one of the 5 great factions in Tianzhou. Tianzhou is over 100 continents away from the Death Swamp. Even if they used a space-time wormhole, it would take them a few years to cross the continents. Why would a cultivator from Time Cave come to the Death Swamp? Lin Feng was puzzled. For the Heavenly Devil Fruit, Huiya said. Heavenly Devil Fruit? What's that? Lin Feng asked. It's a sacred item of the Heavenly Devil clan. Huiya's eyes glowed. The Heavenly Devil clan, there really are Heavenly Devil clans. Are they the descendants of the Heavenly Devils who escaped with serious injuries during the Middle Ages? Lin Feng asked in shock. Chaos during the Middle Ages? Huiya pursed his lips and said, the Heavenly Devil clan is divided into many branches. The Heavenly Devil clan that caused the chaos during the Middle Ages has already been killed. The Heavenly Devil clan is a descendant of the Heavenly Devil clan left behind in the Tianwu continent during the Great War of Gods and Demons. This clan is exceptionally powerful, but their ancestors made a blood oath that they would never leave the Death Swamp. Otherwise, the heavens would punish them and they would be exterminated. Hiss. Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan gasped. That oath was too vicious. Jin Xingyuan asked, why would the Heavenly Devil clan's ancestor make such a vicious oath? Huiya replied, the great war of gods and demons affected countless astral areas. Countless living beings died during that war. The Heavenly Devil clan was the imperial clan of the demon clan. They were extremely powerful, but they also suffered great losses during that war. Later on, a branch of the imperial clan descended on the Tianwu continent. They wanted to unify the Tianwu continent and make it their home, but the Tianwu continent was full of strong cultivators. The 100 saints of the human clan appeared one after another, and the heavenly devils were forced to retreat. In the end, they signed a treaty with the 100 saints of the human clan, stating that the heavenly devils would never leave the death swamp. I see. Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan nodded. The ancient era was one of the most glorious eras in the history of the Tianwu continent. Many terrifying cultivators had appeared, and the 100 saints of the human clan were the best examples. No matter how strong the heavenly devils were, they were still no match for the 100 saints of the human clan. The 100 saints of the human clan weren't just great in the ancient era. Even in the long history of the human clan, they could be called great. In the distance, the Time Cave's flying ship was flying over. Said Huiya, smiling coldly. The Time Cave is underestimating the Swamp of Death. They're flying above the Swamp of Death so brazenly. Just wait and see. The Time Cave's people are going to be in big trouble. We'll just hide and watch the show. Huiya, Lin Feng, and Jin Xingyuan flew off into the distance and hid in a dense forest. Nay, the sound of horses neighing could be heard. In the distance, 3 stone horses were pulling a chariot. The stone man was standing on top of the chariot. When they saw the stone man, Huiya, Lin Feng, and Jin Xingyuan didn't dare make a sound. They were afraid that they would be discovered. That was a terrifying being that even Huiya couldn't fight against. We can hunt today, a cold voice said as the golden person rushed over. The skeleton wielding a treasured sword also flew over. It was filled with killing intent. I like delicious meat. What a feast, said Lin Feng. The swamp split open, and a terrifying being with 6 heads and 18 arms walked out. It looked like a demon. Heavens! What kind of race is that? When he saw that being, Lin Feng sucked in a cold breath. It seemed that there were far more terrifying beings in the deathly swamp than he had imagined. These terrifying beings had already appeared, but the people of the Time Cave hadn't. That's an expert from the celestial demons. His name is Xianxia. Huiya whispered. Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan nodded. No wonder the other party looked so strange. He was an expert from the celestial demons. It seemed that the celestial demons were much stronger than they had imagined. Why had the 100 saints of the ancient era signed an agreement with the celestial demons' ancestors to imprison them in the Swamp of Death instead of exterminating them? The reason was that the celestial demons were still very powerful even though they had been defeated. If the humans had really wanted to exterminate them, they would have had to fight back before they died. At that time, the humans would have lost countless lives. It seems that I've come at the right time. The 5th expert appeared. It was a demonic ape with 2 heads and a pair of wings. It was unknown what race it belonged to, but its aura wasn't any weaker than the others. It was another overlord of the Swamp of Death. Hiss! A 3,000-meter-long snake slithered over from the distance and turned into an exceptionally handsome man. The Snake King was also an overlord. The 6 experts didn't say much when they appeared. They just charged at the Time Cave ship. Huiya said, they're all the top experts of the Swamp of Death. Even I am no match for them. Huiya was very strong. If even Huiya felt inferior, it was obvious how strong the 6 experts were. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. How strange. Haven't the people of the Time Cave sensed anything? They didn't react at all. Jin Xingyuan also felt strange. Could it be that the people of the Time Cave are waiting for the 6 overlords to appear? Humph. Hurry up and leave, and I'll spare your lives. Otherwise, I'll make you bleed. At that moment, a cold voice was heard from the Time Cave ship. The experts of the Time Cave had discovered the 6 overlords. Lowly creatures, you're about to die, yet you still dare to boast shamelessly in front of us. You really don't know the meaning of death. You're all just prey for us. The Snake King flicked his forked tongue. Boom! The 6 overlords attacked at the same time. They used their supreme techniques and attacked the time cave ship. 9 frightening dragon strikes. A sea of rocks surged. An army of thousands. His killing intent was as vast as the sea. The wrath of Buddha destroyed the world. Heavenly Dipper God splitting slash. These 6 overlords were indeed incomparably powerful. Which of the divine abilities that they executed didn't possess the might to destroy heaven and earth? 6 divine abilities blasted towards the flying ship. Even with such a powerful flying ship, it was impossible for it to withstand the attacks of the 6 overlords. You're courting death. But in the face of such a terrifying attack, an ice-cold voice came from the time cave flying ship. That voice was filled with biting cold killing intent. Immediately after that, a middle-aged cultivator in snow-white clothes stepped out from the flying ship. He held a golden sword in his hand. 1 sword to destroy the world, 1 sword to wither, 1 sword to bury 100 eras, 1 sword to sever time. The white-robed cultivator wielded his sword and slashed towards the 6 overlords. Sword chi swept across the 6 powerhouses. The might of the sword chi was so powerful that it instantly destroyed the attacks of the 6 overlords. It's an imperial weapon, Lin Feng exclaimed. That was an aura that surpassed that of a divine weapon. It was an aura that made the great Tao lie dormant. Only an imperial weapon could emit such a terrifying aura. Jin Xingyuan said. It's the time sword. The time cave was created by a great emperor of the immemorial era, the flowing time great emperor before he ascended to the undying realm. This time sword is an imperial weapon refined by the flowing time great emperor. It seems like the flowing time great emperor left his imperial weapon to his descendants before he ascended. Imperial weapon, quickly retreat, the 6 hegemon level existences all cried out in horror. No matter how strong they were, they couldn't fight against an imperial weapon. If I let you escape so easily, where will my time cave put its face? The white-robed cultivator's voice was indifferent. Even when facing the overlords of the Death Swamp, he was still so domineering. As expected of an immemorial era power. Moreover, it was an immemorial era power that possessed an imperial weapon. Such a power was considered the strongest power in the 3,000 continents of the Sky Martial continent. Time slash. The white-robed cultivator slashed out with his sword. That slash enveloped the 6 overlords. Time flew by, no matter how many years it was just a drop in the ocean. The time slash caused the 6 overlords to age rapidly. Ah! My lifespan instantly decreased by 3,000 years. The tiny golden person cried out in horror. Let's fight, let's fight. The other overlords were in a similar situation. Each of them spat out the essence blood in their body and used it to increase their battle strength. They joined forces to block the time slash. However, the sword chi still spread out and pierced through the 6 overlords' bodies. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, immediately after, the 6 overlords escaped with injuries. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared without a trace. The white-robed cultivator didn't chase after them. He returned to the flying ship. The flying ship continued to fly into the distance. Isn't this imperial weapon too strong? Lin Feng was dumbfounded. He could feel that although the white-robed cultivator was strong, there was still a huge gap between his strength and the 6 overlords. However, he was able to heavily injure the 6 overlords of the Death Swamp with his imperial weapon. This was the might of an imperial weapon. It was truly oppressive. If the imperial weapon's god was revived, it might really be able to slay a god. Lin Feng asked curiously, imperial weapons are used to protect the sect's fate. They won't be used unless it's absolutely necessary. Now, the Time Cave's expert is using an imperial weapon to obtain the heavenly demon fruit. Senior, do you know what the heavenly demon fruit is? Jin Xingyuan looked at Huiya. It was his first time hearing about the heavenly demon fruit. He was very curious. Do you know why the heavenly demons are so strong? Huiya didn't answer. It was said that the heavenly demons had the strength of the rebirth realm when they reached adulthood. If they were slightly more talented, they could break through to the deity realm. This race was indeed heaven-defying. However, Lin Feng didn't know why this race was so strong. Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan shook their heads. Huiya said, it's because of the heavenly demon fruit. It can create an imperial fetus in the Dantian. The imperial fetus is like a tiny primordial spirit. It can cultivate. Once the imperial fetus is formed, the heavenly demon's strength will increase explosively. The stronger the imperial fetus, the stronger the heavenly demon will be. What's an imperial fetus? Asked Lin Feng. After breaking through to the fortune realm, the golden core in the Dantian will transform again. At that time it will transform into a nascent soul. An imperial fetus is the strongest nascent soul, said Huiya. Lin Feng's eyes lit up when he heard Huiya. No wonder the heavenly demons were so strong. It was because they had an imperial fetus. Let's go to the Empyrean Devil clan as well. If we miss this opportunity, we'll have to wait another 10,000 years. // s/pavilion uploads readers blasphemy % said Huiya. The Empyrean Devil fruit was also important to Huiya because his saint fetus was also an ordinary saint fetus. If he ate the fruit, his saint fetus could also evolve into the strongest emperor fetus. Jin Xingyuan asked, does it take 10,000 years for the Empyrean Devil fruit to ripen? Huiya replied, that's right. It takes 10,000 years for the Empyrean Devil fruit to ripen. Good, very good. We have to snatch a few Empyrean Devil fruits. Lin Feng clenched his fists. This was a treasure that could increase one's cultivation. It was such a great opportunity. How could they miss it? If they missed it, they would regret it for 10,000 years. Even after 10,000 years, they might not be able to obtain it. Moreover, 10,000 years was too long. They had to seize every moment. Every time the Empyrean Devil fruit ripens, the Empyrean Devil clan will guard it tightly. It won't be easy to snatch it. However, since someone has used an imperial weapon this time, there might be an opportunity. If we succeed, we'll return your freedom, said Huiya. Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan were delighted. The three of them didn't stop and flew towards the Empyrean Devil clan. The Empyrean Devil clan was located in the Empyrean Devil mountain range in the Swamp of Death. The Empyrean Devil clan had subdued many ferocious beasts and were patrolling the mountain range. After arriving, Huiya, Lin Feng, and Jin Xingyuan didn't rush to sneak in. They were too big of a target during the day, and they would be easily discovered by the patrolling ferocious beasts. They waited for night to fall. When night fell, they avoided the patrolling ferocious beasts and sneaked into the Empyrean Devil clan's lair. From a distance, they could see that the Empyrean Devil clan had more than 300 people. In the depths of the Empyrean Devil clan's lair was an ancient tree. It was an Empyrean Devil tree that could bear Empyrean Devil fruits. According to rumors, this was a mysterious demonic tree that was formed at the beginning of the world. Even now, it was probably difficult to find 10 of them even if one searched the entire universe. The Empyrean Devil clan had an Empyrean tree. The injured Empyrean Devil clan's devil overlord was also there. Clan leader, someone is here with a great imperial weapon, the heavenly demon said. An old sky demon said coldly, anyone who tries to steal our sky demon race's saint fruit will die. Right now, the cultivators from the time cave had yet to appear. Therefore, Huiya, Lin Feng, and Jin Xingyuan naturally wouldn't make a move. They were waiting for an opportunity to arrive. The heavenly devils of the Heavenly Devil Remnant clan all looked very strange. Some had 3 heads and 6 arms, while others looked no different from humans. That's not the true appearance of a celestial demon. Celestial demons can transform into whatever they want, Fire Crow said. Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This heavenly demon was actually so strange, the Fire Crow continued, that's why we have to remember each other's life aura and not be confused by the heavenly demons. Yes. Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan nodded. These heavenly demons had set up sacrificial altars. They wanted to offer sacrifices to the heavens. Although the heavenly devil race was extremely evil and cruel, it was still a race of heavenly devils. However, this race was indeed powerful and possessed many terrifying methods. The heavenly demons used sacrifices in exchange for a mysterious power. This mysterious power would enter the heavenly devil fruit and allow it to ripen. Under the leadership of the patriarch, more than 300 heavenly demons devoutly offered sacrifices. Boom, a terrifying power descended from the heavens and enveloped the heavenly devil tree. Then, the 9 heavenly devil fruits devoured this power. However, the heavenly devil fruits turned from black to gold. They've ripened. Even the experts of the heavenly devil remnant clan were excited. After 10,000 years of waiting, the 9 heavenly devil fruits would naturally make the heavenly devil remnant clan go wild with joy. My race would like to borrow a few heavenly devil fruits. We hope that the heavenly devil remnant clan can part with them. The white-robed cultivator came over with the time sword. It's this person. The injured heavenly devil overlord glared at the white-robed cultivator. He was a top expert of the heavenly devil remnant clan. Who are you? The patriarch of the heavenly devil clan said coldly. Time cave Emoli. The white-robed cultivator said. So it's someone from the time cave in Xianxia. Leave quickly, and my race can spare your life. The patriarch said. You really don't know what's good for you. Since that's the case, everyone, attack. The white-robed cultivator shouted coldly. Haha, the heavenly devil fruit, we've been waiting for it for a long time. Loud laughter rang out. A cultivator with a huge axe appeared. Tianzhou's divine axe sect. The heavenly devil remnant clan is no longer the ancient race. Your race has already declined. Cold laughter rang out as a cultivator with a halberd walked over. Tianzhou's void god sect. Since the heavenly devil remnant clan doesn't know what's good for them, we might as well steal all the heavenly devil fruits today. Another expert walked over. This one was shrouded in gray fog. Tianzhou's evil spirit Dao sect. He, since that's the case, why don't we steal all the heavenly devil fruits that the heavenly devil remnant clan has been storing for so many years? I don't believe that they don't have any. Coquettish laughter rang out. This time, a woman with an enchanting figure walked out. She wore a long pink dress that perfectly displayed her curvaceous figure in front of everyone. Tianzhou's red dust pavilion. Good heavens, the 5 ancient factions of Tianzhou have all come. Jin Xingyuan said in surprise. Whoosh! 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 Soon after, more than 3,000 cultivators flew over. These cultivators were clearly experts from the 5 ancient factions. This time, the 5 ancient factions had made ample preparations. Lin Feng said, the imperial weapon is so powerful. The heavenly devil remnant clan won't be able to resist the 5 ancient factions, right? Huiya nodded and said, we'll make our move when the battle reaches its climax. Slash. A low roar echoed through the 9 heavens. Time coquettish Emoli wielded the imperial weapon and attacked the heavenly devil remnant clan's leader. Clearly, Xiaomoli wanted to kill the heavenly devil remnant clan's leader. As long as he could kill him, the heavenly devil remnant clan would fall into chaos. Humph. The heavenly devil remnant clan's leader snorted. Light flashed in his hand, and an ancient and mysterious stone weapon appeared. It was unknown what era this treasure was from, but it was actually made of stone. The treasure was 3 meters long and shaped like a huge blade. The heavenly devil remnant clan's leader slashed the stone weapon at Xiaomoli. Clang, the 2 treasures collided, and both sides were sent flying. What kind of weapon is that? How can it be so powerful? It actually blocked the imperial weapon's power? Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan were both astonished. Imperial weapons were peerless existences. They were practically invincible. But now, the stone weapon had blocked it. It was too shocking. That's a stone tool. It's like the stone tribe's holy spirit. It's a weapon born from nature. A top-grade stone tool is indeed comparable to an imperial weapon. Huiya said. Lin Feng was astonished. He was also amazed by the power of the creator. Something born from nature could actually give birth to such a terrifying weapon. It was unimaginable. Boom. Boom. Boom, a few thousand experts from the 5 ancient factions surrounded the heavenly devil remnant clan's leader. Despicable creatures, die. The heavenly devil remnant clan's leader said coldly. These heavenly devils were too powerful. Although they were few in number, their battle prowess was incredible. Slash. Slash, the experts from the 5 ancient factions were constantly being killed by the heavenly devils. Too powerful. I'm afraid these few thousand experts won't be enough to kill the heavenly devil remnant clan's leader. Lin Feng was astonished as he watched the experts from the 5 ancient factions die one after another. Groan, at that moment, a dragon's roar could be heard. In the distance, a pitch-black, two-headed black dragon flew over at high speed. Its draconic aura spread for 100,000 miles. Dragon, it's a black dragon. Lin Feng was astonished. The Swamp of Death actually had such a terrifying creature. It was too shocking. That's the Swamp of Death's overlord, the Black Dragon Sage. Even it's here. Let's get ready to fight for the heavenly devil fruit. Huaya cawed. Rumble, in the distant forest, a stone man rode a stone horse over. Golden light soared into the sky as the golden dwarf attacked. The skeleton wielded a treasured sword and flew over with boundless murderous intent. The mountain demon walked through the swamp, causing the ground to tremble violently. The serpent king transformed into a demonic youth. The crocodile transformed into a muscular man. Boom, the overlords of the death swamp rushed towards the heavenly demon fruit. Their goal was the heavenly demon fruit. As for the battle to the death, they would let the heavenly demon race and the 5 ancient powers fight each other. Black Dragon Saint, take your people and leave. Otherwise, the heavenly demon race will fight you to the death. The leader of the heavenly demon race roared furiously. As a member of the dragon race, the Black Dragon Saint's cultivation was unimaginable. Even the leader of the heavenly demon race was wary of him. As for the other overlords of the death swamp, which one of them didn't have the power to destroy the world? Humph, do you think I'm afraid of the heavenly demon race? I have many experts under me. If we really fight, it's hard to say who will win. The Black Dragon Saint laughed coldly. The Black Dragon Saint had cultivated for 15,300 years. 10,000 years ago, he had followed the previous king of the Death Swamp to snatch the heavenly demon fruit, but he had failed. Now that tens of thousands of years had passed, he had become the king of the beasts in the Swamp of Death. Naturally, he wouldn't let go of this rare opportunity. If the 5 forces from the Tianzhou didn't come with their monarch's weapons, he wouldn't have been able to do anything. Even if the heavenly demon race didn't have the heavenly demon fruit, it would be difficult to snatch it. Now, it was indeed an opportunity for the Black Dragon Saint. Stop them! The leader of the heavenly demon race shouted. He was fighting with Xiaomoli and couldn't be distracted. Of course, the experts of the heavenly demon race went to stop the overlords of the Death Swamp. Heavenly Demon Punch. An elder of the Heavenly Devil clan charged towards the Black Dragon Sage and punched towards him. Scram! The Black Dragon Sage laughed malevolently and swung his huge dragon claw over. Bang! A loud sound was heard. The Black Dragon Saint's huge dragon claw hit the elder of the Heavenly Demon race and sent him flying. That elder was an overlord of the Death Swamp, but he couldn't block the Black Dragon Saint's attack. The Black Dragon Saint was indeed the king of the Death Swamp. He was too strong. After the Black Dragon Sage sent the Heavenly Devil clan's elder flying, he flew towards the Heavenly Devil tree and clawed at the Heavenly Devil tree. At this moment, dense array runes appeared around the Heavenly Demonic tree and enveloped it. Break for me! The Black Dragon Sage flapped his wings frantically as a dense black storm blasted towards the restriction. Crack, crack. The restrictions protecting the Heavenly Demonic tree began to crack. 5 to 6 Heavenly Devil clan experts charged towards the Black Dragon Saint Monarch. All of them displayed their peerless divine abilities. At this moment, a string of strange syllables came out of the Black Dragon Sage's mouth. Draconic divine ability, an ultimate technique of the dragon race. Fire Crow said. The Black Dragon Lord unleashed his dragon language mystique, causing the surrounding void to distort. Immediately after, the void exploded, blasting all the experts of the Heavenly Devil clan away. One by one, half of the bodies of the Celestial Devil clan's experts exploded. His injuries were extremely serious. As expected of the dragon race. They're one of the strongest races. How powerful. Looking at the mighty Black Dragon Sage, Lin Feng was incomparably shocked. The Black Dragon Sage continued to attack the restriction. Crack, crack. The restriction continued to shatter. When it seemed that the restriction would not be able to last much longer, a mountain in the depths of the forest suddenly split open, and an old Heavenly Devil walked out. This Heavenly Devil had the appearance of a human, and he sent a palm strike towards the black dragon sage. This was the elder of the Heavenly Devil clan who had been in seclusion all this time. Now that he had been alarmed, he had no choice but to act. Otherwise, the Heavenly Devil fruit that the Heavenly Devil clan had been waiting for 10,000 years to ripen would be snatched away. "Old bastard, your bloodline has deteriorated, and you still want to fight me?" The black dragon sage sneered and swung his huge dragon claw at the elder of the Heavenly Devil clan. Clang, clang. It was as if two ancient gods had collided. The void split open, and distorted spacetime energy surged out, killing all the cultivators and heavenly devils who were sucked into it. The black dragon sage was sent flying by the elder of the Heaven Devil clan. Even though the elder was old and frail, he was still so powerful that it made people tremble in fear. Now, he had displayed his absolute strength and suppressed the black dragon sage. Back then, it had not been easy for him to defeat the black dragon sage. The black dragon sage roared and charged towards the elder of the Heavenly Devil clan. The battle was intense, but Huiya, Lin Feng, and Jin Xingyuan hid themselves. It was impossible for them to break the formation, as they would be discovered. Huiya frowned and said, "It's really troublesome now. The formation hasn't been broken yet, so we can't take the Heavenly Devil fruit." They were hiding in the forest, about 3,000 meters away from the Heavenly Devil fruit. In the middle of the forest, there was a fierce battle going on, and it was extremely intense. Obviously, they would have to cross the formation if they wanted to break it, which was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Lin Feng thought of an idea, and that was to let the dragon rabbit sneak over. The dragon rabbit could pass through restrictions, and it was extremely fast. Now that the battle was so intense, no one would pay attention to a rabbit. "Little White, come out," Lin Feng summoned the dragon rabbit from the beast-slayed pouch. The little guy was sleepy, and after being summoned, it stretched lazily. It's a dragon rabbit." Huiya was very surprised. Dragon rabbits were exotic beasts and were extremely rare. Squeak, squeak, squeak. After seeing Huiya, the dragon rabbit jumped up and stood on Lin Feng's shoulder. It buried its head in Lin Feng's head and shivered. The little guy was psychic and could feel how terrifying Huiya was. "Don't be afraid, it won't hurt you." Lin Feng patted the dragon rabbit's head and said, "Go and pick the fruit from the restriction." The dragon rabbit squeaked. "What is it saying?" Jin Xingyuan asked curiously. "It's saying that it's too dangerous and it's very scared," Lin Feng said. Then, Lin Feng comforted the dragon rabbit again. The little guy agreed and carefully sneaked towards the Heavenly Devil fruit. It was night now, so it was easier to hide. Whoosh. When the dragon rabbit arrived beside the Saint Demon fruit, it directly rushed towards it. The restriction wanted to stop the dragon rabbit. However, the restriction was not a problem for the dragon rabbit. It instantly passed through the restriction and arrived in front of the Heavenly Devil fruit. It stretched out its claws and directly grabbed the 9 Heavenly Devil fruits. "Not good, that's a dragon rabbit." Someone actually raised a dragon rabbit. That dragon rabbit wants to steal the Heavenly Devil fruit. Many people cried out in alarm and then became incomparably angry. Not only were the experts of the Heavenly Devil clan angry, even the 5 great powers of the Tianzhou region and the overlords of the Death Swamp were incomparably angry. Someone actually dared to pluck the fur from a tiger. Wasn't this courting death? Whiz, the dragon rabbit instantly rushed out, holding the 9 Heavenly Devil fruits in its arms. Many experts charged towards the dragon rabbit. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's expression changed greatly. With so many experts surrounding the dragon rabbit, the little guy would definitely die. He now regretted letting the dragon rabbit pick the Heavenly Devil fruit. Although the Heavenly Devil fruit was precious, in Lin Feng's eyes, the dragon rabbit had followed him for so long that it was equivalent to his family. The Heavenly Devil fruit was not worth mentioning compared to the dragon rabbit's life. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The dragon rabbit realized that it was trapped and could not escape. It cried out in fear, but the little guy quickly calmed down and threw the Heavenly Devil fruit in its hand in different directions. Snatch the Heavenly Devil fruit. Many experts became excited. They ignored the dragon rabbit and pounced on the Heavenly Devil fruit, while the dragon rabbit rushed towards Lin Feng and the others. "Little rabbit, hand over the remaining 3 Heavenly Devil fruits." There were also cultivators who charged towards the dragon rabbit because the little guy was still holding the 3 heavenly devil fruits. The dragon rabbit was extremely fast and agile. It dodged a group of people's attacks and arrived next to Lin Feng and the others. "We got it. Let's go." Lin Feng split the heavenly devil fruit and gave one to the 3 of them. They directly soared into the sky and flew outside. "You're courting death," angry roars shook the sky. The clan leader of the Heavenly Devil clan and Time Cave Emily stopped fighting. One person wielded the Time Sword and attacked Huiya, Lin Feng, and Jin Xingyuan. Another person wielded a Supreme Stone weapon and attacked them. Boom, an Emperor weapon. A top-grade stone weapon comparable to an Emperor weapon. The attack instantly shattered the void. Then, it enveloped Huiya, Lin Feng, and Jin Xingyuan. They suddenly realized that they could not move. Their bodies were disintegrating. It was truly despairing. Unable to resist, they could only wait for death. Lin Feng tried to communicate with the Demon Lord, but the Demon Lord was still in deep seclusion. Lin Feng couldn't contact the Demon Lord. Danger! 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 Lin Feng was extremely anxious. But there was nothing he could do. Jin Xingyuan was also at his wit's end. After all, it was an attack from an imperial weapon and a stone artifact. Life and death might be decided in the next moment. The next moment. Just when the situation was in jeopardy, Huiya suddenly cackled. "Back when I dominated the world, you people weren't even born yet. If it weren't for the fact that I was cursed by the cavern, I would have become a god long ago. Do you really think I don't have a way to deal with you?" Huiya suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a treasure. It was a spear. The spear was also a stone artifact. But it was different from the stone artifact in the hands of the Empyrean Devil Clan's patriarch. Huiya's stone artifact emitted an endless amount of curse power. "I'll let you taste the power of my cursed spear." Huiya let out a long cry, and the cursed spear flew over. The cursed spear emitted an endless amount of curse power. It was a supreme treasure that Huiya had obtained from the cursed cave abode. Now, Huiya was using his trump card. It was the cursed spear. The evil cursed cave abode had turned him into a slave of the cursed cave abode. But in his long life, Huiya had also obtained some things that others couldn't. It wasn't just his comprehension of Tao. Of course, there were also some powerful treasures. Clang, the cursed spear collided with the stone artifact and the imperial weapon, the time sword. The sound waves from the collision of treasures of this level directly killed many people on the spot. It was truly terrifying. The cursed spear blocked the attacks of the imperial weapon and the stone artifact before tearing the void apart. Huiya, Lin Feng, and Jin Xingyuan entered the tear in the void and disappeared in the blink of an eye. That's the fire crow, it has the ability to live forever. It's said that even if you kill it, it can rely on the cave to be reborn. Now that it has the celestial demon fruit, it's hiding inside the cave. Nobody can do anything to it. Many experts were even more furious, but now they knew that chasing after the fire crows was of no use. Everyone went to snatch the remaining 6 heavenly demon fruits. The void trembled as Huiya, Lin Feng, and Jin Xingyuan rushed out. "You can go now. Fly east for 10 days and 10 nights, and you'll be able to leave the Death Swamp," Fire Crow said. "Thank you, Senior. We'll meet again." Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan clasped their fists. They bid farewell to the Fire Crow and flew off into the distance. 10 days later, Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan finally left the Death Swamp. "We're in the territory of the Luanzhou." Jin Xingyuan let out a long sigh. Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan arrived at Luan Prefecture's Jining City. This was the famous ancient capital of the Luanzhou. The Luanzhou's teleportation array was located here. After resting for a day in Jining City, Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan said their goodbyes. "If you have time in the future, you must come find me at the Rock King's gathering place. Uncle will be very happy to see you, Brother Feng," Jin Xingyuan said. "I will." Lin Feng patted Jin Xingyuan on the shoulder. The two parted ways. Jin Xingyuan took the teleportation array to the place where he and the Rock King had agreed to meet. Lin Feng took the teleportation array to Heavenly Cloud City. Heavenly Cloud City was the only city in the Luanzhou that had a spacetime wormhole. Lin Feng had to cross 32 continents to reach the border between the Immortal Continent and the Star Continent. This was because the Xianxia realm recorded on the tortoise shell was located at the border between the Immortal Continent and the Star Continent. However, when Lin Feng arrived at Heavenly Cloud City, he ran into trouble. He was surrounded by a dozen cultivators. Xianxia, an expert of the Xiang family. He was a fifth firmament manifestation cultivator. His cultivation was unfathomable. I've finally found you here. Let's see how you'll escape today. Xiangjin's voice was cold and filled with endless killing intent. Boom, the experts of the Xiang family didn't say much. Under Xiangjin's lead, they surrounded Lin Feng. Look, there's a fight between cultivators, many people cried out in alarm and quickly gathered around. Isn't that Xiangjin from the Xiang family of Snow Province? That's right. That's Xiangjin. I've seen him before. Who's that young cultivator they're attacking? Why are they attacking him? Many people were discussing this, very puzzled. Naturally, no one was optimistic about Lin Feng's chances in this battle. Xiangjin was too strong, and he also had a Dao artifact. Moreover, he had a dozen Yin-Yang realm experts helping him. This battle was too difficult. It was almost certain death. Lin Feng wielded the Black Dragon sword and charged left and right, killing 7 Xiang family experts in a row. However, he was also seriously injured several times. Although he used his immortal body to heal himself each time, he was still injured. Lin Feng's magic power was depleting too quickly. He felt that he could use his immortal body 2 more times at most before his magic power was depleted. At that time, he would probably die. Xiangjin had clearly sensed Lin Feng's situation. The colder his expression was, the more confident he was in killing Lin Feng. That kid has a special physique that can heal injuries quickly. I wonder what kind of special physique it is. So what if he has a special physique? His magic power is almost depleted. Once his magic power is completely depleted, he'll die. Many cultivators pointed at Lin Feng, not believing that he could escape alive. Lin Feng killed another 3 experts of the Xiang family, but he was almost beheaded by one of the experts. Fresh blood flowed out. It was extremely terrifying. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and used his immortal body to heal himself again. Xiangjin laughed savagely. Kid, it's time for you to die. Xiangjin unleashed a barrage of attacks. Lin Feng was forced to retreat again and again. Xiangjin had left more than a dozen deep wounds on his body, but Lin Feng didn't dare to use his immortal body anymore. He felt that his magic power was almost depleted. This was troublesome. Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. Xiangjin only had 4 experts and Xiangjin left. However, Lin Feng was like a lamp that had run out of oil. It seems like you can't hold on much longer. How about we make a deal? Let me out, and we'll kill Xiangjin together. Ning Hanchuang's voice came from the 4 vicious cauldrons. She was suppressed in the cauldrons, but she knew many things about the outside world. Especially since Lin Feng had gone through so many things during that time. She was astonished and moved. How can I be sure that you won't betray me? Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. I can swear that I won't seek revenge for 3 years. If I go back on my word, I'll die a horrible death. Ning Hanchuang said. Ning Hanchuang was a terrifying woman. She had a special physique and was ruthless. In order to achieve her goals, she would do anything. Lin Feng didn't want to let her go unless he had no other choice. But now, it was a matter of life and death. He had to borrow Ning Hanchuang's strength, or he would die without a doubt. Okay, deal. Lin Feng undid the seal on the 4 vicious cauldrons. Boom. Ning Hanchuang was originally at the creation realm. Previously, he was able to suppress Ning Hanchuang because Lin Feng's heavenly fire restrained Ning Hanchuang's ice divine kingdom. Therefore, with Ning Hanchuang joining the battle, Lin Feng felt that it was not impossible to kill Xiangjin. This was because it was very normal for cultivators with special constitutions to kill people of a higher level. Although Ning Hanchuang was weaker than Xiangjin in terms of cultivation level, her special constitution was enough to make up for it. In addition to Lin Feng, the probability of killing Xiangjin was greatly increased. Hurry up and recover. I'll hold them back for now, Ning Hanshuang said. Okay. Lin Feng nodded. He took out a supreme-grade spirit stone and quickly absorbed the pure energy in it to recover his magic power. Who are you? How dare you go against my Snow Province's Xiang family? Leave. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Xiangjin looked at Ning Hanshuang with a gloomy expression. He wanted to threaten Ning Hanshuang and scare her away. This was because Xiangjin could see that Ning Hanshuang was an extremely difficult opponent. She was at the creation realm and had a special constitution. Even he felt that such a person was difficult to deal with. You're about to die and you still dare to be so arrogant in front of me. Ning Hanshuang sneered. Swoosh. Chains of ice were formed and shot towards Xiangjin to entangle him. Break. Xiangjin took out his Dao artifact to destroy the ice chains. Crack, crack. The Dao artifact was indeed powerful. It shattered the ice chains one by one. Humph, I'll kill you too today. Xiangjin's voice was cold as he charged towards Ning Hanshuang. If you were at the 7th or 8th heaven of the creation realm, I'd turn around and run without a word. You're only at the 5th heaven of the creation realm. How dare you boast so shamelessly in front of me? I have a Dao artifact too. Ning Hanshuang took out her Dao artifact, the ice sword. The ice sword slashed towards the small golden bell. Clang, a loud sound was heard. It was as if the giant spirit god was beating the war drums of the heavenly realm. The two Dao artifacts collided and both of them were sent flying. Ning Hanshuang and Xiangjin continued to activate their Dao artifacts. The ice sword and the small golden bell charged towards each other again. Who? Lin Feng had recovered 30% of his magic power after absorbing the energy from a dozen supreme-grade spirit stones. He decided to seize this rare opportunity to kill Hanshuang. He could not let him escape. But now, they had encountered a huge problem. Facing the attacks of the ice shackles, these people were exhausted. Lin Feng knew how terrifying Ning Hanshuang's Ice Divine Country was. He had almost died in Ning Hanshuang's Ice Divine Country. Ning Hanshuang's special physique had awakened 70% of her bloodline power, so she was abnormally strong. Lin Feng's immortal godly blood was only 10% of his blood. Ning Hanshuang was almost invincible as long as she didn't encounter a cultivator who could counter her. Lin Feng rushes up and punches a Xiang clan expert. This Xiang clan expert roars again and again. But now his energy is tied up by the ice shackles and he is attacked by Lin Feng, so he no longer has the ability to neutralize Lin Feng's attack. Lin Feng killed this expert of the Xiang clan with a single punch. Using the same method, he killed the other 3 experts of the Xiang clan one by one. Brat, you deserve to die, Xiangjin roared furiously. He had brought more than 10 experts from the Xiang clan, but all of them had been killed by Lin Feng. This made Xiangjin mad with hatred. Xiangjin looked at Ning Hanshuang and shouted furiously, "Bitch, it's all your fault. If it wasn't for you, this little brat would have been killed by the Xiang clan. Die." Xiangjin directly burnt his life force to activate the golden bell. He wanted to awaken the artifact spirit of the golden bell. The awakening of the artifact spirit of the Dao artifact would greatly increase its power. Humph, it's too late. Lin Feng laughs coldly and takes out the sky-devouring jar, which flies towards the golden bell. The sky-devouring jar starts to devour the golden bell. The sky-devouring jar interrupted the awakening of the golden bell's artifact spirit. The golden bell flies towards the sky-devouring jar as if it was really going to be devoured by it. The golden bell struggles violently, but it can't break free. The sky-devouring jar is really too powerful. Lin Feng is also very happy because the sky-devouring jar is much stronger than he had imagined. Seeing that the golden bell is about to be devoured, Xiangjin's face turns gloomy. He quickly calls the golden bell back to his side. However, it is not easy for a Dao artifact like the golden bell to break free from the sky-devouring jar's devouring. At that moment, numerous ice shackles move towards Xiangjin to bind him. At the same time, Ning Hanshuang wields her ice sword and attacks Xiangjin. Xiangjin roars furiously and uses a divine ability to resist. However, his divine ability is destroyed and his body is sent flying by the ice shackles. Then, the ice shackles wrap around him. Ning Hanshuang chopped off Xiang Jin's right arm with a sword and took away Xiang Jin's storage ring. Ah! Xiang Jin screams miserably. He slams his left hand towards the ice shackles, trying to break them. However, Lin Feng has already charged forward and slaps Xiang Jin's head. Crack! Xiang Jin's head starts to crack. He roars unwillingly, I, Xiang Jin, have been unrivaled throughout my life. How can I die at the hands of two juniors like you? Those who are unjust are doomed to destruction. You did not die in vain. Lin Feng sneered. Bang! Xiang Jin's head explodes, and he dies on the spot. Lin Feng, I will come and find you in the future. Ning Hanshuang looks meaningfully at Lin Feng, then dispels the Ice Divine Kingdom and flies off into the distance. Lin Feng frowns slightly. Ning Hanshuang is a powerful enemy. Although they won't meet again in the near future, there will definitely be a battle between them in the future. Lin Feng calms his mind and starts to circulate his undying divine body to heal his injuries. Soon, Lin Feng's injuries are completely healed, and he quickly flies towards the teleportation plaza. Xiang Jin is dead. Countless people look at Xiang Jin's headless corpse in disbelief. News of Xiang Jin's death reaches Snow Province's Xiang clan. First, Xianxia dies, then Xiang Jin. Snow Province's Xiang clan is furious. Xiang clan sends out a large number of experts to search for Lin Feng and Ning Hanshuang. Xiang Jin's death naturally causes a huge uproar. Xiang Jin is a fifth-layer creation realm expert, and he also has a doctrine artifact. Xiang Jin's death is a huge blow to Xiang clan. Now, even the doctrine artifact is lost. 10 days later, Xiang clan's experts come to collect Xiang Jin's corpse. Among the Xiang clan's experts, there is a young cultivator with a battle spear on his back. He walks with a majestic gait, and his body is surrounded by an imperial aura. Xiang Ji, the #1 expert of Xiang clan's younger generation. It's said that his cultivation surpasses the older generation's experts. He's called the Overlord. Someone recognizes the young cultivator with the battle spear on his back and immediately starts discussing. Xiang Ji is a famous genius of the 3,000 prefectures. Back in the Battle of the Geniuses of the 3,000 prefectures, he was almost invincible, suppressing other cultivators of the same level. He is a terrifying existence on the same level as Huangfuqing Tian. In the city lord's mansion, Xiang Ji sees the corpses of Xiang Jin and the other members of Xiang clan. He walks against the flow, stepping onto the 9 layers of heaven like a young emperor. The ancient forest of the fallen immortals stretched for 360,000 kilometers across the immortal continent, Star Continent, Wu Continent, and Yuezhou Continent. Within the ancient forest of the fallen immortals, there were endless resources and many ancient cultivator caves. But at the same time, the ancient forest of the fallen immortals was filled with danger. There were many powerful ferocious beasts roaming about. If one was not careful, one would die tragically in the ancient forest of the fallen immortals. Currently, there was a fierce battle going on in the ancient forest of the fallen immortals. More than 10 cultivators were surrounded by a group of blood apes. These blood apes were cruel and violent by nature and loved to eat human flesh. Therefore, the blood apes would often attack the human cultivators who entered the ancient forest of the fallen immortals. Puff! Puff! The sound of flesh being torn apart and screams of agony could be heard. Cultivators were constantly being killed. These cultivators were a temporary expedition team. Many of them were quite strong, but these blood apes were even stronger. The blood apes had already gained intelligence and could use breathing techniques to absorb the power of heaven and earth to increase their cultivation. Some of the blood apes even took out magic treasures to attack these cultivators. Clearly, these magic treasures were taken from the human cultivators after the sanguine ape had killed them. Break out! A middle-aged cultivator shouted in a deep voice, wanting to lead everyone to break out of the encirclement. But a blood ape king that was 10 meters tall jumped out. The blood ape king wielded a huge spiked club and smashed the leader of the cultivators into a pile of minced meat. At this moment, the rest of the cultivators who were still struggling to hold on panicked. Puff! Puff! Cultivators were killed one by one. In the blink of an eye, only 2 women were left. Of these two women, the older one looked to be around 22 or 23 years old. She was wearing a floral dress. She was tall and slender, with a pair of straight and slender legs that could drive any man crazy. The other woman was around 20 years old. She was petite and had a voluptuous figure. She had a child's face and huge boobs. Together, they took out a defensive shield. The shield condensed into a defensive barrier that blocked the attacks of the dozens of blood apes. But now, both of their faces had turned pale. The magic power in their bodies could not hold on for much longer. "Big sister, are we going to die here?" asked the female cultivator with a face full of despair. Another female cultivator bit her lips. Although she wanted to comfort her younger sister by saying that there was hope as long as she persisted, she couldn't help it. But now, she really couldn't say these words. This was because the magic power in her body was about to dry up. Furthermore, after the repeated battles, the two sisters were both injured. There were many places on their bodies that were still bleeding. Their bodies were on the verge of collapsing. Crack, crack. The defensive barrier formed by the defensive shield had already begun to crack. The dozens of blood apes roared excitedly. Compared to the bodies of human male cultivators, these blood apes preferred to devour human female cultivators. Because human female cultivators had tender skin and tender flesh, they tasted much better than human male cultivators. Seeing that the defensive light barrier was about to crack and that the magic power in their bodies was about to be exhausted, the two sisters revealed a look of despair. Sha sha sha. At this moment, a soft sound came from the forest. In the next moment, a cultivator who looked to be in his 20s rushed out of the forest in a panic. This cultivator was none other than Lin Feng. He had entered the ancient forest of the fallen immortal to search for the demon realm. However, the ancient forest of the fallen immortal was too big. He had searched for more than a month and still couldn't find the location of the demon realm. 3 days ago, Lin Feng encountered a terrifying beast emperor and was chased all the way. However, it seemed that he had already escaped from that terrifying beast emperor. Lin Feng finally let out a sigh of relief. "Run." At this moment, Lin Feng heard an anxious voice coming from afar. The pair of sisters looked over anxiously, reminding themselves loudly. "Blood apes." Lin Feng looked over and saw the ground full of corpses. He frowned slightly. It should be a group of adventurers that entered the ancient forest of the fallen immortal. However, their luck wasn't very good and they encountered a group of blood apes. Blood apes were a group of terrifying and bloodthirsty creatures. Yin Yang stage 5 or 6 cultivators would die if they encountered a group of blood apes. The sisters were clearly very kind. When they saw that Lin Feng had mistakenly entered this place, they hurriedly warned Lin Feng to escape. Crack, crack. The restrictions protecting the sisters kept shattering. The sisters' faces were pale, and their delicate bodies trembled. The Blood Ape King roared and swung its spiked club at them. Crack, the defensive restrictions shattered. The stone club came crashing down with a fierce wind. The sisters were filled with fear and despair. They wanted to dodge, but they found that their legs were as heavy as lead. They couldn't even take a single step forward. "Woo-woo, we're going to die." The younger sister was so frightened that she started crying. The older sister's expression was also mournful. They had thought that they would die in the next moment. However, at this moment, the sisters felt a pair of strong hands wrap around their small waists. A strong masculine aura assaulted them. Whoosh! The two sisters were quickly pulled back a dozen meters and dodged the Blood Ape King's spiked club. "Why didn't you run? You can't save us. If you rashly come over, you'll die here too." When the sisters saw that it was the young man who had mistakenly entered this place who had saved them, they couldn't help but sigh. This was because they felt that Lin Feng would only die here if he attacked. Every single one of them could escape. Lin Feng said, "Wouldn't it be a pity for delicate beauties like you to die here?" The sisters came back to their senses and realized that they were in Lin Feng's embrace. Their bodies were so close to Lin Feng's body that they could even feel the warmth of Lin Feng's body. When had the sisters ever been so intimate with a man? They couldn't help but blush. However, they immediately spat at Lin Feng. How could he still joke at a time like this? Roar! The Blood Ape King and dozens of other blood apes rushed over together with a thunderous roar. Leave quickly. Don't worry about us. With your speed, you'll definitely be able to escape. Seeing the group of blood apes pouncing over, they were shocked. The two sisters said anxiously. Lin Feng smiled and waved his right hand in an indifferent way. Sword chi shot out in all directions. Pooh! 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 Ripping sounds could be heard as the bodies of the blood apes were torn apart by the sword chi. Even the blood ape king couldn't block Lin Feng's sword chi. Its body was directly cut in half. It died on the spot. How is this possible? The sisters' pink lips were agape. Their beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. Lin Feng was about the same age as them. However, Lin Feng had only used one move. He had easily killed dozens of blood apes. Wasn't his strength too terrifying? The two sisters were deeply shaken. The smell of blood here will attract other beasts, so we shouldn't stay here for too long. We should leave quickly. Lin Feng said. The two sisters nodded. However, the continuous battles had exhausted them, and they were also injured. It was difficult for them to leave on their own. Lin Feng could see that the two sisters were in an awkward position, so he said, "Sorry for the offense." As soon as he finished speaking, he hugged a delicate body in each of his hands. Then, he quickly flew off into the distance. The two sisters cried out in surprise, their faces red, but they didn't dare look at Lin Feng. They just let Lin Feng hug them. Not long after the three of them left, a terrifying aura spread out from the depths of the forest. The black fog churned. There seemed to be an extremely terrifying creature hidden within the black fog. Finally, the black fog enveloped the corpses on the ground. Crunch, crunch. The sound of flesh being chewed could be heard from within the black fog. Lin Feng found a cave for the two sisters to recover from their injuries. 2 hours later, the two sisters had mostly recovered from their injuries. They also tidied up their appearances and looked much prettier than before. Is your body all right? Lin Feng asked. The two sisters replied, "Thank you for your concern, sir. We've mostly recovered." Lin Feng nodded and asked, "What are your names?" Xiao Tingyu. Xiao Tingyue. What are your names, sir? Lin Feng. The two sides briefly introduced each other. The elder sister was called Xiao Tingyu, and the younger sister was called Xiao Tingyue. They were from Yuezhou's Qiao clan. Yuezhou's Qiao clan was an ancient power with a long history. They were considered a prominent clan in Yuezhou. Xiao Tingyu and Xiao Tingyue had come out to train together and joined a group of independent cultivators. Then, in the ancient forest of fallen immortals, they encountered the blood ape. Everyone else in the group had died tragically, but the two of them were lucky enough to meet Lin Feng. If Lin Feng had come any later, the two sisters would have died as well. The two sisters were curious about Lin Feng's identity. However, Lin Feng didn't explain his background in detail. Seeing that Lin Feng did not reveal his identity, the two sisters felt an inexplicable sense of loss in their hearts. There's a small town 1,000 li away from here, it's called Xianxia town. I'm going there to buy some things. I'll take you to Xianxia town, then you can go back to your families. The ancient forest of the fallen immortals is too dangerous, so before you become strong enough, don't even think about going there. Lin Feng said. Xiao Tingyu and Xiao Tingyu nodded. Within the cave, a bonfire burned brightly. Lin Feng had killed a spirit bird and beheaded a large snake. Snake soup was boiling over the bonfire. Roasting the bird meat. A fragrance filled the air. Cultivators could recover their magic power by absorbing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. However, if he wanted to recover his strength, eating was the fastest way. Give it a try. Lin Feng scooped snake soup for the two sisters and cut some roasted meat. The two sisters began to eat. His eyes immediately lit up. Xiao Tingyu said, "I didn't expect Lin Gongzi to have such good cooking skills." Xiao Tingyu also nodded and said, "Lin Gongzi's cooking is really good." Lin Feng smiled and said, "When you're outside, you need to have some life skills. Eat more to replenish your strength." The next day, the three of them went out and headed towards Xianxia town. Xianxia town was a very famous town in the outer regions of the ancient forest of the fallen immortals. It was said that those who were lucky could stand in Xianxia town at midnight and look towards the ancient forest of the fallen immortals. They could see the shadow of an immortal in Xianxia town. Lin Feng had stayed in Xianxia town before, but he didn't see the so-called shadow of an immortal. Lin Feng only thought of the rumor that one could see immortals in Xianxia town as a legend. The three of them encountered many dangers along the way, but with Lin Feng around, they were all safe. While they were resting by a small stream, Yi Zichen and Yi Zichen were talking. A flying ship flew over from the distance. The flying ship wasn't big, only about 20 meters long. Such a small flying ship could accommodate 20 to 30 people. The flying ship suddenly stopped above Lin Feng and the other two. The cabin opened and a group of cultivators flew out. This group of people was led by a young man. The young man was wearing a blue brocade robe, and there was a hint of lust between his eyebrows. Haha, I didn't think that I would meet such beautiful sisters in this desolate place. After the blue-clothed young man's gaze swept past Lin Feng, he looked at Xiao Tingyu, and the two sisters immediately revealed a burning gaze. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. The way this young man looked at Xiao Tingyu made him unhappy. Xiao Tingyu knew that these people were definitely not to be trifled with. Xiao Tingyu said, "Lin Gongzi, let's quickly leave this place." Lin Feng nodded. Just as the three of them were about to leave, the blue-clothed young man waved his hand. More than 20 of his subordinates quickly flew away and surrounded the three of them. When they saw this scene, Xiao Tingyu's expressions became very unsightly. The other party had many people, and they had ulterior motives. They were naturally worried about their own safety, and they were also worried about Lin Feng. If these people wanted to deal with the three of them, they would most likely kill Lin Feng. "Two beauties, why are you in such a hurry to leave? It's fate that brought us together. Why don't you come and sit on my flying ship?" The blue-clothed young man said with a smile. His lustful eyes swept past Xiao Tingyu from time to time. If the two sisters really got on his flying ship, how could they have a good ending? "We're from the Chao clan of Yuezhou. You'd better leave, and we can still let bygones be bygones," Xiao Tingyu said. "The Chao clan of Yuezhou? Haha, I'm the crown prince of the Yuhua celestial dynasty of the Immortal province. Do you think I'm afraid of the Chao clan of Yuezhou? You two beauties, come to my flying ship obediently. I'll treat you well. If you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for forcing you to come up." The blue-clothed young man didn't hide his desire for Xiao Tingyu anymore. People from the Yuhua celestial dynasty, Xiao Tingyu's faces immediately turned pale. The Yuhua celestial dynasty was a group that the Chao clan of Yuezhou couldn't afford to offend. The Yuhua celestial dynasty of the Immortal province. "So you're from the Huangfu clan?" Lin Feng couldn't help but smile coldly. "Little boy, who are you?" The blue-clothed young man looked at Lin Feng and smiled coldly. "Someone you can't afford to offend," said Lin Feng indifferently. The blue-clothed young man's face suddenly turned grim. "Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like that? Guards, teach this little boy a lesson. Let him know that he has to pay the price for saying the wrong thing." "Yes." Lin Feng's gaze suddenly turned cold. These people from the Yuhua Immortal dynasty were really arrogant. From the way this young master acted, he knew that this person wasn't a good person. "Young master, be careful." Seeing that the attack of the Yuhua Immortal dynasty's expert was about to hit Lin Feng, the two sisters cried out in alarm at the same time, their expressions full of worry. "A lowly trash like you dares to be so presumptuous in front of our young master? You really don't know what death is." The corners of the guard's mouth curled up. In his opinion, this move would definitely cripple Lin Feng. Lin Feng stood in place without moving. Could it be that he's scared silly? The people from the Yuhua Immortal dynasty all had sneering expressions. Xiao Tingyu were also stunned. Why was Lin Feng not moving at all? Could it be that he was really scared silly, but since he could kill a group of blood apes, his strength should be at the 6th or 7th level of the Yin-Yang realm or even higher, right? He shouldn't be so scared, right? The two sisters' hearts were filled with doubts. The attack was about to hit Lin Feng. Boom! Suddenly, Lin Feng's body emitted a terrifying aura that could destroy heaven and earth. That aura directly enveloped the Yuhua Immortal dynasty's expert who attacked. The Yuhua Immortal dynasty's expert realized that he couldn't move at all. He let out a series of screams from his throat. His originally smug expression had now turned into a terrified expression as he looked at Lin Feng. Bang! In the next moment, his body directly exploded. He couldn't withstand the pressure emitted by Lin Feng at all. So strong. Xiao Tingyu and Xiao Tingyue looked at Lin Feng in shock. Only then did they realize that they might have underestimated this young master in front of them. Seeing that his subordinate had been killed, the blue-clothed young master was instantly incomparably furious. He coldly shouted, "Go, kill this brat." "Yes, young master." Immediately, 5 to 6 experts of the Yuhua immortal dynasty pounced towards Lin Feng like wolves and tigers. Lin Feng had no intention of using his sacred art. He simply walked towards the other party. A terrifying force surged out. The 5 or 6 experts who were rushing over suddenly felt as if an ancient divine mountain was pressing down on them, making them unable to move. Bang bang bang, immediately after, the bodies of 5 or 6 experts of the Yuhua immortal dynasty exploded again, and they died tragically on the spot. The blue-clothed young man's expression finally changed when he saw the scene. He naturally knew that he had kicked an iron plate today. Who are you?" The blue-clothed young master asked in horror as he retreated. "Huangfuqing Tian, and I have a 10-year life and death agreement. A small fish like you dares to jump in front of me? You don't know the difference between life and death." Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. "You're that person." The young man's face was filled with terror as he shouted, "Stop him." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and rushed toward the spaceship in the distance. The remaining few people kept retreating. But at this moment, a terrifying aura had already enveloped them. Pfft, as expected, everyone's bodies exploded, killed by Lin Feng's force. The blue-clothed young master had already flown to the spaceship. Rumble, the spaceship started to move, wanting to escape into the distance. Skyrend, Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he waved his right hand. 1,000-meter-long saber light condensed and instantly slashed out. The huge saber light instantly tore the entire spaceship apart. The blue-clothed young master hiding in the spaceship was cut in half. None of the cultivators controlling the spaceship were spared. Xiao Tingyu and Xiao Tingyue looked at each other. There were so many experts. They died just like that. Killing those strong cultivators was as easy as blowing away dust for Lin Feng. Wasn't he too strong? Could it be that he had already cultivated to the 8th level of the Yin-Yang realm? Or even the 10th level? When they thought of this, the two sisters felt abnormally shocked. After all, Lin Feng was about the same age as them. His cultivation was so unfathomable that the two sisters felt like they were looking up at a tall mountain. "Let's go," Lin Feng said indifferently. The blue-clothed young master and the others were just small fries. Lin Feng didn't care about them at all. His opponent was a top-notch genius like Huangfuqing Tian. Wangxian town was bustling as usual. People came and went. Many cultivators who entered the ancient forest of the fallen immortals would rest in Wangxian town. There were stone shops, casinos, brothels, elixir stores, spirit array stores, weapon stores, and various other shops. There was also a branch of the Mercenary Association located here. Lin Feng, Xiao Tingyu, and Xiao Tingyue arrived at Wangxian town. They planned to find an inn to stay and rest for 2 days. Tingyue, thank the heavens that I found the two of you here." At that moment, a surprised voice sounded. More than 10 cultivators rushed over. The leader was a young man who looked to be in his late 20s, and he looked relieved. "Big brother." When Xiao Tingyu and Xiao Tingyue saw the young man, they were pleasantly surprised and hurried over. The young man reprimanded them. "The two of you are really messing around. How could you sneak into the ancient forest of the fallen immortals? What if something happened to you?" Xiao Tingyu and Xiao Tingyue lowered their heads, not daring to refute him. Lin Feng was slightly speechless. He was afraid that Xiao Tingyu and Xiao Tingyue had snuck out. Their clan was worried about their safety, so they had come to look for them. The young man looked at the two sisters and asked, "Are those your friends?" The two sisters hurriedly nodded. Xiao Tingyu said, "This is Lin Feng and Lin Gongzi. If it weren't for him, we would have died in the ancient forest of the fallen immortals. This is my big brother, Xiao Jinyu. Brother Lin, thank you for saving my sister." Xiao Jinyu cupped his fists. Brother Qiao, you're too polite. Lin Feng cupped his fists in response. Lin Feng then said, since Xiao Tingyu and Xiao Tingyue have found their families, I'll take my leave. When they heard that Lin Feng was about to leave, Xiao Tingyu and Xiao Tingyue looked reluctant to part with him. Xiao Jinyu said, Brother Lin, please wait. Is there something else? Lin Feng asked. Xiao Jinyu said, Brother Lin, since you're alone, why don't you stay with us for the time being? Also, I have something to discuss with you. I'm sure you'll be very interested in it. Seeing how confident Xiao Jinyu was, Lin Feng was somewhat puzzled as to what Xiao Jinyu wanted to discuss with him. Lin Gongzi, since you won't be leaving Wangxian town for the next few days, why don't you stay with us? We haven't properly thanked you for saving us yet. Xiao Tingyu blushed. Then I'll have to trouble you. Lin Feng cupped his fists. The Qiao family rented a courtyard in Wangxian town as a temporary place to rest. At night, Xiao Jinyu held a banquet for Lin Feng to thank Lin Feng for saving Xiao Tingyu and Xiao Tingyue's lives. After the banquet ended, Xiao Jinyu invited Lin Feng to a private room. It was obvious that they had something to discuss. What does Xiao Jinyu want to talk about? Lin Feng looked interested. Xiao Jinyu laughed, Brother Lin, have you ever heard of Yuan meteor stones? Lin Feng shook his head, nope. May I know what Yuan meteor stones are? Xiao Jinyu continued, these few years, the various transcendent powers of the Tianwu continent have been trying to repair the space-time tunnel on the ancient path of starry sky, in order to reopen the astral trials. Yuan meteor stones are the materials required to repair the ancient path of starry sky. Naturally, not everyone is qualified to participate in the astral trials. Other than having to pay a huge amount of spirit stones, one also has to pay a fee of Yuan meteor stones. This is because the space-time tunnel on the ancient path of starry sky could malfunction at any time, and the various transcendent powers need to have sufficient Yuan meteor stones in order to deal with any unexpected situations. If the space-time tunnel on the ancient path of starry sky were to malfunction, and they didn't have enough Yuan meteor stones to repair the space-time tunnel, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lin Feng nodded. If the space-time tunnel malfunctioned and couldn't be repaired in time, the cultivators in the tunnel might die tragically, while the others would be trapped in the outer world, unable to return. Since Brother Qiao mentioned Yuan meteor stones, could it be that Brother Qiao knows something about them? Lin Feng asked. Xiao Jinyu nodded, there's a meteorite mountain range in the ancient forest of fallen immortals, and there are many Yuan meteor stones there. If Brother Lin wishes to head to the outer world to train, you'll have to pay Yuan meteor stones. Therefore, I'd like to invite Brother Lin to head to the meteorite mountain range to search for Yuan meteor stones. What do you think? Lin Feng nodded, sure, when will we be leaving? There are still a few friends coming. We'll set off immediately after they arrive. Xiao Jinyu said. No problem. After parting ways with Xiao Jinyu, Lin Feng returned to his residence. The night was long, and Lin Feng wasn't in the mood to sleep. He flew to the roof of his residence and drank some wine. Gazing into the distance, he could see a boundless sea of trees. That was the direction of the ancient forest of fallen immortals. The roars of the beasts in the ancient forest of fallen immortals could be heard unceasingly. Lin Feng didn't care about the Yuan meteor stones. Since there were some in the meteorite mountain range, he would definitely be able to find them. Even if Yuan meteor stones were extremely rare, he would be able to find them with his dragon search incantation. Lin Feng was thinking about the demonic realm. The ancient forest of fallen immortals was too huge, and it was too difficult to find the demonic realm. The map imprinted on the tortoise shell was only an approximate location. In addition, it was an ancient forest of fallen immortals. Times the demonic realm. Therefore, it wasn't easy to find the demonic world of fallen. Lin smell. Lin Feng, s and sat sssss. Of her, ofs. This woman was full of charm, what did you and you talk? Talk. Xiao Tingyu turned around and looked at Lin Feng. Looking at Xiao Tingyu up close, Lin Feng realized how beautiful she was. Her hair was tied up in a bun, and her eyes seemed to be filled with spring. Her skin was as smooth as jade, and her cherry lips were red. The two strands of hair on her cheeks fluttered in the wind, adding to her seductive charm. She wore a light green dress, and her waist was slim. Her beauty was flawless. When Xiao Tingyu sensed that Lin Feng was looking at her, she blushed. She looked shy, which made her look even more seductive. Lin Feng said, "Brother Qiao told me about the Yuan meteor stones and invited me to search for them together." Xiao Tingyu's face lit up. If Lin Feng went with Qiao Jinyu to search for Yuan meteor stones, didn't that mean that he would be able to spend more time with them? The next day, Lin Feng left the house early in the morning. He wanted to buy some things he needed. He needed to buy some formation materials, which might be useful. He also needed to buy some other necessities. When Xiao Tingyu and Xiao Tingyue saw that Lin Feng was going out, they walked over. Xiao Tingyue asked, "Lin Gongzi, are you going out?" Lin Feng nodded. "I'm going to buy some necessities." "Let's go with you." Xiao Tingyue blushed. Lin Feng naturally wouldn't refuse these two beautiful sisters. Along the way, many people looked at Lin Feng with envy and jealousy. When a man went out, he actually had two extremely beautiful women by his side, one big and one small. It really made others envious. Some people even thought that the brat had already done the deed with that pair of beautiful sisters. Lin Feng finished buying some necessities and smiled at the sisters. "What do you want to buy?" Xiao Tingyue's personality was much more lively. "Although we don't have anything to buy, we've always wanted to visit a certain place." "Which place?" Lin Feng asked. "A stone workshop," the two sisters said at the same time. Immediately, their faces turned slightly red. Xiao Tingyu said, "We've only heard of the stone workshop, but we've never been there. We're very curious." Lin Feng smiled. "There seems to be a small stone workshop in Wangxian town. Since you want to go there to broaden your horizons, let's go take a look." "Lin Gongzi, you're so nice. If Big Brother was here, he definitely wouldn't let us go to a place like the stone workshop." Xiao Tingyue happily hugged Lin Feng's arm. Immediately, Lin Feng felt his arm sink into a turbulent wave. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. Xiao Tingyue was really careless. Did she not feel the sensation of hugging his arm like this? Soon, Xiao Tingyue felt it, and her face turned slightly red. She let go of Lin Feng's arm and lowered her head, not daring to look at Lin Feng. Lin Feng coughed dryly to hide his awkwardness. He said, "Let's go to the stone workshop and see if we can cut anything good out of it." The two girls nodded excitedly. The three people arrived at the stone workshop of looking immortal town. The streets outside were crowded with people coming and going. This was indeed a place where people from all walks of life mingled. Many people revealed malicious gazes when they saw Xiao Tingyu and Xiao Tingyu, this pair of exquisite sisters. Some people even wanted to take advantage of them, but Lin Feng coldly glanced at them. Many people felt that Lin Feng wasn't someone to be trifled with, so they dispersed and didn't dare to approach him. "There's only some low-grade stones outside. Let's go inside and take a look," Lin Feng said. The two sisters nodded and followed Lin Feng into the stone workshop. There were many courtyards here. Tingyue, why are you here?" A pleasantly surprised voice sounded. More than 10 cultivators rushed over. One of them was a green-robed young master and the other was a white-robed young master. The green-robed young master looked at Xiao Tingyu with a burning gaze. The white-robed young master looked at Xiao Tingyue with joy. Xiao Tingyu and Xiao Tingyu had good family backgrounds, and they were also beautiful and attractive. Naturally, they had many admirers. The two people in front of them were Xiao Tingyu and Xiao Tingyu's admirers. They were also members of aristocratic families, so they quickly put away their gloomy expressions and put on smiles. "So it's you, Lu Xianhuang, Hai Wuyan." Xiao Tingyu curled her lips. "Why are you here in Wangxian town?" asked the young man in white, whose name was Lu Xianhuang. Xiao Tingyu replied, "We're here to gain experience, of course." Lin Feng could tell that Xiao Tingyu and Xiao Tingyu didn't like these two people very much. However, Lu Xianhuang and Hai Wuyan didn't seem to sense anything, and they continued to smile. Hai Wuyan glanced at Lin Feng and asked, "How should I address you, friend?" "This is Lin Feng and Lin Gongzi. This is Lu Xianhuang, and this is Hai Wuyan." Xiao Tingyu gave a simple introduction. Lu Xianhuang and Hai Wuyan's clans were also aristocratic families in Yuezhou. 3 years ago, they had met at a gathering of the younger generation of Yuezhou's aristocratic families, and Lu Xianhuang and Hai Wuyan had started to pursue Qiao Tingyu and Xiao Tingyu. However, Lu Xianhuang and Hai Wuyan's reputation wasn't very good. It was rumored that they had special hobbies. They liked to play with a phoenix and seek excitement. They were really rotten. Although this wasn't confirmed, it was still true. However, there was no such thing as an impenetrable wall. Xiao Tingyu and Xiao Tingyu had naturally heard of this before, so they didn't have a good impression of Lu Xianhuang and Hai Wuyan. However, the Qiao clan, the Lu clan, and the Hai clan were old friends, so they had to deal with these two people. Xiao Tingyu said, "Lin Gongzi, let's go in and take a look." Lin Feng nodded and entered a shop with Xiao Tingyu and Xiao Tingyu. "Who's this guy? Lin Feng? Have you heard of him?" asked Lu Xianhuang with a gloomy expression. Hai Wuyan shook her head with a disdainful expression. "I don't know where this brat came from, but he dares to touch the woman we've taken a fancy to? He really doesn't know what's good for him. Let's go take a look." Of course. Of a dozen or so people. Tingyu said. Of. Xiao Tingyu pointed at a piece of green stone and said, "I think this stone is pretty good. I wonder how much it's worth." Stones. Xiao Tingyu was shocked. A stone was actually so expensive. Even though she was a descendant of a clan of the ancients, she was still shocked by the price. "Tingyu, if you want to choose a stone, we can help you. Brother Li Xinghe, the eldest disciple of Stone King Xian Yuanlong, will be here soon." Lu Xianhuang smiled. At that moment, a commotion could be heard outside. A dozen or so cultivators were escorting a cultivator wearing a starry robe. The cultivator looked to be in his 30s. His body was adorned with jewels and treasures. The starry robe he wore was a high-grade prized treasure. His pair of Cloud Ascension boots were also high-grade prized treasures. His robe and the longevity bracelet on his wrist were all high-grade prized treasures. Wearing so many high-grade prized artifacts on his body showed that he was quite rich. Of course, the most precious item was the jade pendant on his waist. This jade pendant was called the Spirit Jade. Wearing the Spirit Jade could double the cultivation speed of the wearer. It was a precious treasure. Li Xinghe had an arrogant expression on his face. Heavens, it's Li Xinghe. He's the eldest disciple of Stone King Xian Yuanlong. He's only slightly better than Xian Yuanlong in identifying stones. Li Xinghe's arrival caused quite a stir. Stone King Xian Yuanlong was a famous expert in identifying stones in the nearby provinces. He'd cut out many good things from stones, and he'd even cut out a divine bone that had records of ancient techniques. Because of this, Xian Yuanlong was extremely famous. Countless ancestors from rich and powerful clans had asked him to help identify stones. As Xian Yuanlong's disciple, Li Xinghe naturally attracted a lot of attention. "Brother Li, you're here." Lu Xianhuang and Hai Wuyan bowed to him. Li Xinghe nodded. They chatted for a while, then a group of people walked over. Lu Xianhuang smiled and said, "Big Brother Li, these two are Qiao Tingyu and Qiao Tingyue from Yuezhou's Qiao clan. They want to cut some stones and hope that Big Brother Li can help them choose some good stones." Li Xinghe said calmly, "If someone else had asked me, I wouldn't have helped them. However, the elders of your Lu clan are friends with my master, so I'll give you some face today." Lu Xianhuang immediately looked flattered, and she hurriedly thanked him. Li Xinghe looked at Qiao Tingyu and asked, "You want to cut some stones?" Qiao Tingyu bowed slightly, and Xiao Tingyu nodded. Li Xinghe glanced at the dozens of stones around them, then pointed at a stone with golden spots on it. "This stone is called Golden Spot Stone. If I'm not mistaken, this stone was formed in the deepest parts of a gold mine." The manager of the workshop said, "Young Master Li, you have a good eye. This stone was indeed mined from a large gold mine." Li Xinghe looked slightly pleased. He then looked at Qiao Tingyu and said, "You can cut this golden spot stone." Li Xinghe didn't explain. He clasped his hands behind his back, looking very mysterious. Qiao Tingyu asked, "How much is this stone?" 1,500 top-grade spirit stones. The manager of the workshop said. Qiao Tingyu hesitated for a moment, but just as she was about to nod and buy the stone, Lin Feng smiled and said, "Ting Yu, I think this stone is better." Lin Feng pointed at a black stone that was half a meter in diameter. It was bumpy and dark, and it looked very ordinary. "Brat, who are you? How dare you question my choice of stone?" Li Xinghe's expression sank. Lu Xianhuang and Hai Wuyan had long been jealous of Lin Feng because of Qiao Tingyu and Qiao Tingyu. When they saw that Lin Feng had actually asked Qiao Tingyu to choose another stone, they immediately sneered. Lu Xianhuang said, "That brat is called Lin Feng. I don't know how he managed to get close to the Qiao family." Hai Wuyan looked at Lin Feng indifferently and said with a fake smile, "Brother Lin, hurry up and apologize to Brother Li. Brother Li is a magnanimous person, and he won't blame you." Lin Feng said indifferently, "Apologize? Why should I apologize? I only asked Tingyu to choose a stone that caught my eye. I don't think I've offended anyone, right?" Li Xinghe's expression sank slightly, and he sneered, "The art of identifying stones is profound and unfathomable. Not just anyone can understand it." Lin Feng said indifferently, "It seems that this brother is very familiar with the art of identifying stones." Li Xinghe said proudly, "My master is the Stone King, Xian Yuanlong. Naturally, I have some understanding of the art of identifying stones. Since that's the case, how about we make a bet?" Lin Feng said with a half-smile. "What are we betting on?" Li Xinghe narrowed his eyes. "Let's bet on the value of the stones we choose. If you win, I'll give you a 50,000-year-old sacred herb. If you lose, you'll have to give me the psychic jade on your waist." Lin Feng said indifferently. "You want my psychic jade?" Li Xinghe's expression sank slightly, but when he thought about how Lin Feng was someone he had never even heard of, he couldn't help but wonder how capable he could be. Besides, the temptation of a sacred herb was too great. Although the psychic jade was precious, it couldn't compare to a sacred herb. Moreover, Li Xinghe was extremely confident in himself. "Brat, since you want to give me a treasure, how can I not take it?" Someone was using a 50,000-year-old sacred herb to bet against Li Xinghe, the disciple of Stone King Xian Yuanlong. News of this matter was about to spread. Many cultivators swarmed over, surrounding the area so tightly that not even a drop of water could pass through. "Who's going to cut the rock first?" Li Xinghe asked. "You go first." Lin Feng waved his hand and smiled. Li Xinghe did not refuse. He took out his stone-cutting knife and walked over to the golden-spotted rock. "Who's that kid? He actually dares to bet against Li Xinghe, and he even used a 50,000-year-old sacred herb to bet against Li Xinghe. That's too much. Does he have a card up his sleeve?" A cultivator muttered. "He should know a thing or two about identifying rocks. A hothead like him would never bet against Li Xinghe." However, Li Xinghe has received the legacy of Stone King Xian Yuanlong, and his ability to identify rocks is at least 30% of Xian Yuanlong's. Li Xinghe is now known as Little Stone King, and it's not for nothing. That young man is so young. Even if he knows a thing or two about identifying rocks, how can he compare to Li Xinghe? He probably wants to get Li Xinghe's intermediary spirit jade, so he wants to take a gamble. A treasure like the intermediary spirit jade is extremely rare. Wearing such a treasure can double one's absorption rate of spiritual energy. Who wouldn't want such a treasure? That's true, but how can Li Xinghe's treasure be so easy to get? He'll probably suffer a double loss in the end. Many people discussed among themselves. Clearly, they did not think highly of the bet between Lin Feng and Li Xinghe. After all, Li Xinghe was famous. Meanwhile, Li Xinghe had already started cutting the rock. Li Xinghe's stone-cutting technique was top-notch. Clearly, he was quite skilled. It did not take long for the rock to shrink by half, leaving only about 1 meter in diameter. Crack, Li Xinghe swung the knife again. This time, the knife seemed to have hit something hard, and a clanging sound could be heard. Everyone's expression suddenly changed. He had indeed cut something. Li Xinghe's lips curled into a smug smile. He increased the speed of his stone cutting. In the end, Li Xinghe cut out a set of armor. It was supposed to be a very powerful armor, but it was now broken. He seemed to have suffered a heavy blow in the past. Although the armor made from black demon iron is broken, it's still very valuable. If it can be repaired, it should be as powerful as a semi-finished defensive Dao tool. A blacksmith said. I don't know if I can fix it. Such a broken armor is worth at most a few dozen spiritual stones of the highest quality, said Lin Feng. Lin Feng said indifferently. The golden spot stone was worth 1,500 top-grade spirit stones. It was obviously a losing business to cut out such a broken armor. Li Xinghe's face was slightly gloomy. He said coldly, cutting a stone requires some luck. Moreover, there are very few stones that can be cut out. Now that it's your turn, I want to see what good things you can cut out of this stone. Lin Feng smiled indifferently and said, just watch. He took out his stone-cutting knife and began to cut the stone. Stone fragments flew everywhere. Not long after, waves of astonishing fluctuations were emitted from the stone. This is? Many people's eyes widened. Obviously, even if they didn't see what was inside the stone, everyone knew that there was definitely something good inside the stone. Li Xinghe's face became gloomy. Lin Feng naturally didn't care about Li Xinghe's mood at this moment. The stone continued to shrink. It was gradually cut open. Finally, the thing wrapped in the stone appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It turned out to be a pair of bronze hairpins. On the bronze hairpin, there was a 7-colored phoenix carved on it. It was beautiful. Bronze? Many people exclaimed. Bronze was a treasure passed down from the Bronze Age. For example, Lin Feng had once obtained a bronze mirror, which was very powerful. And Lin Feng actually cut out a pair of bronze hairpins. The value of this pair of hairpins was difficult to measure. Swish, suddenly, everyone saw that the 2 bronze hairpins had turned into 2 blue phoenixes. The 2 blue phoenixes soared into the sky, wanting to fly away. The phoenix also had many branches. Feng, Huang, Luan, Bian, 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 and so on were all branches of the phoenix. The blue phoenixes were naturally part of the phoenix clan. Suppress. Seeing that the 2 blue phoenixes were about to fly away, Lin Feng waved his right hand, and magic power rolled out, directly suppressing the 2 blue phoenixes. The 2 blue phoenixes once again turned into 2 bronze hairpins. The hairpins have a spirit. This is definitely a treasure. Many people were incomparably excited. Young friend, can you part with this pair of bronze hairpins? No matter what you want, this old man will try his best to find it for you. Young friend, this old man has a Dao artifact here. How about exchanging it for one of your bronze hairpins? Young friend, many experts of the older generation were alarmed and rushed over. They wanted to exchange for the 2 bronze hairpins in Lin Feng's hand. Bronze objects were very mysterious. They themselves had an immeasurable amount of power. Most importantly, they had immemorial runes recorded on them, so they were very valuable for research. The elders of these powerful groups naturally didn't want to miss out on treasures like bronze objects. Many people were astonished because many important people had come. Many of them were famous cultivators from the 10 prefectures around the ancient forest of fallen immortals. Now, they were all attracted by the bronze hairpins. But Lin Feng declined their offer to exchange the hairpins. He looked at Li Xinghe and smiled. It seems that you've lost this competition. Li Xinghe's mouth twitched violently. He nodded painfully and said, I didn't think that I'd meet such an expert today. Today, I, Li Xinghe, am willing to accept my loss. This psychic jade is yours. Li Xinghe threw the jade to Lin Feng. Lin Feng hadn't thought that Li Xinghe would be so straightforward. His impression of Li Xinghe changed a lot. In half a year, a batch of the best stones will appear in Saint Stone City. Legend has it that they're divine stones passed down from the ancient times. I hope Brother Lin can come when the time comes. Li Xinghe cupped his fists. Lin Feng was a little surprised. Such an ancient stone would probably produce something earth-shattering. Okay. Lin Feng cupped his fists. Li Xinghe didn't stay any longer and turned to leave. Lu Xianhuang and Hai Wuyan's expressions were gloomy. They glared at Lin Feng fiercely and quickly chased after him. Lin Feng gave the 2 bronze hairpins to the sisters, Xiao Tingyu and Xiao Tingyue. The sisters were stunned. For us? Many people's mouths twitched violently. That was a bronze object. Its value couldn't be measured with spirit stones. But Lin Feng was giving it away so casually. Wasn't he too generous? A precious hairpin to match a beauty. This kind of ancient bronze hairpin suits your temperament. Lin Feng smiled. Xiao Tingyu and Xiao Tingyue immediately blushed and shyly reached out to take the bronze hairpins. This guy won't win the hearts of the sisters just because he gave the hairpins to the beauties, right? Maybe he'll be able to play with both of them. Brotherly, that brat doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He actually dared to win your psychic jade. He's just courting death. He must have guessed correctly. Why don't we find someone to secretly get rid of him? Lu Xianhuang chased after him, her eyes filled with killing intent. Hai Wuyan also said, Brotherly, you don't need to do anything. We can do it for you. Li Xinghe glanced indifferently at Lu Xianhuang and Hai Wuyan. He couldn't help but feel disgusted by them. He said indifferently that Lin Feng isn't as simple as he seems on the surface. You don't need to follow me. I'm going back to Holy Stone City to study the stone identification technique with Master. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Xinghe left with a dozen cultivators. Lu Xianhuang and Hai Wuyan's expressions kept changing. Hai Wuyan spat on the ground and said, What the hell? I already said that he didn't need to do anything, but he still left so quickly. What a coward. Lu Xianhuang said gloomily, After this battle, I'm afraid that those two bitches, Xiao Tingyu and Xiao Tingyue, will be dead set on that brat. If he dares to steal the women we like, he'll only end up dead. Hai Wuyan nodded and said, Then we'll find a good opportunity to get rid of him. Little friend, can you help me identify a few stones? When the time comes, you'll definitely be handsomely rewarded. I also have a few stones that need to be identified. I hope you can help me. Many older cultivators crowded forward, hoping that Lin Feng would help them. Lin Feng said, If you want me to identify stones, you have to follow my rules. If you can produce a law, you can ask me to help. Lin Feng's words caused a huge commotion. The rewards were too harsh. If they had a law, who wouldn't keep it for themselves and refine it, it could greatly increase one's cultivation. Little friend, your conditions are too harsh. Immediately, many experts of the older generation frowned and said. Lin Feng said indifferently, It's not worth it to pay such a high price for ordinary stones. If it's a top-grade stone that's worth hundreds of thousands, millions, or even millions of top-grade spirit stones, then it's possible to cut out something unimaginable. Paying a Dharma law to have me appraise stones is a win-win situation. Who do you think you are? A mere junior dares to boast shamelessly here? An expert sneered. If you can afford it, then make a move. If you can't, then scram. Don't embarrass yourself here. Lin Feng clasped his hands behind his back and sneered. Since the other party's words were disrespectful, Lin Feng naturally didn't need to be polite. Insolent brat, I'd like to see what you're capable of today. As soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man walked over. The middle-aged man walked with a majestic gait. It was as if there was a primordial force in his body. He was abnormally powerful. Is that Huangfu Dushang from the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty? Someone was astonished. The Yuhua Immortal Dynasty was an ancient dynasty of the celestial continent. It was a powerful group in the ancient forest of fallen immortals. So you're from the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty? Said Lin Feng coldly. Even though that person was strong, Lin Feng wasn't afraid. If they fought, even if that person was a creation layer cultivator, he could still kill him. Humph. The Yuhua Immortal Dynasty has overstepped its boundaries. Said someone coldly. Thump, thump, thump. Huangfu Dushang was pushed back 3 steps. An old man came out of the courtyard. Qi Liansun from Holy Stone City. Many people were astonished when they saw that old man. The Qi Lian clan from Holy Stone City was also an ancient clan. They were unfathomably strong. Qi Liansun was an expert of the older generation of the Qilian clan. His strength was known as the Fortune Realm. I was wrong. I hope you don't blame me. Huangfu Dushang's expression changed slightly. He didn't dare act presumptuously again. He hastily apologized to Qi Liansun. Forget it. I'll forgive you this time. Qi Liansun waved his hand and looked at Lin Feng. He smiled and said, Young friend, don't you think that your request is too harsh? Lin Feng said calmly, if I want an expert to help me, I naturally have to pay a price. Many people were discussing spiritedly. Lin Feng was a young cultivator. Even if he knew how to identify stones, could he be considered an expert? Even the stone monarch Shan Yuanlong would not make such a harsh request for someone to take out the laws. Lin Feng was only around 20 years old. What did he have to make such a request? Many people thought that Lin Feng was being arrogant. Even Xiao Tingyu and Xiao Tingyue were anxious. If they offended an important person like Qi Liansun because of this, they would die without a grave. It is said that heroes come from the young. Today, I would like to see it for myself. Little friend, I have a batch of stones that I want to transport to Holy Stone City. These stones belong to my Qilian clan. I plan to cut a stone. Can you help me take a look? Said Qi Liansun. Stones for Holy Stone City? No wonder Qi Liansun is here. It seems that Qi Liansun is in charge of escorting these stones. How precious are these stones that require such an expert to escort them? Many people were astonished. What about the reward? Asked Lin Feng. Qi Liansun stretched out his right hand and saw a twisted mass of law sealed in it. This is a fire demon beast emperor's law. Qi Liansun gave the law to Lin Feng. Old man, you're quite a straightforward person. Let's go take a look at the stones. Said Lin Feng. Please follow me. Said Qi Liansun as he walked towards the courtyard. Of course, not just anyone had the qualifications to enter. Only a dozen or so of the older generation were allowed to enter and watch. Apart from them, only Xiao Tingyu and Xiao Tingyue were allowed to enter. Xiao Tingyu and Xiao Tingyue were extremely nervous. What would they do if they couldn't cut anything good? There were more than 30 stones in the 8th courtyard. These were the stones that Qi Liansun was escorting to Holy Stone City. Those stones belonged to the Qi Lian clan, not Qi Liansun. Therefore, Qi Liansun had to spend a lot of money to cut them. Young friend, the stones are all here. Please choose one for me, said Qi Liansun. Choose one for me, said Qi Liansun. Lin Feng nodded and walked towards the stones. Lin Feng's body emitted a black fog that enveloped Lin Feng. What's that? Qi Liansun and the dozen or so older generation experts were all shocked. Obviously, they had never seen Lin Feng's stone discernment technique. He's trying to hide his stone discernment technique, right? Said an old man. More than 30 stones were extraordinary. Lin Feng could sense the astonishing energy fluctuations contained within them. There were all kinds of treasures sealed in these stones. The stronger the energy fluctuations, the more precious the item would be. This was how ordinary cultivators identified stones. Of course, it wasn't guaranteed to succeed. Lin Feng's stone identification technique was based on sensing the energy fluctuations of the sealed item and combining it with the snake eye to determine whether the item was valuable or not. Lin Feng glanced at a silver-white stone. It was surrounded by white fog. It was called an immortal flying stone. It was an extremely rare stone. Lin Feng looked at the immortal flying stone. His heart was pounding. The immortal flying stone was extraordinary. Lin Feng could sense that there was something terrifying inside. That feeling made his heart tremble. The thing inside the immortal flying stone had an extremely strong murderous qi. Once it was born, it would cause terrible consequences. How much is this immortal flying stone worth? Asked Lin Feng. 3,120,000 top-grade spirit stones, said Qi Lishuan. Lin Feng was astonished. Lin Feng was surprised. Celestial flying stones were extremely expensive. They were as expensive as a Dao weapon. Is this a stone passed down from the immemorial era? Asked Lin Feng. Indeed. This immortal flying stone is one of the immemorial stones, said Qi Lishuan. Lin Feng nodded. Lin Feng understood. No wonder the celestial ascension stone was so terrifying. It was a stone from the ancient times. It had existed for a very long time. It was normal for something terrifying to have been born in it. Take this immortal flying stone back to Holy Stone City and seal it. It's best if you don't cut it open, said Lin Feng. Why is that? Asked Qi Lishuan. This stone is extremely dangerous, said Lin Feng. Qi Lishuan frowned. He didn't want to hear that. Sealing such an ancient stone would be a huge loss for the Qi Lian clan. Lin Feng didn't care too much about Qi Lianshuan's opinion. He just expressed his own opinion. He then observed the rest of the stone materials. Lin Feng found a few very special stone materials. 3 of them seemed to have given birth to something amazing, but Lin Feng could not see through these 3 stones, so he did not know what was inside. He guessed that these 3 stones should also be ancient stones. As for whether they could be cut into something good, Lin Feng was not sure. Lin Feng cut the stone. He only cut stones that he could understand. Don't cut stones that you don't understand. Finally, Lin Feng stopped in front of a navy blue stone. This stone had a blue light surging inside it. Although Lin Feng couldn't see what was inside the blue light, he could feel a majestic life force emitting from it. This life force shocked and moved Lin Feng. That's it, please cut the stone. Lin Feng pointed to the navy blue stone material. Qi Lianshuan nodded. He came to the stone material, took out a stone-cutting knife, and began to cut the stone. Except for Lin Feng, everyone held their breath and looked nervously. This navy blue stone material was worth 470,000 top-grade spirit stones, which could be called a sky-high price. They didn't know if it could be cut into something good. If it couldn't be cut into something good, Qi Lianshuan would suffer a big loss this time. The stone material kept getting bigger. But there was nothing. When the stone material was only the size of a fist, nothing could be cut out. Qi Lianshuan's face was gloomy. The white-haired old men were also whispering to each other. From time to time, they would look at Lin Feng with pity in their eyes. Xiao Tingyu and Xiao Tingyue were very nervous and worried. It seemed that nothing valuable could be cut out of this stone material. How would Qi Lianshuan deal with Lin Feng? They were very worried about Lin Feng's safety. I'm afraid this stone material is useless. Qi Lianshuan said in a deep voice. Lin Feng clasped his hands behind his back, still wearing a calm expression. Many people admired Lin Feng's state of mind. This kid was still so calm even now. They really didn't know what was going on in this guy's head. Could it be that he didn't know fear? Lin Feng said indifferently, cut it again. Qi Lianshuan's final strike split the fist-sized stone into 2. Suddenly, a strong aura of life spread out. A drop of spirit liquid dripped out of the stone material. It was a drop of emerald green spirit liquid. Qi Lianshuan was shocked and hurriedly wrapped the spirit liquid with his magic power. Spring of life. A white-haired old man cried out in surprise, his face full of disbelief. What? Spring of life? The essence of life nurtured by the tree of life? Spring of life comparable to a medicine of immortality? Another white-haired old man roared in shock. A medicine of immortality could rejuvenate a person's youth. A drop of spring of life naturally couldn't achieve the same effect as an entire medicine of immortality. However, it also had endless effects. Although it was impossible to return to one's youth after consuming it, it could at least make one 1,000 years younger. As one grew older, one's body would become weaker and weaker. In the secular world, there was a saying that people who lived to 70 were rare. In other words, people who lived to 70 were about to die. This was because the body was too old and couldn't continue living. If one consumed the spring of life, their body would immediately improve and become younger. Apart from being able to make people younger, the spring of life had many other miraculous effects, such as activating the dried-up divine power in a person's body, extending their lifespan by 800 years, healing injuries, etc. This was a treasure that surpassed a medicine of immortality. Haha, thank you so much, young friend. Qi Lianshuan's gloomy face became extremely excited, even to the point of speaking incoherently. Lin Feng said indifferently, you don't need to thank me, this is what you deserve. I also got what I wanted. Tingyue, let's go. Seeing that Lin Feng was about to leave, a white-haired old man hurriedly said, young friend, I also have a law here. I hope you can help me get a treasure. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man also took out a sealed law. The old man was called Duanmu Chang, and he was an ancestor of the Duanmu family, the #1 power in Yuezhou. He was almost a giant, and although he was slightly weaker than Qi Lianshuan, he was still an unfathomable figure. He was only one step away from becoming a giant. Lin Feng took the law. He pointed at an ink-colored stone and said, "Senior, please cut that stone." Duan Muchang nodded and went to cut the stone. Everyone looked over. The stone kept shrinking. Finally, a refreshing fragrance wafted out from the stone. An ink-colored fruit was sealed by a stone. "This is the soaring dragon fruit." When he saw the fruit, Duan Muchang's eyes almost popped out. He was so excited that his whole body was trembling. Heavens, it's actually the soaring dragon fruit. Qi Lianxuan's expression changed. The soaring dragon fruit. The reincarnation of life and death. The soaring dragon fruit was a rare treasure of heaven and earth. If a cultivator at the peak of the creation realm used it to break through to the life and death realm, their chances of success would increase by 60%. If a cultivator at the peak of the life and death realm used the soaring dragon fruit to break through to the rebirth realm, their chances of success would increase by 30%. It's actually the soaring dragon fruit. This is a heavenly treasure that has disappeared since the ancient times. Duan Muchang actually obtained it. It seems like he's about to break through to the life and death realm and become a giant. The white-haired elders looked at Duan Muchang enviously. They were also quasi-giants. They couldn't break through. Now that they saw Duan Muchang cut the soaring dragon fruit, their hearts were filled with mixed feelings. At this moment, everyone came back to their senses. Lin Feng had cut 2 stones. He had cut them into the spring of life and the soaring dragon fruit. His ability to distinguish stones was too terrifying, wasn't it? Even the Stone King, Xian Yuanlong, was a far cry from him, right? Godly, truly godly. Reaching perfection is a saint. Little friend, you should be respectfully called the Stone Saint. Qi Liansun and the others said excitedly. They looked at where Lin Feng was standing and found that Lin Feng had already left with his 2 female companions. "Quickly go find the little Stone Saint," the old man said excitedly. Lin Feng was too young, so they added the word little in front of him. Lin Feng was called the Little Stone Saint by this group of people. This was quite similar to how Lin Feng was called the Little Stone Saint in Angry Axe City because Lin Feng's ability to distinguish stones had reached perfection. Qi Liansun said, "Everyone, since the Little Stone Saint left quietly, it means he doesn't want to be disturbed. Won't he go to Holy Stone City in half a year? We should think of a way to collect the origin laws and wait for him to come to Holy Stone City in half a year." That's right. No matter what price we have to pay, we have to find the origin laws. When the time comes, we'll ask the Little Stone Saint to pick the stones for us. In the eyes of outsiders, this group of old men was respectable, but at this moment, they were like young cultivators who had seen a hero they worshipped. They were so excited that they couldn't control themselves. On the way back, Xiao Tingyu and Xiao Tingyue's emotions were very complicated. Firstly, it was because Lin Feng had given them the ancient bronze hairpin, causing them to be incomparably shy. At the same time, they couldn't help but let their imaginations run wild. Most of the time, a man would give a woman a hairpin as a token of love. Such a precious thing, yet Lin Feng had given each of them one. Could it be that he had taken a fancy to both of them at the same time? This caused the 2 sisters to let their imaginations run wild. Although the relationship between the 2 of them was good, they couldn't accept the fact that the 2 of them were serving the same husband. However, if they were to give up on Lin Feng just like that, the 2 of them wouldn't be able to do it. Secondly, it was because of Lin Feng's godly stone discernment technique, which could be said to have reached perfection. Even Stone King Xian Yuanlong was far inferior to Lin Feng, right? Lin Feng's body added a lot of mysterious colors, like a fatal poison that teased the hearts of the 2 sisters, causing them to involuntarily want to know everything about Lin Feng. Just like when they came, when they left, many people had envious, jealous, and hateful expressions when they saw such a pair of beautiful sisters by Lin Feng's side. They really wanted to become Lin Feng so that they could enjoy the happiness of having 2 wives. After the 3 of them left the stone workshop, Lin Feng said with a smile, "Don't tell others about what happened in the stone workshop, so as to avoid causing unnecessary trouble." Xiao Tingyu and Xiao Tingyue nodded. After returning to his residence, Lin Feng began to go into seclusion to refine the 2 laws. As for Xiao Tingyu and Xiao Tingyue, they both returned to their rooms and laid on their beds. Their minds were filled with Lin Feng's figure, and they couldn't get rid of it. As if they had thought of some embarrassing scene, the two sisters covered their pink faces and shyly twisted their soft and enchanting bodies on the bed. As for Lin Feng, he was refining the 2 laws he had obtained. He had already refined one of the laws in his body. After breaking through to the creation realm, one would condense a law. Under normal circumstances, a cultivator at the first layer of the creation realm would have 1 law. A cultivator at the second layer of the creation realm possessed 3 laws. A cultivator at the third firmament of the creation realm possessed 9 laws. A cultivator at the fourth layer of the creation realm possessed 27 laws. A cultivator at the fifth heavenly layer of the creation realm possessed 81 strands of Dharma laws. A cultivator at the sixth heavenly layer of the creation realm possessed 243 Dharma laws. A cultivator at the seventh layer of the creation realm possessed 729 Dharma laws. A cultivator at the 8th heavenly layer of the creation realm possessed 2,187 laws. A cultivator at the 9th layer of the creation realm possessed 6,561 strands of Dharma laws. A cultivator at the 10th heavenly layer of the creation realm possessed 19,683 strands of Dharma laws. As one's cultivation increased, the difference in the number of nomological laws that creation realm cultivators possessed would increase. The difference in strength would also increase. Although Lin Feng was only at the 8th heaven of the Yin-Yang realm, he had cultivated the Archean dragonesque elephant skill, so his physical body was comparable to a master at the peak of the creation realm. His soul had also reached the 9th level of the creation realm. Because he had a law in his body, he was not weaker than a cultivator at the first firmament of the creation realm in terms of dharmic powers. Lin Feng had cultivated various powerful primordial mystic techniques. His strength was definitely enough to challenge a master at the second or third firmament of the creation realm. If Lin Feng refined the 2 laws that he had just obtained, the laws in his body would be exactly the same as a cultivator at the second firmament of the creation realm. His strength would soar again. Lin Feng spent the entire night refining the laws in his body. At dawn, the 2 laws were finally refined successfully. When Lin Feng sensed the increase in his strength, a smile appeared on his face. The next day, Lin Feng woke up late in the morning. When Lin Feng came out, he realized that Xiao Jinyu's friends had already arrived. Xiao Jinyu introduced them to everyone. There were a total of 5 of Xiao Jinyu's friends, 3 men and 2 women. They were all disciples of aristocratic families and had extraordinary talent. Among the 3 male cultivators, the slender and handsome cultivator was called Wang Fei. The skinny and slightly wretched cultivator was called Tian Kuan. The medium-sized cultivator was called Xiaoqua. Among the 2 women, the charming woman in a red dress was called Li Shishir. The other woman, who looked cold, was called Nailan Bing The 5 of them only thought that Lin Feng was a friend of the Qiao family, so they did not pay much attention to Lin Feng. Moreover, Lin Feng's strength was not very strong in their eyes. This was because the weakest among the 5 of them was at the quasi-creation realm. Wang Fei, Tian Kuan, and Nailan Bing had already broken through to the creation realm. The group sat down and discussed entering the ancient forest of the fallen immortal to search for the Falling Star Mountain Range. Li Shishir said, "The Falling Star Mountain Range is located in the central area of the ancient forest of the fallen immortal. There are already beast emperors in that area. It is extremely dangerous. If we are not careful, we will die. Therefore, we should not act alone." The others nodded. Xiao Jinyu asked, "What do you plan to do?" Nailan Bing said, "We have already asked around. It is said that a few large factions will be bringing large flying ships. There will be patriarchs on the ships, and they will be enough to deter the beast emperors in the ancient forest of the fallen immortal. How about we take a flying ship?" Obviously, Wang Fei, Tian Kuan, and Zhaoqua already knew about this. Now that Nailan Bing had brought it up, she wanted to ask for Xiao Jinyu's opinion. Xiao Jinyu nodded and said, "This is the safest way. Let's wait for the flying ship to arrive." 3 days later, several flying ships arrived one after another. Because the flying ships were personally escorted by patriarchs, it was much safer. Therefore, the cost was naturally very high. The most basic cabin cost 10 top-grade spirit stones per person. The VIP cabin cost 30 top-grade spirit stones. The luxury cabin cost 80 top-grade spirit stones. There were also private rooms. The private rooms were divided into different tiers, but the cheapest one cost 2,000 top-grade spirit stones. Some of the more expensive ones cost tens of thousands of top-grade spirit stones. Lin Feng and the others boarded the flying ship. There were 21 people in total. Xiao Zhenyu and the others spent 8,000 top-grade spirit stones to book a medium-sized private room. The room was well equipped, and there was even a cultivation room. It was very convenient. There was also a trading area inside the flying ship, where all sorts of items could be traded. At the same time, there was also a newly opened casino. One could gamble in the casino, and one could also bet on stones. It attracted many people. Lin Feng was not interested in it. He cultivated in his room, but he would occasionally go out to chat with the others. One day, when they were passing by a mountain range, a terrifying aura suddenly spread out from the mountain range. An endless black fog surged out from the mountain range. There seemed to be something terrifying in the black fog. Boom, the flying ship was attacked, and it shook violently in the air. Then, the flying ship started to fall. Many people were so frightened that their faces turned pale. Fear quickly spread. Many people rushed out of the private rooms. The falling spaceship was hard to control. It was likely that the spaceship had been damaged. The ancient forest of fallen immortals was a terrifying place. So what if there were ancestor-level cultivators? The ferocious beasts of the ancient forest of fallen immortals were not afraid of them. "Open the cabins, get out," the captain of the spaceship bellowed and gave the order. After the cabin was opened, countless cultivators flew out in a panic. Ah! But as soon as they flew out, they started to scream. In the sky, poisonous insects covered the sky. They were as big as a thumb. They looked like ants, scorpions, or centipedes. Their entire bodies were poisonous. Once stung, the body would be paralyzed. These poisonous insects were extremely terrifying. Many people were attacked by the poisonous insects. Their bodies fell down. Then, the insects covered the sky and covered the cultivators' bodies. In a few breaths' time, those cultivators turned into bones and fell down. It was a tragic death. "There are poisonous insects, use your Dharma powers to protect yourself," shouted a cultivator. The people behind him hurriedly used their Dharma powers. "Take out your bronze tools to protect yourself," said Lin Feng to Xiao Tingyu and Xiao Tingyu. The two girls nodded. A group of people rushed out, but there were too many people. They were quickly separated. Lin Feng was in the middle of the crowd. When he was about to rush out of the cabin, he suddenly felt a biting cold murderous intent surround him. He turned around and saw more than 10 people coming out of the cabin. It was Huangfu Shang. He was a strong cultivator of the Yuhua immortal dynasty. His cultivation level was unfathomable. "Master, let's go and deal with this boy," said a cultivator next to Huangfu Shang. "The airship is about to fall. You guys go out. I'll deal with this boy." Huangfu Shang's lips curved into a cold smile. "Yes." More than 10 cultivators rushed out of the cabin. Huangfu Shang locked onto Lin Feng. As long as Lin Feng dared to move, he was attacking like a thunderbolt. The cultivators outside were attacked by the beast horde. Various ferocious birds swooped down from the sky and countless wild beasts charged out from the forest to attack the cultivators who were charging out from the flying ships. Many cultivators were drowned by the horde of beasts and died instantly. "Let's go." 6 to 7 cultivators had gathered around Xiao Zhenyu, while the rest of the people had been scattered. He found Xiao Tingyu and Xiao Tingyue, the siblings. "Where's Lin Feng?" "Big brother, have you seen Lin Feng?" Xiao Tingyu and Xiao Tingyue were looking for Lin Feng's whereabouts with pale faces. Seeing that his two sisters were so concerned about Lin Feng, Xiao Zhenyu felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. He felt that his two sisters seemed to have fallen in love with Lin Feng. Although Xiao Zhenyu also had a good impression of Lin Feng, it was naturally difficult for him to accept that his two sisters admired the same man at the same time. But when it came to feelings, who could say for sure? Moreover, his two sisters were rather opinionated people, so why would they listen to him? Of course, now was not the time to think about this. The most important thing now was to leave this dangerous place as soon as possible. Xiao Jinyu said in a low voice, Brother Lin's strength is unfathomable. Nothing will happen to him. Let's leave quickly. If something happens to you, won't Brother Lin feel pain and regret when he finds out? The two sisters bit their red lips. After a fierce struggle in their hearts, they finally nodded. Xiao Jinyu could not help but smile bitterly. He was now certain that his two sisters had secretly fallen in love with Lin Feng. Let's go. The group quickly rushed into the distance. Roar. At that moment, a deafening roar shook the sky and the ground cracked open. A giant devil that was 1,000 meters tall rushed out and threw a punch at them. The giant devil's strength was too terrifying. It was definitely at the 5th or 6th heavenly layer of the creation realm. Many cultivators died miserably. Not good, that's a dark giant devil. It's at the 6th heavenly layer of the creation realm. Tingyue, hurry up and leave. I'll stop it. Xiao Jinyu's expression changed greatly. He was clearly a responsible person. Facing the dark giant devil's attack, Xiao Jinyu knew that if he could not stop it, everyone would die here. His first thought was to let his two sisters and his clansmen escape. Just as Xiao Jinyu was about to risk his life to stop the dark giant devil, a phoenix cry rang out. Two blue phoenixes soared into the sky and pounced on the dark giant devil, sending it flying. In the end, the two blue phoenixes turned into two ancient bronze hairpins and flew back into Xiao Ting and Xiao Tingyue's hands. Bronze items. When he saw the two ancient bronze hairpins, Xiao Jinyu's expression was full of shock. He naturally knew how shocking the value of these treasures was. How could his two sisters have such terrifying treasures? Xiao Tingyu said, Lin Feng gave them to us. Xiao Jinyu smiled bitterly. It was no wonder that his two sisters had secretly fallen in love with Lin Feng. Lin Feng originally possessed a charm that women found hard to resist, and he was also so generous. He could easily give away a bronze item that was so precious that even the ancient giants would go crazy for it. This gave Xiao Jinyu an indescribable feeling. The group did not dare to stay any longer and quickly left. Bang! A violent collision occurred within the airship. Lin Feng and Huangfu Dusheng were engaged in a great battle. With just one strike, Lin Feng was sent flying by Huangfu Dusheng. His face was somewhat pale. Only after exchanging blows did he realize how powerful Huangfu Dusheng was. This person's cultivation had probably already reached the 7th or 8th level of the creation realm. Brat, it's useless. You don't have to struggle anymore, because no matter how you struggle, you will definitely die today. The corner of Huangfu Dusheng's mouth curled up into a cold expression. He walked towards Lin Feng step by step. Is that so? Lin Feng sneered. He directly threw out hundreds of talismans. Boom. Boom, the talismans exploded. Next. The entire airship began to explode. Madman. Huangfu Dusheng's face changed greatly. How could he still care about Lin Feng? If the airship exploded, both he and Lin Feng would be blown to death. Lin Feng also rushed outside. But it was obviously too late. Boom, a loud sound shook the sky, and the entire airship began to explode in the process of falling. The energy generated by the explosion blasted towards Lin Feng and Huangfu Dusheng. Lin Feng and Huangfu Dusheng hurriedly took out their magic treasures to block. But even so, Huangfu Dusheng was still shaken to the point that he vomited large mouthfuls of blood. His face was deathly pale. It was obvious that he had suffered heavy injuries. Lin Feng's situation was not much better than Huangfu Dusheng's. He vomited 3 mouthfuls of blood in a row, his body falling down, but in mid-air, Lin Feng stabilized his body in time, and then rushed into the distance. Brat, I want your life. Huangfu Dusheng roared in anger, his entire face distorted. Lin Feng was like an ant in Huangfu Dusheng's eyes. But today, he was almost skinned to death by someone he regarded as an ant. Huangfu Dusheng was completely enraged. In the forest, one was running and the other was chasing. 10 days had passed. Lin Feng was still unable to shake off Huangfu Dusheng. Brat, do you really think you can escape? I can already sense that the magic power in your body is about to dry up. Let's see how you'll die then. Huangfu Dusheng said sinisterly. Lin Feng was holding a top-grade spirit stone in his hands. He was refining it. Lin Feng sneered. I think you should worry about yourself. Your injuries will only worsen if you delay any longer. You might even go berserk because of your injuries. I know my body better than you, so I'll give you a chance to live. Swear that you'll become my slave, then I'll let you live. Huangfu Duisheng said indifferently. Then I'll let you live. Swear that you'll become my slave, then I'll let you live. Who do you think you are? You dare to make me recognize you as my master? Lin Feng scolded. I'm giving you face, but you don't want it. Then, I can only kill you. Huangfu Duisheng increased his speed. However, it was not easy for him to catch up to Lin Feng in a short period of time. Lin Feng was too fast. Another 3 days passed. On this day, Lin Feng and Huangfu Duisheng arrived at a dilapidated ancient ruin. This was an ancient ruin located in the depths of the ancient forest of the fallen immortals. There were many skeletons scattered in this place. There was a gloomy and cold aura. Even the sounds of insects and birds had disappeared without a trace. In such a dense forest, it would be very strange if one could not even hear the sounds of insects and birds. Die, brat! Huangfu Duisheng shouted coldly. He had already caught up and attacked Lin Feng with a palm. In the void, a huge energy handprint condensed into form. Waves of destructive energy rippled out from his body. The huge energy handprint fell from the sky and blasted towards Lin Feng. Huangfu Duisheng was a high-level creation realm cultivator. His strength was too tyrannical. With Lin Feng's current combat strength, he could probably fight against a cultivator at the 3rd or 4th heaven of the creation realm. However, there was still a huge gap between them and Huangfu Duisheng, who was an expert at the 7th or 8th layer of the creation realm. Facing this attack, Lin Feng waved his right hand and the 7 treasures glazed pagoda flew out. This treasure floated above Lin Feng and emitted a rainbow-colored light to protect Lin Feng's body. When the energy palm came crashing down, it was blocked by Lin Feng's 7 treasures glazed pagoda. Defensive Dao artifact. Huangfu Duisheng's eyes immediately revealed a greedy expression. Dao artifacts were incomparably precious. Not to mention, defensive Dao treasures were even more precious. Lin Feng relied on the 7 treasures glazed pagoda to protect his body before he quickly rushed towards Huangfu Duisheng. Supreme Reincarnation Fist. Lin Feng didn't hold anything back, he used his strongest attack. When fighting against an expert of Huangfu Duisheng's level, he could not be the slightest bit careless. Huangfu Duisheng sneered, "It's useless. No matter how powerful your attack is, it won't be able to withstand a single blow from me." As soon as he finished speaking, Huangfu Duisheng swept a flying immortal fist towards Lin Feng. Clang! A muffled collision sound rang out. It was as if 2 primordial beasts had collided. The energy waves that dissipated destroyed a large area of the surrounding forest. Lin Feng was sent flying by Huangfu Duisheng's attack. Crack! Crack! His arm was broken. Huangfu Duisheng's realm was too high. There was almost no suspense in this battle. If it wasn't for the 7 treasures glazed pagoda's defensive power that had absorbed most of Huangfu Duisheng's power, that attack just now could have even completely destroyed Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng's life would return to the Yellow Springs. Let's see how you're going to attack with a broken arm. Huangfu Duisheng walked over step by step, the corners of his mouth full of cold killing intent. I forgot to tell you that I have a special physique. Lin Feng activated his immortal divine body, and the technique that had been broken by Huangfu Duisheng directly recovered. Huangfu Duisheng's face became gloomy when he saw the scene. What a strange special physique, but this kind of physique can't infinitely heal an injured body. Watch how I'll completely destroy your body. Huangfu Duisheng rushed over and launched an extremely violent attack on Lin Feng. The strength of the 8th level of the creation realm was completely displayed. Under Huangfu Duisheng's attacks, Lin Feng's body was destroyed again and again. Many places were covered in white bones. If it wasn't for the 7 treasures glazed pagoda that had absorbed most of Huangfu Duisheng's power, Lin Feng would have died at Huangfu Duisheng's hands more than 10 times. Using the immortal divine body to continuously repair his body had consumed Lin Feng's Fa Li very quickly, and he felt that he couldn't hold on any longer. This made Lin Feng's face become as gloomy as water. Boy, it seems that you can't hold on any longer. Within 3 moves, I can take your life. Huangfu Duisheng laughed sinisterly, and he attacked again. A fist swept towards Lin Feng. Bang! A punch landed on Lin Feng's chest. Crack, crack, Lin Feng's sternum was shattered, Lin Feng flew out like a kite with a broken string, and his face was as pale as a sheet. This attack had caused him to be seriously injured again. Lin Feng got up from the ground and couldn't help but laugh bitterly. A high-level creation realm cultivator. It was really too terrifying. He almost didn't have any strength to fight back. Lin Feng naturally knew his current situation. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before he died. He was going to die at Huangfu Duishang's hands. Is it possible to? Seeing Huangfu Duishang attacking again, Lin Feng suddenly had a crazy idea in his mind. If he succeeded, he might be able to kill Huangfu Duishang. Boy, accept the fate of death. Huangfu Duishang smiled sinisterly. Whoosh. At this moment, a treasure flew out and rushed towards Huangfu Duishang. A Dao artifact. A small golden bell. This was the Dao artifact that Lin Feng and Ming Hanshuang had obtained from Xianxia after killing him together. This Dao artifact's power was extremely tyrannical. Now, Lin Feng had used this Dao artifact to attack Huangfu Duishang. Huangfu Duishang was shocked. Obviously, he didn't expect Lin Feng to have two Dao artifacts on him. Then, Huangfu Duishang's eyes revealed endless greed. No matter how many treasures you have, these treasures will belong to me in the end. Huangfu Duishang laughed loudly. Monstrous magic power spread out. Huangfu Duishang used his powerful magic power to suppress the small golden bell. Under Huangfu Duishang's suppression, the Dao artifact couldn't move an inch. Plunder. Huangfu Duishang's mind power poured into the Dao artifact. He wanted to forcefully erase the mind imprint that Lin Feng had left in the small golden bell. Explode. At this moment, Lin Feng shouted. Once a treasure at the level of a Dao artifact self-destructed, it could cause unimaginable destructive power. Ordinary people would not self-destruct their Dao artifacts. This was because Dao artifacts were too precious. No one was willing to self-destruct their Dao artifacts. But Lin Feng didn't care. No matter how precious a Dao artifact was, it was still not worth mentioning compared to his own life. Waves of destructive power spread out from the Dao artifact. Huangfu Duishang was so scared that his face turned pale. He threw the Dao artifact into the distance and turned to flee. Boom, but it was too late. The small golden bell self-destructed. The destructive power of a space-time storm escaped from the center of the explosion. It directly swallowed Huangfu Duishang. No. Huangfu Duishang screamed. However, he couldn't escape and was drowned by the destructive power of the Dao artifact's self-destruction. Lin Feng used the 7 treasures glazed pagoda to protect himself and fled frantically into the distance. Bang. The energy gradually dissipated. As for Huangfu Duishang, he had already been blasted into a pile of minced meat and bones that were scattered all around. Whoosh, Lin Feng, who was in the forest, was gasping for breath. He felt that he could not move his body at all. His injuries were extremely severe, and the magic power in his body had dried up. Endless darkness swept over. Lin Feng fainted. The Immortal Prefecture was one of the top 10 prefectures in Tianwu University's 63,000 prefectures. All kinds of powerful forces were located here. Rumor has it that ancient cultivators ascended to the Undying Realm from the Immortal Province's flying Immortal Cliff. However, after the ancient era, the order of the Heaven Martial Continent changed, and there were no more Deity Realm experts, let alone ascending to the Undying Realm. The Immortal Province's Yuhua Immortal Dynasty was a famous power in the Immortal Province. The Yuhua Immortal Dynasty was a scene of prosperity and extravagance. This power had been passed down for a long time and was abnormally powerful. There were also many experts among the younger generation. Huangfu Qingtian was also a peak-level genius. Yuhua Immortal Dynasty Imperial Palace, Origin Spirit Lamp Hall. More than a dozen eunuchs were cleaning up the dust. Crack! Crack! Suddenly, a primordial spirit lamp shattered. To be able to be placed in the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty's primordial spirit lamp hall, one must be from the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty's royal family. When the primordial spirit lamp was broken, it meant that the corresponding cultivator had died. The eunuchs were so frightened that they fell on their butts and sat on the ground. Their faces were filled with horror. "It's Lord Huangfu Dushang's origin spirit lamp," a young eunuch said in a trembling voice. Huangfu Dushang was at the 8th level of the creation realm. Even in the Yuhua immortal dynasty, he had a very noble status. But now, he was dead. "The world is going to change," the leader of the eunuchs said with a trembling voice. "No matter who killed Huangfu Dushang. For this matter, the Yuhua immortal dynasty wouldn't let this matter rest." The eunuch quickly went to report to the grand eunuch in charge of the primordial spirit lamp hall. The head eunuch Si Li's expression changed when he learned of this. He quickly arrived at Yuhua Palace. This was the place where the human emperor of the Yuhua immortal dynasty read all sorts of memorials. "Reporting to the human emperor, your servant has an important matter to discuss with you." The chief eunuch Si Li knelt on the ground. "Speak," a faintly discernible yet supremely dignified voice came from the Ascension Palace. "Huangfu Dushang, who went to the ancient forest of the fallen immortals to search for you on meteor stones, has fallen." "There's actually such a thing? Go and investigate. No matter who it is, I'll crush their bones to dust for daring to kill the people of the Yuhua immortal dynasty." An angry voice came from the Yuhua Palace. The night was bright and the stars were sparse. It was quiet in the forest. There were no roars of beasts, no chirping of insects or birds. Lin Feng's finger suddenly moved slightly. His eyelashes fluttered slightly. Then, he opened his eyes. He looked at the bright moon and the stars in the sky. Then, he coughed violently. Every time he coughed up blood. "He's actually still alive? How lucky." Lin Feng took a deep breath. He struggled to get up, then took out hundreds of top-grade spirit stones, piled them up beside him, and began to devour the energy of the top-grade spirit stones. A large amount of energy was absorbed by Lin Feng. The energy was converted into magic power, which continuously nourished Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng then used his immortal divine body to heal his injuries. Lin Feng's body was almost fully healed. Phew, Lin Feng let out a long breath. He sensed his body's condition and felt that he had almost fully recovered. Lin Feng took out a body-cleansing talisman and removed the bloodstains from his body. Then, he changed into a fresh set of clothes. He looked at the ruins in the distance. The ruins were huge, and there were broken fences and broken walls. It was quiet. Lin Feng was very surprised. How could there be such a huge ruin here? And from the looks of it, this place should have been very prosperous in the past. Lin Feng flew deeper into the ruins. Along the way, he saw many huge palaces, but they were all in ruins. Finally, Lin Feng stopped in front of a plaza. What is this place? He was very confused. There were so many palaces, but no clues were left behind. Lin Feng couldn't find out the truth of what happened here in the past. In the middle of the night, the moon was setting in the west. Lin Feng suddenly realized something strange. The silver moon and the 9 stars were connected in a line. He tried to look at it from another place, but he couldn't see this special situation. He could only see it from the center of the plaza. Could this place be? Suddenly, Lin Feng had a flash of inspiration. The 9 stars were connected. 9 tortoise shells. He quickly took out the 9 tortoise shells and placed them on the ground. Then, something strange happened. In the starry sky, the 9 stars connected in a line each shot out a ray of starlight. The 9 rays of starlight finally entered the 9 tortoise shells. It really is here. The entrance to the Heaven's Tribulation Demon Realm. Lin Feng took a deep breath. It was as he had imagined. This was the entrance to the Heaven's Tribulation Demon Realm. At this time, the 9 tortoise shells were floating in the air. A picture appeared on each tortoise shell. The 9 pictures intertwined in the air. In the end, the 9 pictures turned into a distorted door. The door spiraled in the air. Whoosh! Lin Feng flew directly into the door. He felt the world spinning. Soon, Lin Feng appeared in another world. This was an ancient forest. Lin Feng landed on the ground, and the 9 tortoise shells fell into his hands again. This world was suffused with a heavy aura that was like the primeval times. The Heaven's Tribulation Demon Realm. I found the Heaven's Tribulation Demon Realm. I wonder what secrets it hides. Lin Feng was delighted. He shot up into the sky and flew into the depths. When he passed by a mountain range. Crack, crack. Suddenly, the mountain range split open. In the mountain range, a troll stood up. Human, it's actually a human. A human has entered the Heaven's Tribulation Demon Realm. The giant devil let out a series of excited cries. He directly pounced on Lin Feng. Die. Lin Feng laughed coldly, rushed forward, and killed the troll with a supreme reincarnation punch. The troll's body exploded. It turned into the purest origin energy. This is? Lin Feng was shocked. The troll was not made of flesh and blood, but of the world's origin energy. Devour. Lin Feng burst into laughter and started absorbing the original strength of the gigantic demon. This world's origin energy could quickly increase a cultivator's cultivation base. This was because the world's origin energy was condensed. It was different from a cultivator's origin energy. A cultivator's origin energy had all kinds of impurities. When refining it, one had to think of ways to refine the impurities as well. Moreover, the effect was far from the world's origin energy. Human, Lin Feng had just swallowed the original strength of the earth and sky, which had turned into a gigantic demon. At this time, an earth-shattering roar came from the distant abyss. Another troll rushed out. This troll was much stronger than the previous one. The troll that rushed out from the abyss had 1,000 arms and 1,000 eyes. This was a 1,000-eyed-1,000-armed troll. The 1,000-eyed-1,000-armed troll roared and waved its 1,000 arms to attack Lin Feng. The 1,000-armed and 1,000-eyed giant demon was indeed powerful. With this move, Lin Feng knew that this giant demon was 50 times stronger than the previous giant demon. Nomological Revolution. Lin Feng used the power of the nomological revolution and a nomological revolution condensed in the void. This nomological revolution swept towards the 1,000-armed and 1,000-eyed giant demon like a chain of order. The 1,000-eyed giant demon was instantly shattered by the nomological revolution. The nomological revolution condensed by a creation realm cultivator was naturally powerful. Then, the nomological revolution wrapped around the 1,000-armed and 1,000-eyed giant demon. The giant demon's 1,000 hands that were attacking Lin Feng suddenly grabbed at Lin Feng. In the void, waves of destructive power rippled. The 1,000-armed and 1,000-eyed giant demon wanted to destroy Lin Feng's nomological revolution. But it was obvious that the giant demon underestimated the power of the nomological revolution. The nomological revolution began to actively devour the giant demon's power. Now, this nomological revolution was being refined by Lin Feng. The internal structure of the nomological revolution began to change, and Lin Feng gradually gave it the ability to devour. As time passed, the 3 nomological revolution that Lin Feng had refined would subtly receive Lin Feng's ability to devour. The 1,000-armed and 1,000-eyed giant demon roared, wanting to cut off the nomological revolution. But at this moment, the nomological revolution that Lin Feng had produced suddenly lengthened. The nomological revolution itself could freely change. Lin Feng's nomological revolution was like an immortal binding rope, binding the 1,000-armed and 1,000-eyed giant demon. The giant demon struggled hard but was unable to break free. Nomological revolution, as expected of the nomological revolution formed by the laws of heaven and earth. Lin Feng roared and stepped in front of the 1,000-armed and 1,000-eyed giant demon. He punched at the giant demon. Bang! With Lin Feng's punch, the 1,000-armed and 1,000-eyed giant demon directly exploded and turned into the purest origin energy of heaven and earth. Lin Feng activated his devouring martial spirit and directly devoured the origin energy of heaven and earth. Powerful dermic power surged in his body. The heaven and earth source energy formed by the 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes was even more powerful, and the increase in cultivation was even more significant. Just as Lin Feng was refining the world essence power formed by the 1,000-armed 1,000-eyed giant demon, an illusory figure silently appeared. This was a demon. This type of demon was called the Phantom Evil Demon. The Phantom Evil Demon was extremely strange and possessed powerful concealment techniques. The most powerful part of this kind of demon was its soul. The Phantom Evil Demon's body was very weak, so they would not fight their targets head-on. Instead, they would choose to hide beside their targets. then, he suddenly launched a soul attack. Because the phantom evil demons were very difficult to detect, once they launched a sneak attack, many people would have their souls instantly destroyed, dying miserably at the hands of the phantom evil demons. Even if he was lucky enough to survive, his soul would be severely damaged. This was the terrifying aspect of the phantom evil demon. Its attack was not only silent, but it was also powerful enough. After the phantom evil demon sneaked up to Lin Feng's side, it let out a sinister laugh. Then, the phantom evil demon's powerful soul energy surged out, instantly entering Lin Feng's mind. It wanted to destroy Lin Feng's soul. "Little brat, I'll devour you." The phantom evil demon's soul energy condensed into a ferocious beast, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Buzz. An ancient lamp flew out. It suppressed the beast formed by the phantom evil demon's soul. Bang. Just one attack. The beast formed by the phantom evil demon's soul was instantly smashed to pieces. What a powerful soul energy. So it's a phantom evil demon. It dares to launch a sneak attack on me while I'm cultivating? It really doesn't know life from death. Lin Feng directly devoured the phantom evil demon's soul energy. A monstrous amount of magic power surged out, suppressing the phantom evil demon's true body. The phantom evil demon wanted to escape, but it was too late. It was directly suppressed by Lin Feng. Its soul was heavily damaged, and its whole body trembled. "Spare me. Spare me, young master." The phantom evil demon begged. "Someone like you dares to launch a sneak attack on me? Die. I'll devour you to increase my cultivation." Lin Feng was about to kill the phantom evil demon with a single palm. Not only did the phantom evil demon have a powerful soul energy, but its body was also formed by the origin energy of the world. After devouring it, it would be greatly beneficial to one's cultivation. "Young master, I'm willing to exchange a huge secret for my life." The phantom evil demon shouted. "Oh? A huge secret? What secret?" Lin Feng's eyes lit up. "Primordial demon liquid." "Have you heard of primordial demon liquid?" the phantom evil demon asked. Lin Feng was shocked. He had naturally heard of primordial demon liquid. It was a liquid formed by the origin energy of the world. There were many different kinds of origin energy in the world. They were all called the origin energy of the world, but if they were carefully divided, they could be divided into many different categories. For example, there were immortal origin, Tao origin, divine origin, monster origin, and demonic origin. Naturally, there was also demonic origin. The origin energy that Lin Feng had refined from the thousand-armed giant devil was one of the origin energies of the world, the demonic origin. When origin energy was condensed into a liquid, it was called primordial liquid. Primordial liquid was purer and more powerful. After refining it, one's cultivation would increase even faster. However, primordial demon liquid wasn't an ordinary primordial demon liquid. It was formed by the condensation of primordial demon liquid. It was rumored that primordial demon liquid was a kind of energy formed at the beginning of the world. Countless years had passed. Primordial demon liquid was nowhere to be found. Not to mention the primordial demon liquid condensed from primordial demon liquid. Lin Feng hadn't expected that there would be primordial demon liquid in the realm of monsters. If he could obtain the primordial demon liquid, Lin Feng believed that he would be able to make another breakthrough very quickly. "Where's the primordial demon liquid? Tell me, and I'll spare your life." Lin Feng said. "Only I know where the primordial demon liquid is. If you kill me, you won't be able to obtain the primordial demon liquid. I can take you to find it." The phantom evil demon's eyes flashed with a strange light that was hard to detect, and then it said aloud. Lin Feng said indifferently, "All right, if you can bring me to find the primordial demon liquid, not only will I not take your life, I'll even give you a lot to help you condense a body of flesh and blood as soon as possible." The phantom evil demon laughed strangely and said, "You're really benevolent and righteous. This little one is impressed. Please follow me." South. The phantom evil demon flew towards the depths of the realm of monsters. Lin Feng followed behind the phantom evil demon. A day later, they arrived at a huge mountain range. The primordial demon liquid is in the depths of the mountain range, but it's very dangerous there. "I have no way to enter," so whether you can obtain the primordial demon liquid will depend on whether you're strong enough. The phantom evil demon said. Alright, I'll go in and take a look. Lin Feng flew towards the mountain range. Just as he entered the mountain range, suddenly, rumble, a terrifying aura permeated the air. In the mountain range, a large array was intertwined. Outside the array, a sinister and terrifying aura spread out. Black fog rolled. One could vaguely see more than a dozen demons and fierce beasts hibernating within the black fog. Foolish human, I was lying to you. You actually believed me. Now that you're trapped in the killing array, let's see how you'll die. The phantom evil demon thought that he had tricked Lin Feng, so at that moment, he was extremely arrogant and complacent. Today, I can finally taste the delicious flesh of a human. Brother phantom evil demon, thank you so much. If you hadn't lured this brat here, we wouldn't have been able to taste the delicious flesh of a human. Many demons and beasts in the surroundings laughed evilly. They were all cruel and bloodthirsty. Lin Feng sneered and said, Did you really think that I was lured here? I already knew that this phantom evil demon wouldn't cooperate with me obediently and would secretly scheme against me, so I beat him at his own game and let him lure me to your nest. I'll be able to catch all of you in one fell swoop and save me the trouble of looking for you. The demons and beasts were slightly startled when they heard that. The phantom evil demon sneered and said, Brat, it doesn't matter if you were lured or if you beat me at my own game. You are now trapped in a great formation. This great killing formation is an immemorial killing formation. Although it's not as powerful as it used to be because of its age, it's still more than enough to deal with you. Haha, everyone, let's activate the great formation and kill this human brat. I can't wait to taste his flesh and soul. A beast laughed evilly. This brat's bloodline seems to be extremely powerful. After eating him, we'll all be able to obtain great benefits. A giant demon roared. Then what are we waiting for? Activate the great formation and kill him. Boom. Boom, boom. A group of demons and beasts started activating the great killing formation, wanting to kill Lin Feng. A terrifying chi pervaded the air from the great killing formation. That terrifying chi made Lin Feng's hair stand on end. It was as if an ancient demon had come back to life. Lin Feng had the feeling that his hair was standing on end. As expected of the immemorial slaughtering array. Although it's extremely damaged, it still possesses the power to easily kill me. Although I'm a heaven rank array master now, it's not an easy task to break this immemorial slaughtering array. However, this isn't a problem for me. Dragon Rabbit, come out, Lin Feng waved his right hand. Dragon Rabbit was immediately summoned by Lin Feng. The Dragon Rabbit could freely shuttle through all kinds of killing arrays. This was the Dragon Rabbit's racial talent. He was born with it. The little guy and Lin Feng had a telepathic connection. It carried Lin Feng and jumped around the array. Boom. Boom, the immemorial ultimate killing formation was activated by the demons and beasts outside. Waves of destructive energy blasted towards Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng followed the Dragon Rabbit and shuttled through the grand array. Lin Feng smoothly dodged all the attacks that came crashing down. Very soon, under Dragon Rabbit's lead, Lin Feng charged out of the absolute kill grand array. Lin Feng put the Dragon Rabbit back into the beast slave bag. At this moment, the demons and beasts outside also saw Lin Feng. The demons and ferocious beasts looked as if they had seen a ghost. They obviously didn't expect Lin Feng to be able to escape from the immemorial ultimate killing formation. Even if an ancient giant was trapped inside, the only path left for them would be death, right? How did Lin Feng escape? Many demons and ferocious beasts were extremely puzzled. However, these demons and ferocious beasts were originally vicious. After seeing Lin Feng come out, they were not afraid. Because they had the advantage in numbers, and Lin Feng was only one person. Attack together and destroy this brat. A ferocious beast roared and took the lead to charge towards Lin Feng. Immediately after, the rest of the demons and ferocious beasts also pounced towards Lin Feng. Humph, you want to kill and eat me with your meager cultivation? The corner of Lin Feng's mouth curved into a sinister smile. He waved his right hand. Rumble, all of a sudden, 3 laws flew out. These 3 laws were like 3 moving mountains in the sky. Their auras were heavy, and they sealed the world. They suppressed the demons and ferocious beasts. Bang, 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 along with the sounds of collision, one after another, could be heard. The laws collided with the demons and ferocious beasts. These demons and ferocious beasts were sent flying. Lin Feng rushed into the battlefield and punched a ferocious beast. That ferocious beast was sent flying by the laws. It still hadn't recovered from the shock. In the next moment, Lin Feng blasted its body apart and turned it into world origin energy. With the cooperation of the laws, Lin Feng was unstoppable. One by one, the demons and ferocious beasts were killed. This brat is ferocious. We are not his match. Run! The remaining demons and ferocious beasts screamed in fear and fled into the distance, wanting to escape. But how could Lin Feng let them escape? Every law was like a vigorous and powerful mountain range. They ruthlessly smashed down. Then, these demons and ferocious beasts were directly smashed to death by the laws. Their bodies then turned into the purest world origin energy. In the blink of an eye, only the phantom evil demon was left of the dozen demons and ferocious beasts. Lin Feng attacked the phantom evil demon with a palm. The phantom evil demon roared in fear, "You can't kill me. I am the trusted aide of the White Tiger Demon Lord. If you kill me, the White Tiger Demon Lord won't let you go. You really have guts. Even now, you still dare to threaten me. I'll kill you first, then I'll kill the White Tiger Demon Lord." Lin Feng sneered and slapped down. When Lin Feng's punch landed on the evil spirit's body, it immediately exploded. Soul Search. Lin Feng stretched out his right hand and grabbed the phantom evil demon's primordial spirit that hadn't dissipated yet. His divine sense entered the phantom evil demon's primordial spirit. After searching, he learned a lot of information. It turned out that these ferocious beasts were the ferocious beasts under the White Tiger Demon Lord. The White Tiger Demon Lord was one of the most ferocious demonic beasts in the heavenly tribulation demon realm. It was extremely powerful and occupied an area. The reason why the White Tiger Demon Lord was so powerful was because the White Tiger Demon Lord had obtained a good fortune. That good fortune was that the White Tiger Demon Lord knew the whereabouts of the primordial demon liquid. The White Tiger Demon Lord would go and devour the primordial demon liquid every once in a while. Every time it devoured the primordial demon liquid, the White Tiger Demon Lord's strength would increase. Therefore, the White Tiger Demon Lord's strength was growing stronger and stronger. So this phantom evil demon's information about the primordial demon liquid wasn't groundless. However, the phantom evil demon's soul didn't have the specific location of the primordial demon liquid. It seems that only the White Tiger Demon Lord knows the location of the primordial demon liquid. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and began to refine the world's origin energy he had devoured. 2 hours later, Lin Feng continued to fly towards the depths of the heavenly tribulation. Roar, even though he was very far away, he could hear the roars of beasts shaking the mountains. In the distance, a 300-meter-long giant white tiger was fighting against a golden sky-splitting condor with a wingspan of 500 meters. The collision between the two fierce beasts was extremely fierce. The golden sky-splitting condor tore off a piece of the giant white tiger's flesh with its claws. The giant white tiger roared in pain and used its claws to fiercely slap the golden sky-splitting condor's body, sending it flying several hundred meters away. Wow, it's the White Tiger Demon Lord fighting against the golden sky-splitting condor. Lin Feng was shocked. He had obtained a lot of information from the phantom evil demon's memories, including some of the overlords of the heavenly tribulation demon realm. For example, the golden sky-splitting condor that was fighting against the White Tiger Demon Lord was an overlord of the skies that was comparable to the White Tiger Demon Lord. The golden sky-splitter condor was extremely fast as well. It flapped its huge golden wings. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! Whoosh! The White Tiger Demon Lord had no choice but to block the incoming wind blades. After the two sides clashed in the air, they quickly retreated. White Tiger Demon Lord, don't you think it's too greedy for you to monopolize the primordial demon liquid? If you know what's good for you, you should share the primordial demon liquid with us. Otherwise, today will be the day you die. The golden sky-splitter condor's voice was filled with endless killing intent. The White Tiger Demon Lord sneered. You want to snatch the primordial demon liquid? You're overestimating yourself. what if we join in as well? A cold laugh came from afar. A fire ape flew over quickly. The fire ape actually had 2 heads. The head on the left had 3 eyes. The right head had a single eye. It was extremely strange. 4-eyed fire ape. Lin Feng, who was hiding in the dark, recognized the origin of this beast. The 4-eyed fire ape was also an overlord-level existence. Its strength was extremely tyrannical. Since it appeared here, it must have reached an agreement with the golden skysplitter condor to deal with the white tiger demon lord. Crack! Crack! Suddenly, the ground split open, and a 1,000-meter-long yellow snake crawled out of the ground. Brilliant serpent. Lin Feng was shocked. It was an earth elemental sacred beast. White tiger demon lord, you're too greedy. You only know how to enjoy good things and don't know how to share them with others. You'll make a lot of enemies this way. We've known each other for a long time. Now, I'll give you one last chance to share the primordial demon liquid with us. If you don't cooperate, we'll have to kill you. The brilliant serpent spoke in human language. You've come at the right time. It also saves me the trouble of going to your territories and defeating you one by one. Now that I've dealt with you all together, it saves me a lot of trouble. The white tiger demon lord sneered. The white tiger demon lord used to be on the same level as the 3 demon lord, but now that the white tiger demon lord has obtained the primordial demon liquid, the balance between them has been broken. The 3 ferocious beasts felt threatened by the white tiger demon lord, so they joined forces to kill the white tiger demon lord. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly as he analyzed the sequence of events. Ferocious beasts were very cunning. They attacked, killed, and devoured each other to increase their own cultivation. If the white tiger demon lord grasps enough power, then the white tiger demon lord will be defeated. How could they not kill the 3 overlord-level beasts? Do it! The 3 overlord-level cultivators shouted coldly at the same time. Then, they split into 3 different directions and attacked the white tiger demon lord. They're going to fight. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and completely concealed his aura. When the sandpiper and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. If Lin Feng fought against these overlord-level beasts, it would be very difficult for him to kill them. Even if he could kill them, it would be a tough fight. But now, the white tiger demon lord was fighting against the 3 overlord-level beasts. If both sides were injured, Lin Feng was most willing to see it happen. Once both sides were injured, Lin Feng would have the opportunity to kill them all and devour them to increase his cultivation. Golden Sacred God-Splitting Slash. The golden sky-splitting condor let out a long cry and turned into a dazzling golden ray of light. It rushed up to the 9 heavens. It tore through heaven and earth. It attacked the white tiger demon lord. 5 mountains immortal suppression seal. The brilliant snake let out a loud roar and opened its mouth to spit out a gigantic mountain in the void. The mountain fell from the sky and suppressed the white tiger demon lord. This was a very powerful divine ability. It was said to be able to suppress immortals. From this, one could see how terrifying this divine ability was. The 4-eyed flame ape also attacked. Its 4 eyes opened. Blood will I. The 4-eyed flame ape's cold voice sounded. Rays of blood-red light shot out from the 4 eyes. These rays of blood-red light contained a powerful destructive power. The 3 overlord-level beasts attacked the white tiger demon lord with their strongest attacks. They were trying to kill the white tiger demon lord with 1 attack. Humph, do you really think you can kill me? How ridiculous. I've been drinking primordial demon liquid for a year. My cultivation has increased to a level that you can't even imagine. Since you want to die today, I'll help you. As soon as it finished speaking, the white tiger demon lord's body emitted a powerful chi. It was as if there was a god hidden inside the white tiger demon lord's body. Now that the god had awakened, it was releasing its own chi. The fluctuations were too terrifying. It made people's hair stand on end. Good heavens, the white tiger demon lord's chi is so terrifying. It was deliberately hiding its strength before. Lin Feng was shocked. Originally, the white tiger demon lord was on par with the other 3 overlord-level beasts. But now that the White Tiger Demon Lord had released its own chi, Lin Feng felt that the White Tiger Demon Lord's strength was at least 3 or 4 realms higher than the other 3 Overlord-level beasts. Such a big gap. This battle was going to be reversed. As expected, the White Tiger Demon Lord, who had displayed his full strength, exploded with terrifying battle prowess. It unleashed the Tiger King's roar to the heavens, shattering the attacks of the 3 Overlord-level ferocious beasts. Then, the White Tiger Demon Lord jumped up, turned into a white light, and attacked the golden sky-splitting condor. White Emperor Holy Beast Slash. At that moment, the White Tiger Demon Lord seemed to have transformed into an extremely domineering holy beast. One attack. Shattered heaven and earth. Shattered heaven. The golden sky-splitting condor wanted to dodge, but it was too late. It was torn in half by the White Tiger Demon Lord's white light. Then, the white light attacked the four-eyed fire ape. The four-eyed fire ape's eyes shot out 4 rays of blood-colored light, trying to block the White Tiger Demon Lord's white light. But the 4 rays of blood-colored light couldn't stop the White Tiger Demon Lord's attack. Pooh! The White Tiger Demon Lord rushed in front of the four-eyed fire ape and directly tore it in half. The four-eyed fire ape died. Seeing this, the brilliant serpent was so scared that its soul almost left its body. It wanted to drill into the ground and escape. But at that moment, the White Tiger Demon Lord charged over in the form of a white beam. Pooh! The brilliant serpent's huge body was cut into a dozen pieces by the White Tiger Demon Lord. But the vitality of snakes was extremely tenacious. The brilliant serpent was cut into a dozen pieces, but it still didn't die. The front half of the brilliant serpent's body fled towards the abyss. However, the white light that the White Tiger Demon Lord had transformed into slashed over. The brilliant serpent saw that it couldn't escape, and its cold eyes were filled with madness. White Tiger Demon Lord, if you want to die, we'll die together. Boom! The next moment, the brilliant serpent self-destructed. The White Tiger Demon Lord soared into the sky in an attempt to avoid the energy impact of the brilliant serpent's self-destruction. But it was too late. The White Tiger Demon Lord was swallowed up by the explosion. When the shockwave dissipated, the White Tiger Demon Lord appeared. At that moment, the White Tiger Demon Lord's body exploded into pieces. It was as if it would turn into a pile of minced meat at any moment. The origin energy of heaven and earth flowed through its body, barely preventing its body from shattering. Once I devour your source energy, I'll be able to recover very quickly. Although the White Tiger Demon Lord had suffered a near-fatal injury, it wasn't worried at all because the origin energy of the 3 overlords was still there. As long as it swallowed the origin energy, not only would it be able to recover, but its cultivation would also increase. The White Tiger Demon Lord was about to swallow the origin energy of the 3 overlords. Roar! Suddenly, a bestial roar shook the sky. Not good. The White Tiger Demon Lord looked terrified. Its injuries were too severe, and it couldn't fight against the other overlords. The White Tiger Demon Lord didn't dare to stay. It didn't even swallow the origin energy of the 3 overlords before it fled. Lin Feng took the Xianxia clone back into his body, then quickly rushed towards the origin energy of the 3 overlords. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The White Tiger Demon Lord was severely injured, and it was like a frightened bird, so Lin Feng easily used the Xianxia clone to scare the White Tiger Demon Lord away. A centipede dies but never falls down. I'll let the White Tiger Demon Monarch escape first. When he recovers, I'll kill him quietly. That's the best choice. But the most important thing now is to refine the 3 overlords' ferocious beast essences and increase my strength. Lin Feng waved his hand and swallowed the origin energy of the 3 overlords. What's this? Suddenly, Lin Feng's eyes widened. His expression was full of disbelief, but then it turned into ecstasy. Every single strand of principle radiated astonishing energy fluctuations as it hovered within the origin energy. It was a beautiful sight to behold. 1, 2, 3, 4, Lin Feng counted. There were 43 strands of Dharma law in total. Lin Feng was overjoyed. If he could refine these Dharma laws, his strength would surpass that of a cultivator of the 4th celestial layer of the fortune realm. Dharma laws, Dharma laws. When a living being dies, the Dharma laws disperse, but the Dharma laws of these overlords are preserved. Lin Feng was astonished, but he also felt extremely lucky. These overlords were all fortune realm cultivators, so they naturally had Dharma laws in their bodies. However, when a living being died, the Dharma laws would disperse. Only special methods could seal 1 or 2 Dharma laws and prevent them from dispersing. The 3 overlords had 43 Dharma laws in total, which was beyond Lin Feng's expectations. Lin Feng guessed that it might have something to do with the fact that the overlords were condensed from the original strength of the world. Devour. Lin Feng waved his hand and devoured all the original strength of the world and the Dharma laws. Lin Feng quickly left to find a safe place to refine the original strength of the world and the Dharma laws. He went to a quiet valley and set up a Dharma spell to seal the valley. Then, he sat down cross-legged. After Lin Feng devoured the original strength of the world, his cultivation level increased greatly. He went from the middle of the 8th celestial layer of the Yin-Yang realm to the late stage of the 8th celestial layer of the Yin-Yang realm. Then, Lin Feng started refining the 43 strands of Dharma laws. Despicable human boy, how dare you refine us? You're courting death. Let's kill this human boy together. Go to hell. The Dharma laws manifested the silhouettes of the 3 overlords. It was the power of their primordial spirits that hadn't dispersed yet. Whoosh, the 3 silhouettes rushed towards Lin Feng's soul, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. They wanted to destroy Lin Feng's soul. However, Lin Feng sneered and the primal chaos ancient lamp flew out. You don't know the difference between life and death. The primal chaos ancient lamp descended from the sky, suppressing the 3 beasts. No, the 3 ferocious beast phantoms cried out in fear. They wanted to flee, but it was too late. The primal chaos ancient lamp suppressed them. With a ping sound, the 3 vicious beast phantoms exploded, turning into the purest form of soul power that was absorbed by Lin Feng. Then, Lin Feng began to refine the 43 laws one by one. 3 days later, all 43 strands of law had been successfully refined by Lin Feng. Within Lin Feng's dantian, there were a total of 46 strands of law energy. It was like a primordial beast was hibernating within it. Feeling the tyrannical spiritual energy in his body, Lin Feng had the feeling that he could shatter the heaven and earth with a raise of his hand. This heavenly tribulation demon realm is truly my blessed land. How long have I been here? My cultivation has increased by more than 10 times. Lin Feng smiled. I wonder how the White Tiger Demon Lord is doing. It's time to kill the White Tiger Demon Lord and obtain the law energy in his body. At the same time, I'll also obtain information about the primal demon liquid. Lin Feng directly soared into the sky and flew towards the White Tiger Demon Lord's nest. The White Tiger mountain range was a continuous chain of mountains. The mountains were majestic and ancient, and the ridges were as strong as the bodies of dragons. This was the White Tiger Demon Lord's nest. At that moment, many ferocious beasts were patrolling around the mountain range. They were the Demon Lord's subordinates. Now that the White Tiger Demon Lord had been severely injured, his subordinates would definitely be on high alert. However, Lin Feng easily deceived them and arrived at the deepest part of the White Tiger mountain range. In a valley, the White Tiger Demon Lord was lying on the ground. His body was constantly splitting apart, but the essence was gathering back together. Every time he split apart and gathered back together, his injuries would heal a lot. The White Tiger Demon Lord's healing method was quite strange. Although the White Tiger Demon Lord has been severely injured, he's too strong. If he counterattacks before death, he might kill me, so I need to be very careful. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and didn't act rashly. He noticed that the sky was gradually darkening. Lin Feng waited for the sky to completely darken, then used the darkness escape technique to hide his body. Then, he launched a peerless stab at the White Tiger Demon Lord. Time passed. Darkness descended and covered the earth. The White Tiger Demon Lord was lying on the ground weakly, recovering from his injuries. Lin Feng had already quietly moved. He carefully sneaked towards the White Tiger Demon Lord. The darkness escape technique that he cultivated was also a peerless escape technique. It allowed him to move forward in the darkness. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to find him. However, Lin Feng didn't let his guard down because of this, because the White Tiger Demon Lord was very strong. The slightest movement would be noticed by him. Lin Feng wanted to kill the White Tiger Demon Lord in one hit. One hit, he wanted to kill the White Tiger Demon Lord, so that the White Tiger Demon Lord wouldn't even have a chance to counterattack. Lin Feng lurked above the White Tiger Demon Lord. This was the best place to assassinate him. He was waiting for the best moment to arrive. At this moment, Lin Feng was like an assassin in a dynasty of assassins. Extremely patient. Either he didn't make a move, or once he did, it would be a thunderous attack that would instantly kill his opponent. Finally, Lin Feng found an opportunity. Something seemed to have happened while the White Tiger Demon Lord was healing. His body emitted a violent fluctuation. Crack, crack. The White Tiger Demon Lord's body began to crack. It had suffered such a serious injury, so it was naturally impossible for it to heal in one go. The White Tiger Demon Lord was trying hard to prevent his body from completely shattering. At this moment, Lin Feng made his move. He descended from the sky, holding the Black Dragon sword in his hand, and stabbed towards the White Tiger Demon Lord. The White Tiger Demon Lord, who was trying hard to suppress his injuries, didn't expect that someone would sneak over to assassinate him. So for a moment, he was stunned. Immediately after, the White Tiger Demon Lord roared and waved his huge claws towards Lin Feng, wanting to send Lin Feng flying. However, it was all too late. Lin Feng was too close to the White Tiger Demon Lord. He attacked in a flash. As fast as lightning. The sword stabbed down, leaving the White Tiger Demon Lord with no way to dodge. Poochie. Lin Feng's sword instantly pierced through the White Tiger Demon Lord's head, and then his right hand suddenly shook. There was a loud bang. The White Tiger Demon Lord's body directly exploded. Lin Feng grabbed the White Tiger Demon Lord's remnant soul. Lin Feng's divine sense invaded the White Tiger Demon Lord's remnant soul and found information about the primordial demon liquid. This made Lin Feng very happy. He turned his head to look at the White Tiger Demon Lord's world origin energy and saw that there were 81 laws entrenched in the world origin energy. Every strand of principle vibrated with a murderous aura. The White Tiger was in charge of killing. So the White Tiger Demon Lord's law also contained endless killing intent. Haha, 81 laws, great, let me devour them all. End of chapter 9-10. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.